Chapter 1. The Bronze Sarcophagus Beneath the Starry Sky. Life is the most magnificent miracle in the universe. The expanse of the heavens is termed the cosmos. Though the cosmos possesses substance, it remains devoid of a definitive location to be sought. The passage of time is referred to as the continuum. While the continuum is ever-expanding, its origins are shrouded in mystery, in the vastness of the universe. Amidst the boundless starry sky, many scientists speculate that Earth may be the sole cradle of life. Humanity, indeed, experiences a profound solitude in the immense celestial expanse. Despite the presence of billions of stars, the search for a second life-bearing planet proves to be an arduous endeavor. Nevertheless, humanity has never relinquished its quest for exploration. Since the last century, numerous space probes have been launched into the void. Voyager 2, an unmanned space probe, ascended into the cosmos from the Kennedy Space Center in the United States in 1977. It carried a gold-plated phonograph record titled Greetings to the Universe, which contained a selection of popular music and greetings recorded in 55 different languages. Of Earth, in hopes of being intercepted and received by any potential extraterrestrial civilizations. From the 1970s to the present day, Voyager 2 has embarked upon its solitary journey, a mere speck of dust adrift in the vast universe. Contemporary space probes have largely succumbed to malfunctions or have lost communication, vanishing eternally into the desolate void of space. 3 decades have elapsed, technology has advanced, and humanity has developed more sophisticated space probes. Perhaps, in the near future, our exploration of the cosmos will achieve significant milestones. Yet despite these advancements, for considerable time, new space probes remain unable to match the pace of Voyager 2. After 33 years, Voyager 2 is now a staggering 14 billion kilometers from Earth at this moment. It has attained the third cosmic velocity, its trajectory no longer capable of guiding it back to the solar system, transforming it into an interstellar spacecraft. In the dark and frigid expanse of the universe, stars twinkle like diamonds embedded in a velvet canvas. Although the Voyager 2 space probe travels at incredible speed, in the cold and boundless cosmos, it resembles a tiny ant slowly traversing the dark Earth. After more than 30 years at this very moment, Voyager 2 has made a remarkable discovery. In the desolate universe, 9 colossal bodies lie quietly in repose. In that instant, every individual in the mission control room at the space agency turned pale, rendered motionless as if carved from wood or clay, utterly astonished beyond measure. Oh God, what am I witnessing? How is this possible? It defies belief. Due to the immense distance of that region of the cosmos, despite the momentous discovery and the capture of a breathtaking image, humanity remains powerless. This enigmatic information was not disclosed to the public. Shortly thereafter, Voyager 2 encountered a malfunction, severing its transmission with Earth. Perhaps this could signify the conclusion of the narrative, however. Sometimes events unfold in ways that defy human expectations, whether it is the observation and exploration of the starry sky or the scientific research of life and physics. The space station offers an unparalleled environment. Since the Soviet Union successfully launched the first manned space station in 1971, a total of 9 space stations have been launched worldwide to date. On June 11, 2010, at this very moment, within the orbiting International Space Station, several astronauts simultaneously experienced a change in complexion, their pupils rapidly constricting. This day, the existence of deities has been largely dismissed. For those who still cling to belief, it is often merely a quest for solace in the face of spiritual emptiness. However, at that precise moment, the minds of these elite astronauts were struck by a profound shock as they beheld an astonishing sight. Outside the International Space Station, amidst the cold and darkness of the cosmos, 9 colossal entities remained motionless, as if they had been there since time immemorial. Evoking a sense of boundless desolation and antiquity, these were, astonishingly, the carcasses of 9 dragons, identical to the dragons of ancient myth and legend. Each dragon carcass spanned over 100 meters, as if forged from iron and filled with an overwhelming sense of power. All 9 were 5-clawed black dragons. Apart from their crystalline, shimmering horns, their bodies were entirely black, glistening with an ominous sheen, and their scales twinkled with mysterious luminescence in the darkness. Dragons, legendary beings that stand alongside gods, transcending the laws of nature. Yet, in this age of scientific advancement, who would still believe in their existence? The astronauts aboard the International Space Station were profoundly impacted, their incredulity heightened by the sight before them. In the desolate universe, the cold dragon carcasses resembled an indomitable steel fortress, emanating an aura of terrifying power. Yet, they had long since lost their vitality, eternally at rest in the frigid expanse of space. That is, after being deeply shaken, the pupils of the elite astronauts constricted once more as they witnessed an even more astonishing sight. The 9 dragon carcasses, each over 100 meters long, were tethered at their tails by thick black iron chains, extending into the darkness of space behind them, where a 20-meter-long bronze coffin hung silently. The massive chains, forged through countless trials, were both sturdy and ominous, casting a chilling aura. The ancient bronze coffin was unadorned, bearing some indistinct, ancient patterns, imbued with a sense of the passage of time, having drifted through the cosmos for an unknown number of years. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In this pitch-black and frigid universe, the 9 dragon carcasses were interconnected with the bronze coffin by thick black chains, creating an utterly breathtaking tableau. After a moment of disorientation in the face of that incredible imagery, the elite astronauts swiftly sent out a call signal, calling Earth. Chapter 2. Suin in ancient times, individuals thrived through the seasons, often surpassing a century in life while their vigor remained unyielded. Yufan closed the Huangdi aging, feeling a profound yearning for the serene era depicted in the Suin section. A gentle breeze stirred, causing several phoenix trees in the courtyard to sway delicately, their lush foliage whispering softly, while fresh air wafted in through the open window. Yufan harbored a deep affection for books of curiosities. With a cup of delicate green tea in hand, he resumed his perusal of the ancient text. The Huangdi Neijing is a treasured classic, crafted millennia ago, and is regarded as one of the 3 great wonders of ancient Chinese literature. Although one cannot wholly trust its contents, its overall significance is undeniably invaluable. It speaks of harnessing the cosmos, mastering the duality of yin and yang, inhaling the essence of life, and maintaining a solitary spirit. It posits that when the body and mind are in perfect harmony, one can transcend the confines of time, achieving an existence beyond the earthly realm. The Suin section frequently alludes to an ancient wisdom that perceives the fluctuations of nature, cultivates vital energy, and attains immortality, concepts that modern individuals find nearly impossible to believe. Unbeknownst to him, the sun gradually sank in the west, casting a warm glow that painted the lawn and the phoenix trees outside with a gentle blush of red. Yufan set aside the Huangdi Neijing and prepared to attend an important class reunion. 3 years may seem neither excessively long nor particularly short. His former classmates had long gone their separate ways, each embarking on unique life trajectories. As he pressed the answer button, he was greeted by Lin Jia's playful banter. She had always exhibited remarkable social skills during their university days, effortlessly forging connections. Missing me already? Yifan retorted with ease. A melodious laugh resonated from the other end. I'm not quite sure of the venue for the gathering. I'll join you shortly. After finalizing their meeting place, Yifan drove out. He had once pursued Lin Jia during their university years, only to be gently informed that they were not suited for one another. Lin Jia was a strikingly beautiful woman, her shrewdness and rationality surpassing even her physical allure. She possessed a clear understanding of her desires and the means to achieve them, embodying a refreshingly pragmatic outlook. With 10 minutes to spare before their rendezvous, Yifan found a parking spot in front of the Baixing shopping mall and stepped out to await Lin Jia by the roadside. The entire city basked in the golden glow of the setting sun, a soft, warm light draping over the buildings, while the streets buzzed with the relentless flow of vehicles and throngs of pedestrians. After a brief wait of 7 or 8 minutes, a Toyota pulled up to the curb, revealing a beautiful and exquisite visage as Lin Jia emerged from the car. Yifan approached with a smile, remarking, I see there's a private car to pick you up. Please don't tease me. I don't have a chauffeur. That's our classmate Liu Yunji, she replied. Although they had kept in touch over the past 3 years, they had only met once 2 years ago. Lin Jia appeared as youthful and radiant as ever, dressed casually in tight jeans paired with a purple t-shirt, accentuating her long, graceful figure with alluring curves. It's been over 2 years. How have you been? Lin Jia's shoulder-length hair was glossy and smooth, reflecting light like polished ebony. She possessed a pair of phoenix eyes, slightly upturned beneath long lashes, bestowing upon her an enchanting aura. Well, Yi Fan replied with a smile, teasing, with your innate beauty, Lin Jia. It's truly a shame you haven't pursued a career in the entertainment industry. Oh, really? Lin Jia responded, her charming smile captivating, her phoenix eyes glancing sideways, radiating a playful light, her red lips exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, the window of a Toyota parked by the roadside rolled down, revealing a familiar face, none other than their former classmate Lu Yunji. Like Yi Fan, he had remained in the city after graduation. With the assistance of a well-connected relative, he had established a modestly sized company, achieving a degree of success among their peers. Despite residing in the same city, he had hardly kept in touch with Yi Fan, primarily due to a conflict during their university days. Lu Yunji did not exit the vehicle but offered a faint smile, saying, "It's been a long time." "Indeed. We should get together sometime," Yi Fan replied casually, noticing that Lu Hadti even stepped out of the car. "Did you take a taxi here?" Yi Fan, indifferent to the subtle condescension, responded with nonchalance. Lin Jia, being a perceptive and clever woman, sensed the tension and smiled at Yi Fan, saying, "I hurried over this time and called a few old classmates who stayed in the city. Let us ride with Lu Yunji." Yi Fan had yet to utter a word when Lu Yunji, with a hint of apology, spoke first, saying, "I sincerely apologize, but I've already made arrangements with 2 other old classmates at the intersection ahead, and it seems there might not be enough seats." "It's all right. You may go ahead. I shall follow shortly," Yi Fan replied, turning to Lin Jia with a smile, inquiring, "Shall we walk together, or?" As Lin Jia hesitated slightly, Lu Yunji urged, "Beautiful Lin, it would be best if you took my car first. Otherwise, I fear I might be drowned in a deluge of words." After standing by the roadside for a few minutes, Lin Jia expressed her apologies to Yi Fan and, under Lu Yunji's insistence, ultimately chose to get into the Toyota. In the past, Yi Fan had been quite a notable figure on campus. Today, arriving by taxi, he appeared somewhat downcast in comparison to Lu Yunji. As for Lu Yunji, he chose to disregard him, yet Lin Jia's behavior left him somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, each individual possesses their own approach to navigating life. One must inevitably contend with the realities of existence, encompassing ambitions, pride, and vanity. Yi Fan, however, did not harbor any significant disdain. The crimson sun had descended below the horizon, and the sky, tinged as if stained with blood, gradually darkened. The entire city seemed enveloped in a thick, grayish cloak as the night was poised to descend. At that moment, 9 colossal dragon corpses dragged an enormous bronze coffin, lying in the pitch-black and frigid cosmos, a scene so breathtaking it appeared to be eternally frozen in time. Chapter 3. Then and now, although Yi Fan cannot be considered exceptionally successful in his career, due to certain circumstances and experiences, he has managed to acquire some capital. Not long ago, he purchased a Mercedes, which, in terms of price, surpasses Lu Yunji's Toyota. However, he finds it rather vulgar to judge one's social status based on such material possessions. A little while later, Yi Fan drove to the gathering location, the Haishang Mingwei city. Having graduated from university just 3 years ago, most of his classmates have yet to achieve significant career milestones. And Yi Fan feels that choosing such an extravagant venue for their reunion is somewhat ostentatious. As he exited the parking lot and approached Haishang Mingwei city, he soon spotted several familiar figures, classmates who had come to attend the gathering, some of whom he had not seen in 3 years. Yi Fan. At that moment, a young man with a refined appearance noticed him and approached with a smile, saying, "This is quite unbecoming of you. As a local landowner, you should have been the one to initiate and organize this gathering." This young man, named Wang Ziwen, is one of the organizers of the event and was quite an active figure during their university days. It is said that over the past 3 years, he has prospered in another city and amassed considerable wealth. Others soon joined them, although it had been a long time since their last meeting. The atmosphere was warm and lively. It was evident that Wang Ziwen was awaiting a select few individuals, as only a limited number of people would warrant his presence at the entrance of Haishang Mingwei city. A clever individual, Wang Ziwen chose not to linger alone but engaged in light-hearted conversation while leading the group into the venue. On the 5th floor, a small business center capable of accommodating 30 to 50 people for meetings had been reserved. By this time, the sky had darkened, and most of the classmates invited to the gathering were nearly all present. The arrival of a few individuals instantly enlivened the atmosphere, as many approached to greet one another. eliciting a sense of nostalgia as memories of university life intertwined with the present. 3 years post-graduation, everyone is now around 25 or 26 years old, with some having already married and 2 having become young mothers. Each individual has embarked on a distinct life journey. However, the majority remain ordinary people, with their once lofty ideals and aspirations dulled by the passage of time, settling into the mundanity of everyday life. Dreams have faded, and most have come to a sober realization of their ordinary existence. Yi Fan was led to the other side by Wang Ziwen, where he keenly observed that the classmates here were either successful in their careers or came from well-connected families. Yi Fan, you arrived so late. You must be punished with 3 drinks, someone jested. 3 drinks are far too few. You underestimate my capacity for alcohol, Yi Fan retorted. Lin Jia was also present, her enchanting phoenix eyes casting a sly glance, her tall figure and alluring curves captivating. Which lovely lady wishes to impose a penalty upon me? Yi Fan playfully included several male classmates in his compliment. You take advantage of us as soon as you arrive. You must be punished severely. The group, both male and female, united in their mock intent, sharpening their metaphorical knives. However, this remark momentarily dampened the atmosphere. Everyone present was aware of the past grievances between Lu Yunji and Yi Fan during their university days. Lu had now thrived in the city, and his casual mention of Yi Fan arriving by taxi was quite conspicuous. Other classmates began to take notice of the situation, glancing over, yet Yi Fan merely smiled nonchalantly, saying nothing. I will step outside to fetch Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen interjected, redirecting the conversation before turning to leave. Lin Jia and 2 female classmates began discussing cosmetics and several designer clothing items, while others shared amusing anecdotes from the past, and the earlier awkwardness soon dissipated, reigniting a lively atmosphere. Nevertheless, after the previous incident, the mood felt subtly altered. No one dared to mention punishing Yi Fan again. But discussions surrounding Lu Yunji became more pronounced. Although Yi Fan was a prominent figure during his university days, all of that seemed inconsequential upon stepping into the world beyond the campus. The current measure of success in one's career became paramount. Glances occasionally drifted in his direction, as this gathering resembled a unique enclave, populated by classmates who were currently thriving in their respective endeavors. Yet, at this moment, Yi Fan felt an inclination towards marginalization. He remained composed about it, but eventually, he rose and relocated to join another group of classmates, wishing to avoid being labeled as part of a special demographic. Discussions among the female classmates invariably gravitated towards cosmetics and designer apparel, while the male counterparts conversed about football, current affairs, and a broad array of topics. After half an hour, all 25 attendees had assembled for the reunion. Out of the 33 classmates, 3 were studying abroad, and 5 were unable to attend due to various circumstances. The initiators and organizers of the gathering delivered speeches in succession, creating an exuberant atmosphere, after which the attendees divided into smaller circles to engage in animated conversations. Eventually, they left the modest business center, ready to raise their glasses in celebration of this reunion. There was no deliberate arrangement, yet the hierarchy and familiarity among the tables were distinctly evident. Yi Fan did not join the small group of Lin Jia and Lu Yunji, but rather chose to sit at another table with an air of naturalness. Following a round of speeches, the atmosphere became quite casual. Some individuals moved between tables to toast, while others found themselves ensnared at their tables, unable to move an inch, persistently toasted. Over the span of 3 years, much had transpired, and each person had undergone significant changes. Perhaps spurred by the effects of alcohol, many classmates began to share snippets of their lives, some exuding pride, while others lamented their misfortunes. One expressed disdain for a boss who was excessively demanding, insisting on overtime while offering meager compensation. A female classmate boasted of her boyfriend, a department manager at a renowned enterprise, while another proudly announced her husband's recent promotion to vice president. Some even mentioned their fiancé's connections to high-ranking officials in the banking sector. Yet, a considerable number of attendees remained silent, their lives far from ideal. Among them, a particularly haggard female classmate caught attention. Whispers suggested she had married someone she did not love, leading to an unhappy marriage marked by her husband's incessant drinking. A classmate who visited her city had once noticed bruises on her arms. If you need any assistance, feel free to reach out to me. Yi Fan felt a pang of sympathy for this weary classmate, recalling her shy and innocent demeanor during their university days, fervently cheering for him from the sidelines of the football field. It was evident that her life was fraught with challenges. She gave a subdued nod of gratitude, whispering a soft thank you. Yi Fan, perhaps you should focus on changing yourself first, remarked the female classmate who had mentioned her husband's promotion, her words somewhat blunt under the influence of alcohol. The table of classmates turned their gazes towards Yi Fan, then shifted to Lu Yunji's table in the distance, where successful classmates congregated. Yi Fan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you were quite the figure back in university. However, once you step beyond campus, everything changes. Effort is essential. This sentiment echoed from the classmate who claimed his fiancée was the niece of a senior banking executive. Mentioning Lu Yunji's table, some classmates expressed their astonishment, recalling how, during their school days, certain individuals were far less accomplished than themselves. Yet now the comparison felt futile. Others voiced cynical disdain, drunkenly lamenting that those individuals returned home in glory, flaunting their wealth. One female classmate even jested with Yi Fan, expressing relief that her affections for him had been discreet during their school days, while now she somewhat regretted rejecting Lu Yunji's advances. The city remained the same, the people unchanged, yet the collective sentiments of the reunion had shifted profoundly. Chapter 4. The ancient bronze inscription. As night descended, the streets shimmered with neon lights, and the urban landscape pulsated with boundless vitality. Towering skyscrapers stood in splendid succession, reaching for the heavens. Yet, from the vantage of outer space, all of this appeared trivial, merely a speck of existence. It was an extraordinarily unusual night, destined to be anything but tranquil, as dozens of main monitoring rooms were thoroughly locked onto the pitch-black firmament. In the desolate expanse of the universe, 9 dragon corpses shimmered with a metallic, cold luster, their bodies covered in black scales the size of palm leaves, glimmering like obsidian. Dragons, legendary beings, ought not to exist in this world. Yet at this moment, they lay palpably across the celestial sphere. The haunting imagery captured from the dark void of space was profoundly unsettling, evoking a sense of dread. The massive dragon horns resembled bifurcated ancient trees, exuding both strength and an air of mystery. Their bodies loomed like mountains, robust and imposing, while their scales gleamed like blades, casting a chilling light, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. The 9 lifeless giants were a tremendous shock to humanity's understanding, upending certain entrenched beliefs. What has your life been like these past 3 years, Yi Fan? Many expressed genuine concern for him, inquiring with kindness. It's been all right. My life is quite ordinary. Nothing particularly special has occurred in these 3 years. At that moment, Lu Yunzi's table approached to offer a toast, uttering numerous well-wishing phrases, and the crowd clinked glasses in a lively manner. Those who had earlier spoken of penalizing Yi Fan did not seek him out for a toast until later when Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen came over, each sharing a drink with him privately. How many have admired your youthful visage? Who is willing to bear the relentless passage of time? Many have come and gone by your side. Know that in this life, I will remain by you. Perhaps due to genuine inebriation. A pair of former classmates who had once been in love during their school days and parted ways reluctantly upon graduation exchanged silent glances. Graduation often signifies separation. This may be a kind of curse, as each year's graduates seem to enact the same tragic tale. Unfortunately, this tragedy may endure for a long time, related to youthful impulsiveness, employment pressures, and societal realities, perhaps even more. Almost everyone chose songs from 3 years ago, with some singing with deep emotion, drawing everyone's thoughts back to that time, the vivid memories of their student days still fresh. Eventually, the karaoke champion emerged, a drunken classmate monopolizing the microphone for an extended period. Their voice, however, was far from commendable, akin to the clamor of a shattered earth, howling like a ghost, which, while torturing the ears of the audience, inadvertently fostered an atmosphere of merriment, causing laughter to erupt. Classmates from afar had mostly booked the same hotel, while a few with cars would be responsible for transporting them. Other classmates, wishing to take a taxi, found the nearby vehicles had limited seating and felt hesitant to approach Lu Yunzi and the others for a ride. Yi Fan felt a profound sympathy for this female classmate. In her university days, she was a joyful and innocent girl, often seen cheering for her peers from the sidelines of the football field and occasionally shyly offering them bottles of mineral water. However, the adversities of life had cast a pall over her spirit, rendering her countenance pale and her demeanor dismal. As she spoke little throughout the evening, when she unexpectedly spotted Yi Fan parking by the roadside and inviting her into his car, a wave of gratitude washed over her. Mingled with a sense of disorientation, She had not experienced such attention from her peers all night and was unaccustomed to their scrutiny. On the other hand, Lu Yunji was taken aback upon seeing Yi Fan's arrival by car, his expression shifting to one of darkening discontent. The surrounding crowd exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some wore looks of confusion and disbelief, while others displayed surprise and complexity. All eyes inadvertently turned towards Lu Yunji, as the reality before them starkly contrasted with his earlier assertions. At that moment, Lu Yunji felt a burning humiliation, akin to receiving a stinging slap across the face. The few classmates who had previously condescended to Yi Fan now found themselves in a similarly awkward predicament, wishing to speak but at a loss for words. A select few wore expressions of amusement and intrigue, particularly those who had shared a toast with Yi Fan, seemingly relishing the spectacle that undermined Lu Yunji's small circle. Just then, two individuals approached, opened the car door, and settled inside. They were classmates of Yi Fan, intimately familiar with him. Meanwhile, far beyond in the vastness of space, aboard the orbiting International Space Station, several astronauts wore grave expressions, their nerves taut and on high alert, embodying an atmosphere of extreme tension. In the cold, dark expanse of space, 9 colossal dragon corpses loomed, seemingly eternal, connected by iron chains to an ancient bronze sarcophagus, evoking a profound sense of desolation and antiquity. The command center on Earth had long since resolved that, should a significant anomaly occur, the 9 dragon corpses and the mysterious bronze sarcophagus would be immediately destroyed. Yet, no one wished for such events to transpire. The value and significance of the 9 dragons drawing the coffin from the depths of dark and desolate space were immeasurable. Suddenly, the main control room of the International Space Station detected a series of enigmatic signals, indicative of unusual fluctuations. The source was alarmingly close. The bronze sarcophagus pulled by the 9 dragon corpses, from which mysterious waves emanated, arising from the ancient and indistinct patterns etched upon its surface. These archaic designs were obscured by verdigris, rendering them partially illegible. Preliminary analyses suggested that the bronze engravings bore connections to ancient Chinese mythology. Monitoring stations worldwide reached a consensus. The beastly motifs on the bronze sarcophagus closely resembled certain ancient monstrous creatures recorded in the Chinese Shanhai Jing, while the figures depicted were suspected to represent deities. Despite identifying some origins of the bronze engravings, the faint, mysterious signals remained indecipherable, leaving them with no leads. Chapter 5. After graduation, individuals busied themselves with the pursuits of life and ideals. Many departed from this city, leaving only a handful, including Yi Fan, to return to their alma mater. The nearby lake shimmered gently, its scenery unchanged, evoking vivid memories of those melancholy yet spirited figures strumming guitars and serenading campus ballads by the waterside. Despite the passage of many years, the melodies that resurface evoke the carefree innocence of youth, a bittersweet nostalgia that resonates deeply within the soul. The passage of time inevitably leaves behind a tinge of poignant sorrow. Yet, one wonders if those once vibrant souls can still take up their guitars and sing. For after graduation, their paths became elusive. I vaguely recall a friend mentioning that the brooding guitar virtuoso now performs in a bar in another city, his visage marked by the passage of time. Do you remember the talented, leggy songstress from the school band, whose beauty and innocence captivated all? It is said she now entertains at a nightclub. A collective sigh escapes the group. After graduation, many faced the harsh realities of their dreams versus their attainments. Life can be overwhelmingly disheartening, often leaving one feeling frustrated and lost. Following a brief silence, the group continued on their way. At that moment, Lin Jia approached Yi Fan. She wore a blue and white chiffon dress that gracefully fell to her thighs, accentuating her long, fair legs. A black belt cinched her waist, enhancing her feminine silhouette, while her long hair cascaded elegantly over her ample bosom, creating a captivating curve. With her exquisite features, porcelain skin, and uniquely alluring upward-slanted phoenix eyes, Lin Jia exuded an extraordinary charm. "Why didn't you mention you had a car yesterday?" she inquired. "I had no opportunity to say so. Will you not invite me to ride with you today?" "With great pleasure, Miss Lin Jia. I formally extend the invitation." Upon uttering this, both shared a light-hearted laugh. Lin Jia's abrupt reference to the previous day's incident was handled with a casual grace, as she chose not to dwell on it nor to alter her demeanor to bridge any perceived gap. After exchanging these words, she smiled and turned to leave. Lin Jia was a perceptive woman, She understood that being overly deliberate could seem insincere, preferring instead a more natural and direct approach. Such subtle transformations were evident in other classmates as well. As they departed their alma mater, the sun was already high in the sky. The group made their way to a street renowned for its culinary delights, ascending the steps of a dining establishment. Wang Ziwen discreetly invited Yi Fan to join their table, but Yi Fan merely smiled and raised a few toasts, ultimately choosing to sit once more with the familiar faces from the previous day. Yi Fan, please do not take offense at my drunken ramblings from yesterday. I raise my glass to you. Let us toast in reverence. The male classmate who claimed that his fiancée, Yi, is the niece of a senior executive at a certain bank, who had previously lectured Yi Fan with an air of superiority, today adopted a humble demeanor, fervently explaining yesterday's events. Similarly, the female classmate who boasted that her husband had been promoted to vice president of his company also altered her attitude, treating Yi Fan with utmost courtesy. Come, let us all raise our glasses. In stark contrast to yesterday, Yi Fan's table appears lively today, with clinking glasses and guests from other tables frequently approaching to offer toasts. Naturally, Yi Fan cannot refuse, and he continues to clink glasses, even sharing drinks with the guests from Wang Ziwen's table one by one. Lu Yunji remains composed. Despite the embarrassment he experienced yesterday, today he is as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no signs of unease, as if nothing had transpired. Ladies and gentlemen, last night I received a call from across the ocean. The speaker was Zhou Yi, a refined young man, rumored to come from a well-connected family. A fact not hidden among classmates. It was he whom Wang Ziwen had awaited at the outskirts of Haishang Mingwei City yesterday. All eyes turned towards Zhou Yi, who has always been affable, never exuding arrogance, whether during school or now. Those missed, those departing footsteps, the road that grows increasingly distant, resemble the sycamore leaves gently falling before us. Li Xiaoman, a name that had long faded from Yi Fan's memory. Upon graduating from university, she went abroad to study. And during the initial months, their correspondence was frequent, but as time passed, emails and phone calls dwindled until they ceased altogether. The gathering was extended, and plans were made to visit Mount Tai, with all expenses covered by Wang Ziwen and Zhou Yi and others. For the average person, this might represent a considerable expense, but for them, it was merely a trifle. 3 days later, at the foot of Mount Tai, Yi Fan encountered that familiar figure once more. 3 years had passed. Yet Li Xiaoman remained poised and graceful, showing little change. She stood at around 170 centimeters tall, wearing sunglasses, her long black hair dancing in the wind, exuding elegance as she stood there. Her attire was simple, casual, and cool. She donned shorts that reached above her knees, her long, fair legs captivating. Paired with a t-shirt adorned with a cartoon design, Li Xiaoman was undeniably beautiful, with fair, delicate skin and large, expressive eyes framed by long eyelashes, radiating vitality. She engaged effortlessly with her classmates, evidently becoming a focal point, yet maintaining an approachable demeanor. Beside her stood a tall young man, introduced as her American classmate, whose features contrasted with the smooth softness typical of Eastern faces. He possessed a distinctly Western visage, with high cheekbones, deep-set blue eyes, and slightly curly blonde hair, embodying a handsome ideal by Western standards. Hello, I am Kate. I have long yearned to see Mount Tai, and at last, I can. The American youth named Kaide, though not particularly fluent in speech, possesses the ability to convey his thoughts with clarity. After 3 years, Yi Fan encounters Li Xiaoman once more, evoking a sensation of spatial transition and the passage of time. Both remain unperturbed, exchanging polite greetings devoid of the joy typically associated with a long-awaited reunion. Instead, there exists a tranquil indifference, almost ethereal in its essence. Their interaction is succinct, a mere brush past one another. For some matters do not require elaboration. Silence itself signifies a conclusion. Chapter 6. The place of Fengshan in the desolate and dark expanse of space. 9 colossal dragon corpses lie in repose, while an ancient and majestic bronze coffin seems to coexist with the primordial vastness of the universe. Days have elapsed, yet the enigmatic signals conveyed by the bronze patterns remain indecipherable, with no reliable method to retrieve and deliver them to the surface. It has moved, deviating from its orbit. It is descending. At this moment, the pupils of several elite astronauts aboard the International Space Station dilate, in alarm, as the Nine Dragons Coffin veers off course, gradually sinking. Mount Tai, majestic and profound, commands awe as the foremost of the 5 great mountains, renowned as the preeminent peak of the realm. Since antiquity, Mount Tai has stood as a sacred emblem, located in the easternmost part of the ancient Central Plains, encircled by the Yellow River and the Wind River. Once regarded as the cradle of the sun's emergence and the flourishing of all life. No mountain surpasses it, no history is older. The grandeur of Mount Tai is steeped in a rich historical legacy, tracing back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. A place where mortals drew near to the divine. The heavens seem unattainable, yet atop Mount Tai, ceremonial offerings are made to the gods, bridging the mortal realm with the celestial. The illustrious Qin Shi Huang and the sagacious Han Wu Di have both conducted unparalleled fengshan ceremonies at this revered mountain. Even earlier, 72 emperors from ancient times chose Mount Tai for their sacred rites. In the pre-Qin ancient texts, the Guanzi, fengshan chapter records, in the past, the Hui clan performed fengshan at Mount Tai. Fuxi ascended Mount Tai for fengshan. Shennong ascended Mount Tai for fengshan. Huangdi ascended Mount Tai for fengshan. Yao ascended Mount Tai for fengshan. Yu ascended Mount Tai. In ancient times, countless sovereigns and emperors opted for this site for their rituals, enveloping Mount Tai in layers of enigma, exuding an aura of boundless mystery. Subsequent generations have made intriguing discoveries. In the 20th year of the Republic, General Ma Hongkue led his troops to encamp at the foot of Mount Tai and inadvertently uncovered a 5-colored earth altar, housing 2 sets of jade tablets sealed with golden cords of stone paste, hidden beneath the ground. The reason why ancient emperors chose this site for their rites during the pre-Qin era remains an enigma, perhaps one that will never be unraveled. After a night of respite at the hotel, Yi Fan and his companions commenced their ascent of Mount Tai the following day. Among the group, many were embarking on their inaugural journey to this majestic peak. It is only by being present that one can truly appreciate its grandeur and magnificence. The mountain's geological structure manifests in 3-tiered layers, resembling a celestial staircase, oriented north to south. An expansive 10-kilometer path, known as the Road to Heaven, winds through the imposing terrain, leading to the summit. Whether viewed from afar or up close, the overwhelming atmosphere evokes a sense of exhilaration. In the face of the resplendent Mount Tai, one experiences a peculiar illusion of insignificance, akin to an ant, rendering even the celestial bodies above seemingly trivial. This sensation is profoundly jarring, stirring the soul to its core. As the guide recounted the ancient rituals of fengshan, thoughts of the unknown and the mysterious filled the air. For humanity has always harbored a fascination with the enigmatic. Li Xiaoman walked alongside Kaide, continuously translating and explaining, which deepened the American youth's astonishment, prompting a flurry of questions. Lu Yunji glanced at Yi Fan and then at the 2 ahead, but his evident demeanor seemed to be overlooked by Yi Fan, leaving him disheartened. In truth, Yi Fan was entirely oblivious to him, remaining composed. However, he soon shook his head, realizing that his recent boredom had given rise to such absurd imaginings. Mount Tai is adorned with ancient pines and flowing springs, its solemnity interspersed with an ethereal beauty, further enhanced by the drifting mists that lend an air of mystery and profundity. As they ascended, countless historical sites and inscriptions lined the path, evoking awe. From the sacrificial grounds to the imperial palace at Dai Temple, culminating at the summit known as Yuangding. They traversed a 10-kilometer axis that connected the earthly realm to the divine. At dusk, the group finally reached the pinnacle of Mount Tai, Yuangding, where they gazed down upon the myriad mountains and beheld the Yellow River in the distance. Grasping the profound essence of Confucius's words about ascending Mount Tai to gain a broader perspective of the world, to stand atop the highest peak is to survey all lesser mountains. The poet sage immortalized this sentiment in an exquisite verse. At that moment, as the sun dipped low, the cloud-capped peaks were adorned with a shimmering golden edge, sparkling like rare treasures. Such a scene was intoxicating. Suddenly, dark specks appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging. Accompanied by the rumble of thunder, 9 colossal figures descended from the heavens, resembling 9 black rivers cascading downwards. In that instant, all those on Mount Tai were frozen in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. These were, astonishingly, 9 massive dragon corpses dragging a bronze ancient coffin towards the mountaintop. Dragons, legendary beings of lore, stand alongside deities, transcending the laws of nature. Yet, in this era of scientific advancement, who still believes in their existence? The onlookers, stunned into silence, held their breath, forgetting even to cry out. After a fleeting moment of stillness, chaos erupted on Mount Tai as everyone fled in panic. scattering in all directions to escape the looming presence of the colossal dragon corpses. This is a profoundly shocking scene. Amidst the blood-red sunset, 9 dragons draw a coffin, descending upon Mount Tai. The air is filled with terrified screams and helpless cries as the crowd scatters in panic. The descent of the coffin is not a swift fall. Yet when it lands, it reverberates heavily upon the summit of the mountain. Boom! The 9 colossal beings plummet as if 9 mountain ridges have collapsed, fracturing the peak of Yuhuangding with deep fissures, sending dirt and stones flying, enveloping the air in dust. The ancient bronze coffin crashes down with a resounding thud, causing the mountain to shudder as if an earthquake has struck. Numerous stones tumble down the slopes with a rumbling sound, akin to an army of thousands charging forth. Many individuals are caught in the chaos, their bodies mangled by the rocks, tumbling down the mountain amidst a cacophony of terrified wails. As the tremors cease, the mountain quickly returns to stillness, yet chaos reigns on Mount Tai. Many have fallen during the frantic escape, creating an exceedingly disordered scene. Several individuals are bloodied and battered, fear driving them to rush downhill. The enormous dragon corpses, each measuring 100 meters in length, lie sprawled across the summit, half their bodies dangling over the cliff. Resembling a black steel fortress, exuding a sense of awe and power that profoundly impacts the viewer's perception. The summit of Yuhuangding is marred by terrifying fissures, while the 20-meter-long bronze coffin, austere in its ancient design, bears faint, archaic patterns imbued with the weight of time and an air of mystery. Chapter 7. The 5-colored altar. The occurrence was far too sudden. The reality before them surpassed human imagination. The crowd could scarcely believe it. Yet, the 9 dragon corpses and that bronze coffin lay resolutely ahead, an ironclad truth that could not be denied. Everything defied reason, shattering their understanding, leaving their minds reeling from the intense shock. During the ensuing chaos, Yi Fan and his companions did not succumb to panic. They remained gathered until tranquility returned to Yuhuangding. Although they all collapsed to the ground, there were no significant injuries, save for a few bruised arms. At this moment, their faces were etched with shock, the astonishing spectacle before them forever etched in their memories. The immense dragon corpses lay silently ahead, alongside the massive bronze coffin, an overwhelming visual impact that was both shocking and mysterious. Words failed them as their hearts swelled with turmoil, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment, dread, and fear, making it difficult to regain composure. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Jia finally whispered, "We should hasten our descent." The crowd nodded in agreement. Feeling an urgency to leave the area, no one wished to linger even a moment longer. The atmosphere atop Yuhuangding was chilling. Why had 9 dragon corpses been summoned to draw the bronze coffin? Why had they descended upon Mount Tai? Even with the facts laid bare before them, acceptance eluded them, and an overwhelming sense of unease gripped their hearts. Beneath the blood-red sunset, the summit of Yuhuang was a site of devastation, particularly around the ancient bronze coffin, which had suffered the most severe damage. A massive pit had been created, with fissures sprawling outward like a spider's web, some stretching 1 to 2 meters wide. One such crack, resembling a serpentine centipede, extended toward the feet of Yi Fan and his companions, though fortunately, its end was not wider than a handspan, preventing any ground subsidence or further cracking. Just as the group was preparing to depart, Li Xiaoman pointed ahead and exclaimed, "What is that?" Emerging from the fractured earth was a half-exposed jade fragment, glinting in the sunset's rays. Despite a tinge of apprehension in their hearts, they stepped closer, discovering that beneath the 1-meter-wide fissure lay a corner of a circular altar, upon which the broken jade piece was displayed, resembling a jade tablet. How could this be? Was something buried below? The altar was modest yet ancient, constructed from an unusual mixture of 5 colors of earth, imbued with the essence of time, its age indeterminate. "Look, there's more ahead," exclaimed Wang Ziwen, his astonishment palpable as he pointed to an even broader fissure before them. Beneath the nearly 2-meter-wide crack lay another 5-colored earthen altar, which had been shattered, revealing a jade slab that bore intricate inscriptions and symbols, all indecipherable to the onlookers. In that moment, astonishment washed over everyone as they recalled the term fengshan, realizing that this could very well be an ancient altar for celestial offerings. The 5-colored circular altar enclosing the jade tome resonated with the accounts found in Ban Gu's Baihu Tongyi from the Eastern Han period, which described, some say the seal is made of gold mud and silver ropes, others say it is stone mud and gold ropes. Similarly, Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian from the Western Han period also mentioned the celestial offerings inscribed in gold, mud, and stone. In a mere instant, the group was astounded to discover that beneath the surrounding fissures, there were numerous such five-colored altars, amounting to several dozen in total. Each ancient altar was etched with the marks of time, unmistakable in their longevity, some sealing jade pieces while others contained stone tablets, all adorned with inscriptions of an archaic nature. A profound sense of wonder enveloped them, as they felt an inexplicable connection between these altars, the dragon corpse, and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan harbored a profound affinity for ancient texts of the curious sort, possessing a deeper understanding of the various rituals of Fengshan than most. His heart was stirred by an overwhelming sensation. Could it be true that the legendary 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings of antiquity once conducted their rites here? Perhaps the tales were indeed factual. Otherwise, how could there be so many multicolored circular altars? The inscriptions upon them revealed predominantly oracle bone script, seemingly corroborating this conjecture. Though they ought to have retreated immediately, the crowd found themselves unwittingly captivated, having circled the bronze coffin nearly in its entirety, awestruck by the colossal corpses of 9 dragons. Stunned by the 20-meter-long ancient bronze coffin, and astonished by the myriad multicolored divine altars beneath. Although no immediate danger appeared to loom, the sight of the dragon corpses instilled a lingering unease. As they completed their circuit, the initial fear began to wane, yet an unsettling disquiet remained, prompting a swift decision to descend the mountain. Behold, in the midst of the vast pit lay a gigantic altar. The bronze coffin had created a vast chasm in the ground, and as the crowd turned to gaze upon the opposite side of the coffin, their astonishment was reignited. Below the pit rested a monumental altar, not constructed of earth, but entirely formed from massive stones of 5 distinct hues, steadfastly supporting the 20-meter-long bronze coffin without a single crack or blemish. This extraordinary multicolored stone altar was markedly different from the other earthen altars. Situated at the very heart of Yuhuang Peak, exuding an imposing grandeur that far surpassed the smaller mounds. The impact of the descending bronze coffin must have been tremendous, yet, remarkably, it had not marred the altar in the slightest, leaving one to ponder the nature of the extraordinary stones that composed it. Upon this grand multicolored altar, apart from the bronze coffin, lay an assortment of jade pieces and stone tablets, all steeped in an aura of antiquity. Each jade piece and stone tablet bore enigmatic inscriptions, even more primitive than the oracle bone script found on the earthen altars, resembling mystical symbols akin to celestial writing. Remarkably, a meticulous array of such jade pieces and stone tablets was neatly arranged upon the colossal multicolored altar, evidently untouched by the impact of the coffin, raising further questions. Let us depart swiftly from this place, Yi Fan and Zhou Yi urged in unison, prompting the group to nod in agreement. This locale was clearly unsuitable for prolonged presence. Despite the endless mysteries it harbored, they were ill-equipped to explore them, especially with the unsettling presence of the 9 massive dragon corpses and the ominous bronze coffin looming nearby. Just as they prepared to turn away, a female classmate emitted a startled cry as a large stone beneath her foot tumbled into the abyss, causing her to lose her balance and begin to fall. Be careful. A quick-witted male classmate seized her just in time, while several others rushed to assist in pulling her back to safety. The stone that had been dislodged tumbled with a resounding crash into the chasm, striking the multicolored altar with a heavy thud. In an instant, the grand stone altar radiated a shimmering, multicolored aura, enveloping all present in a palpable force that rendered their legs as heavy as lead, making it nearly impossible to take a single step forward. With a resounding thud, the multicolored stone altar trembled, causing the summit of Yuhuang to quiver in response. The onlookers, standing at the edge of the vast pit, felt as though the world was spinning around them. Yet, they found themselves unable to take a single step, all of them sent tumbling into the depths of the chasm. They landed upon the multicolored altar, toppling a collection of ancient texts carved from jade and stone, resulting in a cacophony of noise and utter disarray. Nearby lay an ancient bronze coffin, its surface marred by patches of verdigris, yet the faded bronze engravings depicting ancient deities, all seemingly stained with tears, remained visible. So close were they that one could almost reach out and touch them, instilling a profound sense of dread that sent chills racing down their spines. This time-worn multicolored altar, erected by the ancient ancestors for celestial offerings, raised the unsettling question, could the ancient emperors truly summon something from beyond? At that moment, A chilling and distant aura began to circulate, stirring emotions within them. Before them lay 9 dragon corpses alongside the bronze coffin. Could it be that they had indeed been drawn here by the altar's allure? It is said that long before the reigns of Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu, the ancient 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had conducted grand ceremonies of enfeoffment here. What had they summoned in their time? The vibrant hues of the altar shimmered, and suddenly, the jade and stone artifacts displayed upon it became translucent, the ancient characters inscribed upon them glowing with brilliance, as the colossal altar radiated a gentle light. Crack! The sound of shattering resonated as the jade and stone fragments began to fissure, releasing beams of light. The ancient characters appeared to come to life, bursting forth and hovering in the air. More ancient inscriptions glimmered, materializing in midair, while the jade and stone pieces disintegrated into nothingness, liberating the characters from their confines. Above the ancient bronze coffin and around the chasm, thousands of ancient characters sparkled, resembling molten iron cast into form, exuding a metallic sheen and texture. Another crack echoed as the smaller multicolored earth altars nearby also released ancient characters into the air. Surrounding the bronze coffin, it appeared as though stars were flickering, casting an aura of mystery beneath the crimson sunset. On the summit of Yuhuang, others who had not fled during the recent turmoil now witnessed the fall of Yi Fan and his companions into the abyss, accompanied by this extraordinary spectacle. Fear gripped them, prompting a frantic rush down the mountain. In the chaos, some stumbled and cries of pain and pleas for help echoed throughout. Meanwhile, the glowing ancient characters in the air began to converge, gradually forming a colossal bagua, emanating a mysterious force that reverberated through the atmosphere. This is a captivating scene. The ancient characters and symbols possess an astonishing power, coalescing into a colossal bagua diagram that looms over a bronze coffin and 9 dragon corpses, exuding a metallic density and texture, as if forged from the essence of refined gold. I yearn to escape this place. A mournful cry emanates from beneath the pit. My body is rendered immobile. All are paralyzed with fear, unable to effect any change. At this very moment, a Taiji diagram emerges in the center of the bagua, where 2 yin and yang fish embrace each other. Even in this contemporary age of technology, the profound meaning embedded within the ancient Taiji and bagua remains unsolved. Some have previously correlated celestial bodies with the positions of the bagua, employing astronomical parameters to calculate the orbital velocities of these celestial entities. The founder of modern computer binary was also deeply inspired after studying the Taiji and bagua, achieving remarkable success. The ancient Taiji and bagua continue to present an enthralling enigma to modern individuals. How were they created? What purposes do they serve? And for what ultimate aim were they conceived? To this day, only legends and vague conjectures exist, devoid of concrete evidence. At this moment, Yi Fan and others have witnessed a significant, yet hidden function of the Taiji and bagua. It is inexplicably linked to space and time. Around the immense Taiji and bagua, the fabric of space distorts, light becomes obscured, and the 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Koan, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and can emanate sequentially with brilliance, resembling a set of mysterious and ancient codes shimmering in the air. The 2 yin and yang fish within the Taiji diagram quiver like unusual portals, gradually parting to reveal a fissure that seems to connect to a distant and unknown cosmos. Radiance continues to flicker, and the 8 symbols of the bagua pulsate erratically before ultimately illuminating simultaneously, radiating a dazzling light. With a thunderous rumble, the 2 yin and yang fish at the heart of the Taiji and bagua slowly open, revealing intermittent starlight and even glimpses of an ancient celestial pathway. In the end, the yin and yang fish indeed resemble portals that fully open, unveiling a mysterious and vast passageway whose destination is unknown, shrouded in darkness. Simultaneously, atop Mount Tai, the 9 colossal dragon corpses tremble, and at that moment, the bronze coffin emits a resounding clang, shaking violently. Yi Fan and his companions were perilously close to the bronze coffin, with many startled individuals erupting into cries and several female classmates emitting desperate wails. What should we do? Help. In this dire situation, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped everyone, prompting numerous female classmates to weep aloud. Simultaneously, some resolute souls gazed in uncertainty at the immense ancient bronze coffin as its lid began to shift ominously, revealing a substantial gap through which an eerie aura began to seep. With a resounding clang, the coffin trembled once more, its lid nearly falling off, as an inexplicable, intangible force tugged at the crowd. In the next instant, everyone felt the world spinning, followed by a sudden darkness as they were all drawn into the depths of the bronze coffin. Ah, help! Some were on the brink of collapse, uttering terrified cries. With a thunderous crash, 9 colossal dragon corpses, suspended over a precipice, quivered, while the lid of the ancient coffin emitted a deafening sound before sealing shut completely. Subsequently, the 9 dragon corpses, as imposing as mountains, ascended into the air, devoid of any sign of life. Yet they pulled the massive bronze coffin gently into the dark and mysterious passageway formed by the Tai Chi diagram. A violent tremor shook Mount Tai, as if the heavens were about to collapse, with the summit of Yuhuangding illuminated by a 5-colored divine light piercing through the cosmos. Then, as the blood-red sun vanished, the pinnacle of Mount Tai dimmed in an instant, and the enormous Tai Chi diagram in the sky completely closed, gradually fading from view. The 9 dragons had drawn the coffin away, leaving no trace behind. All the jade and stone slabs upon the 5-colored altar were reduced to ashes, carried away by a gentle breeze. Everything that transpired beneath the sanguine sunset was destined to incite a tremendous uproar, reverberating throughout the world, ensuring that Mount Tai would capture global attention. Yet, all of this was now irrelevant to Yi Fan and his companions. Inside the bronze coffin, darkness reigned, accompanied by a chilling coldness. Some female classmates were nearly distraught, filled with despair and trepidation, yet too fearful to scream, suppressing their emotions and weeping softly. What do we do? Who can save us? Are we truly inside the coffin? Why is this happening? Is there any way to escape? Many attempted to dial numbers on their phones, yet none could connect, heightening their anxiety. Do not panic, everyone, although we are temporarily cut off from the outside world. This astonishing event at Mount Tai will undoubtedly reach outside news outlets swiftly, and I believe rescue teams will arrive shortly. Zhou Yi spoke with composure, easing the collective fear somewhat. Zhou Yi was right. Let us not succumb to chaos. We must remain calm and trust that we will emerge unscathed, Wang Ziwen added, her voice steady, helping to stabilize the emotions of those present. Very well, everyone need not panic. The event has already transpired, and our fear serves no purpose. What is paramount is to devise a means of escape. Although Lin Jia is a woman, she displays remarkable composure at this moment, exhibiting no signs of distress. Yi Fan remained silent, seated quietly. The dark and enigmatic passage constructed from the Taiji Bagua diagram intermittently flashed before his eyes. At this moment, were they still atop Yuhuang Peak? A disquieting thought crossed his mind. Utilizing the faint glow of his mobile phone, he discerned faces filled with trepidation. Many appeared pallid, and some trembled uncontrollably. Not far away sat Li Xiaoman, hugging her niece. Though her complexion was somewhat ashen, she maintained a demeanor of composure. Beside her was an American youth named Kaide, engaged in hushed conversation with her in English. In truth, the collective unease among the gathered individuals was palpable, as they found themselves enclosed within an ancient bronze coffin. Had everyone indeed fallen into this coffin? Let us ascertain the number present. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. Upon reaching the count of 30, the student tasked with tallying the numbers faltered, his voice quivering, exclaiming, "How can there be a 31st person?" The class comprised 33 students. Initially, 3 were abroad for studies and 5 others were unable to attend for various reasons. This time at Taishan, the 3 studying overseas had returned, yet the 5 remained absent, resulting in a total of 28 attendees. Adding Kaide, Li Xiaoman's American companion, should yield 29. How could there be 30 individuals at this moment? In the cold and dark confines of the ancient coffin, a chilling sensation enveloped everyone, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 9. The 30th person in the bronze coffin. How could there be an extra person? Who are you? The voices of those inquiring trembled with fear. All mobile screens illuminated, and the frightened assembly scrutinized their surroundings, dreading the appearance of an unfamiliar face. Familiar faces instinctively huddled closer together, cautiously scanning the area. At that moment, they confirmed the presence of an additional individual, lurking in a nearby corner. You. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Within the mysterious confines of the bronze coffin, any malevolent occurrence seemed conceivable, heightening the anxiety of the assembly. A deep cough emanated from the inky shadows, and the figure stirred, producing a low, raspy voice that intoned, "Ghost, ghost." The group felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Fear gripped many, causing some female classmates to emit piercing screams, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ghost. Place. The voice, slightly weakened, conveyed the figure's evident exhaustion as it swayed, attempting to rise. Truly a ghostly place, are we? In a coffin? The shadow in the corner gradually stood, articulating this bewildered inquiry, its voice gaining strength. Witnessing the towering figure rise, many instinctively recoiled in trepidation. The shadow moved closer while speaking, saying, "It is I, Bei Dou, stop. Do not come any closer." Everyone raised their phones, relying on the faint light to peer ahead. Yifan parted the crowd and slowly stepped forward, questioning, "Are you truly Bei Dou? Can you not even recognize my voice?" In the darkness, the glow of a phone screen illuminated a familiar figure, holding the device aloft, broad brow, large eyes, and a robust physique. Bei Dou was Yifan's closest friend from university. Unable to attend the gathering due to personal matters, and his sudden appearance raised suspicions among the onlookers. "I can't believe it. Bei Dou did not come to the gathering. Who exactly are you?" A trembling voice echoed from behind. The presence of someone who should not have appeared sent shivers down the spines of many present. Standing in the bronze coffin. "I am indeed Bei Dou. Does anyone have water?" "I'm parched." The shadow continued to advance. "Stop." The crowd remained unconvinced. Bei Dou had no choice but to halt, desperately recounting numerous anecdotes from their university days to validate his identity. Initially, he explained, due to certain family issues, he could not join the gathering on time. Upon hearing that everyone was heading to Mount Tai, he resolved his family matters and promptly made his way there. Bei Dou accepted the bottle of mineral water from Yifan and gulped down several mouthfuls before recounting how he had entered the bronze coffin. By the time he arrived, the others had already ascended the mountain. He had taken the cable car up along the ropeway. In truth, he considered himself fortunate. As he reached the summit of Yuhuangding just as the 9 dragon corpses collided with the bronze coffin before Mount Tai, rather than fleeing downhill with the crowd, he clung tightly to a large tree, waiting until the tumult on Mount Tai subsided, sustaining no injuries. Eventually, he witnessed Yifan and the others plummeting into a deep pit. As he rushed over, he saw ancient characters shimmering in the air. Yet he found himself rooted outside the pit, unable to move. It was only when the bronze coffin trembled and the lid shifted that he was drawn inside after the others. Uncertain if it was due to being outside the 5-colored altar, Bei Dou had passed out upon crashing into the coffin. It was only at this moment that the others began to dispel their doubts, their taut nerves finally relaxing. "We must devise a means of self-rescue. Being trapped in this bronze coffin is unsettling. I have an ominous feeling," Li Xiaoman remarked, her complexion pale, her beautiful eyes fixated on the abyss within the coffin. Compared to other female classmates, she and Linjia displayed remarkable composure. Upon hearing her words, many felt a chill run through their bodies. "Let us gather together and not scatter," Zhou suggested. The group huddled close, using the faint light from their phones to survey their surroundings. They pressed against one side of the coffin, where they could discern hazy bronze engravings, ferocious 9-headed divine birds soaring and gigantic beasts adorned with foot-long spines roaring towards the heavens. The engravings, marred with verdigris, depicted ancient, fearsome creatures chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas, such as Taodai, Qiongqi, and Wu. Their massive forms and menacing visages rendered with lifelike detail, instilling a profound sense of dread. The bronze coffin measures an impressive 20 meters in length and over 8 meters in width, yet what the crowd beheld was merely a glimpse of its intricate carvings. They refrained from further observation as they sensed the presence of additional artifacts deep within the copper sarcophagus. With trepidation, they raised their mobile devices and cautiously advanced a few steps, faintly perceiving a vague rectangular object ensconced in the abyss of the grand bronze coffin. Clearly, it was neither a corpse nor a living entity, which offered a modicum of reassurance, prompting them to venture forward once more. To their astonishment, they discovered that within the coffin lay yet another copper sarcophagus. Upon realizing the true nature of the object ahead, many gasped in disbelief. Situated at the very center was a smaller coffin, measuring less than 4 meters in length and 2 meters in width, ancient and dim. Adorned with archaic engravings and cloaked in verdigris, bearing the marks of time's relentless passage, truly a sight that elicited both dread and awe. This inner coffin, as it turned out, was the genuine receptacle for the deceased, while the outer bronze giant served merely as a protective shell, collectively referred to as a coffin within a coffin. Bei Dou elucidated this concept to those who were unfamiliar with the terminology. Upon learning that the inner sarcophagus was the true resting place for a body, a considerable number of individuals retreated hastily, gripped by fear. What manner of personage could this enigmatic bronze coffin conceal? The crowd's hearts were a tumult of astonishment and trepidation. The tales of archaeological mysteries and ancient royal tombs they had once heard paled in comparison to the grandeur of the bronze sarcophagus before them, rendering those stories trivial and insignificant. Who among them had ever witnessed a 20-meter-long bronze coffin? Who had beheld a colossal sarcophagus descending from the heavens? Who had witnessed 9 dragon corpses drawing a coffin? The very notion of what might lie within was beyond comprehension. As the internal darkness of the bronze sarcophagus settled into a profound silence, no one dared to speak. An atmosphere thick with dread enveloped them as they fixated on the inner coffin. Their heavy breaths echoed in the stillness, each heart racing with tension. The verdigris-streaked bronze coffin concealed the remains of whose illustrious personage? This enigma seemed intrinsically linked to the 5-colored altar atop Mount Tai. After a lengthy pause, murmurs began to ripple through the crowd as they sought to unravel the mystery of these events. It was posited that the 5-colored ancient altar had summoned the 9 dragon corpses in the bronze sarcophagus. The spectacle before them was so extraordinary that it fundamentally challenged their understanding of reality. The 5-colored altar, constructed by the ancient ancestors, radiated an aura of unfathomable mystery. Yi Fan pondered deeply, contemplating the myriad secrets veiled within the obliterated annals of history. As no immediate danger manifested, the crowd's anxiety gradually subsided, prompting serious speculation about the unfolding events. Perhaps the 9 dragons had been summoned by the ancient ancestors. Yet, as this thought was expressed, a dissenting voice arose, arguing that those ancient beings had perished countless years ago, long lost to time. What is the truth? We remain oblivious, and all that exists are mere conjectures, with countless possibilities. Indeed, perhaps the 9 Dragons Coffin has no connection to the ancient ancestors, but is a return of its own accord. Have you seen those bronze engravings? They depict ancient ancestors, primordial deities, and many figures etched with traces of tears, evoking a sense of desolation and melancholy, as if narrating a time-worn tale. As conversations flowed, the collective fear diminished, giving rise to various hypotheses. Nevertheless, an overwhelming reverence for the bronze coffin in the center prevailed, and none dared to touch it, let alone attempt to open it. I imagine the rescuers must have ascended Mount Tai by now, perhaps nearing our location. May they encounter no unforeseen events and expedite our rescue. The group found themselves devoid of any means to escape the ancient coffin, which stood at an imposing height of meters, sealed tightly by its lid, rendering any hope of escape futile, just as everyone yearned for a swift deliverance. The bronze coffin suddenly trembled violently, causing all to stagger and many to fall to the ground. What is happening? What transpired? Confusion gripped the crowd, with some female classmates on the verge of tears, clutching their companions tightly. Have the rescuers arrived? Are they here to save us? Amidst the anxiety and terror, the vibrations of the bronze coffin intensified, leaving no one able to maintain their footing, nearly all collapsing against the frigid bronze surface, with a resounding crash. It resembled an aircraft traversing the icy clouds at high altitudes, incessantly shaking. A final thunderous tremor echoed, akin to a clap of thunder. As if intent on shattering all tangible existence, the impact of the colossal bronze coffin unmistakably evident. Yet, at that very moment, within the obsidian confines of the coffin, the bronze engravings emitted faint glimmers of light, instantaneously counteracting an unimaginable force. The crowd, bewildered, had just felt the impending upheaval, only to be met with a sudden tranquility, evoking a peculiar sensation. No, there had indeed been a terrifying force. How could it have ceased so abruptly? It was no illusion. The bronze coffin had indeed endured a violent collision, overturning multiple times, yet we remained unscathed. At that juncture, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the small bronze coffin intended for interment was affixed to the side wall of the larger coffin, securely in place and not having fallen. The bronze coffin now lay overturned on the ground, and the small coffin must have been firmly cast within the larger one, making it immovable. Thus, when the coffin tilted, it appeared as though it hung against the wall. One can only imagine the magnitude of the earlier impact. Yet it was dissipated by the feeble glow emanating from those bronze engravings, leaving one in disbelief. Light, the light streaming in from outside, exclaimed Li Xiaoman. Everyone turned in unison towards the direction she indicated, and indeed, a faint glimmer of light penetrated the darkness ahead. The bronze coffin toppled, its lid askew, creating a narrow opening through which we finally escaped. The bronze cover had shifted from its original position, the gap wide enough for two to emerge side by side. However, the outside world was shrouded in dimness, rendering the light that filtered into the coffin faint and indistinct. A chorus of cheers erupted as the crowd surged forward, desperate to flee the oppressive darkness of the space, refusing to linger even for a second. Yet, once they burst forth from the bronze sarcophagus, they stood frozen, like lifeless statues. The ground appeared stained with blood, a deep reddish-brown color, cold and barren, presenting a scene of desolation and emptiness. Scattered across the terrain were enormous boulders, resembling tombstones that punctuated the landscape. The light in this realm was dim, enveloped in a somber twilight wreathed in a thin veil of black mist. The crowd stood in utter disbelief. This could not possibly be the summit of Mount Tai. The endless expanse of reddish-brown earth was remote and silent, devoid of any signs of life, a place entirely unknown to them. Never before had they seen or heard of such a place. It was utterly foreign and shrouded in mystery. Where are we? Have we truly left Mount Tai? The voice of the speaker trembled with uncertainty. Were the rescuers isolating them in this desolate zone out of fear of the danger posed by the 9 dragon corpses? Even the student who voiced this thought struggled to convince himself. An ominous feeling arose among the group, a sense that something gravely wrong had befallen them. In that moment, many simultaneously dialed out on their phones, but it was futile. There was no signal to be found. This was not Mount Tai. Where were they? Panic etched across many faces, overshadowing any joy of liberation. Only trepidation remained. The journey from the confines of the bronze coffin to the outside world had taken scarcely a quarter of an hour. Yet the scene before them had undergone a profound transformation. The majestic, towering Mount Tai, which once commanded attention, had vanished, replaced by a gently undulating terrain of gravel-covered wasteland stretching into the horizon. Yi Fan gazed quietly at the unfolding scene, and indeed, his ominous premonition had come true. From the moment he beheld the Tai Chi Bagua diagram coalescing atop Mount Tai, forming a dark and immense passage, he experienced a disquieting association. Although he had not witnessed the 9 dragons transporting the coffin into that gateway leading to an unknown realm, the current sight before him was self-explanatory. They were no longer on Mount Tai, nor even on Earth. Chapter 11. The source of light before them stood yet another multicolored altar. Pang Bo and Yi Fan exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in unison. They had been the best of friends since their university days and continued to meet frequently after graduation. They understood each other profoundly. At this moment, both sensed the gravity of their situation, filled with uncertainty and variables that loomed over them. A colossal bronze coffin lay overturned behind them, beneath which was an expansive multicolored stone altar, strikingly similar to the massive altar they had encountered on Mount Tai, constructed from 5 distinct hues of giant stones. The vast multicolored altar, once a monumental project, now lay nearly buried beneath the sand and wind's relentless assault over the years. Its former grandeur submerged beneath a landscape of reddish-brown gravel, almost level with the ground. Today, as the 9 dragons brought the coffin, their heavy impact on the earth dislodged the surrounding gravel, revealing a rough outline of the altar. Not only did the enormous bronze coffin rest upon the altar, but also the 9 massive dragon corpses lay atop it, hinting at the altar's former magnificence. Many faces turned pale. At that moment, an array of possibilities flooded their minds. The scene resembling a foreign world. No one wished to accept this grim reality, yet the absence of Mount Tai and the vast, desolate desert before them rendered silence unavoidable. Do not panic. Do not fear. A solution will present itself, Yi Fan shouted. The unknown instilled awe and dread in some, while simultaneously igniting the spirit of exploration in others. Yi Fan and Pang Bo navigated around the 9 colossal dragon corpses, advancing forward to observe their surroundings. Not far away, Li Xiaoman appeared somewhat chilled, hugging her arms. Her exquisite visage bore a subtle pallor, yet she remained remarkably composed, akin to a delicate lotus blooming in the twilight. As Yi Fan passed by, he removed his jacket and offered it to her. However, she merely expressed her gratitude with a soft thank you before gently declining. Nearby the 5-colored stone altar lay a massive boulder, sprawling before them, its height exceeding 20 meters, though its slope was not particularly steep, allowing for an ascent. Yi Fan stood approximately 179 centimeters tall. Though his visage appeared serene, he possessed a remarkably robust physique. In his youth, he was a key player on the school's football team and was often referred to as a barbarian on the field. In contrast, Pang Bo was aptly named, exuding a grand presence. However, his stature was not due to excess weight, but rather genuine strength. He was a formidable figure, with arms nearly as thick as the legs of an average person. Both individuals boasted exceptional physical prowess, and as they sprinted towards the colossal rock, they did so without the slightest caution, charging directly upward. Standing atop the boulder, They gazed into the distance and were astonished to see faint glimmers of light piercing through the darkness, indicating that they were indeed no longer within their familiar realm. Despite Pang Bo's usual boisterous demeanor, he never jested when confronted with serious matters. He focused intently on the distant halo of light and, furrowing his brow, inquired, "Do you believe that there truly exists a deity in this world?" Yi Fan gazed into the distant, elusive light, remarking, "Having witnessed even a dragon's corpse, I doubt I would be startled should a living deity suddenly appear before us." "What a scene it would be," pondered Pang Bo. A commotion arose behind them as Kide, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, ascended the massive rock. Upon spotting the distant glow, he let out an exclamation. "Praise, merciful God, I see the light," he articulated in somewhat halting Mandarin, before turning to vigorously wave his hand and shout towards Li Xiaoman amidst the crowd, "I see the light." He then descended the rock and rushed towards her. Kide's shout instantly stirred the crowd into a flurry, with many rushing towards the source of the commotion. Pang Bo glanced at Li Xiaoman and Kide standing not far away and turned to Yi Fan. "Is that foreign chap truly Li Xiaoman's boyfriend?" "How would I know?" Yi Fan replied. "Are you really just going to give up?" Pang Bo shot him a sidelong glance. "I disdain you. Your life lacks richness." Pang Bo surveyed Yi Fan and then looked back at Li Xiaoman, stating, "By a man's intuition, I sense there might still be something between you two." "Do not tarnish my reputation," Yi Fan chuckled. "Do you possess a sixth sense like a woman?" At this moment, it seemed only the two of them could still find amusement. They were not pessimistic souls, always managing to avoid a frown. Before long, many began to climb the enormous rock, gazing into the distance where the faint light flickered like fireflies, penetrating the dim space and capturing the attention of the crowd. Though the light source was dim, it ignited a spark of hope within them, prompting several female students to cheer. Ahead lay a faint glow, still shrouded in uncertainty. Yet all desired to advance. Perhaps it is the very essence of humanity to fear darkness and yearn for light. Let us not be disappointed. May miracles unfold. They collectively hoped. One by one, they descended the rock and gathered before the multicolored altar to strategize. Everything here felt foreign to them, even with the light ahead. Caution was advisable. Wang Ziwen, ever the cautious one, proposed such a suggestion. Yuan Yi remained calm and nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Let us send a few individuals to scout ahead. The light does not seem too far off, just to be safe." The others concurred, recognizing that the unknown path held unpredictable dangers, necessitating careful navigation in this unfamiliar environment. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated, causing the copper coffin on the altar to emit a metallic quiver. "What has happened?" A pale-faced female student near the coffin inquired. Hearing this, everyone turned pale. It was essential to remember that the massive coffin contained a small copper casket meant for interring a body. Chapter 12. The Planet of Illumination. Do not speak carelessly. The bronze coffin has toppled, and its lid has yet to settle, indicating that a displacement has undoubtedly occurred. Lin Jia spoke calmly, stabilizing the emotions of those present. 9 colossal dragon corpses, each spanning over 100 meters, lay ominously nearby, their scales glimmering with a dark sheen. The bronze coffin, measuring an imposing 20 meters in length, rested upon a multicolored altar, instilling a profound sense of unease. "I propose we collectively explore the luminous orb ahead," suggested several individuals, clearly unnerved, as almost no one wished to linger in this unsettling place. Ultimately, a unanimous decision was reached to advance together toward the source of light. The terrain was composed entirely of reddish-brown soil and gravel, stark and desolate, with enormous rocks sparsely scattered throughout. As they passed a massive boulder that offered a panoramic view, Lu Yunji exclaimed in astonishment, "There are inscriptions on that stone." Approaching the side of the boulder facing the light, they could discern 2 gigantic ancient characters etched into its surface, each towering at least 5 or 6 meters high. The strokes were bold and vigorous, reminiscent of 2 furious dragons entwined. The script was far more intricate than contemporary writing, suggesting it had been inscribed many ages ago, the passage of time obscuring its history. Gathered before the stone wall, the crowd gazed intently at the formidable ancient characters, many furrowing their brows in confusion, struggling to decipher their meaning. This appears to be bronze vessel script. The first character must be Ying, Zhou Yi identified, his brow furrowing as he muttered to himself. What manner of place have we arrived at? Indeed, it was bronze vessel script. The 2 characters reading Yinghua, Yi Fan, upon recognizing the characters, spoke them aloud. He appeared composed. Yet the significance of the words stirred an immense tumult within him. Yinghua, How can it be Inghua? He could scarcely believe the reality before him. Casting his gaze skyward, though the atmosphere was dim, not many stars had yet appeared. What does Inghua signify? Is it a location? Many were perplexed, unable to comprehend the meaning of the characters. What does it mean? Where are we? The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. Upon hearing the term Inghua, Wang Ziwen grasped its implications and elucidated for the group. We may no longer be on Earth. Inghua refers to Mars, an ominous portent in ancient times. The ancients observed that Mars appeared red, its brightness fluctuating, resembling flickering fire. Moreover, it traversed the sky, sometimes moving from west to east, and at other times from east to west, presenting a complex and bewildering phenomenon. The flickering flames and chaotic movements led the ancients to name it Inghua. In ancient times, emperors were superstitious and wary of the ominous star, believing it heralded misfortune. Its appearance often signified the dismissal of a prime minister or the demise of an emperor. Such superstitions, however, would not be believed by future generations. Oh my God! Kaida, beside Li Xiaoman, was consumed with bewilderment. Upon grasping the Chinese meaning of the term Mars, he engaged in frantic activities, grasping reddish-brown soil and striking rocks, continuously observing the geology, exclaiming in astonishment. How could this be possible? Many stood in speechless disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before them. The land beneath our feet, this reddish-brown terrain, is Mars? We are no longer on Earth? Anyone hearing such a revelation would be left in a daze, devoid of logic. Just half an hour ago, we were atop Mount Tai, and now we stand on the ancient star of Mars. This is sheer insanity. Linjia, tall and graceful, with a beautiful visage now pale, cast her phoenix eyes toward the crowd and remarked, "At present, we have merely seen this stone inscription and cannot definitively ascertain if we are indeed on Mars. However, it is said that the dry surface of Mars is strewn with red soil and gravel, and does not the scene before us reflect this?" A classmate, her voice tinged with tears, interjected. Humanity had already dispatched space probes to explore Mars as early as the 1960s, and in 1997, the Mars Pathfinder successfully landed on its surface. Over the past decades of exploration, humanity has become far from ignorant regarding Mars, having acquired a wealth of invaluable data. If we truly stand on Mars, I fear for our survival. There is insufficient oxygen and unsuitable temperatures. Li Xiaoman articulated, her pallor evident. Yet her words instilled a glimmer of hope in many. Throughout this ordeal, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and a few others maintained their composure, convinced they were no longer on Earth. What could be worse than this? Whatever transpired next could hardly be more dire. The atmosphere was heavy with unspoken concerns, and few dared to speak, fearing the final flicker of hope might extinguish. Suddenly, Pang Bo forcefully kicked a fragment of rock, sending dust swirling into the air. At that moment, astonishment crossed his face as he noticed that the stone he had kicked seemed to be a piece of tile. Indeed, it was tile. Upon picking up the half-broken shard, he immediately recognized it as a crude, man-made tile. Instantly, a crowd gathered around to inspect the fragment, many displaying signs of excitement. The presence of debris implied the existence of structures. This land must have been inhabited, far beyond the simplicity of a colorful altar. We have hope. We shall surely escape. The pervasive gloom lifted slightly, and a sense of joy emerged as everyone glimpsed the possibility of survival. At this moment, darkness enveloped the sky, which sparkled with countless stars. Yi Fan gazed up at the starry sky and discovered a hazy disk suspended at the horizon, roughly half the size of the moon visible from Earth. A clear indication that this place was not Earth. In another direction, a fist-sized star shone brightly, far more luminous than ordinary stars, yet dimmer than the smaller moon. Too brilliant to be merely a star and too small and faint to be considered a moon. Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lu Yunji stood not far away, noticing Yi Fan's actions, and they too turned their gaze skyward. Upon seeing the two diminutive moons hanging in the heavens, their expressions instantly shifted. Chapter 13, The Ruins of the Celestial Palace. This was. Despite having mentally prepared themselves, disappointment etched itself across their faces. Influenced by the group's reaction, others began to look up at the sky, soon realizing the existence of the two moons suspended above. Mars has two satellites, akin to the moon as seen from Earth, Kaid muttered in halting Chinese, before rapidly conversing in English with Li Xiaoman. Having already moved 600 meters away from the colorful altar, they found themselves much closer to the faint light source, now merely 500 meters distant. Without further delay, they pressed onward. Beneath the night sky, a gentle breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing chill. After advancing over 100 meters, they drew nearer to the source of illumination. Just then, a startled voice cried out, having discovered a collapsed structure. It appeared to be an ancient pavilion, fallen victim to the ravages of time. A man-made pavilion. This desolate planet must once have harbored humanity. Surely, we can find a path to survival. Is this truly Mars? Why are there human edifices here? The air, temperature, and gravity felt remarkably similar to Earth, resembling nothing more than a barren desert. Though engulfed in profound disappointment, the group remained resolute, their minds riddled with questions. Having already encountered dragon corpses, what could this be? Perhaps this area is a distinct region on Mars. Indeed, here stands a grand, colorful altar, capable of connecting the 9 dragon corpses with the bronze coffin. It would not be unfitting to deem this place a divine seal. If our conjecture holds true, and this is merely a unique locale on Mars, then our chances for survival may be severely limited. As this thought lingered, a heavy silence enveloped them. If this were merely a confined sanctuary on Mars, what avenues of escape remained for us? The group's emotions surged, a tempest of concern for their lives and futures. None could maintain their composure. Suddenly, a female student emitted a piercing scream, echoing hauntingly across the night sky. "What is it?" the others exclaimed, their expressions shifting to alarm. "A skull, a human skull." The young woman gasped, her complexion drained of color, trembling uncontrollably as she recoiled in fear. Not far from the collapsed pavilion, half of a snow-white skull protruded from the gravel, recently trampled by a female classmate, which undoubtedly accounted for her terror. All the male classmates gathered around, and Peng Bo kicked the skull out of the sand. It was evident that this belonged to an adult, its presence long forgotten, nearly weathered to the point of fragility, with a surface marred by numerous coarse cracks. What was particularly shocking was the perfectly round hole in the frontal bone, about the thickness of a finger, seemingly pierced by a sharp instrument, the edges of the hole remarkably smooth. This place was rife with the unknown and the unpredictable. Though it was but a relic of years past, caution was certainly prudent. The unfamiliar surroundings and the myriad uncertainties sent a chill down our spines. What lay ahead? Under the dimly lit night sky, the stars and moon failed to illuminate the scene adequately, revealing only a vague undulating silhouette ahead, resembling a chaotic heap of stones, uneven and jagged. As we approached, all were rendered speechless. It was indeed a vast ruin, with only a small portion obstructing our view, while an even grander expanse of desolation stretched far into the distance. This monumental ruin sprawled across a vast area, its solid foundation constructed from massive stones, evoking visions of the once majestic palace that had stood here. The source of light flickered at the far end of this desolation, behind a broken wall. Were we truly on Mars? Had there once been a magnificent cluster of palaces here? What immense labor was required to accomplish such a monumental feat? What calamity transformed this place into a wasteland, causing its grand edifices to collapse? The crowd nearly forgot their fear, awestruck by the enormity of the ruins before them. If this were indeed Mars, the reality was simply astonishing. Yi Fan spoke calmly. In truth, it is nothing extraordinary. Today we have encountered a multitude of events that defy logic. Even if someone were to inform me that this vast expanse of ruins before us is a celestial palace's relic, I would not be astonished. Peng Bo remarked. The relic of a celestial palace. This is indeed plausible, especially since we have even glimpsed the remains of a dragon. At these words, everyone fell into a moment of stunned silence. The notion of a celestial palace's ruins might not be mere folly after all. The source of light shimmered ahead, gently emanating from behind a shattered wall, casting a soft halo that imbued the surroundings with an indescribable haze and sanctity. What could it possibly be? The light flowed at the ancient ruin's end, rendering the crumbling walls even more desolate and mysterious. As the group traversed the debris, a chorus of crunching sounds echoed beneath the vast night sky, resonating far and wide. They passed through fallen palaces, ultimately weaving through the immense ruins. Ahead, the fragmented wall, though partially destroyed, still towered 4 to 5 meters high, leaving one to ponder the grandeur it once possessed. They were eager to uncover the nature of that light source. Cautiously, the group circumnavigated the massive broken wall, arriving at the ruin's terminus, where an invigorating aura enveloped them, as if a divine radiance traversed the void, illuminating their eyes. They had fully emerged from the ruins, standing behind the crumbled wall, where the source of light became vividly apparent. 50 meters ahead, an ancient temple stood in serene repose, adorned with faint glimmers of light from a solitary lamp. In front of the temple stood a venerable Bodhi tree, its gnarled branches reminiscent of a dragon. entirely barren save for a handful of translucent green leaves, each shimmering like jade. Chapter 14. The Great Thunder Sound Temple at the End of the Ruins. An ancient temple materialized, silent and diminutive, far from grandiose. It housed a solitary stone Buddha, shrouded in thick dust, alongside a bronze lamp that flickered with delicate radiance. Accompanying the temple was the sturdy Bodhi tree, its trunk so ancient that it could not be encircled by 6 or 7 people. The hollow core of the main trunk suggested its age, and had it not been for the few glimmering leaves still adorning it, the tree would appear lifeless. The temple and Bodhi tree stood in harmonious juxtaposition, steeped in antiquity, evoking a sense of the ethereal passage of time and the transitions of ages, bestowing upon all an endless tranquility and an aura of the ancient. Upon reaching this place, astonishment was palpable among the group. The once magnificent palace complex had crumbled into ruins, yet this modest temple endured, imparting a feeling of serene authenticity. How could such a temple exist? The few remaining leaves of the Bodhi tree shimmered with a radiant green luminescence. The Bodhi tree, nearly synonymous with the tree of enlightenment, holds deep connections to Buddhism. Legend has it that over 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama attained profound enlightenment beneath a Bodhi tree, achieving the status of Buddha. Before me stands an ancient Bodhi tree, harmoniously coexisting with the venerable temple, both exuding an extraordinary aura that invokes awe. Why do I feel as if a river of history is surging beneath the surface? Everything around me seems to be imbued with an ancient essence, as if it has endured the passage of time. A mere 50 meters is but a fleeting distance, and soon the crowd gathers close. Each person engulfed in a peculiar sensation, as though gazing upon a weathered tapestry of history, the air thick with the scent of ages past. Could this truly be a sanctuary for the divine? Surely, there must be some truth to the existence of a Buddha in this world. Though the temple lies in ruins, it still emanates a profound sense of tranquility and simplicity, embodying the essence of Zen. The ancient structure is shrouded in silence, a sanctuary of peace. A tarnished bronze plaque catches the eye, inscribed with characters that seem to entwine like dragons and serpents, hinting at boundless Zen philosophy. The intricate script of the bronze inscriptions is complex, yet the first character is easily discernible, recognizable even to those unfamiliar with such ancient texts. The final character signals the word temple. With a certain understanding of these inscriptions, Zhou Yi discerns the last character, revealing the 4 characters as. At that moment, Yi Fan pronounces the characters aloud, eliciting astonishment among the gathered crowd, their expressions revealing incredulity. Surely, I cannot have misheard. How can this be? The legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, the dwelling of the Buddha, the pinnacle of Buddhist sanctity. Yet, this dilapidated temple before us is so diminutive, lacking any grandeur. Merely an ancient hall, how can it possibly bear such a name? Having witnessed the 9 dragon corpses bearing coffins, the crowd had already prepared themselves psychologically, almost convinced of the existence of deities. Yet, at this moment, a sense of trepidation lingers. The ancient temple on Mars, named the Great Thunder Sound Temple, what does this signify? Perhaps, many histories and legends shall find new interpretations, and the obscured annals of antiquity may unveil a fragment of their mysterious veil. The sound of the Buddha's teachings resounds like thunder. This is the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Could it be that the temple before us is indeed the one from legend? If this conjecture holds true, the implications are nothing short of staggering. Amidst the reddish-brown soil and gravel of Mars, an ancient temple, hidden beneath the dust, possesses an astonishing legacy. The more we observe, the more we sense the extraordinary nature of this temple. Behind us lies the celestial palace, once magnificent, grand, and expansive, now reduced to rubble, leaving only debris in its wake. In contrast, this temple, though seemingly in ruin, stands resilient, creating a striking juxtaposition. With the Bodhi tree by its side, the flickering light of an ancient lamp illuminating the small space, everything here is unadorned and serene, withstanding the trials of time, revealing the essence of truth, while the fleeting extravagance is but ephemeral dust. One lamp, one Buddha, one temple, one tree, seemingly eternal, enduring within this world. All of this exudes harmony and tranquility, enveloping one in a gentle spring breeze, as if ethereal Zen melodies resonate in the air. If this truly is the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, could the ancient tree that stands before the temple be the very Bodhi tree under which Shakyamuni attained enlightenment? How could that be? Such notions are merely religious myths. Do you genuinely believe that Shakyamuni sat in meditation beneath an ancient tree on Mars for 7 days and nights, ultimately achieving Buddhahood? From our encounters and experiences, nothing is impossible. What everyone present has experienced today feels surreal, yet it remains an undeniable truth. At this moment, Yi Fan suddenly stepped forward, with Bei Dou accompanying him, as they both entered the ancient temple. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi hastened to follow, with Wang Ziwen trailing closely behind. Also entering the temple, behind them, Lu Yunzi appeared to recall something, his expression shifting dramatically as he dashed forward. The others, awakening from their reverie, realized that if this were indeed the Great Thunder Sound Temple, then this place must be the abode of deities. Although it had long fallen into disrepair, shrouded in a thick layer of dust, it remained an extraordinary sight. The ancient temple was modest, consisting merely of a single Buddha hall, empty and desolate, nearly devoid of anything. Yi Fan approached the stone Buddha, grasping the accompanying bronze lamp. The lamp was unremarkable in appearance, with a rustic design. However, it felt warm to the touch, devoid of the cold hardness typically associated with metal, resembling a piece of warm jade. Strangely, despite the dust covering the temple, the bronze lamp remained immaculate, as if it could repel dust entirely. It was evident that this temple had not been cleaned for many years, with dust having accumulated thickly. Yet, the ancient lamp remained dust-free, continuing to burn brightly. This left Yi Fan astonished. Could it have remained lit since the distant past? The temple was remarkably clean, with nothing left but the stone Buddha and the bronze lamp. Bei Dou scanned the surroundings, but regrettably found no other artifacts. At that moment, Zhou Yi, who had entered closely behind them, stepped onto the thick layer of dust, creating a loud clattering noise as he inadvertently kicked a bowl out of the way. Simultaneously, Lu Yunzi and the others entered the ancient temple, all silent, each absorbed in their own search. Initially, they could not break free from their preconceived notions, confronting the ancient temple with a mindset akin to that on Earth. It was only when Yi Fan took the first action that they suddenly remembered they were on another planet, facing what could very well be the legendary abode of the Buddha, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, where divine relics might exist. Within the temple, Yi Fan held the immaculate bronze lamp, its gentle glow illuminating the space, casting shimmering light throughout the hall. Suddenly, he perceived a faint, ethereal chant, as if it were emanating from beyond the heavens. At first, he thought it was merely an illusion, but the sound of the Buddha's voice gradually grew in magnitude, resonating through the ancient temple like the profound vibrations of a grand bell, solemn, magnificent, sublime, and mysterious. Then, within the ancient temple, all dust receded, leaving a pristine and immaculate space, whereupon the sacred 6-syllable mantra resonated. Wem, Mani, Padme. Chapter 15, Bodhi. What troubles you? Bei Dou's voice echoed in Yi Fan's ears as he vigorously shook his shoulder. Yi Fan awoke as if from a dream, pondering the absence of any celestial sounds or chants of Zen. The ancient temple remained unchanged, cloaked in a thick layer of dust, while others seemed oblivious to it all. Could this truly be the Grand Thunder Sound Temple? He murmured softly to himself, reflecting on the fleeting yet strikingly vivid experiences he had just encountered. This left him in a state of contemplation, deeply immersed in thought. Yi Fan gazed intently at the ancient bronze lamp in his hand, yet felt no particular sensation. Its surface bore some intricate patterns, rustic and unassuming, utterly devoid of anything extraordinary. A fellow male student unearthed an aged meditation cushion from a pile of ashes, untouched by the ravages of time. Shortly thereafter, a female classmate discovered a prayer bead made of rosewood beneath a thick layer of dust, which, despite the passage of years, remained unmarred, its subtle luster still intact after being freed of debris. Simultaneously, Kate stumbled upon a fractured wooden fish in the dust before the stone Buddha, adorned with the carvings of 3 bodhisattvas, each depicted with a striking semblance of solemnity or compassion. At that moment, Yi Fan was consumed by myriad thoughts. If this truly were the fabled Great Thunder Sound Temple, it would indeed be a place abandoned by the deities, and every artifact unearthed should possess remarkable significance. When Wang Ziwen's foot inadvertently struck something, it emitted a resonant metallic vibration. As he cleared the dust from a corner, he revealed a small, broken bronze bell, its wall missing a segment, showcasing an ancient design. Upon shaking the bell, a melodious chime resonated, akin to the reverberations of Buddhist chants, instilling a sense of tranquility within the soul. Yi Fan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted, prompting him to cast his gaze upon the ancient bronze bell. adorned with intricate swirling cloud patterns that exuded a rustic charm infused with Zen essence, resonating with a profound Buddhist aura. Pang Bo murmured softly to himself as he ventured into the ancient temple ahead of the others. Yet he found nothing, attributing his misfortune to mere bad luck. Almost simultaneously, Li Xiaoman discovered a fragment of a jade rui beneath the feet of the stone Buddha. As she brushed away the dust, the translucent piece of jade began to shimmer with radiant glimmers of light. Although the ancient temple appeared desolate and empty, several individuals unearthed artifacts hidden beneath the layers of dust, prompting a flurry of activity as others swiftly began their search. Yi Fan paid little heed to the artifacts around him. In the ancient temple, the sole item that remained pristine, untouched by dust, and eternally luminous was the bronze lamp he held. Clearly, the other relics paled in comparison. I don't believe there is nothing to be found, Pang Bo muttered. Search diligently here. Whatever artifacts you uncover, be sure to collect them. Yi Fan handed the ancient lamp to Pang Bo, urging him to utilize its light for his exploration. Although the significance of these fragmented Buddhist relics was not immediately apparent, he understood that if deities truly existed in this world, these items must possess extraordinary qualities. Yi Fan temporarily entrusted the bronze lamp to Pang Bo and stepped out of the ancient hall, making his way towards the Bodhi tree in front of the temple. At this moment, he had liberated himself from his previous cognitive confines, allowing himself to believe, albeit momentarily, in the existence of deities. Since the ancient temple was the great Thundersound temple, how could one overlook the accompanying Bodhi tree? If there were indeed a Buddha in this world, then this withered ancient tree must be extraordinary. The Bodhi tree is revered as the sacred tree of Buddhism, as chronicled in the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, where the Buddha once told Ananda that there are 3 objects worthy of worship: the relics of the Buddha statues, and the Bodhi tree. This is because the Buddha attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree. To see the Bodhi tree is to see the Buddha. Before us stood this ancient tree, its gnarled form resembling a majestic dragon. 6 or 7 individuals could scarcely encircle its trunk. The main trunk was hollow, and only a single desiccated branch hung down 2 to 3 meters above the ground, adorned with 6 emerald green leaves that sparkled like translucent jade. Regardless of whether this ancient tree was connected to the Buddha, the mere presence of those 6 jade-like leaves was sufficient to attest to its remarkable nature. Yi Fan approached the ancient Bodhi tree, scrutinizing its majestic form. The immense branches seemed to rest heavily upon the ancient temple, and one could envision the magnificent spectacle of its foliage casting shadows that obscured the sky. At that moment, Yi Fan felt a stirring within, as he noticed 6 translucent green leaves gently emanating a nearly imperceptible emerald haze. A small portion of this ethereal glow drifted towards the distant multicolored altar, while the majority sank into the roots of the tree. The delicate green mist, resembling fine threads, continuously flowed from the 6 leaves, imparting a palpable essence of life. A vibrant vitality coursing through the air. Yi Fan crouched down to clear the soil around the tree roots, eager to uncover the mysterious object that seemed to coalesce the verdant radiance of the Bodhi leaves. However, beneath the earth, he discovered no extraordinary artifact. Instead, he stumbled upon a single Bodhi seed, devoid of brilliance, lacking any resplendent aura, and shrouded in a dull gray hue that, if overlooked, could easily be mistaken for a mere clod of dirt. Its only remarkable feature was its size. While ordinary Bodhi seeds are merely the size of a fingernail, this unremarkable gray seed was as large as a walnut. Yi Fan was taken aback. Could it be that the emerald mist emanating from the Bodhi leaf was absorbed by it? After observing for a moment, he noticed wisps of green mist flowing down, only to vanish 3 inches away from the Bodhi seed. Although he had not witnessed it absorbing the essence of the Bodhi leaf, it was nearly certain that it was the cause. Yi Fan cradled the Bodhi seed in his palm, scrutinizing it closely, and his expression transformed into one of astonishment. The seemingly mundane and dull seed bore natural patterns that astonishingly converged to form an image of a compassionate Buddha. This image, a product of nature's artistry, appeared as though it were meticulously carved. The somber depiction of the Buddha, ancient and unpretentious, subtly emanated a sense of Zen grace. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree, also known as the Tree of Wisdom, the Tree of Awakening, or the Tree of Thought, is said to unlock the divine nature within individuals, leading to self-realization. Yi Fan raised the Bodhi seed high above his head, directing it towards the 6 verdant leaves above. Instantly, the pace of the verdant radiance intensified significantly. The vibrant aura coalescing around the Bodhi seed, though the brilliance still dissipated 3 inches away. A soft sound resonated. As a singular crystalline Bodhi leaf released its final wave of green radiance before shattering into fine ash that gracefully descended. At this moment, Yufan was finally convinced that the seemingly unremarkable Bodhi seed was indeed extraordinary, prompting him to treasure it carefully. It was then that he noticed a plethora of powder on the ground, indistinguishable from the ash produced by the earlier Bodhi leaf. Could it be that all the leaves on the tree vanished in such a manner? This revelation astonished Yifan greatly. The Bodhi seed, born from the celestial Buddha imagery, evoked a sense of profound significance within him. He sensed it to be even more important than the ancient bronze lamp that perpetually accompanied the stone Buddha. The Bodhi tree still bore 5 green leaves, though they appeared far less luminous than before. Their brilliance had dulled considerably. Yufan chose not to pluck them, content with his solitary acquisition of the Bodhi seed, as he wished to remain inconspicuous. At this juncture, 7 or 8 others stumbled upon various Buddhist artifacts, each possessing a distinct appearance. Lu Yunji even unearthed a fragment of a golden vajra from behind the stone Buddha, buried beneath layers of dust for an unknown number of years. Yet now, freshly unearthed, it still gleamed brightly, imparting a sense of weighty refinement. Had it not been for one damaged end, it would have been deemed a flawless and powerful masterpiece of craftsmanship. This staff-like vajra, known in Buddhism for its formidable significance, symbolizes the ability to vanquish adversaries, embodying the indomitable wisdom and true nature of Buddha nature, wielded by revered saints. Should there be a Buddha present in this world, this vajra would undoubtedly be a sacred relic, possessing extraordinary attributes, and its mysterious, formidable power capable of splitting mountains and damming rivers would come as no surprise. Though at this moment, its divine nature remained elusive, Lu Yunji swung the half vajra forcefully, and the golden-hued staff cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, radiating brilliance and commanding presence. Imagine, he proposed, if these artifacts are indeed possessions of deities, what awe-inspiring scenarios might unfold should we discover their usages. Upon hearing Lu Yunji's words, all those who had found Buddhist artifacts were filled with fervent anticipation. In addition to the vajra, several others uncovered broken incense burners, measurement sticks, copper bells, and fish drums. Among them, a classmate who had previously drawn Yifan's sympathy due to her haggard appearance at a gathering discovered a particularly remarkable item. It was a complete string of prayer beads, comprising only 6 beads, glistening with a delicate golden hue and reminiscent of crystal, each bead the size of a longan fruit. Could they be made from relics? Murmured those nearby, filled with uncertainty. These 6 beads, all crafted from pale golden crystal, bore a striking resemblance to exquisite gemstones, evoking thoughts of the relics left behind after the ancient Buddha's passing, especially since this object was discovered within the Great Thunder Sound Temple, its material surely not simple. This extraordinary string of prayer beads was serendipitously found by the young woman atop the stone Buddha's head. 6 beads were strung together by a transparent fine thread, each adorned with a blurred human figure, each striking a unique pose. This was the 3rd intact artifact following Yifan's bronze lamp and Zhou Yi's bowl, with the bronze lamp undoubtedly the most captivating, for it remained untouched by dust, its brilliance eternal and unmistakably extraordinary. In the ancient temple, several beams of radiant light occasionally darted towards the bronze lamp. Although Yufan sensed their presence, he remained unperturbed, facing it all with serene composure. The Grand Thunder Sound Temple had been thoroughly searched, revealing no further artifacts, and the crowd gradually withdrew. Pang Bo felt particularly disheartened. Despite being the first to enter the temple and witnessing over a dozen others uncover ancient relics, he had yet to find anything of significance. Then, a realization dawned upon the group. The bronze plaque was undoubtedly remarkable, having endured the ravages of time without a speck of dust tarnishing its surface, remaining remarkably pristine. Among all the artifacts in the ancient temple, only the bronze lamp and this plaque remained immaculate, clearly extraordinary. Subsequently, the Buddhist 6-syllable mantra resonated, Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me. The grand echoes of the Buddhist chant reverberated through the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. The compassion, solemnity, and profound essence of the chant were overwhelmingly magnificent, cleansing impurities and washing away the mundane, enveloping the surroundings of the temple in a sacred and peaceful radiance. This was no mere illusion. Not only did Yifan and Pang Bo hear it, but but all others stood as if carved from clay, rendered speechless by astonishment. Simultaneously, every artifact unearthed in the temple, whether intact or damaged, emanated a gentle glow, casting brilliant light that left everyone in awe. However, with a thunderous crash, the stone Buddha within the ancient temple shattered into dust, and the grand thunder sound temple crumbled into powder with a gentle breeze. At that very moment, the ancient Bodhi tree nearby also disintegrated, leaving no splinters or dead branches, only a cloud of ash that drifted down like a soft snowfall. Following this, the luminous radiance of the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands dimmed, returning to their ordinary state. Everyone stood frozen, bewildered by the unfolding events, questioning whether the removal of the temple's artifacts and the detachment of the bronze plaque had triggered such an occurrence. The ancient temple was left in a shroud of ash, devoid of any remnants. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Fan remarked, "The removal of the various Buddhist artifacts and the plaque has rendered the already abandoned Grand Thunder Sound temple devoid of purpose. Perhaps this is why it has dissipated into the wind." Zhou Yi, typically composed and gentle, was now visibly agitated, his eyes gleaming with wonder. "I am now more convinced than ever that deities truly exist in this world. Perhaps we can follow the path they have left behind. Today's encounters may indeed be a profound opportunity for us. Deities, Buddhas, immortals, these absurd legends, when invoked today, elicit no disbelief. The present circumstances suggest that many established norms may be overturned, and the divine is not absolutely non-existent. To tread along the path left by the gods is a simple proclamation, yet hope eludes me." Pang Bo cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yi and remarked, "At this moment, our foremost priority is survival. In this desolate expanse, there are no villages ahead nor shops behind, no sources of water, no provisions. In 7 or 8 hours, our situation may deteriorate drastically. Various indicators point to the likelihood that this planet is indeed Mars. And we are all aware that Mars cannot sustain life." Li Xiaoman, radiant and composed, had grown increasingly serene following a series of events. She continued, "If a deity truly exists, perhaps that could elucidate this entire scenario. This may merely be a small sanctum on Mars." No sooner had her words echoed than a resounding rumble erupted from the reddish-brown earth, causing the barren landscape to tremble as if a myriad of galloping steeds was charging forth, akin to the tumult of a raging sea. A sandstorm. A superstorm on Mars. The expression on Kai's face shifted dramatically as he shouted in broken Chinese. Every year, Mars is shrouded in swirling sands for a quarter of its time. While hurricanes on Earth reach speeds exceeding 60 meters per second, Martian storms can surge to an astonishing 180 meters per second, capable of engulfing the entire planet. Not to mention humans. Even heavy tanks would be swept into the skies. In an instant, the celestial bodies vanished, and an endless expanse of reddish-brown dust enveloped the heavens, heralding the onset of a planet-wide tempest. But wait, there is no storm here. Just moments ago, many were gripped by panic, fearing impending doom. Yet now, the crowd discerned that while storms raged in the distance, tranquility prevailed in their immediate vicinity. A misty dome, with the 5-colored altar and the great Thunder Sound Temple at its center, formed a hazy shield over an area exceeding 1,000 meters in diameter, isolating this locale from the outside world. Li Xiaoman's words had indeed come to pass. This was a small sanctuary, impervious to the storm, indirectly affirming the potential existence of deities, perhaps a haven sheltered by divine forces. But alas, the ethereal light shield is dimming, on the verge of vanishing. A female classmate gazing skyward turned pale as snow. The faint luminescence above was gradually dissipating, and it was likely that it would completely disappear in no time. Witnessing this, everyone's countenance changed. Death loomed so closely that calmness was unattainable. What shall we do? Are we truly destined to perish here? Some voices trembled with fear. "I do not wish to die," sobbed several female classmates. "If the shield disappears, we will be crushed by the superstorm." Even the male classmates felt a pang of trepidation. This solitary sanctuary on Mars would cease to exist, leaving no space for survival. Thunder rumbled ominously, as the storm echoed like muffled thunderclaps, causing the very earth to tremble. A shroud of haze enveloped the sky, and swirling sands filled the air, while an unsettling sense of dread spread amongst the people. Yi Fan's gaze remained clear as he looked out at the overwhelming sandstorm, calmly stating, "Perhaps there is only one path to survival now. Can we escape? Quickly, what method do we have? The once tranquil land would soon cease to exist. Where else could they find refuge?" In this critical moment, anxiety gripped the crowd, causing many to lose their composure. We must follow the path once tread by the deities. Leaving this inhospitable environment, Yifan proposed. Instantly, some began to grasp his intention, though many remained bewildered. Indeed, this may be the only route to survival. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. According to Yifan's conjecture, in a distant past, deities had forged an ancient pathway through the cosmos, allowing passage from Earth to the planet of Mars, but it was likely not the ultimate destination. There existed a colorful altar on Mars, potentially linking to even more distant realms of the universe, a path once traveled by the deities. Now, they found themselves cornered, with only this ancient route to follow in hopes of escaping Mars and finding a chance at survival. At that moment, realization dawned upon all, and they hurried towards the colorful altar. Even if they reached the altar safely, whether they could activate the ancient cosmic pathway remained an uncertainty, casting a daunting shadow over their hearts, for everything had been beyond their control back on Mount Tai. Yet, there was no choice at this juncture. It was their sole lifeline, and they could only rush there before devising a plan. Suddenly, a female classmate, while running through the ruins, let out a piercing scream, falling to the ground with a dull thud, lifeless in the dust. Her face bore an expression of sheer terror, a thumb-sized hole in her forehead from which blood flowed profusely. Before her death, she appeared to have witnessed something profoundly horrifying. "Do not approach her," Yifan shouted, halting two male classmates who attempted to draw near the corpse. He recalled the pristine skull he had seen on their way here, also marked by a similar finger-sized hole in the center of its forehead, a harbinger of an ominous foreboding within him. "We have desecrated the great Thundersound Temple. Could it be that the deities are punishing us?" A female classmate's voice trembled, her heart brimming with dread. No one hesitated. At this moment of life and death, they could not linger over the fallen classmate's body. Then, suddenly, a resonant chime echoed, grand and solemn, as if a mighty bell were tolling. A brilliant golden light erupted from Wang Ziwen, enveloping him in a resplendent glow, as though he donned a magnificent suit of golden armor, dazzling and akin to divine flames and fervor. In Wang Ziwen's hands, the battered bronze bell quivered gently, its majestic sound emanating from it, the source of the radiant golden light. "What is happening?" Lu Yun's asked, the closest to him, anxiety palpable in his voice. "Just moments ago, something assailed me." Wang Ziwen, usually so refined, now enveloped in a golden divine flame, appeared as though adorned in a resplendent golden armor, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity descending to the mortal realm. Chapter 17, Life and Death. "Did you discern what it was?" Pangbo inquired, seeking to uncover the source of the peril. Typically carefree, he remained composed in critical moments. "I saw nothing. I merely sensed a terrifying presence enveloping my entire being, followed by the sudden tremor of this bronze bell." At this moment, Wang Ziwen, still cloaked in golden radiance, felt an unsettling dread. Upon hearing these words, anyone who had gained insight at the Great Thundersound Temple clutched their fragmented Buddhist relics tightly, for these artifacts had now proven to be extraordinary, undoubtedly possessions of the divine. The trembling bronze bell ceased, its melodious chime gradually fading, while the burning golden divine flame surrounding Wang Ziwen dissipated, its brilliance returning to the bell. "Let us hasten from this desolate ruin." Yifan, wielding an ancient bronze lamp that scattered ethereal light, led the charge toward the five-colored altar. The group followed closely behind, acutely aware that something dreadful lurked within the vast heavenly ruins, and every second spent lingering increased their peril. A scream pierced the air once more. As they neared the ruin's edge, a male classmate collapsed, his face skyward, a bloodied hole the width of a finger punctuating his forehead, blood gushing forth. Yet another victim to the same grisly fate. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in terror, capturing the horror of his final moments. In that instant, dread gripped many. Another classmate had perished before their eyes, helpless to intervene, utterly oblivious to the forces that claimed his life. Though the concept of life and death is often simplified in words, the reality was bitterly palpable. The close-knit group felt an unbearable anguish as a dear friend slipped away without uttering a final word, leaving an incomprehensible void. Several female classmates, on the brink of collapse, began to weep softly, having never before witnessed such a scene. Move. They could not linger. Urgency propelled them toward the five-colored altar. They finally escaped the ruins. Yet two lives remained eternally ensnared there, lost to them forever. However, before they could catch their breath, three screams erupted almost simultaneously. Two male classmates and one female classmate fell heavily to the ground, their injuries identical. A trio of horrifying bloodied punctures on their foreheads. Blood stained the ground, marking the tragic demise of 3 former classmates and friends, their eyes bulging in fear. In a fleeting moment, 5 lives had been extinguished, leaving the survivors engulfed in sorrow. Chilled to the bone, their scalps prickling with dread, perhaps they were next, with no certainty of when their own lives might end. A female classmate, on the brink of despair, broke into tears, lamenting that the deceased had found no relics within the temple and that the unknown malevolence lurked nearby. Without the sacred artifacts left by the deities, death was an inevitable fate. This was a grim reality. The 5 who had perished within the temple had found nothing, while the beleaguered prince had narrowly escaped due to the presence of a battered bronze bell. Help us! The terror-stricken individuals who had failed to locate any relics beseeched those who had, their voices tinged with desperation. Yet, in such dire circumstances, who would relinquish their sole talisman of salvation? The intricate web of human relationships and the inherent contradictions of human nature were now laid bare, facing a formidable trial. Please, I implore you, save me. The nearly distraught girl ran and wept, her face a portrait of sorrow, her eyes shimmering like dewdrops on a pear blossom. In her panic, she had lost both shoes, yet her mind remained clouded with confusion. At that moment, fear had completely engulfed her spirit. Yifan shouted loudly. The artifacts discovered within the temple can be shared among us. Bei Dou, who had always stood by Yifan, echoed his sentiment. Indeed, we can jointly possess an artifact unearthed from this ancient temple. Many gazes turned towards them, albeit with a hint of skepticism. One voice among the crowd spoke up. What if these damaged artifacts lack significant power? If they can only protect one person, wouldn't that place the original owner in peril? Thank you, Yifan. A tearful female classmate, her face a portrait of despair, stumbled towards Yifan. Her expression radiated profound gratitude, mingled with the tears cascading down her cheeks, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. She trembled as she extended her right hand, but upon drawing near to the ancient lamp, her expression suddenly froze. Her eyes lost their luster, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. The abruptness of this transformation shocked Yifan, who watched helplessly as the light faded from her eyes. The beautiful, sorrowful visage, marked by tears, bore a smile of gratitude that had become eternally frozen, leaving a painful ache in his heart. That stilled smile pierced Yifan's vision, and he slowly retreated from the now cold body. What could this phenomenon possibly be? This question resonated with everyone present. With death so palpably near, fear gripped the crowd. Soon, 3 or 4 individuals gathered around Yifan and Bei Dou, eagerly reaching for the ancient lamp and the bronze plaque, their intentions bordering on a desperate scramble to claim them as their own. What are you doing? Bei Dou's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed. We are here to save you, to share these artifacts, not to relinquish the bronze plaque and ancient lamp and forsake our lives. His imposing stature lent his words a formidable weight, causing the would-be takers to halt in their tracks, awkwardly placing their hands upon the artifacts. Time was of the essence. The crowd hastened their escape. Yet an unsettling tension began to spread. Some individuals, their eyes aflame with desire, contemplated seizing the sacred relics. Those in possession of the damaged artifacts grew increasingly wary, regretting their decision to share ownership. We hail from the same place. We have shared 4 years of camaraderie. Do not allow your later years to be marred by shame and regret for the choices you make today. Yifan proclaimed with a voice that resonated even stronger than Bei Dou's, instilling a sense of calm in many. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from Lu Yunji, whose form was suddenly enveloped by a myriad of lightning bolts, crackling and dancing around him, as if he were a deity of thunder descended upon the earth. The electrifying display illuminated the surroundings, and the golden vajra he wielded shone with resplendent brilliance, all emanating from the remnants of the broken vajra. Lu Yunji appeared clad in an armor woven from lightning itself, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance, as arcs of electricity swirled around him, resembling a thunderous war god. Moments ago, I was besieged by an inexplicable force. It uttered but a single phrase, and then fell silent, its piercing gaze briefly sweeping over Yifan. Yet upon encountering the ancient bronze lamp, the fierce glimmer in its eyes swiftly dissipated. Only after a quarter of an hour did the electric aura surrounding Lu Yunzi gradually subside, causing the Vajra pestle in his grasp to lose its brilliance. The divine staff he wielded bore tremendous power, which was evident to all, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped the group until they finally arrived before the 5-colored altar, relieved to find that no further fatalities had occurred. Before them lay the 9 colossal dragon carcasses and the ancient bronze coffin, an awe-inspiring sight. Upon reaching the altar, everyone was taken aback. The 5-colored altar shimmered with a hazy radiance as faint glimmers of light coalesced from all directions, merging beneath the stone base. The luminous dome enveloping the sky gradually dissolved, seemingly due to the altar, which appeared to be gathering some mysterious energy. Initial surprise gave way to elation, for the altar glimmered, reminiscent of the brilliance witnessed atop Mount Tai, likely heralding the unlocking of the ancient celestial path. However, this time, the source of energy was not the stony scriptures or jade tomes, but rather an immense, nebulous light shield. As the ethereal light shield waned, the tempest outside roared like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath them. The group ascended the 5-colored altar, their tense gazes fixated on the unfolding phenomena. A dreadful presence, lurking in the shadows, hovered ominously within their hearts. Though it remained concealed for now, it posed an ever-looming threat as long as they remained on Mars. For a full half-hour, the dim light shield continued to compress, ultimately barely covering the 5-colored altar, its diameter shrinking from over 1,000 meters to less than 200. Almost collapsing to the ground as all the mysterious energy was absorbed by the altar. In a hushed tone, Peng Bo leaned closer to Yi Fan. Lu Yunzi's gaze has inadvertently swept over us several times. This fellow is quite cunning, so we must be cautious. His perceptive nature had detected the subtlety of the situation. Rest assured, I am aware, Yi Fan replied, turning to Lu Yunzi with a gentle smile. Lu Yunzi remained composed, offering a friendly nod, betraying no signs of unease. Beside him stood 2 others, one of whom was the male classmate who had recently sought refuge with Yi Fan and had safely arrived here thanks to him. This development displeased Peng Bo, who muttered, "That ungrateful wretch, who once trailed Lu Yunzi incessantly during school, now finds himself once again allied with him after we safeguarded his life." A quarter of an hour later, the hazy light shield outside gradually diminished, poised to collapse upon the colorful altar, and the dreadful nature of the external storm could be distinctly sensed. The howling winds resembled the wails of tormented spirits. Sand and gravel lashed against the light shield, producing a thunderous cacophony. Some particles of dust even penetrated the barrier, suggesting that the shield had become alarmingly fragile, on the verge of complete dissolution. The crowd, filled with trepidation, recoiled, aware that should they fall beyond the altar's confines, they might be instantly swept away by the tempest. At that moment, the male classmate, whom Peng Bo had labeled as ungrateful, slowly approached Lu Yunji, suddenly reaching for the ancient bronze lamp in Yi Fan's grasp, while his other hand forcefully shoved Yi Fan, attempting to seize the lamp and simultaneously thrust him beyond the colorful altar. Chapter 18, Confrontation. Yi Fan grasped the ancient bronze lamp in his left hand and took 2 steps back, then with a sudden motion, seized the collar of the male student with his right hand, nearly lifting him off the ground. At that moment, Peng Bo, realizing the situation, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "You heartless wretch, truly an ungrateful wolf. Have you forgotten who shared the lamp with you, safeguarding your life and bringing you safely here?" Peng Bo extended his large hands, gripping the collar of the male student, intending to hurl him beyond the colorful altar, unable to contain his fury at the scene unfolding before him. The male student's complexion turned ashen. As Yi Fan held him with a single hand, he began to struggle, yet found it impossible to escape Yi Fan's grip. Now being choked by Peng Bo, he was on the verge of losing consciousness. The expressions of those nearby varied. Some were already restless, but had not anticipated anyone would resort to violence, particularly against Yi Fan, who had once saved him. "Do you have any conscience, you ungrateful wolf? Were it not for Yi Fan's intervention, you would have perished outside." The more Peng Bo thought about it, the angrier he became. Being a man of strong emotions, he felt that merely throwing the student out would not suffice. He raised his right hand and delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps. A fellow student stepped forward, attempting to mediate. "We have shared 4 years together. Let us not resort to this. Peng Bo, please release him." Peng Bo shot him a sideways glance, replying, "You think I should just let him go? Did you not see him attempt to harm Yi Fan? If it were not for Yi Fan's quick reflexes, he would have already been pushed into the colorful altar and plunged into the storm. Such a vile scoundrel cannot be spared. After all, they hailed from the same place. Now was a time for unity and reasoned discourse." Another student urged, "Let us discuss how to handle this calmly. First, set him down." Peng Bo clearly recognized this student as one who had stood with Lu Yunji moments ago. Even though they had since parted ways, their fates seemed intertwined. Additionally, the male student he held captive had also been part of their group, and though there was no evidence to confirm their collusion, Bei Dou, undeterred by the lack of proof, had already made up his mind about their guilt. You speak so lightly. If someone aimed to take your life, would you remain calm? Perhaps I should push you into the colorful altar to see how you fare. The more Bei Dou spoke, the more enraged he became, delivering several more fierce slaps. Let us not escalate this to a fatality. We should discuss this rationally. First, let him down, and we can deliberate on how to address his actions. A female student interjected, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Yunji as she spoke. Throughout this turmoil, Lu Yunji remained remarkably composed, neither stepping forward to mediate nor voicing an opinion, as if he were merely an observer to the unfolding chaos. Yi Fan observed the expressions of the crowd, and realizing that he could not provoke Lu Yunji, he halted Bei Dou, saying, "Let him go." "Indeed, release him for now," others echoed. "Yes, we should let him go. Between classmates, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Let us not escalate this matter too severely." The two male classmates and the female classmate who had previously attempted to mediate spoke up in unison, and seeing Yi Fan take the initiative, others joined in their pleas. "Escalate too severely. Do you not believe we have already crossed that line?" Bei Dou glared at the male classmate who stood side by side with Lu Yunji. "He nearly caused Yi Fan's demise, and yet you still defend him." However, Bei Dou chose not to prolong the altercation. Noticing Yi Fan's subtle signal, he ultimately released his grip. Yet, no one anticipated that while Bei Dou had relinquished his hold, Yi Fan himself did not. He grasped the other boy's collar with one hand, nearly lifting him off the ground, and in a few strides, brought him to the edge of the five-colored altar, as if intending to hurl him off. The crowd was taken aback, astonished by Yi Fan's unexpected action. They were equally astounded by his strength. Recalling the nickname Barbarian he had earned during their school days on the verdant field, despite Yi Fan's seemingly gentle appearance, he possessed remarkable physical prowess, astonishingly strong. As he effortlessly lifted the male classmate to the brink of the altar. "Before this, I saved your life. Why would you wish to harm me?" Yi Fan pressed him against the altar's edge, poised to push him down, mere inches from the shimmering barrier. Fear gripped the boy's heart as he cried out, "Do not push me. I am ungrateful and foolish, momentarily blinded by folly. Spare me, and I shall never dare again." Yi Fan smiled, revealing a dazzling set of pearly white teeth. "Every action is driven by motivation, would you not agree? I truly wish to avoid witnessing you being swept away by the tempest." With that, he forcefully pressed down on the classmate, pushing him towards the vibrant altar. "Help!" This male student was genuinely terrified, shouting loudly, "Let me go, I will tell you everything." As a modern urbanite, he had never encountered such a spectacle and instantly broke down, his face ashen, devoid of any color in the face of the imminent storm. This cannot be right. Perhaps Yi Fan should release him, for such conduct is far too perilous. Indeed, everything can be negotiated. One must not disregard the bonds of camaraderie, for it would be disastrous should a life be lost. It was the same group of classmates from earlier who stepped forward to offer their counsel, gradually approaching. With a loud clatter, Bei Dou set down the towering bronze plaque of the Great Sound Temple with a heavy thud, glaring at them and causing the group to halt in their tracks. I found nothing of value within the ancient temple, no divine artifacts, and felt a sense of impending danger. Thus, I succumbed to greed. What a heartless act. With that, he began to slap his own face. Yi Fan uttered not a word, but directly pushed him outward, causing half of his body to dangle in midair, nearly touching the dim barrier of light. "No! Help! Please!" The male classmate cried out in terror, exclaiming, "It was Li Changqing. He was the one who suggested this to me." Yi Fan naturally retrieved the bottle of mineral water from his possession and gently patted his companion's shoulder, saying, "We have been classmates for 4 years, enduring this calamity together. We must unite and support one another." Indeed. The male student, upon regaining his freedom, still trembled, retreating unsteadily. At that moment, Bei Dou was already furious. He seized the copper plaque and charged towards the student named Li Changqing, striking with great force. With a resounding thud, Bei Dou, tall and robust, swung the plaque, knocking Li to the ground. "No wonder you have been persistently dissuading us. It seems you were orchestrating this from behind." Bei Dou pressed the plaque against Li's body, exclaiming, "You even schemed against a fellow classmate after 4 years. Do you possess any humanity?" He was infuriated. For Li Changqing was one of those who had recently stood alongside Lu Yunji and had been among the persistent persuaders moments earlier. Yi Fan approached with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly taking the bottle of water from Li Chaqing and handing it to Bei Dou. Upon witnessing him seize the second bottle, a complex expression emerged on the faces of all present. If they could not swiftly escape from Mars, it was likely that in a few hours' time, water would become the most precious commodity for everyone. Yi Fan felt a deep sense of regret for failing to expose Lu Yunji. Although he suspected that Lu had instigated the situation, the absence of concrete evidence made it unwise to confront him openly in front of everyone. Li Changqing remained obstinate, enduring a severe reprimand from Bei Dou without yielding, merely claiming that he had spoken thoughtlessly in a moment of fervor, which had incited a fellow student to harbor ill intentions towards Yi Fan. Bei Dou yearned to cast him out of the five-colored altar, yet, mindful of the sentiments of their classmates, he restrained his fury and refrained from taking such drastic action. Nevertheless, he sensed that this seemingly tranquil relationship could not endure much longer. Should another crisis arise, the bonds of their former camaraderie and the veneer of respectability would likely be shattered, as some individuals had already begun to exhibit signs of discontent. Yi Fan was not angered. Instead, he smiled amicably at Li Chaqing and remarked, "Human nature can be quite intricate. Sometimes, matters are beyond our control. Yet it is imperative to maintain one's individuality and not be a pawn in other schemes." At this juncture, he crouched down and calmly reached for the waist of Li Changqing, aiming for a battered fish drum, an ancient artifact discovered by Li Changqing in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "What do you intend to do?" Li Changqing exclaimed, struggling fiercely. Though he had remained unfazed when previously beset by Bei Dou, he now appeared flustered, desperately clutching the fish drum at his waist. However, his upper body was still pinned beneath Bei Dou's copper plaque, rendering him incapable of resisting. Suddenly, the fish drum emitted a thunderous sound, releasing beams of azure light that danced like lightning. It resembled the divine drum of Lei Gong, vibrating with a resounding hum before erupting into an even greater thunderous roar. Violet light enveloped Li Chaqing, encasing him within a dazzling cocoon of brilliance, illuminating the multicolored altar around him. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, their ears ringing, with some barely managing to maintain their footing. Simultaneously, the copper plaque in Bei Dou's grasp burst forth with myriad beams of light, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder. The character's Great Thunder Sound Temple shone brilliantly, and ethereal chants of Zen echoed in the air. The sound of Buddha's teachings resonated like thunderclaps. The resplendent light emanating from the copper plaque swiftly subdued the violet cocoon, dampening the sounds from the fish drum. Meanwhile, the ancient bronze lamp in Yi Fan's hand radiated a soft, gentle glow that enveloped him entirely, casting a layer of sacred light evenly across his form, as if he were adorned in divine raiment. The illumination was neither glaring nor harsh, but rather ethereal and gentle, invoking a sense of reverence in all present. As if a deity stood among them, the holy radiance indeed appeared akin to the vestments of a god, elevating Yi Fan beyond the mundane. The fish drum was promptly suppressed, the violet light receded, the cocoon vanished, and the once glorious drum lost its luster, returning to its ordinary state. Yi Fan, composed and unperturbed, effortlessly grasped the artifact, with nothing to impede him, resembling a living deity illuminated by the shimmering light of the bronze lamp, enhancing his otherworldly presence. At this moment, Lu Yunzi's female classmate, who had previously urged Yi Fan to reconsider his conflict with Bei Dou, approached holding a damaged copper bell and declared, "Yi Fan, your actions are somewhat excessive." Shortly thereafter, another male classmate joined her, stating, "We ought to maintain harmony among ourselves and should not be in opposition. Let us put this matter behind us. It need not be so resolute." These two had consistently supported Lu Yunzi and Li Chaqing, their allegiance clear. And now they stepped forward, evidently wishing to prevent Yi Fan from acquiring another divine artifact. At this moment, Lu Yunji, who had remained an outsider, stepped forward with a Vajra pestle in hand and stated, "Let bygones be bygones regarding Yi Fan. Even if he was at fault earlier, such punishment is unwarranted. It is akin to stripping him of his very life." To Yi Fan's surprise, Shou Yi, who had hitherto been noncommittal and seemingly indifferent, approached with a purple gold bowl in one hand, advising, "Yi Fan, you should not take away his fish drum. You already possess a bronze lamp. Acquiring another artifact serves no purpose. However, should he lose the fish drum, he may very well fall victim to the lurking, dreadful unknown." Chapter 19, Composure. Though the fish drum held in his right hand was damaged and currently lacked luster, everyone had witnessed its formidable power earlier, with lightning and thunder reverberating in its wake. Now, in Yi Fan's grasp, it evoked a sense of apprehension. Indeed, Li Changqing should not have spoken out of turn, inciting covetous thoughts that led to this unfortunate incident. Yet, Yi Fan, your act of seizing his life-saving artifact is undeniably excessive. Lu Yunji approached, the Vajra pestle in his hand radiating a brilliant light, exuding a heavy and concentrated aura, commanding respect. Beside him stood a male and female classmate who had consistently intervened to prevent Pang Bo from acting against Li Changqing. And now they followed Lu Yunji forward. Yi Fan, I understand your anger. Anyone faced with such circumstances would feel the flames of rage. However, we should embrace a measure of tolerance, spoke the female classmate with poise, embodying an impartial stance, asserting, in such dire conditions, to strip him of his means of survival carries significant implications. You must not be so excessive. In her delicate fingers lay a weathered copper bell, seemingly cloaked in dust for years, dull and unremarkable, yet it commanded attention. As she spoke, her slender fingers moved unconsciously, occasionally producing a faint chime. The male classmate beside Lu Yunji interjected, we should all possess a forgiving heart. We have known one another for 4 years and now face this shared calamity. It is only right that we support one another. Let us move past this unpleasantness and refrain from further entanglements. Yi Fan, return his life-saving fish drum. You wouldn't want to witness his demise, would you? In his lowered right hand, he held a rusted incense burner, palm-sized, somewhat flawed, with parts of its walls shattered. Yet it exuded an ancient and natural charm. The three stood together, each having gained something within the great Thunder Sound Temple, each holding an artifact abandoned by the deities. Their words thus carried significant weight. With a clatter, Pang Bo strode forward, forcefully placing the copper plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple upon the ground, exclaiming, your words are far more eloquent than your actions. I see you possess an impressive talent for distorting the truth. First, you must grasp what transpired earlier. Secondly, one must uphold integrity. It was clearly Li Changqing who attempted to harm Yi Fan. How did this become a matter of Yi Fan's supposed lack of magnanimity? What reasoning is this, ultimately leading to Yi Fan being deemed at fault? Others conspire to end his life. Is it wrong for Yi Fan to take away the things upon which they rely? According to your assertions, it seems Yi Fan has transformed into the villain, while Li Changqing appears blameless. Spare me your feigned righteousness. It is utterly nauseating. At this moment, the radiance surrounding Pang Bo remains undiminished. The 4 ancient characters of Great Thunder Sound Temple on the bronze plaque emanate beams of brilliant light, as the sound of Buddhist teachings reverberates like thunder. Ethereal chants of Zen subtly drift through the air, and he stands as a blazing sun, exuding immense presence. Upon uttering these words, the expressions of the man and woman who had spoken previously darkened considerably. We did not claim Yi Fan was at fault. We merely wished for him to cherish the camaraderie of classmates and refrain from taking Li Changqing's fish drum, allowing him the chance to survive. They completely sidestepped the fact that Yi Fan was nearly pushed off the 5-colored altar, almost swept away by the storm, focusing instead on the notion that his actions could equate to endangering a classmate's life. Yi Fan listened to their words, a faint smile gracing his lips as he said, in truth, the 3 of you need not worry. I harbor no intention of holding any grudges against him. He radiated an aura of divine brilliance, imparting a sense of serene ambiguity to those around him, enveloped in an atmosphere of purity that fostered tranquility and harmony. However, I must clarify that it was Li Changqing who nearly cost me my life, not the oft-repeated notion of my desire to end his existence. A fact evident to all present. Yi Fan cast a glance at Lu Yunji and the others, continuing, many of our classmates emerged from the Grand Thunder Sound Temple unscathed, despite not acquiring anything. Why is that? It is because we recently shared the divine relics in our possession. My decision to take Li Changqing's fish drum was merely to deprive him of a means to perpetrate evil. He could incite others to seize my belongings, and similarly, he may entertain such thoughts towards others. Rest assured, his safety is assured, for we are all classmates, capable of sharing the divine artifacts we possess and supporting one another, ensuring peace and security. Of course, if you are unwilling to share your copper bell, incense burner, or vajra with him, then let him remain by my side. I shall never disregard the bonds of camaraderie. Yi Fan first identified the fundamental cause of the matter, striking at the heart of the issue. He then mentioned the shared divine relics, although he said little more. The others could naturally recall that it was his suggestion not long ago that allowed many to escape a calamity. Following this, he lightly criticized Lu Yunji and the 2 classmates, subtly addressing them in a manner that left them speechless. Zhou Yi stood at the forefront, Aside from his initial opposition to Yi Fan's confiscation of the fish drum, he had remained silent throughout the proceedings. It was only now that he spoke again, stating, Li Chongqing has indeed acted improperly, and any form of punishment would be justified. However, Yi Fan, it's somewhat wasteful for you to possess 2 divine relics. There are several classmates here who do not even have a single fragment. Zhou Yi came from a family of considerable background, yet he had never come off as arrogant, always exuding an air of elegance and amiability. His observation prompted a frown from the nearby Peng Bo, yet there was no argument to be made. I am even willing to share my ancient bronze lamp with everyone. Now that I have acquired this fish drum, it is only natural to consider matters from this perspective. Yi Fan smiled as he beckoned to a male classmate behind him, saying, Zhang Xiling, this is for you. If danger arises, remember to share it with those nearby. This classmate, Zhang Xiling, had always stood behind Yi Fan and Peng Bo. Their bond, forged on the football field years ago, was closer than that of ordinary classmates. Though he had not acted as assertively as Peng Bo, it was evident that he stood in support of Yi Fan. Yi Fan's decision came as a surprise. Zhou Yi's lips twitched slightly, but he refrained from speaking. Lu Yunji furrowed his brow, while a female classmate beside him immediately voiced her dissent, stating, Many male classmates have gained something at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, whereas few female classmates have found any Buddhist artifacts. I believe we should select a female classmate. As she spoke, she gestured towards a girl behind her. Peng Bo revealed a mocking expression and retorted, Why should there be any distinction among classmates? Those who possess divine relics must share them with others. It matters not to whom they are given. Do you not wish to assist your peers? By dismissing the notion of selectivity and emphasizing the importance of collective support, Peng Bo countered her argument with a smirk, leaving the female classmate flustered and indignant. Her complexion shifting between shades of green and white as she exclaimed, Do not misinterpret my meaning. Zhang Xiling naturally stepped forward and accepted the fish drum handed over by Yi Fan. The two exchanged no words, for their understanding was implicit. Yi Fan chose to disregard Lu Yunji entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction, and instead inquired of Zhou Yi, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhou Yi calmly responded, I have no objections. Given our current predicament, it is imperative that we assist one another, and I sincerely hope we can avoid any further unpleasantness. Following his composed declaration, he fell silent. The other students observed the unfolding scene, acutely aware of the subtle tension that lingered in the air. Although the atmosphere appeared tranquil, there were several instances of unspoken conflict, all deftly alleviated by Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor. This recalled the days of Yi Fan's student life, where he exhibited a remarkable balance between serenity and assertiveness, never instigating trouble yet unafraid to confront it when necessary. Peng Bo, resting a hand against the brass plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, gazed intently at Lu Yunji and his companions, declaring, While Yi Fan may overlook the grievances inflicted upon him, there are certain truths that must be articulated. Heaven observes our actions, and I believe it is no longer possible to deny the existence of divine beings. It is prudent for us to maintain our integrity and refrain from engaging in dubious activities. His words struck directly at Lu Yunji and his associates, yet left them speechless. For Peng Bo stood firmly on the side of righteousness. Lu Yunji remained impassive, his expression untroubled, merely nodding in agreement as he remarked, Well said. We must ensure such incidents do not recur. Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen, positioned behind, assumed a neutral stance, having withheld their opinions until now, one after the other. They voiced their thoughts, suggesting, to prevent further discord, we should convene and deliberate. It is essential to establish how those who benefit from the Great Thunder Sound Temple can assist others, determining the extent of support each individual should offer. Throughout this exchange, Li Xiaoman remained silent, her gaze fixed on Yi Fan as he effortlessly navigated the situation. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, neither supporting nor opposing any party. Beside her, Kaide, with a limited grasp of the Chinese language, was only just beginning to comprehend the unfolding events, silently expressing his astonishment. Suddenly, an ominous crack resonated through the air, startling everyone as the protective barrier encasing the five-color altar was breached. Something sinister had infiltrated their midst, drawing their collective gaze toward the source. A streak of dark light surged forth with blinding speed, piercing through the forehead of a male student with a sickening pop, sending a spray of crimson into the air. The student's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Had it not been for the barrier, this horrifying event would have transpired without warnings, leaving them utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Memories of recent attacks in the darkness flooded their minds, instilling a profound sense of dread. For the dark light lurked within the shadows, undetectable until it was too late. Its emergence heralded the return of death itself. A cacophony of terrified screams erupted, and chaos ensued upon the altar as those without divine relics frantically surged toward Lu Yunji, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and others, clinging to them in desperation, clamoring for shared sacred artifacts. A chilling roar echoed through the tempest, overpowering even the thunderous sandstorm, as if the very heavens were shaken. It was the sound of the great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, many were left pale. Recognizing the source of the sound, it emanated from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple. The temple was in ruins. Could it be that something was suppressed beneath its remnants? Pang Bo's utterance sent shivers down the spines of those present, an unsettling dread enveloping them. Chapter 20. The ancestor of crocodiles. A terrifying roar erupted from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth breaking free from the earth. Its roar shaking mountains and rivers, stirring the very stars and moon, inducing a visceral tremor from the depths of one's soul. Yet, tranquility soon returned. The horrific roar subsiding into silence, leaving only the dull rumble of the sandstorm around the five-colored altar. What could it be? Were there other beings on Mars? Legends spoke of the Buddha having subdued numerous demons and monsters. Perhaps the site of the seals lay near the great Thunder Sound Temple. After a brief discussion, a sense of foreboding gripped the crowd. As modern city dwellers, they had never placed faith in such legends. Having witnessed the extraordinary today, their minds now wandered to even more fearsome myths, awakening a tempest of anxiety within. If their speculations were to come true, their plight would be dire. The great Thunder Sound Temple lay in ashes, no longer home to the Buddha or any deities. If they were to confront the mythical creatures alone, the outcome was all too predictable. Today had been a relentless assault on their thoughts, rendering them nearly unbearable. The monsters from ancient tales might soon manifest before them. The mere thought of the impending possibilities sent a chill through everyone, leaving them feeling icy and apprehensive. The endless potential of unknown fates bred fear and trepidation. Before them lay a cold corpse, blood staining the ground, a faint metallic scent lingering in the air. It served as a grim reminder of the dire situation they faced, as an unknown entity had once again appeared, claiming a vibrant life. A peculiar sound emanated from the severed head, instantly heightening the tension among those present. The sound of chewing and gnawing filled the air, an unsettling noise given the circumstances. After all, it was a human head. It seemed as if an unknown creature was feasting within, sending icy shivers down the spines of many. The sound of bones grinding echoed, akin to sharp teeth slicing through the skull, thickening the atmosphere with tension and despair. Silence enveloped the five-colored altar. No one dared to breathe. The air heavy with a palpable sense of horror. This was a torment. The sounds of consumption and the crunching of bones intertwined like a haunting symphony from the depths of hell, tormenting the very soul. Many young women cover their mouths, yearning to weep yet silenced by their own fear. Such a scene drives them to the brink of despair. However, not everyone is gripped by terror. Those who possess divine relics harbor a semblance of confidence. Pang Bo, known for his ferocity, feels an overwhelming weight in this moment. As he drags the bronze plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple forward, poised to shatter that skull, Yi Fan intercepted him, saying, "Do not act rashly." Just then, a fountain of blood erupted from the gaping wound on the forehead of the corpse lying in a pool of blood, accompanied by a white, viscous liquid that many found repulsive. It was brain matter spilling out. Subsequently, from the bloody cavity, a conical black head emerged, small and sharp, covered in scales. What was that creature? The crowd instinctively recoiled. Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo took several steps back. It was an extraordinary being resembling a crocodile, wriggling out from the gaping wound, its body not only stained with blood but also smeared with white brain matter, a sight that sent shivers down many spines. Measuring no more than 10 centimeters in length and as thick as a finger, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a snake, yet was distinctly not one. It resembled a crocodile but lacked limbs, its underbelly starkly bare, and its entire body cloaked in black scales, ominous and reminiscent of a malevolent entity from the underworld. The blood and brain matter smeared across its dark scales were shocking, inducing profound discomfort and a chilling dread among onlookers. After emerging from the bloody orifice, this enigmatic creature perched atop the corpse's head, its tiny eyes emanating an intensely frigid glint, silently fixating on the crowd. Akin to an advanced sentient being rather than a mere lowly creature. 7 classmates, For years of camaraderie, vibrant lives extinguished forever, devoured by such an unspeakably grotesque being. Its gaze was fiercely malevolent, coldly surveying the crowd like a vengeful spirit, not as if assessing equals, but rather appraising its prey. You little wretch. No bigger than a rat, and yet you've killed my 7 classmates. I shall crush you. Bei Dou bellowed, lifting the bronze plaque from the great Thunder Sound Temple, swinging it with all his might toward the cold-blooded enigma. Thunder roared, radiance soared, the plaque shimmered with myriad beams of light, electric sparks surged forth, weaving an intricate net of illumination. However, this unknown creature was remarkably swift. Sensing the impending danger, it transformed into a shadowy blur, evading the dazzling light. Yi Fan advanced with the ancient bronze lamp in hand. He took a deep breath and forcefully blew on the wick, causing a fierce divine flame to erupt forth. Surging ahead with fervor, a grotesque creature, no thicker than a finger and measuring merely 10 centimeters in length, emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The sound was so resounding that it left one astounded, akin to the wailing of a vengeful spirit. It reverberated painfully in the ears and sent chills racing down the spine. It was truly difficult to fathom how such a diminutive, scaly form could produce such an immense and terrifying sound. The flame emitted by Yi Fan extended a full 3 meters, yet it did not truly engulf the enigmatic creature. It merely grazed its tail, causing a few scales to fall away and severing a portion of its charred appendage. The beast glared at Yi Fan with a venomous intensity, its expression grotesque and menacing, revealing a maw filled with sharp, gleaming teeth that shone like ice, while it emitted a continuous low growl in his direction. What manner of creature is this? The students behind him were gripped by fear. Even those wielding divine relics dared not approach. You little wretch, with such malicious eyes. I shall crush you. Bei Dou, undeterred, charged forward with ferocity, raising the bronze plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple, declaring, You've already taken the lives of 7 of my classmates. Now I shall only take one of your wretched limbs. Prepare to meet your end. He was enveloped in the blinding light radiating from the plaque, resembling an enraged war deity, exuding an imposing aura. The plaque trembled, resonating with a celestial sound, producing a thunderous roar. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was engaged in encircling the fearsome creature, now reduced to half its form. As the flames from the divine lamp surged forth like an enraged dragon, scorching the air with its intense heat. At that moment, Zhou Yi, Wang Xuan, and others rushed to join the fray, raising their own divine artifacts to strike at the crocodilian monstrosity. Despite being pursued, the creature moved with astonishing speed, akin to a streak of black lightning, darting across the multicolored altar, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to land a hit. A chilling scream erupted as the grotesque creature was relentlessly hunted, its cries filled with malice and rage, echoing like vengeful spirits from the abyss. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoed as several more hideous creatures, resembling crocodiles, breached the protective light barrier outside the altar. Each was merely 10 centimeters long, identical to the first, their eyes cold and malevolent, fixated upon the gathered crowd with an intensity that suggested an insatiable vendetta. Why are there so many? What kind of creatures are these? Is Mars their lair? A sense of helplessness washed over the crowd. They were not deities, lacking the knowledge to wield their artifacts effectively, relying solely on the defensive light emanating from the Buddhist relics to stave off impending doom. Yet, with so many fearsome beings appearing, annihilation seemed impossible. Then came the rustling sounds, as outside the light barrier, a veritable swarm of over 100 crocodilian horrors emerged, behind Yi Fan and his companions. Those who had not yet taken action, gripped by fear, began to tremble. If so many ferocious beasts were to charge in unison, even the relics of the deities might prove insufficient for defense. Bei Dou, cease your pursuit. Let us gather together, Yi Fan called out. With the emergence of so many menacing creatures, it was impossible to slay them all. Thus, a strategy of defense was paramount. They simply needed to wait until the 5-colored altar amassed enough energy to unlock the ancient path of the stars. Suddenly, a soul-chilling roar erupted from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple. As this terrifying cry resonated, the surrounding sandstorm appeared to still, silenced by the overwhelming beastly growl that filled the air. The ground trembled incessantly, and the 5-colored altar swayed as the external tempest was subdued. The great Thunder Sound Temple is the lair of these ferocious beasts. A voice quivered, gazing beyond the protective barrier. They beheld an increasing number of dreadful creatures converging from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple, their dark scales densely packed, numbering in the thousands. Boom! Suddenly, the earth shook violently, and a ghastly aura surged from a distance of 1,000 meters, reaching toward the heavens and plunging to the underworld, reverberating through the cosmos. Despite the sandstorm, the onlookers discerned two lantern-like, terrifying eyes emerging from the ruins of the great Thunder Sound Temple, piercing through the darkness. It was as if a volcanic eruption had occurred, with debris soaring through the air. Massive stones from the collapsed structures plummeted near the five-colored altar, creating a cataclysmic spectacle. The foundation of the great Thunder Sound Temple has shattered. Something dreadful is emerging from below. If that were the case, even with a few divine relics in their possession, they would likely prove utterly futile. I believe I know what this crocodile-like beast is, a female classmate stammered. The region held the Buddha in utmost reverence, with nearly everyone practicing the faith. This young woman had visited Tibet, exploring significant Buddhist sites such as the Jokhang Temple and the Ramosh Monastery, where she had once heard an old Tibetan speak of legends. It was said that beneath the great Thunder Sound Temple, the abode of the Buddha, lay not a pure land but a prison for numerous formidable demons. The foremost being the crocodile ancestor, an ancient divine crocodile of boundless power, ultimately subdued by the Buddha himself. Are you suggesting that beneath the sacred grounds of the great Thunder Sound Temple lies a prison for many formidable demons? Indeed, the old Tibetan had claimed as much. Upon hearing this, a chilling sensation swept over the group. If this were true, the emergence of the crocodile ancestor was imminent, and these grotesque beasts were surely its progeny. Yi Fan furrowed his brows and said, I once came across some records in an ancient collection of essays. In that compilation, there is mention of a clawless crocodile, as resilient as diamond, capable of soaring through the heavens and vanishing from the earth, effortlessly piercing through flesh. Known as the divine crocodile. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. I have also encountered similar ancient texts. According to legend, Buddhist scriptures state that the progenitor of the divine crocodile was suppressed by the Buddha, and since then, its descendants have not reappeared in the world. The crowd felt a sense of unreality. What were once mere tales now seemed poised for personal witness, evoking both astonishment and trepidation. An elderly Tibetan man remarked that the ancestor of the crocodile was confined beneath the first layer of the great Thunder Sound Temple. Does this imply the existence of a second layer, a third layer? A female classmate trembled as she inquired. A rustling sound emerged, and thousands of tiny crocodiles appeared outside the colorful altar, energetically burrowing inward. Suddenly, the colorful altar trembled, and ancient runes of 5 hues manifested in the sky, shimmering like stars, heralding the imminent emergence of the Taiji Bagua diagram, a sign of the opening of the ancient path to the cosmos. However, from over 1,000 meters away, the ruins of the great Thunder Sound Temple emitted a terrifying tremor. Its lantern-like crimson eyes rose several meters, evidently breaking free from the confines of the underground chamber, propelling itself toward the surface. Flee from here, flee from Mars, was the collective thought of all present. Many were praying fervently, hoping for the swift opening of the ancient cosmic path, believing that even drifting eternally in the desolate universe would be preferable to remaining in this unsettling place. Chapter 21. Blood sacrifice. The Bagua diagram runs through the annals of Chinese history, its origins shrouded in mystery. How it was conceived and its ultimate purpose remains an intriguing enigma. It has been used to calculate the orbital speeds of celestial bodies, and even the inception of computer binary is related to it, thus imbued with an air of mystique. To this day, the profound meanings contained within the ancient Taiji Bagua diagram have yet to be deciphered, though many audacious speculations and hypotheses have emerged. Some have posited that it represents an unknown force, allowing for deductions that forecast myriad future possibilities. Of course, only a flawless deduction can yield a reliable forecast. Any miscalculation could lead to total failure. Others suggest it depicts the essence of the universe in the simplest form, with each symbol representing the most fundamental elements. Even bolder hypotheses have been proposed, suggesting that the Taiji Bagua diagram is related to space-time, with its 8 trigrams acting as coordinates of the cosmos, where different arrangements signify distinct star domains. According to this hypothesis, it is possible to pinpoint the coordinates of any celestial region, and the Taiji Bagua diagram serves as a gateway to the stars, potentially connecting to wormholes. Based on this conjecture, the Taiji Bagua diagram represents a stable structure. If sufficient energy is provided to establish the coordinates of a specific star region, it could open the cosmic gateway through intricate and precise calculations. The formation itself is inherently linked to space, remaining an insurmountable challenge, steeped in complexity and profound mystery. It is evident that constructing the Taiji Bagua diagram for the Stargate is an ethereal endeavor, one that may remain unattainable for a considerable duration. At this moment, Yi Fan and his companions are fortunate to witness the process of the Taiji Bagua's construction once more. Those who have devoted years to theorizing and researching the Stargate would be overwhelmed with exhilaration, as this represents a monumental testament. Regrettably, Yi Fan and his companions are devoid of such sentiments. They are consumed by an acute sense of survival, yearning only to escape their perilous situation. As the shadow of death looms ever closer, 1,000 meters away, the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple lie in a temporary silence. Yet a harrowing aura has enveloped the surroundings, and those blood-red, lantern-like eyes are fixed upon them, instilling a profound terror in the dark. The Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky has taken form, exuding a metallic weightiness and texture as if forged from the finest gold. Surrounding it, the fabric of space distorts. Light becomes obscure, and the 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and can emit their luminescence in succession, resembling a set of mysterious and ancient codes shimmering in the air. The 8 trigram symbols have flickered thousands of times, undergoing intricate permutations. Yet they have failed to illuminate simultaneously, ultimately fading into darkness. The colossal Taiji Bagua quivers, showing signs of disintegration. How could this be? A sense of dread permeates the crowd. If the ancient path of the Stargate cannot be opened, it would spell doom for them all. The luminescent veil enveloping the 5-colored altar has dimmed to near obscurity, with only faint glimmers of dawn swirling toward the Taiji Bagua. Upon witnessing this, everyone comprehends the reason behind it. The construction of the Taiji Bagua, or the opening of the Stargate, demands a sufficient and stable supply of mysterious energy, yet currently, they are woefully deficient in this regard. What shall we do? Are we truly to perish here? In the distance lurks the ancient crocodile, while nearer lies the smaller one. A vast net of death has been cast upon them. Boom. Dozens of smaller crocodiles have breached the luminous barrier and commenced their assault. Relics of deities, incense burners, vidras, bronze bells, and fish drums radiate blinding light to withstand the onslaught of the divine crocodiles, yet their force is astonishingly great, causing the defenders to involuntarily retreat. Crack, crack. Outside the 5-colored altar, a dense mass of scales covers the ground, with countless divine crocodiles relentlessly battering the luminous shield. The cacophony of shattering sounds intensifies. And in mere moments, over 100 small crocodiles have successfully infiltrated the barrier. This seemingly diminutive yet grotesque species is terror-inducing. Capable of soaring through the skies and burrowing into the earth, each divine crocodile is akin to a sharp sword, possessing formidable piercing power. We cannot continue to be on the defensive like this. Our demise is inevitable. Bei Dou shouted, as the copper plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple trembled violently, radiating a multitude of brilliant lights, forming a protective barrier for 3 or 4 individuals. While this might ensure temporary safety, the long-term consequences remain uncertain. Do not move. I shall venture out to test the waters. Yi Fan urged Bei Dou, and he himself no longer adopted a passive defense, striding forward with the ancient lantern in hand. Instantly, dozens of divine crocodiles lunged towards him, their dark rays resembling bolts of lightning, swift and ferocious to the utmost degree, piercing the luminous barrier emanating from the ancient lantern, relentlessly forcing their way inward. After Yi Fan patiently waited for dozens of divine crocodiles to approach, he forcefully blew towards the wick of the ancient lamp. Instantly, a brilliant radiance soared into the sky, engulfing a radius of 5 to 6 meters in flames, completely submerging the area in divine fire. The acrid stench filled the air, and piercing screams echoed relentlessly. As the flames gradually receded, Yi Fan emerged unscathed, surrounded by a halo of pure light, resembling an ethereal being descending from the moon. Around him lay a sea of scales and armor, as nearly all of the divine crocodiles were incinerated. A few of the grotesque creatures that narrowly escaped the inferno were left charred and severely burned, their bodies mangled, glaring at Yi Fan from a distance, emitting low, menacing growls that sent chills down one's spine. Excellent work. Burn them well, Bei Dou shouted from behind, eager to rush forward and join the fray. However, he was firmly restrained by 3 individuals beside him, their faces ashen and devoid of color. Lacking divine relics, they would undoubtedly perish without the protection of the Great Thunder Sound Temple's copper plaque. Crackling sounds echoed once more as 500 to 600 divine crocodiles broke through the luminous barrier, charging in with malevolent intent. Their diminutive forms seemed to radiate a sinister power, with glistening fangs and sinister eyes, relentlessly circling around Yi Fan. This is untenable. Yi Fan cannot contend with so many black nails alone. I must assist him, Pang Bo insisted again. Yet, the three individuals beside him wore expressions of despair, pleading silently for his restraint. I would never allow you to throw your lives away, Pang Bo replied, turning to Wang Ziwen, Lu Yunji, and others behind him. You must protect these three. I am going to aid Yi Fan. It would be prudent to mobilize a few more. Passive defense is not a viable strategy. I will accompany you. Zhou Yi stepped forward. Though Pang Bo had always regarded Zhou Yi with skepticism, believing him to be overly calculating, he had to acknowledge that this cultured man possessed a certain courage when it mattered most. At that moment, the seemingly gentle Wang Ziwen also advanced, instructing those behind him. Bring 1 or 2 more along. The remaining divine relics will suffice to safeguard everyone. However, it would be best if the women stayed back. In the face of such ferocious beasts, the inherent fragility and trepidation of women would likely render them ineffective, even with divine artifacts in hand. With a resounding clang, Pang Bo swung the great Thunder Sound Temple's copper plaque, bringing it down forcefully upon the 5-colored altar. A tempest of radiant energy surged forward, crashing outward 7 to 8 meters and submerging a multitude of divine crocodiles within its fury. The desperate cries of the dying sent shivers down one's spine. Resembling a horde of malevolent spirits being refined, wisps of white smoke swirling upwards, leaving a grim scene of charred remains and the acrid scent of burnt flesh. This was a sweeping offensive, unlike the earlier encounter where he could not match the speed of a single divine crocodile. Now, with so many ferocious creatures charging at once, he could easily wield the copper plaque to crush dozens, if not hundreds, in one fell swoop. As the melodious chime resonated, reminiscent of the bells of an ancient temple nestled deep within the mountains, it evoked a profound sense of tranquility and depth. In the hands of Wang Ziwen, the battered bronze bell shimmered with a resplendent golden light, sending forth visible ripples that vibrated through the air. What appeared gentle, akin to the undulating waves of water, transformed into a lethal blade when confronted by the advancing divine crocodiles. Each golden ripple proved capable of cleaving a divine crocodile in two. The relentless sounds of slicing echoed, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of crocodiles lay severed, their blood pooling upon the ground, painting a gruesome tableau that was utterly chilling. Yet, an uncountable number of crocodiles, undeterred by the threat of death, surged forth. Nearly 1,000 small crocodiles charged in, a dense mass of dark forms colliding and intertwining, forming a web akin to the scythe of death. With a resounding crash, Zhou Yi wielded the purple gold bowl, striking down with fervor, unleashing a wave of divine light that shattered the endless scales, leaving behind a scene of devastation, a multitude of lifeless bodies strewn about, many reduced to a gruesome pulp. Blood and viscera mingling in a morbid display. This was a harrowing spectacle, in their desperate fight for survival. The few remaining individuals threw caution to the wind as blood rapidly stained the altar, the acrid scent of iron thick in the air, and a faint mist of blood rose, evoking the atmosphere of a battlefield. Just then, 2 piercing screams erupted from behind, as 2 classmates collapsed into a pool of blood. Their heads marred by numerous gaping wounds, grotesque little crocodiles crawling over their bodies, their scales dark and menacing. A wave of sorrow swept over the group. The whims of life and death lay beyond their control, and despite their fervent struggle, 2 classmates had met a tragic end. These 2 had jointly possessed a relic of the divine, yet moments earlier, hundreds of crocodiles had surged forward, their impact devastating, propelling the 2 individuals away and causing them to lose their grip on the sacred artifact, which fell aside as they were engulfed by the swarm of small crocodiles. Meeting a horrific demise. Do not let go, even in death, Lin Jiao cried out, urging the others. Many had already been tossed about by the chaotic onslaught, and due to their shared grasp on the sacred relic, their movements were severely restricted, placing them in grave danger. Again, 2 more heart-wrenching screams pierced the air. A male and a female classmate fell into a bloody pool, their bodies gruesomely exposed, eyes wide open in terror, unable to close in death. The survivors quickly huddled together, fortifying their defenses while launching counterattacks, wielding the divine relic to cleave through the crocodiles, as order was momentarily restored. Kill. Lu Yun's complexion turned pale. His temperament was typically somber and timid, yet in this dire moment, he too grasped the Vajra pestle and charged forth. In Buddhist lore, this artifact is a formidable protective relic, capable of dismantling foes as effortlessly as crushing mere clay figurines. Embodying invincibility and wielded by the enlightened beings possessing the true essence of Buddha, with electric brilliance dancing and radiant light illuminating his surroundings. Lu Yun's became a beacon of divine power, the Vajra pestle sweeping through the ranks of crocodiles, leaving behind a gruesome carpet of blood and shattered scales, a testament to the pestle's immense might. At that moment, the foreigner Cade rushed over, shouting incessantly with a broken wooden fish in hand, striking it chaotically. God is merciful. Despite his loud cries, his actions were resolute. The dilapidated wooden fish appeared on the brink of disintegration yet possessed an enigmatic power. Engraved upon it were 3 bodhisattvas, who now manifested as shimmering lights, swirling around Cade and sweeping away the surrounding divine crocodiles. Lord, are these angels you have sent? Quickly vanquish these demons from hell. In this moment of immense tension, Cade surprisingly spoke fluent Chinese, shouting fervently, "You yellow-haired foreigner, you wield the Buddha-esque belongings. Please refrain from speaking nonsense." In this life-and-death scenario, Pang Bo couldn't help but laugh at him. After a cacophony of exclamations, Cade proclaimed, "God has spoken. All beings are equal, my Lord is compassionate, and the bodhisattvas are indeed angels. What nonsense! All beings are equal. And it is the Buddha who speaks of compassion." Their banter created an unusual atmosphere amidst the altar's suffocating aura of death. The blood upon the altar transformed into specks of crimson light, piercing through the veil and ascending toward the heavens, converging upon the now unstable Taiji Bagua diagram, causing the imminent collapse of the celestial gateway to flicker with brilliance once more. Clearly, everyone noticed this phenomenon, their faces lighting up with exhilaration. Kill, the more we slay, the better. These divine crocodiles are the progeny of formidable demons. Their essence flows with divine blood, and through the altar, they can be transformed into the mystical energy required by the Taiji Bagua. Indeed, this 5-colored stone altar was intended for sacrifice in a distant past. Such a blood offering must have been contemplated. The Taiji Bagua in the sky grew increasingly vivid and resplendent, as if forged from metal, its radiance pulsating relentlessly. The 8 symbols of the Bagua flickered erratically, undergoing countless transformations in a complex sequence, soon to illuminate fully and unlock the ancient path of the starry sky. However, at that very moment, a horrific aura erupted from the great Thunder Sound Temple, causing the earth to fracture completely as a colossal being soared into the heavens, shaking the firmament. In an instant, everyone felt their souls teetering on the brink of departure, nearly collapsing upon the altar. 2 lantern-like, enormous blood-red eyes approached rapidly from the darkness. That was the ancestral crocodile, long suppressed beneath the great Thunder Sound Temple by the Buddha, now freed. Who in this world could possibly subdue it? Everyone felt as if they had plunged into an ice cellar, utterly despondent, fearing that even if the bodhisattvas were to manifest, they might not be able to tame such a colossal demon, unless the Buddha himself were to descend. Could it be that at this final juncture, they were truly destined to lose their lives to this legendary monster? Clang. At that moment, the bronze giant sarcophagus on the 5-colored altar emitted a resonating sound, causing the 2 distant crimson lantern-like blood-red eyes to freeze in place, filled with uncertainty, no longer advancing. Chapter 22. The bronze sarcophagus suppresses the demon. Everyone was utterly exhausted, their spirits nearly severed from their bodies just moments before. The roar of the formidable crocodile ancestor possessed an unimaginable power, seemingly capable of seizing one's very soul. Had it not been for the peculiar metallic tremor emanating from the ancient bronze sarcophagus, the outcome for those present would have been dire. A fierce aura surged forth from afar, sweeping across the surroundings like a tsunami. Although the great demon that had escaped from the great Thunder Sound Temple had ceased its advance, the overwhelming presence it naturally radiated remained unbearable, sending shivers through their very souls. A malevolent energy roiled and surged, shaking the heavens, while the sandstorm instantly stilled in its wake. There, amidst the overwhelming demonic aura, the 2 lantern-like blood-red eyes remained fixed upon them, unblinking. Its true form remained obscured, shrouded by tumultuous black clouds that concealed the stars and moon, enveloping the sky. Though it had not approached closely, the might of this extraordinary demon was still beyond mortal endurance. Many upon the 5-colored altar nearly collapsed to the ground. Even those wielding divine relics could not withstand its intensity. Was this truly the great demon subdued by the Buddha himself? A being once confined to myth and legend had manifested before their very eyes, a vivid reality not far from them, akin to a dream. As urban dwellers of the modern age, none had ever witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, all felt this reality to be profoundly surreal. What they beheld and heard was indeed astonishing beyond compare. The crocodile ancestor, now liberated, had long since transcended countless ages. As the world transformed and the heavenly realms fell into ruin, the great thunder sound temple lay in desolation, and with the gods absent, who could still contain it? Roar. Suddenly, the crocodile ancestor unleashed a thunderous bellow, akin to the sound of 1,000 thunders crashing in one's ears, causing a portion of those present to collapse immediately. It was not a genuine attack, merely the shockwave of sound, yet it proved unbearable. Several individuals bled from their ears and noses. A rustling sound emerged from beyond the five-colored altar, where a multitude of divine crocodiles gathered densely, swiftly breaching the luminous barrier and surging onto the altar. The crocodile ancestor commanded these smaller crocodiles, wary of the bronze sarcophagus, prompting its progeny to probe the situation. Get up, quickly. A few students who had collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their ears and noses, were utterly spent, struggling to move, nearly unable to hold onto their Buddhist artifacts. One can only imagine how terrifying that previous roar had been. Amidst the calls of the crowd, a few finally managed to rise. However, two were a moment too late. Overwhelmed by the tide of divine crocodiles that surged forth, no miracle occurred. Two muffled groans escaped, as divine relics slipped from their grasp, and in an instant, two vibrant lives vanished forever. Blood splattered everywhere as the divine crocodiles fought fiercely to penetrate their bodies and skulls. The vivid red of blood and the stark white of brain matter were glaringly conspicuous. Others were unable to render assistance, encircled by thousands of divine crocodiles, each consumed by their own plight. Thus far, 13 lives had been lost, while the remaining 17 teetered on the brink of death. Life was so unpredictable, and mortality could strike at any moment. Radiant light flickered as all wielded the relics of deities in a desperate bid to fend off the cold-blooded killers surrounding them, striving to carve a path to survival. Even those of a naturally timid disposition had forgotten their cries, compelled to fight with all their might. Yet, the most perilous event unfolded. Those who utilized Buddhist artifacts found themselves ensnared, their movements constrained and hindered. A roar echoed from the distance as the ancestral crocodile, seeing no unusual reaction from the copper coffin, swelled with fury, exhaling clouds of mist and slowly advancing. Its blood-red eyes, the size of basins, glimmered in the darkness like two crimson suns suspended in the sky. As it approached, standing became an arduous task for all. The atmosphere was thick with the essence of countless slaughters, causing their very souls to tremble and threaten to escape their mortal shells. Though merely 10 meters away, its true form remained elusive. Visible only were its two blood-red eyes, leaving the onlookers in a state of despair. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept through the realm, akin to the wails of tormented spirits, far more ferocious than the preceding sandstorm, as if a myriad of thunderbolts were splitting the heavens. Amidst the tumultuous black mist, a colossal black hand descended, reaching toward the five-colored altar, resembling a human hand but vastly oversized, with fingers stretching 7 or 8 meters long, ominously dark and chilling, instilling terror in many. This was the formidable demon personally suppressed by the Buddha. Even after enduring countless years of confinement, its emergence was nothing short of earth-shattering, its might unparalleled. At that moment, the Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky fully materialized, nourished by the divine power infused from the blood of the crocodiles. The 8 hexagrams shone brilliantly, the gateway to the starry cosmos reappearing. With a thunderous rumble, the Taiji Bagua diagram opened wide like a portal, revealing a mysterious and vast passageway, shrouded in darkness, its destination unknown. The colossal hand was pushed aside by an unseen force, and simultaneously, 9 massive dragon corpses, once still, began to tremble. Even in death, the dragons stood as sacred beings, radiating a powerful aura that commanded respect. All the divine crocodiles on the five-colored altar quaked in terror, prostrating themselves, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, until they retreated like a receding tide. The altar was left strewn with crocodile carcasses and a few human remains. The scene instantly cleared of chaos. Let us proceed into the copper coffin. Yi Fan was the first to rise, assisting Bei Dou to his feet. It is not that they are incapable, but rather that the formidable ancient demon is truly extraordinary. Its mere presence exudes an aura potent enough to be lethal to an ordinary person. The overwhelming demonic energy could easily obliterate mortals. Everyone staggered to their feet, unanimously deciding to enter the bronze giant coffin. The celestial gate was already ajar, and relying solely on their strength would likely prove insufficient to traverse the ancient path of the stars. Entering the bronze coffin was a reluctant choice, eerie and unsettling. Yet necessity compelled them to utilize it. In the darkness, the gaze of the ancestral crocodile grew increasingly frigid, its blood-red eyes resembling two suns suspended in the sky. Suddenly, it unleashed two blinding beams of crimson light that intersected to seal the celestial yin-yang diagram above. At this sight, all present turned pale. This unparalleled ancient demon was unwilling to relent, showcasing its celestial demonic arts, intent on sealing the ancient path of the stars to obstruct their escape. Simultaneously, the enormous black hand descended once more, effortlessly breaching the dim protective barrier, reaching toward the altar. Everyone was struck with terror, hastily retreating into the coffin. The dark hand descended, targeting not the people, but rather the ancient bronze coffin itself. With a resounding clang, the black hand grasped the bronze giant coffin, causing a heavy sensation to settle in the hearts of all present. The might of the ancestral crocodile was overwhelming, beyond even the Buddha's suppression. If the mysterious bronze coffin did not react, they would truly be left with no options. As the atmosphere thickened with dread, the ancestral crocodile's black hand recoiled as if stung, blood oozing from its fingertips like a small river cascading onto the altar, radiating crimson light as if the ancient coffin had wounded it. Yet, the ancient coffin remained silent, lying still upon the altar. A chilling, mocking laugh echoed nearby, revealing the crocodile's gnashing teeth, sending shivers down their spines. What shall we do? The ancient path of the stars is sealed by this giant demon. How can we escape? Many were filled with trepidation, having glimpsed hope for survival, only to find their route obstructed, engendering panic and anxiety. Energy. What is needed now is the mysterious power to unlock the ancient path of the stars. What is happening? The divine relics in our possession are continuously losing their divine radiance. Someone cried out. In that moment, whether it be Yi Fan's ancient bronze lamp, Pang Bo's copper plaque from the Great Thunder Sound Temple, or the bowls of Zhou, Yi, and others, the divine light within them flowed ceaselessly, converging together. Suddenly, a chilling laugh reminiscent of an owl's cry erupted, as a figure nearly 2 meters tall appeared abruptly outside the bronze giant coffin. Everyone gasped in astonishment. The divine radiance emanating from the relics surged towards this figure. This apparition, suffused with demonic energy, was shrouded in swirling black mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. However, all could sense that it was indeed the ancestral crocodile. It had manifested upon the altar, intent on entering the bronze giant coffin, disregarding the onlookers. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the interior of the coffin. This is a figure who has encountered the Buddha, stepping forth from the realm of mythology into the sight of the masses. This scene is unforgettable, truly striking to the core. In the face of the formidable aura of the crocodile ancestor, all divine relics seem to ignite, radiating a brilliant light that envelopes the ancestor. Simultaneously, the ancient bronze lamp, the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Monastery, the alms bowl, the Vajra pestle, and the fish drum, all Buddhist instruments, shine with resplendence, soaring into the heavens before converging to suppress the crocodile ancestor. A chilling and sinister laughter resonates, penetrating to the bone as the crocodile ancestor trembles, unleashing a burst of dark light and demonic flames. All the Buddhist relics are immobilized before him, while several instruments, including the meditation cushion and the measuring stick, emit cracking sounds. With a sudden pop, the meditation cushion shatters first, followed by the measuring stick and others, as 4 divine relics are reduced to dust. These 4 instruments transform into 4 dazzling beams of light, dissipating upon the 5-colored altar, bestowing powerful, mysterious energy upon the gateway to the starry sky. The 9 massive dragon corpses tremble, producing a deep rumble as they slowly ascend. The crocodile ancestor, startled, dodges the ancient bronze lamp and other divine relics, soaring into the sky with an outstretched right hand that expands to encompass the heavens, reaching for the colossal dragon corpses. At that moment, the ancient bronze lamp and the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Monastery seem to possess a spirit of their own, each unleashing the most radiant divine light, blinding all who gaze upon it, sweeping toward the crocodile ancestor. Endless brilliance flickers in the sky, resplendent beyond measure, rendering it impossible for anyone to look directly, momentarily halting the 9 dragon corpses. Then, a crisp sound emanates from the altar as the relics, the Buddha's relic beads, the bronze plaque, and the alms bowl tumble down, dimmed and lifeless, even the ancient bronze lamp extinguishing. The 9 dragon corpses are stymied. What can be done? Anxiety fills the air. The bronze coffin remains grounded. The 9 dragon corpses suspended in midair, unable to enter the starry gateway. The crowd emerges from the coffin, hastily retrieving the dimmed relics. While the agile Bei Dou quickly collects water bottles from the corpses, Yifan removes his outer garment, gathering a large bundle of the crocodile corpses. The bronze coffin emits a metallic tremor, causing the 9 dragon corpses to flick their massive tails, slamming against the crocodile ancestor's black hand, forcing him to retreat. A thunderous sound reverberates through the sky as the 9 colossal dragon corpses gradually ascend toward the starry gateway. With a clang, the bronze coffin shakes and tips momentarily, leaving the crowd feeling dizzy. The crocodile ancestor's blood-red gaze is chillingly fierce. Before the coffin lid closes, he attempts to breach it, his target still that very coffin. Yet at that moment, the ancient etchings of ancestors and deities, along with bronze patterns of primordial fierce birds and savage beasts adorning the corroded coffin walls, emanate a hazy glow, halting the crocodile ancestor in his tracks. It seemed as though a sudden recollection struck him, and 2 piercing beams of blood-red light erupted from his eyes. He retreated several steps into the void with urgency. The clang of the heavy bronze coffin lid echoed as it closed, while 9 colossal dragon carcasses began to lift the bronze sarcophagus, breaking through the blood-red seal laid by the ancient crocodile ancestor and vanishing into the gateway of the stars. Chapter 23. Within the coffin in the darkness. Some wept softly while others trembled. The moment one closed their eyes, horrifying images would surface, foreheads pierced, blood splattering, brain matter oozing like a haunting nightmare. A spectral presence lingering in the heart. The tragic demise of classmates was an indelible memory, the vivid bloodshed, the bitter despair, the unblinking eyes. The youthful faces, these images would often resurface. After 4 years of companionship, 13 vibrant lives had departed forever on that fateful day. Though temporarily safe at this moment, many found it impossible to find peace, their fears intensifying. The memories of classmates' gruesome fates and the terrifying visage of the malevolent crocodile frequently invaded their thoughts, perhaps to remain unforgotten for the rest of their lives. The interior of the bronze giant coffin was shrouded in darkness. Some female classmates sobbed, while male classmates sighed. Although they had escaped, the road ahead remained uncertain and daunting. The 9 dragons bore the coffin. Where were they heading? What lay beyond? Where was paradise? They had yet to glimpse the light, yet the ocean of suffering appeared boundless. Were they traversing the ancient path walked by the deities? What kind of place was the abode of the gods? It took a considerable time for tranquility to settle within the bronze coffin. By Earth's time, it was now deep into the night. The weary souls were drained and soon succumbed to a heavy slumber. Many continued to feel anxiety and terror in their dreams, clutching the relics of the deities as if seeking a semblance of support and assurance. A group of urban dwellers, accustomed to a life of ease, faced an unimaginable psychological upheaval after experiencing such a harrowing event, witnessing legendary demons devouring the bodies of comrades. As those around them perished one by one, how could they not be filled with dread? Even someone as carefree as Bei Dou found it difficult to sleep, not from fear, but from being startled awake by those around him. Yifan, much like him, struggled to find rest. The murmurs of dreams and cries of nightmares from his companions rendered sleep elusive. After merely 5 or 6 hours, most awoke, and it was only after another 2 hours that their hearts began to settle slightly. At this moment, none knew where the ancient bronze coffin was journeying through the cosmos. Yet each began to ponder the pressing realities that lay ahead. The bronze sarcophagus glided smoothly, devoid of any tremor, as though it had come to a halt in the starry expanse. Was there a next destination? Perhaps it would drift eternally through the desolate depths of the universe. What kind of place would they arrive at? After weeping and venting their emotions, even the inherently gentle female classmate found herself compelled to contemplate this question. Would they reach the abode of the deities? The ancient path of the stars, forged by their ancestors, perhaps truly led to the presence of divine beings, possibly to a realm shrouded in mystery. Did gods truly exist? We have witnessed the legendary 9 Dragons Coffin, the fabled Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the mythical crocodile ancestor, leaving little room for disbelief. Yet, I still find it difficult to accept this reality. In my understanding, deities may merely represent a certain race, perhaps once coexisting with us on Earth. As modern individuals, we largely dismiss the existence of gods, yet we are compelled to confront this notion. The words of Wang Ziwen resonate more readily, making it easier to embrace. Perhaps these deities are not unfamiliar to us. They could very well be the culmination of human evolution, possibly echoing ancient figures we know well, whether through evolution or as a distinct race. We must acknowledge the undeniable existence of divine entities, and it is evident that our ancient ancestors had long been in communion with them. Atop Mount Tai stands the five-color altar, constructed by our forebears, where, eons ago, the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings ascended to perform the Fo Shan ceremony, a testament to something profound. It may be that these deities are our ancestors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, revered figures of antiquity, are said to be deities themselves. Thus, one can imagine that the ceremonies on Mount Tai were far from simple, encompassing myriad possibilities. Perhaps they were calling upon celestial beings, transmitting messages to the desolate cosmos. It is conceivable that they could transcend the earthly realm, feeling constrained by the ancient land, prompting their ascent to Mount Tai, departing from Earth to delve into the vastness of the universe. What truly transpired in those distant times remains shrouded in mystery, leaving us to speculate. Yet, one thing is irrefutable. Our ancient ancestors opened the gateway to the stars, venturing into the infinite depths of the cosmos. Why do you remain silent? The ancient bronze lamp has extinguished, and darkness envelopes the copper coffin, with the crowd closely gathered. Beside Yi Fan, a figure leans against the coffin wall, remaining eerily silent, catching his attention. What is the matter? Are you still resentful about my thrashing you? Pang Bo retorted with a cold laugh. You nearly pushed Yi Fan off the 5-color altar, endangering his life. A beating is but a mercy. For casting you into a pit of divine crocodiles would not be unwarranted. Hey, wake up, speak. Someone nearby nudged him. What is wrong with you? The nudger gasped in shock, retreating in alarm. At that moment, an unusual tension gripped everyone. Even in slumber, such a fall would likely rouse anyone. Yet, he remained motionless, lying still as a log. Wake up, please, awaken. Pang Bo stepped forward, nudging him again. Seeing no response, he gently patted his cheek, only to exclaim in horror, "Why is your skin so cold, and your body somewhat stiff?" Upon hearing this, a chill ran down everyone's spines, an ominous premonition settling in their hearts. Yi Fan sensed that the situation was dire. He extended his hand to his mouth and nose, ultimately succumbing to a daze, exclaiming, "He's dead. There is no breath left." What? A chorus of gasps erupted among the crowd. How could a living person suddenly perish? Just moments ago, he had been murmuring in his dreams, tormented by nightmares, and now he lay silent and lifeless, such a mystery. The atmosphere within the bronze coffin became tense and oppressive. As the darkness enveloped everyone, their breaths coming in ragged gasps, their bodies chilled to the bone. This was too sudden and sinister to comprehend. An inexplicable dread hung in the air, compelling everyone to clutch tightly the relics of the deities in their hands. Turn on your phones. Let us discern how he met his end, Yi Fan suggested, raising his device to illuminate the scene. The dim light revealed a pallid face, eyes bulging wide in terror, lips slightly parted, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He was truly dead. A wave of despair and fear washed over the crowd, the abruptness of the death sending chills down their spines. As if something horrific lurked within the confines of the coffin, a few bold classmates began to examine his body, seeking the cause of death. Look at his neck, one pointed out, revealing a dark bruise that marred his throat, marred with bloodstains, reminiscent of a strangulation. The purplish hue was horrifying. There's a ghost. There is a ghost in the coffin. A girl quavered, her voice trembling with dread. The utterance sent shivers through many, as the dark marks seemed eerily like the fingerprints of a vengeful spirit, suggesting he had been throttled to death. Given their current entrapment within the coffin, the notion stirred terrifying suspicions and associations. The nearby coffin loomed like the gate to hell, instilling fear in their hearts, prompting many to instinctively retreat a few steps. Yi Fan furrowed his brow and extended his hand to touch the corpse's throat, discovering that the Adam's apple was shattered, rendering the area soft and yielding, with only the skin remaining relatively intact, unmarred by tears. Specks of blood stained his hand, appearing strikingly vivid and chilling to the heart. It was not a ghost that had caused this, it was murder. At that moment, Lu Yunzhong, with a countenance as dark as a thundercloud, uttered a chilling remark, casting a cold glare at Yi Fan. Upon observing Lu's gaze directed towards Yi Fan, Pang Bo shot him a sidelong glance and questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Judging by the wounds, it was evident that the victim had been strangled. Who could accomplish such a feat silently? Lu's expression was frigid as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, asserting, only someone in close proximity with extraordinary strength could have done this. The implication of his words was unmistakable, pointing directly at Yi Fan, who was in close vicinity to the deceased and well known for his remarkable physical prowess. You are spouting nonsense, Pang Bo retorted angrily, seizing the large bronze plaque of the thunder sound, ready to strike. Lu Yunzhong smirked coldly and replied, do you intend to assist in silencing me? Yi Fan grasped Pang Bo, restraining his impulsive actions. It was Yi Fan. He is the one who committed the murder. A terrified female classmate, who had consistently aligned herself with Lu Yunji and had previously aided him in conversing with Li Changqing, exclaimed, it must be Yi Fan. This is an act of vengeance, retaliation for the hatred that nearly cast him aside at the altar. Upon hearing these words, others swiftly recalled the recent events, causing several to instinctively take a step back. Indeed, it was Yi Fan. He was the one who had slain their classmate. Li Changqing gritted his teeth and remarked, perhaps there are others assisting him. In that moment, Pang Bo felt an overwhelming urge to charge forward and deliver a beating to them. Buzz. Lu Yunji raised his Vidra pestle, which emitted a metallic resonance, accompanied by a faint glimmer of light. The crowd gasped. The divine relics in their possession returned to a state of ordinariness, unable to shine, while Lu Yunji's Vidra pestle retained its divine power, surprising everyone present. Yi Fan, you are exceedingly ruthless. Even if he was at fault, you should not have resorted to such brutal retaliation. Lu Yunji advanced 2 steps, wielding the Vidra pestle with intent. I say I did not commit murder. Do you believe me? Yi Fan surveyed the crowd. I naturally believe you. Pang Bo was the first to step forward. I believe you too. Zhang Xiling joined him. Yi Fan turned his gaze towards the others and inquired, do you not believe me? His eyes then rested upon Li Xiaoman. Chapter 24. Confrontation and choice. It is not a matter of belief, but rather the undeniable fact that you have significant suspicion surrounding you, Kate stammered, standing beside Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, what do you mean, you yellow-haired foreigner? On what grounds do you accuse Yi Fan of murder? No, I do not subjectively assert that. I merely state an objective fact. I have not labeled him a murderer, but his suspicion is indeed substantial, Cade replied with a serious demeanor, earnestly analyzing the situation. Lu Yunji's words hold merit. Yi Fan had a conflict with the deceased, and thus a motive for murder. Moreover, he was in close proximity, creating the opportunity for action, though his words were clumsy. The audience grasped his intent, much like many straightforward Westerners who would hear strictly to factual discourse. You truly lack understanding of human sentiments, it is evident. Yet you insist on presenting it as if proving a mathematical theorem. So inflexible. What do you mean by foreigner? Kate asked, perplexed. I have heard you say that multiple times. What does it imply? You are indeed a foreigner, so obstinate that it is futile to continue this discussion, Pang Bo retorted, dismissing him. He then turned to Li Xiaoman and asked, why are you silent? You must know Yi Fan well, do you not? Li Xiaoman stood gracefully, illuminated by the faint glow of her phone, resembling a fresh and radiant lotus blooming in the darkness, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her expression was calm and composed as she gently spoke. Deep down, I do not believe Yi Fan is the murderer, but he undeniably has suspicions surrounding him. Li Xiaoman, Pang Bo interjected, emphasizing her name with irritation. How can you say such heartless words? Anyone may doubt him, but not you. Others may not understand Yi Fan, but surely you do? Even though you have parted ways, you cannot be so unfeeling. Are you intent on rubbing salt in Yi Fan's wounds? I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely state a fact. Li Xiaoman replied serenely, her beauty striking, her complexion as fair as jade. She furrowed her brow slightly and continued. I'm not targeting anyone. I merely wish to express that a murderer, capable of taking a life, may not shy away from any act. We are all in peril at present. I hope we can remain objective rather than subjective. In fact, Yi Fan's suspicion is considerable, and the others present also carry their own share of suspicion. Pang Bo scoffed. Ultimately, Yi Fan bears the greatest suspicion. If you do not believe him, why say so much? He turned away, declaring, I have truly misjudged you. Decisions from the past are hard to alter. Friends cannot persuade you. Now I see your nature is not resolute, but rather heartless. At that moment, a somewhat nervous and timid voice quietly spoke. I believe Yi Fan. I believe he is not the murderer. It was that classmate, whose life had been less than satisfactory, who emerged, frail and delicate, her head bowed, exuding an air of nervousness and unease. Once a simple and joyful girl, The trials of recent years had eroded her confidence, leaving her devoid of the vibrant sunshine she once radiated. Speaking in front of others became a challenge, her demeanor marked by awkwardness and discomfort. This transformation evoked deep sympathy in Yi Fan during the class reunion. Like Yi Fan, Peng Bo also felt compassion for this timid classmate. She had not always been this way. In their school days, she often jested with Yi Fan, her laughter like pearls. And the camaraderie among the three of them was palpable, effortlessly instilling a sense of joy. "Thank you, Lu Yi." Yi Fan smiled and nodded at her. "There is no need for thanks. I trust you will not resort to murder," Lu Yi replied softly, her fragile voice eliciting pity as she stood there, visibly uneasy. "Who else but him?" Li Chaqing retorted angrily, adding, "Who else has a motive for murder if not Yi Fan? This is an act of vengeance." A female classmate standing next to Lu Yunji spoke up again. "Yi Fan, how can you be so heartless? That was a classmate you've known for 4 years." "I reiterate, I did not commit murder," Yi Fan responded with calm composure, unwavering in the face of accusations. "You may doubt me, but until the investigation is complete, please refrain from casting aspersions upon my character. The facts were evident. You were the one closest to the deceased, making it impossible for anyone else to commit the act without being detected. Only you had the motive." Peng Bo, who had a fiery temper and could not tolerate injustice, exclaimed, "Can you not speak rationally? Until a conclusion has been reached, do not hastily place blame on others. I truly do not understand." Back at graduation, it was said that you and Lu Yunji parted ways beautifully, but in truth, he dismissed you with disdain, leaving you filled with resentment. How is it that now you seem eager to rally behind him and sing his praises? That is a vicious personal attack. The female classmate's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling as she pointed a finger at Peng Bo. "An attack?" "Yes, a counterattack." Peng Bo, unwilling to be at a disadvantage, retorted sharply, "I call this fighting fire with fire, speaking plainly to people and ghosts alike, when faced with a toad. I would drown it with a few spittle-laden words." The female classmate trembled further, rendered speechless by her fury. Lu Yunji's expression darkened as he interjected, "Enough. Peng Bo, are you still a man? Is this really entertaining?" In his hand, the Vajra staff shimmered with delicate rays of light, standing out in the darkness. A reminder to all of its overwhelming deterrent power. Should conflict arise, it was clear no one could withstand it. Peng Bo, too, wore a serious expression and said, "Because the murderer is not Yi Fan, and you are all entangled in baseless accusations, I am merely returning the favor in kind." Yi Fan's gaze swept across Li Xiaoman before shifting to the others. At that moment, 3 classmates stepped forward, proclaiming, "We believe Yi Fan is innocent of murder." Along with Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Peng Bo, 6 individuals stood in solidarity with Yi Fan, bringing the total to 7 who trusted him. Nearly half of the 16 who had escaped harm. Lin Jia, stunningly beautiful with a figure that exuded grace, possessed naturally alluring phoenix eyes that lent her an enchanting demeanor. Even amidst the current atmosphere, her calm words resonated with an underlying charm and beguilement. "I too find it implausible that Yi Fan could commit such an act. We know his character. He is not a person capable of such cruelty and never quibbles over trivial matters." Li Chaqing interrupted her, his voice laced with discontent. "Who else could it be? Among us, who would harbor such murderous intent?" Peng Bo, incensed, shot back, "Li Chaqing, can you be any more malicious? Can you conjure more excuses to cast aspersions? I wish to press this copper plaque against your face. How dare you utter such presumptuous words? I can't be bothered to engage with you." Li Chaqing, infuriated, turned away, still bearing the bruises from the beating he received from Peng Bo at the 5-colored altar. "I believe in Yi Fan. He is not that kind of person, capable of such vile deeds." At that moment, Wang Ziwen approached, choosing to stand with Yi Fan. Zhou Yi, who had remained an observer throughout, finally made a choice. He glanced at the radiant Vajra pestle in Lu Yunzi's hand, then at the composed Yi Fan, stating, "We cannot hastily conclude who the murderer is. I trust Yi Fan would never harm a classmate." In that instant, the overwhelming majority rallied behind Yi Fan. He recognized that some were genuinely supportive, while others, reading the room, believed his calmness in the face of Lu Yunzi's Vajra pestle indicated he possessed an unseen advantage. A choice made from opportunism. If it's not Yi Fan, then who? Could the culprit be another among us? Lu Yunzi glared at Yi Fan before turning his gaze to Peng Bo. "Rein in your arrogance. Do not presume that others fear you simply because you wield a glowing staff," Peng Bo retorted, unperturbed and brimming with vigor. I could just as easily use this mundane copper plaque to bring you to ruin. Lu Yunzi's expression darkened, gripping the Vajra pestle tightly as he advanced 3 steps forward. Yi Fan firmly grasped the eager Pang Bo, then turned to face everyone with an expression of utmost seriousness and gravity. I can assure you all, the culprit is none among us. Chapter 25. The divine sound resounds what? A wave of astonishment swept over the crowd. They were convinced that Yi Fan's assertion was not baseless, that he had indeed uncovered something significant. Even Li Chongqing and the female classmate, who had been particularly antagonistic towards Yi Fan, exchanged apprehensive glances, their faces betraying their unease as they scanned the surroundings. Yi Fan had keenly observed the demeanor of everyone present, maintaining an air of calmness akin to a placid lake, and had discerned who among them bore genuine intentions and who feigned sincerity. It was only at this juncture that he began to assert his innocence, articulating a pivotal point of contention. You may lay your hands upon his throat. The laryngeal prominence is shattered, no matter the strength of a man. Such an act is beyond possibility. Some individuals crouched to touch the lifeless form, confirming Yi Fan's assertions, while many others retreated, chilled by the ominous presence of the unidentified corpse. If it was not the result of human malice, then what manner of entity was it? A shiver coursed down the spines of all present. Yi Fan, do you comprehend what this entity is? Will it also pursue us? One voice trembled in inquiry. The purplish-red contusions encircling the deceased's neck bore a striking resemblance to the imprints left by malevolent spirits. As this thought crossed their minds, many gazes instinctively gravitated towards the coffin. We have not escaped the grasp of the divine crocodile. The utterance of this phrase by Yi Fan sent a wave of horror through the assembly, each gripping their divine relics tightly, surveying their surroundings with acute anxiety. A female classmate, her voice quavering with emotion, inquired, has the ancestor crocodile, suppressed beneath the great thunder sound temple, followed us in? This formidable demon, personally subdued by the Buddha, had left an indelible impression on those who had glimpsed its terrifying majesty, a force capable of shaking the heavens. Impossible. It did not accompany us. It cannot be. Li Chongqing's visage turned ashen. Devoid of his divine relic, he clung nervously to Lu Yunzi's side, grasping the Vajra pestle with desperation. I did not imply that the ancestor crocodile has entered. Rather, I meant that a juvenile crocodile has infiltrated the bronze sarcophagus. At this juncture, he crouched down, illuminating the corpse's face with the dim glow of his mobile device. The expression was rife with terror, eyes wide open in eternal dread, mirroring the countenance of the 13 classmates who had perished before them. In the miscellaneous records of that ancient tome, I encountered descriptions of the divine crocodile, noting, the divine crocodile devours men, consuming both soul and spirit, instilling fear and shattering hearts. Though the ancient lamp in Yi Fan's grasp had extinguished, he held it tightly, as if to ward off an impending threat. This is no mere coincidence. The manner of death parallels that of the previous 13 classmates, consistent with the accounts in the ancient texts where fear leads to the scattering of souls. Surely, a divine crocodile is wreaking havoc. Yi Fan was unperturbed by the presence of the lifeless corpse. As he pried open its mouth, he discovered a gory puncture that extended upwards, penetrating the skull. An immediate chill enveloped the onlookers, for that minuscule wound bore an uncanny resemblance to the injuries sustained by their deceased classmates. Only the formidable creature known as the divine crocodile could effortlessly pierce human flesh, crushing the laryngeal prominence with ease. The unsettling thought arose, how many of these divine crocodiles had infiltrated the bronze giant coffin? Would the relics of the deities withstand such a threat? Now devoid of their divine radiance? A palpable unease settled over the crowd. Could it be that the divine crocodile still resided within him? It was difficult to ascertain. Yi Fan shook his head. Suddenly, Zhang Xiling exclaimed, pointing at the chest of the corpse. Something is writhing within his chest. In an instant, a spray of crimson erupted, revealing the menacing head of a familiar creature protruding from the corpse's chest. It was a 10-centimeter-long divine crocodile, which transformed into a shadowy streak, hurtling towards Yi Fan's forehead. Bang! Yi Fan reacted swiftly, positioning the bronze lamp before him. A few feeble sparks shot forth, striking the divine crocodile, which let out a piercing wail, nearly being impaled and sent flying. At the same time, Pang Bo, with remarkable agility, swung the bronze plaque of the great thunder sound temple down upon the ground, unleashing strands of divine light that obliterated the divine crocodile into a mere pulp. What do you have to say now, Lu Yunji? Pang Bo questioned, brandishing the bronze plaque. I acted impulsively, but who could have anticipated that a divine crocodile would emerge from the bronze coffin? Lu Yunji refrained from saying more, offering no apology. The situation had escalated to a point of direct confrontation where a retreat was no longer warranted. At that moment, Pang Bo suddenly struck, delivering a resounding slap that landed squarely on Lu Yunji's face. During this exchange, the Vajra pestle and the bronze plaque shimmered with dim light, colliding and enveloping the two. Yet, none of this could prevent the slap. Lu Yunji's face was left stinging, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Forgive me, I too was overly impulsive," Pang Bo taunted Lu Yunji. "You." The crowd hurriedly intervened, positioning themselves between the two to avert further conflict. Lu Yunji's expression was thunderous as he gripped the Vajra pestle, poised to charge forward. However, recalling the faint divine light that had emanated from the bronze plaque, he ultimately restrained himself. Yi Fan suddenly gestured for silence, then directed his gaze towards the ancient bronze coffin situated at the center, as if he were listening intently to something. After a brief moment, he inquired of those around him, "Did you hear anything?" Everyone was taken aback, for they had heard nothing. Yi Fan's expression revealed a hint of perplexity, and ultimately, he began to approach the 4-meter-long bronze coffin slowly. At that very moment, the Bodhi seed nestled in his arms began to radiate warmth, filling his heart with a comforting sensation. It was then that he discerned a clearer sound. Unconsciously, he reached out to touch the coffin, which was adorned with verdigris and etched with numerous depictions of ancient ancestors and deities, exuding an aura of antiquity and profound history. In that instant, he felt as though the Bodhi seed within him had forcibly opened a door, granting him access to an extraordinarily unique sound. Initially faint, the sound grew increasingly powerful, and the Bodhi seed grew hotter in his grasp. The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom, enlightenment, and thought, is said to be where the Buddha attained enlightenment. Yi Fan's Bodhi seed bore a natural image of the Buddha, formed entirely from the convergence of natural patterns, clearly signifying its extraordinary nature. The ancient and enigmatic bronze coffin before him resonated with an ever-expanding sound, akin to the celestial music of the Tao, yet also reminiscent of profound and esoteric truths. The way of heaven teaches us to diminish what is excessive and to supplement what is lacking. The mysterious celestial sound began with a well-known phrase from Taoist texts, yet it soon transformed into an unheard and arcane scripture, its meaning elusive. This vast and profound sound seemed to transcend time and space, emanating from the ancient primordial chaos, ultimately resonating in Yi Fan's ears like a grand bell, penetrating deep into his heart. Chapter 26. The Ancient Starry Sky. Yi Fan leaned against the ancient bronze coffin, his presence akin to a tranquil lake illuminated by the moonlight, standing there motionless, exuding an ethereal aura. In that moment, he appeared to transcend the mundane, resembling a celestial being, untouched by the earthly realm, ready to ascend with the wind at any moment. However, within his heart, a tempest brewed, starkly contrasting his serene exterior. The profound sounds of the Tao resonated like an unfathomable ocean, each syllable reverberating as if the very heavens were shattering. It was reminiscent of ancient chants, akin to the prayers of primordial deities, flowing incessantly and piercing through the ancient firmament, gradually seeping into Yi Fan's heart, stirring the depths of his soul, causing waves of contemplation to rise, leaving him uncertain of his own whereabouts. In the distance, onlookers gazed at his stillness, their expressions revealing confusion, unaware of the unfolding events, yet sensing his presence as that of an untainted celestial being, imbued with an essence of purity and an otherworldly grace. Yi Fan stood frozen, the divine sound resonating like a distant bell, profound and grand, yet exceedingly cryptic, leaving its meaning shrouded in mystery. At times, it felt akin to standing at the precipice of an abyss, while at other moments, it evoked the serenity of a divine sanctuary. A myriad of inexplicable sensations surged within him, oscillating between alertness and bewilderment. This esoteric sound was not lengthy. Rather, it was succinct, embodying the essence of simplicity amidst the complexities of existence, evoking an ancient sense of returning to the essence after the extravagance has faded. During this experience, the Bodhi seed nestled in his embrace radiated a comforting warmth, enveloping him in a soothing embrace, allowing him to perceive this profound sound. According to legend, the Bodhi tree possesses the power to awaken one's divine nature, facilitating self-realization and the capture of the celestial rhythms. It was evident that this Bodhi seed, originating from the ancient Bodhi tree buried before the Great Thundersound Temple, was extraordinary. While Yifan remained motionless in contemplation, others began to harbor doubts. Some suggested distancing themselves from Yifan, particularly since he was leaning against an ancient bronze coffin, which understandably conjured unsettling associations. Peng Bo circled Yifan twice, observing that he exhibited no signs of distress. Rather, an ethereal aura surrounded him, subtly intertwined with a divine essence emanating from the bronze coffin. Ultimately, Peng Bo refrained from taking hasty actions, choosing instead to stand guard beside him in silence. Could it be that a malevolent spirit has taken residence within him? Li Chongqing mused, glancing from the bronze coffin to Yifan. The others, upon hearing this, tightened their grips on the divine relics in their possession, with a few instinctively retreating several paces, unnerved by the enigmatic coffin that brimmed with uncertainty. Do you truly think casting aspersions on Yifan will save you? What manner of thoughts plague your mind? Peng Bo, harboring disdain since their confrontation at the five-color altar, spoke without reservation, his words laced with hostility. Enough of this commotion, Zhou Yi interjected, his brow furrowing slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. We cannot ascertain whether there are more divine crocodiles lurking within this bronze coffin. Let us exercise caution and conduct a thorough search. Upon hearing this, a sense of trepidation gripped the group. It was an undeniable reality that having already encountered one divine crocodile, there could easily be a second, a third, or even more. The stakes were high, with 14 lives already claimed by these fearsome creatures, instilling a chilling dread among them. The group did not disperse extensively, dividing instead into two teams for mutual support, illuminating their phones and clutching their divine relics as they commenced their search in the dimness. However, despite scouring every nook and cranny, no further discoveries were made by the time the two teams reconvened. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant. The coffin was vast, and its emptiness could easily conceal several divine crocodiles without detection. Moreover, there was no guarantee that a crocodile had not taken refuge on the higher walls of the coffin, where shadows obscured visibility entirely. Let us maintain heightened vigilance. Exercising caution is never misplaced, Lin Jia advised the group, offering reassurance. Even if there are still divine crocodiles present, they would be wary of the Buddhist relics we possess. Otherwise, they would have already attacked us again. Suddenly, an extraordinary sound reached the ears of the crowd. Although faint and almost imperceptible, it resonated deeply within their souls. The rhythmic beating of a drum seemed to echo from distant realms, heavy with sorrow, followed by the mournful tolling of bells that enveloped the atmosphere in a melancholic haze, both ethereal and palpable. Whence came this sound? Everyone was taken aback, glancing around, yet found nothing amiss. The somber drumbeats and the sorrowful chimes appeared to permeate the walls of the coffin, instilling a chilling sense of dread. Could it be the lamentations accompanying the burial of an ancient emperor? Suddenly, a cascade of sounds emerged, akin to an endless chorus of mourning, as countless souls gathered to pay homage and offer prayers for a single individual's funeral. The funeral bells tolled, the drums resounded, as if a grand and monumental farewell unfolded before the assembled, with an ocean of people immersed in grief and supplication. At that moment, 9 resounding dragon roars reverberated across the heavens, shaking the earth and echoing far and wide, as if a vivid tableau were etched into the celestial tapestry of history. In that instant, a peculiar sensation washed over the crowd, as though they bore witness to an ancient sovereign reigning over the vast expanse of the world, followed by an unparalleled funeral of monumental proportions. Yet, there was no actual imagery. All of this was merely the result of the dragon roars and the collective imagery conjured by the prayers of the multitude. The crowd swiftly regained their composure. Yet the ethereal lament still lingered, sending shivers down their spines. The divine relics in their possession began to radiate light once more. At that moment, divine brilliance cascaded down, and the sacred artifacts held by all glimmered, not in a restoration of divine power, but in a near-complete depletion of their radiance. Thousands of luminous trails surged forth, all directed towards the walls of the bronze sarcophagus, merging with the ancient engravings etched upon it. The coffin walls were encrusted with verdant patina, yet it failed to obscure the images of primordial ancestors and ancient deities, which shimmered brilliantly as if on the brink of resurrection. The engravings of savage beasts and divine avians sprang to life, imbued with an aura of mysterious potency. Behold, the celestial engravings are twinkling. The crowd collectively sensed an anomaly in that region, where the largest ancient bronze engraving depicted an expansive starry sky, with every star gleaming vibrantly. The background of the dark coffin walls remained unchanged, akin to a pitch-black night, as if countless resplendent stars adorned the vastness of the night sky. A delicate line flickered across the starry depiction. Could it be the ancient celestial path we had traversed? The crowd gathered closer, captivated, their expressions revealing astonishment. This celestial map was vast as the ocean, with many stars minuscule as dust, yet some particularly bright stars stood out prominently, capturing attention. Among them, 7 stars shone with exceptional brilliance, reminiscent of the Big Dipper. Upon hearing Wang Ziwen's words, everyone turned their gaze towards the front of the ancient starry path, where the dazzling light of the Big Dipper stood out remarkably. Numerous other stars shone with a brilliance akin to that of the Big Dipper, and upon closer inspection, a few individuals revealed expressions of astonishment. Zhou Yi, not only possessing a refined appearance but also well-versed in literature, immediately recognized the particularly bright stars, stating that they were all ancient Chinese constellations. In antiquity, the Chinese divided the night sky into several regions, each with distinct names, summarized by the 3 enclosures, for symbols, and 28 mansions of the celestial sphere. The ancient bronze inscription before them was meticulously marked according to this classification, highlighting some of the most renowned stars. Having observed this celestial map, one could not help but marvel at the ancient starry path before them. The ancients' delineation of the starry sky was likely not born of superstition. Different constellations represented unique celestial realms, seemingly imbued with profound significance. Indeed, it appeared that the current situation was somehow connected to the ancient starry path, perhaps even linked to the origin of life itself. The crowd, taken aback, found themselves momentarily speechless. "Look," someone exclaimed, "the gleaming line on the celestial map extends onward. Could it represent our path forward, the manifestation of the ancient starry road?" This slender line was drawing ever closer to the Big Dipper. The group fell into a stupor. They had originally stood on Earth, atop Mount Tai, yet in such a brief span of time, they might have nearly approached the Big Dipper. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Given humanity's current technological capabilities, reaching the vicinity of the Big Dipper, even after millions of years of flight, would be utterly impossible due to the vast distance. All were left in a state of astonishment, their hearts profoundly shaken. Before the Big Dipper loomed an even more radiant star, Xiwixing. Might our destination be a planet within that celestial domain? It is worth noting that Xiwixing held special significance in ancient times. Some proposed this hypothesis, as Xiwixing indeed shone brilliantly on the celestial map, being one of the most dazzling stars. However, it was difficult to ascertain. Perhaps they were destined for even remoter celestial realms. At that moment, a voice cried out, "The shining line has ceased to extend. It is fixed there, within the domain of the Big Dipper." Simultaneously, the bronze coffin trembled violently, as if the very heavens and earth were shaking. It felt as though they had reached their destination. Had they truly arrived at the abode of the gods? Could it be the fabled realm of immortals? Perhaps it was a land of remarkable technological civilization. If immortals and deities existed, they might encounter legendary figures. As they traversed the ancient starry path forged by the deities, what kind of world awaited at the end? Everyone felt an overwhelming tension mixed with anticipation. They no longer wished to remain within the confines of the bronze coffin. Chapter 27. The Ancient Band in the Vast Expanse of the Universe, Beneath the Boundless Canopy of Stars. Numerous scientists speculate that Earth may well be the singular cradle of life. Over the past several decades, humanity has engaged in ceaseless contemplation and has launched numerous space probes in pursuit of extraterrestrial existence. Yet, the profound celestial abyss, enigmatic and inscrutable, resembles a desolate graveyard. Cold and solitary, a realm of eternal chill and darkness, devoid of any detectable signals of life. The cosmos is indeed immeasurable and seemingly infinite. Even with humanity's current technological prowess, the space probes we dispatch, though capable of escaping the gravitational pull of galaxies, would journey unceasingly for millions or even tens of millions of years and still struggle to reach the farthest reaches of the starry expanse. Perhaps today marks a pivotal moment in the annals of celestial exploration, as humanity has traversed to the farthest edge of the cosmos, spanning distances of dozens, even hundreds of light years, embarking on a journey that pushes the very limits of human endurance. However, this monumental achievement remains shrouded in obscurity for those on Earth. where disbelief prevails and no one shall celebrate or rejoice. 9 colossal dragon carcasses, drawing a bronze ancient coffin, have arrived at the far side of the cosmos, piercing through the starry domain of the Big Dipper. It is at this moment that Yi Fan awakens, his hand withdrawing from the coffin, which is encrusted with verdant patina. Hundreds of ancient characters are imprinted upon his heart, cryptic and profound, seemingly indelible. Only then does the arcane resonance of divine sound finally dissipate. The path of truth is elegantly simple. Words are treasures not to be squandered. As all comes to a close, it mirrors the fading of opulence. Returning to the essence of simplicity, Yi Fan stood in a daze, murmuring to himself, "The way of heaven diminishes the surplus and replenishes the insufficient." "Are you all right, Yi Fan?" Pang Bo inquired with concern. "I am fine." Throughout this process, the bronze giant coffin trembled violently, causing everyone to feel as though the world was spinning around them. They understood that the Nine Dragons Coffin was finally approaching its destination. At this moment, the ancient bronze engravings on the coffin's walls radiated a divine brilliance, creating a hazy luminescence that countered an unimaginable force of impact, allowing the giant coffin to gradually stabilize. With a thunderous roar, the lid of the bronze coffin shifted from its position and crashed heavily to the side, the coffin itself tumbling to the ground. Light. I see the light. It is the familiar world of brightness. Many within the bronze giant coffin could not restrain their exclamations, as the darkness and blood-soaked desolation of the ancient star had vanished. A refreshing breeze greeted them, carrying the scent of earth and the fragrance of blooming flowers. The essence of nature permeating the surroundings, revealing a vibrant, radiant world outside. Everyone stood up and rushed toward the exterior of the giant coffin. Greeted by a scene of resplendence and beauty, they found themselves atop a modest mountain peak, surveying the landscape before them. In the distance lay rolling, picturesque hills adorned with lush greenery. Nearby, peculiar rock formations and ancient, sturdy trees stood sentinel, while thick, gnarled vines coiled like dragons, accompanied by verdant grass and fragrant wildflowers, all teeming with vitality. Compared to the darkness and desolation of Mars, this was undoubtedly a serene sanctuary. How wonderful! We have finally escaped the gloom and lifelessness, arriving in such a beautiful divine land. No longer will we live in fear. Many were cheering, some overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Having endured a series of deaths and tribulations, they had at last stepped into a world alive with nature. Kissing the sunlight, they vowed to cherish life. Even the astute and enchanting Lin Jia was moved to tears. Pang Bo stood atop the peak, shouting into the distance, "At last, I behold the sun again. Though it is not the same as before, I shall proclaim my rebirth with fervor." Clang. The massive bodies of 9 dragons hung precariously over the cliff's edge, the bronze coffin not far from the precipice. At this moment, the colossal dragon carcasses began to slide slowly toward the cliff, dragging the coffin along with them. The rumbling sound echoed as the 9 enormous dragon bodies and the ancient bronze coffin moved toward the summit, ultimately accelerating towards the sheer cliff face. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. One side of the mountain peak was a sheer precipice. Had the coffin lid opened and they not escaped quickly, the consequences would have been dire. After the 9 massive dragon carcasses and the bronze ancient coffin plummeted from the cliff, an eerie silence ensued, with no sound of impact reaching their ears, leaving everyone in astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. At this moment, with the colossal bronze coffin no longer obstructing our view, the scenery on this side of the cliff became strikingly clear. Are we perched upon the rim of an immense volcanic crater? Many individuals displayed expressions of astonishment, for what lay beneath the so-called cliff was an unfathomably deep pit. It could not possibly be a volcanic caldera, as such a massive volcano would be inconceivable. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that 9 grand mountains interconnected, encircling an extraordinarily vast chasm. Logically, this should have been an open valley, easily viewed in its entirety, as these 9 peaks were not towering into the heavens. However, gazing downward revealed an abyssal darkness, with no visible end, as if it pierced directly through to the depths of the infernal underworld, immeasurable and profound. The depth of this chasm is truly beyond comprehension. What manner of place is this, to harbor such a colossal abyss? A sense of unease enveloped the crowd, as they vaguely sensed that this world was not as tranquil and serene as it initially appeared. After observing the surroundings, Yi Fan remarked, "Have you noticed? There is no 5-colored altar here. It feels as if we have descended from the heavens rather than emerging from the celestial gate. Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback, realizing indeed that the five-colored altar was absent. Yet, the expansive mountaintop remained unscathed by the impact of the bronze coffin, lacking even a crater. It was merely marked by a few deep fissures. If we had truly fallen from the sky, the force of the impact would have been unimaginable. Yet the mountain showed no signs of severe damage, revealing an unsettling peculiarity. With no five-colored altar, how do we find ourselves here? Could it be the fabled cosmic entrapment? Stranded in this place? The jest fell flat. No one smiled, and they all began to scan their surroundings, subsequently falling into deep contemplation. Look, there is a half-broken stone tablet. At that moment, Zhang Xiling exclaimed. On the mountaintop lay a chaotic pile of stones, accompanied by several ancient trees and thick vines, entwined together. Among the tangled vines, a half-broken stone tablet lay, its surface bearing clear signs of human craftsmanship. The group hurried over, clearing away the withered vines and brushing off the dead leaves on the broken tablet, instantly feeling a surge of ancient charm. Inscribed upon it were three archaic characters, written with a powerful and vigorous stroke, reminiscent of a dragon, exuding the breath of time. Who knows how many years it has existed? What do they say? Many could not decipher them. After much contemplation, Yifan remained somewhat uncertain and remarked, "It appears to be the three characters Huanggu Jin." The meaning of Huanggu Jin was elusive and utterly incoherent, leaving the group perplexed. This was a fractured stone tablet, which likely bore additional inscriptions that could not be restored due to its shattered state. Bei Dou cleared away the vines and uprooted the weeds, discovering numerous fragments of stone, seemingly shattered by a thunderous blow. Those three ancient characters likely denoted the name of this abyss or mountain. Zhou Yi revealed a pensive expression and said, "There are indeed very few characters or phrases that can be associated with Jin. The most probable continuation would be the character D following it. Thus, it could be read as Huanggu Jin D." One classmate combined the four characters and, upon reading them aloud, immediately changed countenance, while the others furrowed their brows. This name evoked troubling associations, causing many to feel an undercurrent of anxiety. "This abyss is most likely not a blessed sanctuary," one voiced. "It is more than just a lack of sanctity. If the inscription is to be believed, it could very well be a malevolent place. Have you noticed? There seems to be no birds or beasts nearby. It is eerily quiet." Wang Ziwen, being particularly observant, sensed something amiss. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. Though the area boasted flowers, grasses, vines, and trees, appearing vibrant at first glance, a closer inspection revealed an unsettling absence of fauna. In this vast mountainous expanse, there were no birdsong or animal calls, nor any signs of insects. An unsettling stillness reigned. The ancient trees were devoid of cicadas, the grasslands lacked grasshoppers, and the skies were empty of birds. Only silence prevailed. Bei Dou, ever the optimist, declared, "Regardless, we are surrounded by lush vegetation. Such an environment is sufficient for our survival. Furthermore, the presence of the tablet suggests humanity must exist on this planet. I refuse to believe that such a beautiful world could be a desolate wasteland. Who says there are no animals, or that the skies are devoid of birds? Look." At that moment, Yifan made a new discovery, pointing toward the distant horizon. In the far sky, it appeared that a majestic eagle was soaring, remarkably distinct, as its entire body shimmered with a golden hue. Even from a great distance, one could sense its brilliance, as if it were forged from gold, radiating a luminous glow. Am I not mistaken? Upon witnessing this sight, the typically boisterous Bei Dou was rendered speechless. The others, too, were nearly petrified, standing in stunned disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. "It feels as though that golden eagle is grasping a colossal elephant with its talons," Li Chaqing stammered, his mouth dry. "It is not just a feeling. It is indeed the case," Wang Ziwen interjected. "To be able to seize an elephant is truly astounding. One can only imagine the enormity of that golden eagle." He paused, momentarily at a loss for words. It is evident that everyone misjudged earlier. Due to the considerable distance, they mistakenly assessed its size. It must be an extraordinarily massive and peculiar raptor. Yifan gazed into the distant sky and remarked, "It is impossible for such a colossal eagle to exist. Its entire body a resplendent gold, radiating a brilliant golden light, its form immense and boundless, resembling the legendary golden-winged Peng from ancient lore." Hearing these words, All present were momentarily paralyzed in astonishment. Chapter 28. The mysterious fruit, the legendary Peng bird, has been referenced in numerous ancient texts, such as the Shun Yi Jing and the Shui Jing Zhu, with the most notable mention found in Zhuang, Zhou Xiao Yao Yu. In the North Sea, there is a fish known as kuan. The size of kuan is unfathomable, stretching several thousand miles. When it transforms into a bird, it is called Peng. The wingspan of Peng is also beyond comprehension. Zhuangzi, with his grandiloquent and sweeping prose, vividly depicted a divine bird capable of soaring to 90,000 miles, leaving readers in awe. Clearly, such a portrayal defies the natural laws of existence, no matter how magnificent. A divine bird could not reach such proportions. This is an exaggerated depiction of ancient imagination. Yet, it is perplexing that many other ancient documents also record the existence of the Peng bird, with several texts asserting its undeniable reality, albeit not as vast as the legends suggest. This prompts one to ponder whether, in the distant realms of antiquity, there truly existed a bird known as Peng. Zhou Yi and the others watched as the golden silhouette, seemingly cast from molten gold, vanished behind a mountain cliff, their expressions betraying profound shock. The fabled divine bird. After the initial stupor, many gasped in astonishment, a visceral reaction to the spectacle, a creature capable of effortlessly tearing apart a massive elephant, soaring into the heavens, seemingly seizing merely a small hair, its sheer size leaving them speechless, its immense power rendering them dumbfounded. Cade, with utmost seriousness, stammered, "That giant bird belongs to the order of falconiformes. It represents a new species, a remarkable discovery. Get a grip." Peng Bo was at a loss for words regarding this oblivious foreigner. In such a moment, he was still assessing the situation through a scientific lens, oblivious to how they had arrived here. "Be a bit more considerate, Peng Bo," Li Xiaoman interjected, her displeasure evident, her long lashes fluttering as her beautiful eyes shot him a glance. "I didn't say anything about you," Peng Bo murmured softly. What kind of world have we entered? Once calmness returned, everyone was compelled to contemplate this question. Traversing the desolate universe and arriving in this starry realm of the Big Dipper, stepping into such a mysterious world, had they truly arrived at the abode of the gods? How they would survive here became a pressing concern for all, as the path ahead remained uncertain and required meticulous contemplation. Many grasped their divine relics tightly. Yet at this moment, all the Buddhist artifacts had lost their luster, some even cracking with visible fissures, signifying their complete ruin. The last vestige of divine power within the relics of the gods has been absorbed by the ancient bronze coffin, and at this moment, no divine radiance flows. Holding it now feels akin to grasping mere scrap metal. Nevertheless, none chose to discard it, clinging to the hope that these divine relics might once again gather divine light for future endeavors. Should restoration be possible, it would become their greatest reliance moving forward. A curious rumble echoed from an unknown source, causing a wave of embarrassment among the crowd, for one must attend to the basic needs of life. Many shifted their feet, seeking discreet places to relieve themselves. The desire to maintain appearances while enduring discomfort. Peng Bo scoffed, curling his lip, and remarked, "I possess foresight. I left my magnificent mark on the celestial ruins of Mars. I believe that even centuries from now, it shall stand as one of humanity's greatest testaments to the exploration of the cosmos." Yi Fan, upon taking a sip of water, abruptly spat it out, nearly discarding the bottle in his hand. "Brother, could you refrain from uttering such remarks while I'm drinking? It could be fatal," I admonished. The onlookers, unable to endure the antics of the two, discreetly distanced themselves, each addressing their own awkwardness. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Peng Bo erupted into hearty laughter, then feigned a cough in a particular direction, causing those hidden behind the tree to tremble, struggling with their own predicaments. With a mischievous chuckle, Peng Bo bent down, picked up 2 stones, and hurled them, provoking an irate shout from Li Chongqing in the distance. "Who is it? Who could be so malicious?" This was accompanied by Lu Yun's irritated snort. Noticing Peng Bo retrieve another stone, aimed at the departing Li Xiaoman, Yi Fan quickly intervened with a smile. As the others began to leave, Peng Bo adopted a serious demeanor and, seizing Yi Fan, commenced a leisurely exploration atop the mountain, eager to discover edible wild fruits. Although Yi Fan had collected a substantial amount of the divine crocodile's carcass from Mars' 5-colored altar, neither was inclined to endure nausea for a meal until absolutely necessary. There lay a spring pool ahead. Suddenly, Peng Bo made an intriguing discovery. Just a few dozen meters away, several thick vines encircled a clearing, where a square spring pool, approximately 1 meter in size, flowed abundantly, resembling a divine nectar spring. Beside the pool stood a dozen small trees, each over 1/2 meter tall, their broad, verdant leaves glistening like dew, reminiscent of human palms, as if several multi-armed figures were stationed there. Atop each tree dangled a vibrant red fruit, akin to cherries, yet large enough to rival chicken eggs. Yi Fan and Pang Bo navigated through the tangled vines, hastening their steps, even from a considerable distance. The rich aroma of fruit wafted towards them, nearly causing their mouths to water. After all, it had been a day and a night without sustenance, and their stomachs were ravenous. If they could not find food soon, they were prepared to reluctantly resort to consuming the meat of the divine crocodile. The fragrance was exquisite, unlike anything they had ever encountered before. As they approached, the scent intensified, eclipsing even the aged aroma of a millennium-old wine cellar. The enticing fruit fragrance enveloped them, raising questions of toxicity. Both were uncertain. After all, the more vibrant and alluring something appeared, the more likely it was to harbor danger. Yet, dismissing their apprehensions, they were drawn to the intoxicating aroma, willing to take the risk even if it meant sampling something potentially poisonous. "Why don't you try it first? Your robust constitution should withstand any toxins," suggested one. "You seem resilient, impervious to harm. You're the ideal candidate for this trial," replied the other. Their spirits remained buoyant despite their arrival in an unfamiliar realm. They faced their circumstances with optimism rather than despair. Yi Fan plucked a vibrant red fruit, cradling it in his hand, its allure undeniable, glistening like a piece of crimson jade. At that moment, Pang Bo also gathered a brilliantly red fruit, exclaiming, "I can't resist this enticing aroma any longer. I must taste it first." They both took a gentle bite nearly simultaneously, and as the lustrous red skin of the fruit ruptured, an intoxicating fragrance surged into their senses, enveloping them entirely. Delicious. Pang Bo thought he might devour his very fingers, as the juice flowed, bright and fragrant, saturating the air with its scent. Never had they encountered such a delectable fruit. Could it be that they were simply famished? After consuming their first fruit, they paused briefly, feeling invigorated without any discomfort. No poison. So why wait? They resumed their feast by the 1 meter square spring, devouring the fruits with reckless abandon, juice splattering everywhere. In a state of extreme hunger, they felt as if they might swallow their own tongues, let alone resist such sweet fruits. However, they halted after consuming just 4 each. Yi Fan remarked, "We should take a few for Yi and Zhang Ziling. They must be starving as well." Indeed, they were likely in dire need of sustenance. The small trees, each over 1/2 meter tall, were lush and extraordinary, yet each bore only a single fruit at its apex. Surrounding the spring were a total of 13 jade-like trees, and now only 5 gleaming red fruits remained. Pang Bo inhaled deeply, leaning over the flowing spring to catch its scent, remarking, "Strange, this spring water seems to possess a fragrance as well." Yi Fan cupped some spring water in his hands, detecting a faint yet undeniable fragrance. He remarked, "The ability of these small trees to bear such peculiar fruits is likely connected to this spring." Pang Bo took several hearty gulps of the spring water and commented, "There is a subtle sweetness and fragrance, but alas, it is merely a unique taste. After drinking, I feel no significant effect." He proceeded to empty several bottles of mineral water, preparing to fill them with this delicately scented spring water. Yi Fan was also perplexed, and upon hearing this, he promptly nodded and remarked, "This crimson fruit indeed appears extraordinary." At that moment, everyone had resolved their respective issues. Some gazed into the distance, surveying the terrain, while others congregated to deliberate their next course of action. As Yi Fan and Pang Bo approached, a wave of fragrant fruit aroma wafted through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Many could not help but swallow hard, the pangs of hunger becoming increasingly apparent. "Here, take this and enjoy," Pang Bo said, handing 2 vibrant red fruits to Lu Yi, which sparkled under the sun's rays. Li Chongqing stood not far off, drawn in by the enticing scent, and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Pang Bo, where did you procure these fruits? Hurry and share them with everyone. We are all famished." He stepped forward without hesitation, seemingly forgetting his recent malicious intentions towards Yi Fan, reaching for the other 3 fruits in Pang Bo's grasp. "You truly possess an audacity unmatched, akin to a horse unaware of its own visage or a bull oblivious to its own horns." "I have never encountered someone so shameless," Pang Bo retorted, swatting his hand away and casting him a sidelong glance, securing the 3 fragrant fruits for himself. "How can you speak so? Li Chongqing's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied sternly, "We are classmates. Having ventured into an unfamiliar world together, we ought to support one another. Everyone is starving, and finding sustenance should compel us to share collectively. Are you intent on hoarding it all for yourself? Huh, how dare you utter such words?" Peng Bo scoffed. Who was it that secretly consumed chocolate within the copper coffin? Did you consider the term everyone back then? Now you adopt a fade of righteousness. Spare me your pretenses. I find you more detestable than the god crocodile itself. Keep your distance. I cannot be bothered with you. Li Chongqing's face turned pale, caught off guard, and rendered speechless. Despite Peng Bo's brash demeanor, he was astute enough to grasp Li Chongqing's intentions. Securing a share of the food would be advantageous, while failing to do so might alienate Peng Bo and Yi Fan, especially with numerous onlookers present who would certainly form opinions if they were not included. Peng Bo promptly thrust the fourth fruit into Yi Fan's mouth, while he himself bit into the fifth, savoring its succulent flesh. He urged Lu Yi to eat quickly, insisting she not refuse. He recognized the exceptional nature of the fruit. Consuming it would invigorate them, dispelling fatigue, and likely bestowing other unforeseen benefits. However, Lu Yi felt a tad bashful, glancing at the surrounding crowd. Your kindness is commendable, but this is not the way," Peng Bo whispered. Many among them possess chocolate, yet none have chosen to share. When Yi Fan nodded in agreement, Lu Yi ceased her resistance. "I also have some chocolate here. Let us share it with everyone." At that moment, Lu Yunji unexpectedly stepped forward, offering several packets of chocolate for everyone to share. I couldn't believe it. Peng Bo was instantly furious. This was an outright slap in the face, leaving him seething with resentment. Yet he could only endure this invisible blow. Even if he wanted to retaliate, there was little he could articulate. Yunji's show of gallantry was evident. Li Chongqing unwrapped a piece of chocolate, stuffing it into his mouth as he spoke, casting a glance at Peng Bo and Yi Fan. "It is through shared adversity that one truly discerns the nature of others," remarked a female classmate who had been closely following Lu Yunji. This only deepened the embarrassment on Peng Bo's face, prompting him to mutter under his breath, "Why didn't he reveal this earlier?" Now, surrounded by a plethora of plants, surely he could find some wild fruits. "The chocolate is of little significance now. It's merely a display at this point. I call him a pretentious show-off. Time reveals a horse's strength, and a prolonged acquaintance reveals a person's character. Once we step into the world beyond, Yunji, I shall follow your lead." Li Chongqing feigned a dramatic expression and sighed, not forgetting to cast a few glances at Peng Bo and Yi Fan. After being lightly slapped by Lu Yunji and receiving mockery from the pair beside him, Peng Bo was infuriated, wishing he could drag Yunji over and give him a thorough beating. However, in the presence of so many witnesses, he could only suppress his anger. The group gazed at the distant mountain formations and terrain, settling on a direction they believed would allow them to escape the mountainous region swiftly and reach a more populated area. Without lingering too long, they began their descent along the mountainside, cautiously navigating through the forest, each armed with a wooden stick to guard against potential beast attacks. For the relics of the deities had nearly lost their potency. Yet, after traversing for half a day, they had seen no large predators, not even a single field mouse. And there were no birds in sight. Truly, this was a forbidden zone, devoid of even the slightest avian presence. Li Chongqing mused. Peng Bo teased, "You should count yourself lucky. If you were to encounter a large beast, you'd surely pray to escape to a place where not even a feather could be found." The vegetation in the mountains was lush, and the group gathered many wild fruits, momentarily alleviating their food concerns. However, as twilight approached, they had still not exited the forest. The endless mountains seemed to stretch on indefinitely, with one peak following another. Are we heading in the wrong direction? Are we delving deeper into the forest? Someone voiced a doubt, but ultimately the group resolved to press on. As darkness enveloped the landscape, they were compelled to halt their journey, deciding to resume their trek the following day. It was a night fraught with unease. At midnight, a chilling howl echoed through the air, sharp and thunderous, accompanied by the clanking of chains, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. In the eerie silence of the mountains, it was truly terrifying. Reminiscent of a tormented spirit struggling against shackles, the sound causing hearts to race. It seemed to emanate from the depths of an ancient forbidden realm. Many individuals stood in trepidation, gazing towards the vast chasm formed by the 9 towering mountains in the distance. In the dead of night, the shadows of trees danced. Ancient woods swayed in the wind, resembling phantoms flickering in and out of sight. The roar grew ever more intense, causing the entire mountainous terrain to tremble, while the nearby trees swayed relentlessly, shedding numerous leaves in the process. A chilling aura emanated from the depths of the ancient forbidden land, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. It was alarming to realize that even from such a distance, one could still perceive this terrifying presence. Clang, clang. The resounding tremors echoed through the night, sounding as though some colossal entity was striking metal, causing the forest to quiver in response. The crowd simultaneously paled, their thoughts converging on a singular notion. The 9 massive dragon corpses in the ancient bronze coffin had plunged into the abyss. Could it be that? This dull yet forceful impact resembled the sound of someone violently battering the bronze coffin, instilling a bone-chilling coldness that made every hair on their bodies stand on end. What could it possibly be? Many were struck with a profound shock, their fear reaching an apex as they contemplated the enigmatic bronze coffin, still shrouded in mystery. What manner of being could be assaulting it? After all, that coffin had effortlessly absorbed the divine power of the relics in their possession. The term ancient forbidden land implies a realm that has existed since time immemorial, does it not? How distant is that era of antiquity? And has no one set foot here since then? Clang, clang. The thunderous sounds were deafening, the violent impacts resonating through the heavens and the earth. The tremors from the bronze coffin reverberated across the land, the ground quaked, and the surrounding trees swayed incessantly, their leaves cascading like falling petals. The roars exuded a wrathful fury, becoming increasingly chilling and dreadful, making it difficult to fathom what lay within the abyss. We ought to consider ourselves fortunate. Had it not been for the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin drawing the attention of that entity, it might have emerged during the night. And if that were the case, our survival would have been in jeopardy. This is a likely reality, for this place is known as the ancient forbidden land, where even birds and beasts dare not linger. One can only imagine the terror that permeates this desolate expanse, undoubtedly a sight of utter despair, harboring something dreadful. The existence of such ancient entities is truly hair-raising, beyond imagination. It appears that, for the time being, this mysterious bronze coffin remains unscathed, and for that, we are grateful. It is a sleepless night, with many unable to find rest. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, and within the distant mountains, the abyss experienced a violent earthquake, releasing an endless torrent of black mist that completely obscured the sky, rendering all stars and moons invisible, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, all the dark mist was instantaneously drawn into the abyss, and the stars in the sky shone brilliantly. Yet, what unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers was an astonishing spectacle. A shadowy figure, indistinguishable as either man or beast, brandished iron chains hundreds of feet long, howling towards the heavens with a ferocity that instilled fear in all. Even from a great distance, the thick chains were visible, and the deafening roar nearly rendered those in the surrounding forests unconscious, the resounding sound waves causing their eardrums to throb painfully. This entity, bound by massive iron chains and shackled, nonetheless commanded the earth and sky, its chains spanning the horizon. It exuded an overwhelming menace, seemingly gathering strength. And after issuing a chilling howl, it plunged back into the abyss with a ferocious intensity. The clang of the bronze coffin being struck resonated once more. Could it be attempting to open the coffin within a coffin? It seemed likely, for the grand casket lay ajar, rendering any unnecessary destruction superfluous. The crowd was engulfed in a mix of astonishment and dread, and it wasn't until the late hours of the night that tranquility returned to the abyss, silencing the ominous sounds. Exhausted, they succumbed to slumber. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, the group gradually roused from their slumber. They washed themselves by a nearby stream, foraged some wild fruits for sustenance, and then resumed their journey. For 2 to 3 hours, they continued onward without pause, eager to escape this ancient forbidden land that left them feeling profoundly unsettled. They were determined to exit this territory before nightfall. By midday, the sun blazed overhead, though the sheltering trees provided some respite. Upon ascending a tall mountain, distant roars of beasts reached their ears. "We're close. We should be able to exit this forbidden land before night falls," someone remarked. "Look, are there structures atop that distant mountain?" Wang Ziwen suddenly pointed ahead. It was an imposing peak, still far off, separated by several smaller mountains. Yet those hills were insufficient to obscure it. Indeed, there appeared to be buildings, seemingly stretching in continuity. The group immediately displayed expressions of surprise, confident they would reach that place before dark. Look, there seemed to be cranes soaring there. Could it be a realm of immortals? Perhaps there are celestial beings residing there. Some individuals let their imaginations wander, instantly conjuring images of legendary immortals. The group quickened their pace, forming clusters along the path, engaging in hushed discussions about splitting up to explore once they reached civilization. At that moment, Yi Fan noticed Lu Yi's expression of grievance and discontent. "What troubles you, Yi?" he inquired. "Wang Yin took my prayer beads to inspect, and 1T returned them to me." Lu Yi replied, a hint of indignation in her voice. "Is it her? It must be Lu Yunji's doing." Pang Bo fumed, recognizing Wang Yin as the classmate closely associated with Lu Yunji, who had consistently targeted Yi Fan and himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan chose not to engage in further dialogue, striding forward to confront Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Changqing, extending his hand and demanding, "Hand it over." "What are you talking about?" Li Changqing retorted defiantly. "Enough with the frivolous chatter. Give me the prayer beads." Yi Fan's patience was wearing thin. Though he had been suppressing his anger, once unleashed, it could be truly fearsome. "Oh, you mean this matter," Wang Yin elucidated. "I merely toyed with it for a while and grew rather fond, so I exchanged it with Yi for my copper bell." I didn't exchange anything with her. After she took the prayer beads, she forcibly thrust the copper bell into my hands," Lu Yi protested. Visibly distressed and appearing somewhat uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of the others. "Yi, you mustn't say that. It was clearly you who agreed to the exchange." Wang Yin interjected. "Hand it over. I have no desire for further meaningless discussion." In that moment, Yi Fan cast a few piercing glances at Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Changqing, asserting, "My patience is exhausted. We are on the brink of escape. Do not jeopardize yourselves." Chapter 30. The Fools and the Knaves. Li Changqing took a few steps forward, a hint of playful amusement flickering across his features. "This is a matter between Lu Yi and Wang Yin. If they wish to exchange, who are you to meddle, Yi Fan?" With a sharp sound, he struck. Yi Fan uttered not a word. Instead, he forcefully swung his right hand, delivering a resounding slap to Li Changqing's face that left everyone astonished. Li Changqing was sent sprawling like a scarecrow, flying over 2 meters away, a testament to the overwhelming power behind that strike. He fell to the ground, half of his face swelling instantly, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his mind swirling in confusion. After a moment, he shouted in furious indignation, "You!" Yet Yi Fan did not spare him a glance. His utter disdain rendered Li Changqing as inconsequential as air, as though he did not exist at all. "Bring it here." Yi Fan's words were succinct, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Lu Yunji and Wang Yin. Struggling to rise, Li Changqing, consumed by rage, charged forward, intent on tearing at Yi Fan's collar. Unfortunately for him, before he could even grasp the edge of Yi Fan's garment, Yi Fan retaliated with another swift slap to his other cheek, still ignoring him entirely, as if swatting a fly. The force was tremendous, sending Li Changqing crashing against a sturdy tree, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Bring it here," Yi Fan repeated, his calm demeanor fixed upon Wang Yin and Lu Yunji. This time, Wang Yin was thoroughly intimidated, her gaze flickering nervously, unable to meet Yi Fan's eyes. She diverted her attention, stammering, "I never said I wouldn't give it to her. I've been discussing it with her." Yet her conviction waned, and she faltered, eventually conceding, "Since Yi has changed her mind, I can still return it to her." "Can't I?" As she spoke, she removed a string of luminous beads from her wrist, preparing to hand them to Yi Fan. At that moment, Lu Yunji finally broke his silence, stating, "Yi Fan, you are being rather domineering. What do you take Li Changqing for?" It was only then that Li Changqing regained his composure, erupting into a cacophony of shouts as he attempted to charge forward once more. Beside him, Pang Bo scoffed dismissively. "What a self-inflicted humiliation. Do you dare to charge again and see what happens?" Hearing these words, Li Changqing hesitated, shouting from a distance yet unwilling to advance further. "Why do you treat Li Changqing this way?" Lu Yunji questioned Yi Fan. "On what grounds do you strike me?" Li Changqing yelled in fury. "Do I owe it to a mere fly to explain or debate?" Yi Fan replied, still not casting a glance at Li Changqing. What are you saying?" At that moment, Li Changqing's face was swollen, mottled with hues of blue and white, nearly spitting blood from his rage. He realized that Yi Fan held Lu Yunji in contempt and regarded him with even greater disdain, dismissing him entirely, a blow to his already fragile pride. Yi Fan extended his right hand forward, prompting Wang Yan to hurriedly place the prayer beads into his palm, avoiding his gaze and retreating a few steps. Upon hearing his weighty words, Wang Yan's complexion turned pale. She felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, but predominantly fear, leading her to step back further. Hesitant to speak anymore. Yi Fan, you have gone too far. Lu Yunji's face darkened ominously. The onlookers observed the unfolding scene in silence. And just as they presumed Yi Fan was about to turn and leave, he unexpectedly swung his fist and struck Lu Yunji squarely in the face. In that instant, blood erupted from Lu Yunji's nose and mouth, his face becoming a tapestry of bruises as he fell backward to the ground. He could hardly believe Yi Fan would resort to violence against him. I do not hold a grudge against you, yet you persist in provoking me. Truly believing my patience is boundless? Yi Fan cast a dismissive glance at him, his eyes brimming with disdain, before turning to leave. Yi Fan, Lu Yunji gritted his teeth, lying on the ground as he wiped the blood from his mouth and nose, shouting, "You wait and see." Upon hearing this, Pang Bo rushed over, lifting his foot to deliver a powerful kick, demanding, "Who are you telling to wait? What do you intend to do? Speak." With a series of thuds, he kicked Lu Yunji repeatedly, sending him sprawling far away until he finally lost consciousness. The spectators remained silent, as many shared a similar disdain for Lu Yunji. In their previous lives, it may have sufficed, but in this new world, there was no need to regard his so-called status. Even the few who wished to defend Lu Yunji chose to remain silent, acutely aware that once Yi Fan revealed his true prowess, it was best not to provoke him. Did everyone witness that? Li Chongqing, still oblivious to the situation, shouted and gestured to those around him. Apart from Pang Bo, no one responded. After finishing with Lu Yunji, Pang Bo strode over and replied, "Indeed, everyone has seen it." With a resounding kick, Pang Bo sent Li Chongqing rolling across the ground like a lifeless swine, his cries echoing in the air. The group did not linger on the scene, continuing their journey as Wang Yan assisted Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing to their feet, the three of them trailing at the rear. In that moment, both Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing seethed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. As if their dignity had been stripped away, they experienced a visceral sense of indignation, realizing that their past actions had been dismissed by Yi Fan, who regarded them with utter disregard, as if they were inconsequential. This nonchalant contempt wounded their pride deeply, rendering them mere jesters in Yi Fan's eyes, only to be swatted away like bothersome flies when he grew weary of them, never considering them worthy of equal discourse. The greatest blow was being treated as insignificant. Mere creatures, entirely unworthy of being considered adversaries. An hour later, the group ascended a low hill, allowing them to clearly see a cluster of buildings on the distant high mountain. At that moment, the roars of beasts in the surrounding wilderness grew increasingly louder, signaling their imminent escape from this ancient, forbidden land. Upon scaling another peak, they finally spotted birds flitting about, swiftly entering a vibrant realm filled with the sounds of chirping avians and growling beasts, where lush vegetation thrived, teeming with life, in stark contrast to the previous desolation. There was a rabbit and a badger. Upon encountering the wildlife, many were nearly drooling, for subsisting solely on wild fruits had proven insipid. Oh, there are inscriptions on that stone wall. At that moment, someone noticed a stone wall ahead, etched with several colossal ancient characters. The first three characters were familiar to them, representing the phrase ancient forbidden, while the fourth character was finally confirmed to be Earth. How could these four characters reappear? Did we not escape the forbidden land? No. This precisely affirmed that they had emerged. They were now on the fringes of the ancient forbidden territory, having finally evaded peril. Let us rest here. I trust that soon we shall encounter signs of civilization. Among the group, 2 or 3 individuals gathered, forming small clusters, sitting down to contemplate their future beyond this place. Clearly destined to part ways. I will go see what Lu Yunzheng and the others are up to. They seem rather secretive. Pang Bo remarked as he stood and ventured into the nearby woods. As they were about to leave this mountainous region, it was certain that they would each take separate paths. Moreover, this enigmatic world likely harbored deities and immortal beings. Leaving those 3 behind, should they gain power, could spell disaster. Such a scenario would surely lead to significant trouble. It was best to avert such an occurrence entirely. Yi Fan rose, speaking these words with an air of calm, that he had already determined the fate of the 3. Chapter 31. Thrown into the tiger's den. Wang Ziwen sat not far off, catching snippets of the conversation, and could not help but inquire of Yi Fan, "What has transpired?" Yi Fan turned to Pang Bo and said, "Did you not record it on your phone? Why not share it with everyone?" At that moment, Others began to take notice of the situation, all eyes turning towards Yi Fan. Peng Bo, fully aware of the gravity of the matter, understood that if action were to be taken, it must be justified, preferably in front of all witnesses. His countenance darkened as he declared, Lu Yunji, Li Cha-Ching, and Wang Yin are conspiring to harm both me and Yi Fan. In his fury, he continued, these treacherous ingrates have repeatedly been spared. Yet they remain oblivious to their fortune and seek to eliminate us. By heavens, I cannot let this go unpunished. This was the voice of Li Cha-Ching. Then, Lu Yunji's ominous voice echoed, let him live for a couple more days. I will ensure his demise. Surprised, both Li Changqing and Wang Yin responded, what? You intend to kill them both? Indeed, I cannot coexist with them. Where they are present, I cannot be. Although it was merely a recording. The venom in Lu Yunji's words was palpable. Yet, the thought of confronting the seemingly tranquil savage, coupled with the imposing presence of Peng Bo, left them feeling utterly powerless. Li Changqing's voice was filled with resentment and despair. Lu Yunji scoffed, fear not, my Vajra pestle has begun to manifest a fragment of divine power. I believe that by tomorrow night, it will grow stronger, allowing me to strike unexpectedly and eliminate them both in one fell swoop. A fierce declaration from Li Cha-Ching emerged from the phone. Very well, if that is the case, what is there to fear? We must eliminate them. Wang Yin. When the time comes, you will apologize to Lu Yi and draw her aside. I have a feeling her string of prayer beads is no ordinary trinket. It may still harbor a residual divine power. Unfortunately, the attempt to exchange with her has led to this predicament. Lu Yunji's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. All right. Wang Yin responded, her voice now frigid, acquiescing to Lu Yunji's demands. Lu Yunji muttered to himself in a low, hoarse voice, we cannot act in front of others. This complicates matters and requires careful planning. With a decisive snap, Peng Bo closed his phone and announced, did everyone hear that? These three treacherous wolves intend to eliminate both me and Yi Fan. Do not blame us for disregarding our camaraderie. At that moment, Yi Fan strode forward without uttering a word. Peng Bo followed closely, and Zhang Xiling hastened to join them, prompting the others to rise and accompany them into the woods. Upon witnessing Yi Fan and Peng Bo's determined approach, Li Cha-Ching and Wang Yin felt an unsettling dread, while Lu Yunji's expression turned as dark as thunder. Having spared you time and again, and refrained from retaliation, you now plot our demise. If I let you off again, I shall write Peng Bo in reverse. You speak nonsense. Li Cha-Ching broke into a cold sweat. Wang Yin's face turned pale as she nervously protested. What are you saying? I do not understand. Peng Bo refrained from saying much and played the recording once more. At that moment, Wang Yin and Li Changqing were instantly thrown into a state of panic, while Lu Yunji's complexion began to pale. Faced with the ironclad truth, they found themselves utterly defenseless. We were merely speaking in anger. How could this be taken seriously? Li Changqing exclaimed, his voice trembling with sheer terror. Lu Yunji, you should not have harbored such thoughts. It is truly bewildering. Wang Ziwen's expression was exceedingly grave. Lin Jia shook her head and sighed. We are all classmates. How could you be so cruel? This is utterly excessive. To even wish harm upon fellow classmates who have shared this world with you, do you possess no humanity? Others joined in, vocally condemning the three before them. Finally, Zhou furrowed his brow and remarked, must it come to life and death among classmates? Quickly apologized to Yi Fan and Peng Bo. The faces of Lu Yunji and his companions turned ashen. At that moment, they wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. There is no need for apologies. Such words are hollow, devoid of sincerity or effect. Yi Fan cast a glance at Zhou before turning to address the crowd. They have already conceived such thoughts. If I were to remain calm in the face of this, I would only be deluding myself. There are those who constantly seek an opportunity to eliminate us. I cannot be on guard every hour of the day. With that, Yi Fan strode forward purposefully. Lu Yunji's face drained of all color, devoid of any trace of blood. As he gripped the Vajra pestle tightly, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Wang Yin cried out in alarm, What are you planning to do? Li Cha-Ching also displayed signs of fear, his demeanor frantic as he urged Lu Yunji, quickly, use the Vajra pestle. They all understood that this time Yi Fan would not overlook their presence, and should he choose to strike, it would surely not end well. Peng Bo followed suit, yet Yi Fan halted him, declaring, This time, I shall embrace the role of the villain and see it through to the end. As he spoke, he took the heavy bronze plaque from the Great Thunder Sound Temple from Peng Bo's hands. Yi Fan approached with a single hand raised, pressing forward. You mustn't come any closer. Wang Yin exclaimed in alarm. Yi Fan did not glance at her. Instead, he advanced towards Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. In that moment, Lu Yunji abruptly shoved Li Changqing towards Yi Fan, positioning him in front of himself. Subsequently, he brandished the Vajra pestle, swinging it forcefully while shouting, "Die!" Bang! Yi Fan swung the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple with a single hand, striking it as one would a scarecrow. The force of the blow sent Li Changqing soaring through the air, propelling him a distance of 4 or 5 meters, a testament to the immense power behind it. Behind, the onlookers were secretly astonished, acknowledging that Yi Fan truly warranted the title of barbarian for his extraordinary strength. Peng Bo, observing the fallen Li Changqing, taunted, "Is this what you refer to as the righteous Yunji? In a critical moment, you push yourself forward to shield the blade. How noble indeed." Li Changqing felt excruciating pain coursing through half of his body, as if several bones had been fractured. He struggled to rise, but Peng Bo stepped forward, pressing his foot down upon him, rendering him unable to move. At that moment, Yi Fan brought the bronze plaque crashing down upon the Vajra pestle. A faint glimmer of divine light flickered in Lu Yunji's hand, yet it was utterly insufficient to withstand such overwhelming force. The bronze plaque of the Great Sound Temple in Yi Fan's hands emitted no radiance, yet his immense strength made it tremble as if it were a mountain of bronze. With 3 resounding metallic clangs, Lu Yunji was forcefully brought to the ground, kneeling there with what seemed to be broken arms, convulsing incessantly. The Vajra pestle rolled aside, only to be collected by Yi Fan. At that moment, Zhang Xiling approached, bringing Wang Yin closer. "What do you wish to do?" Lu Yunji's face turned ashen, pinned beneath the weighty bronze plaque, kneeling before Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan smiled faintly and replied, "What do you desire? To live in peace henceforth, free from other scrutiny? What? What are you planning to do?" Lu Yunji was thoroughly panicked, shouting towards the crowd nearby, "Everyone, we are classmates. Do not let him act recklessly. Have you heard of a punishment from ancient times, devised specifically for the most malevolent criminals? It entails being brutally smashed against a massive rock or a cliff. Please, don't." Lu Yunji screamed in terror, yet found himself powerless to resist as Yi Fan effortlessly lifted him, as one might a chick, and led him out of the woods to a stone wall engraved with the ancient characters for Forbidden Land. Peng Bo and Zhang Xiling, each grasping Li Changqing and Wang Yin, followed closely behind. "Stop! Help!" The 3 cried out in sheer fright. "Yi Fan, this is not right. Despite their wrongdoings, they are still your classmates. You cannot so hastily decide their fates," Zhou Yi interjected, his expression grave. "Indeed, do not proceed in such a manner. After all, 3 lives are at stake. Even if they have erred, they deserve a chance for redemption." Several others chimed in, urging for reason. Suddenly, Yi Fan's expression froze as he noticed a cave in the stone wall, where 2 tiger cubs, their bodies adorned with swirling patterns, bared their teeth at him. Though merely a foot in length, they already exuded the aura of ferocious beasts. Saber-toothed tigers. Yi Fan was taken aback. This species had long been extinct on Earth, and he never expected to encounter it today. Although it appeared quite young, the glimmering, sharp, elongated fangs were unmistakable. They had stumbled upon the den of the saber-toothed tiger, and the adult tigers were presumably away on a hunt. Otherwise, their group would undoubtedly be in peril. At this moment, apart from Zhou Yi's admonitions, others also spoke up, urging Yi Fan to refrain from acting rashly and to grant them another chance, for killing a classmate was an unspeakable act. After Yi Fan discerned everything within the cave, he turned to face the crowd and declared, "I have refrained from holding grievances against them. Yet they have persistently harbored malicious intent, seeking to endanger both myself and Peng Bo. My actions are purely for self-preservation. However, if the collective prefers to avoid infighting among classmates, I shall heed your counsel and grant them another opportunity." Upon hearing this, Peng Bo immediately objected, exclaiming, "Another opportunity? Are we to wait until they bring about our demise?" Although Peng Bo was reluctant, he was well acquainted with Yi Fan. Noticing the profound look in Yi Fan's eyes, he understood that there must be a deeper strategy at play and chose to remain silent thereafter. Lu Yunzheng, held in Yi Fan's grasp, was oblivious to the 2 tiger cubs lurking in the cave behind him. He remained unaware of Yi Fan's change of heart and felt a sense of relief, grateful to have survived. Soon, Lu Yunzheng, Li Changqing, and Wang Yin were securely bound with their own belts and torn strips of clothing. Ultimately, at Yi Fan's insistence, their mouths were also gagged. Yi Fan grasped Lu Yunji and brought him to the cave at the cliff's edge, subsequently tossing him inside. When Bei Dou and Zhang Xiling approached, they were momentarily rendered speechless. Within lay two young tigers baring their teeth, revealing that this was indeed a tiger's den. The color drained from Lu Yunji's face as he frantically screamed, yet only a muffled whimper escaped his lips, unable to articulate any coherent words. Following suit, Bei Dou and Zhang Xiling hurled Li Chongqing and Wang Yin into the tiger's lair as well. Under the counsel of Yi Fan, Bei Dou, and Zhang Xiling, the group hastily set forth, for it was unwise to linger in this perilous vicinity. After traversing merely 2 or 3 miles, a thunderous roar of a tiger echoed from behind, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 32. The passage of time and beauty fades the complexion of the others turn pale. Having just emerged from the desolate forbidden zone, they were already confronted by a formidable beast. What further dangers awaited them should they venture deeper? Reflecting upon it, though the oppressive atmosphere of the forbidden land was terrifying at night, at least during the day, the threats were comparatively fewer. Having evaded the ancient crocodile and braved numerous perils while traversing the desolate cosmos, they finally arrived in a world teeming with life, only to risk their very existence here. A lamentable fate indeed, mused Zhou Yi, gazing towards the distant mountains and forests. The tiger's roar was undoubtedly a consequence of Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing's presence, and this notion sent a wave of dread through the group. Vividly, a gruesome image flashed before their minds. A ferocious tiger tearing apart 3 bodies. Its claws and gleaming fangs drenched in blood as it feasted upon flesh. Such a horrifying scene sent shivers down their spines. We must move swiftly. We cannot afford to stay here. The fierce tiger claims this territory, they urged, and after bolting another 4 or 5 miles, they finally exhaled in relief. The towering ancient trees obscured the sun, casting the primordial forest into a hushed stillness, devoid of birdsong or the cries of beasts. Not a single butterfly danced in the air, as if all creatures had vanished into thin air. Though their direction was correct, an unsettling sensation enveloped them, prompting heightened caution. After advancing approximately 2,000 meters, the dense canopy of ancient trees began to thin, revealing a relatively open expanse of land, firm and solid like marble beneath their feet. Devoid of any vegetation, only massive boulders remained. Ahead loomed a vast, dark expanse. Was it a colossal black lake? The imposing stones had shielded their view until they navigated through the chaotic debris, revealing a stunning sight. A gigantic lake lay before them, eerily still and as unyielding as iron, not a single ripple disturbing its surface. What astonished them most was its color, a pitch-black void, reminiscent of ink, and unsettling darkness. At that moment, I finally comprehended the existence of malevolent waters. This inky lake evoked discomfort within, for I had never encountered such a profound darkness in any body of water. The dark lake lay still, devoid of any signs of life, surrounded by desolate mountains that resembled a barren wasteland, where not even a blade of grass could flourish. It appeared to be a forbidden zone for life. Suddenly, a classmate's voice trembled, her complexion paling. At that moment, the others also heard a faint, eerie sound, deep and sorrowful, akin to a muffled groan of anguish. Crack! A sudden noise of something shattering echoed, as if a hard object had fractured. There it was. Li Yi's face turned ashen as she pointed towards the lakeshore, where a massive stone, measuring over 10 meters in length, lay ominously. It seemed as though something was crouched behind the stone, revealing only a portion of its body. With skin as tough and cold as obsidian metal, gleaming with a dark golden sheen. What on earth was that? Everyone was paralyzed with shock. Forget it. Let South leave this place at once. The vast black lake, the inhospitable terrain, in the presence of such a creature surely indicated peril. Crack! The sound of shattering returned, and the low growl intensified, filled with agony, as it writhed and violently slammed against the massive stone. The stone, towering 7 to 8 meters and stretching over 10 meters in length, was overturned and plunged into the inky depths of the lake, creating a tumult of dark waves. It was only then that they finally discerned the beast. Although it measured no more than 3 meters in length and less than 1.5 meters in height, its size was even more shocking. The mere 3-meter body had the strength to topple a stone of such immense proportions, an astounding display of power. What was this creature? None had ever encountered such a beast. It bore no fur, nor scales, but seemed forged from black molten iron, its entire form glistening with a metallic sheen. It resembled a colossal iron mass, robust and formidable, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. At first glance, it appeared akin to a stout bull, Yet upon closer inspection, it was entirely different. It sported 9 sharp horns, menacingly glimmering with a sinister light. Moreover, it possessed 5 eyes, from which blood-red glimmers flickered. Its gaping maw revealed dagger-like teeth, each exceeding half a foot in length, glinting ominously, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. This was a creature of unprecedented horror. Its very sight induced a profound sense of dread. It appeared to be shedding its skin. A startled onlooker muttered under their breath. Along the back of the black beast, a gaping wound was slowly splitting open, revealing a freshly formed layer of dark, lustrous skin beneath, reminiscent of dark gold. Quickly, while it is shedding its skin, let us hasten away from this place. It resembled a cicada shedding its shell. Such a mode of growth in a ferocious beast was indeed peculiar and appeared quite sinister. Fortunately, it was undergoing a transformation. Otherwise, one could scarcely fathom the horrific consequences. Had the thunderous tiger, which had roared moments ago, been summoned, it would likely have seemed as docile as a kitten before this malevolent creature. Capable of easily hurling a colossal boulder, measuring 7 or 8 meters high and stretching several meters long, into the depths of a lake. One could only speculate about the true extent of the terror this beast embodied. The crowd, though alarmed, safely navigated around the dark expanse of the lake as the deep, anguished roars gradually receded into the distance. Climbing once more over a low hill, they gazed upon the distant peak, where the structures grew increasingly distinct. A grand scale unfolded before them, with palatial edifices sprawling as if celestial halls had descended to earth. I feel a warmth coursing through my body, a female classmate shyly confessed to another beside her. I feel the same, came the reply. At that moment, everyone became acutely aware of their shared peculiar condition, their skin flushed an alarming red, as if blood might seep forth. Each individual experienced an overwhelming heat, as though a fierce flame ignited within. This discomfort was not merely due to the warmth of the day. Something was amiss within their bodies. As the sensation of burning intensified, it felt akin to being trapped in an oven. I can't bear this, it's unbearable. One female student cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. It hurts so much, it feels as if my flesh is drying out. Overcome with despair, she wept uncontrollably, rolling on the ground in distress. Soon, another classmate succumbed to the torment, her body crimson, faint trails of blood seeping through her skin as she fell to the earth, writhing in pain. The gravity of the situation dawned upon everyone. At that moment, no one could remain upright. Nearly all of them fell to the ground, emitting pained cries. It felt as if their flesh was being cruelly torn away, every part of their bodies searing with pain. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves, screaming in desperation, rolling about, and leaving trails of blood in their wake. I don't want to die, another voice echoed in terror. This calamity had struck without warning. No one understood why it was happening or grasped the nature of their affliction, only feeling as though they were being slowly dismembered. Let me die, the agony is unbearable. Struggling, weeping, rolling, and shouting, many were on the brink of despair, their anguished cries rendering their minds increasingly foggy. Ultimately, a shroud of sanguine mist enveloped their bodies, as if blood-hued flames were consuming them. The fierce writhing and anguished roars turned the once tranquil mountainside into a scene of chaos, scattering the local fauna in fright. This was an inhuman torment, akin to being ensnared in a purgatory, enduring the most wretched of tortures. Eventually, the excruciating pain caused everyone to lose consciousness, no one remaining capable of maintaining their sanity. Time passed, though it was uncertain how long, until the mountainside gradually fell silent, the sounds of suffering fading into oblivion. 2 hours later, as he lay gazing at the sky amidst the wild grass, Yi Fan was the first to awaken. The heavens above were a brilliant blue, and the melodies of chirping birds and buzzing insects filled the air. He quickly sat up, feeling no trace of pain. Instead, he was invigorated, his entire being imbued with an overwhelming sense of vitality, as if he could effortlessly rend a saber-toothed tiger asunder. However, he soon perceived something amiss. His clothing had grown loose and ill-fitting, hanging awkwardly upon him. As he extended his hands through the oversized sleeves, a sudden shock overcame his usually composed demeanor. Were these truly his hands? They had shrunk several sizes, appearing remarkably delicate and translucent, utterly unlike the hands of an adult. Yi Fan sprang to his feet, overwhelmed by the incredibility of the situation. His garments hung loosely upon him, resembling those of a theatrical performer. Yet, it was not that his clothes had grown larger. Rather, his body had diminished in size, now resembling that of an 11 or 12-year-old boy. At that moment, not far away, Bei Dou stirred awake, rubbing his bleary eyes. Upon noticing Yi Fan standing at a distance, he was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you, little brat? Where did you come from? How did you end up wearing Yi Fan's clothes?" Realizing something was amiss, he swiftly flipped himself over and jumped to his feet, subsequently screaming as if he had seen a ghost. "Why have my clothes grown larger? No, why has my body shrunk?" He gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment, stammering, You were Yi Fan?" At this point, he covered his mouth as his voice had begun to sound increasingly youthful, filled with a childlike innocence. Yi Fan. Observing the youthful Bei Dou was momentarily struck dumb. He appeared as an unrefined and naive boy, looking no older than 11 or 12. With faint traces of the adult Bei Dou discernible. "What has happened to us?" Bei Dou exclaimed, rushing to Yi Fan's side, his excitement palpable. "I think we might have reverted to our childhood." Yi Fan, equally bewildered, could only arrive at such a conclusion, as both of them now bore a youthful appearance. A stark contrast to their former selves. How could such nonsense occur to us? Bei Dou shouted in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the fantastical turn of events. "We must go see how the others are faring." Upon reaching the summit, the two were rendered speechless. Bei Dou cried out, "Who are these decrepit old men and women?" The sight before them nearly petrified them in shock, sending shivers down their spines. A dozen bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their heads resembling pale, wrinkled fruits, exuding an aura of extreme age. Yet, these individuals were clad in the familiar attire of people they knew, their appearances suggesting they were in their 70s or 80s. Utterly ravaged by time. Could they be Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman? Both felt parched and stunned, as if carved from stone, standing atop the mountain. Chapter 33. The youthful years turned to white hair. Yi Fan gazed at the group of elderly individuals, their hair as white as snow, rendered momentarily speechless. They were undoubtedly familiar classmates, yet they had transformed into this rather unsettling state. Bei Dou, equally taken aback, felt an unsettling mix of dread and anxiety. The thought of becoming like them filled him with a morbid sense of despair. The two hurried over to assess the situation of those present, relieved to find that everyone was still breathing and not in peril of life. Bei Dou discovered Lu Yi nestled within the grass. She showed no signs of aging, retaining her delicate and gentle beauty as she had in the past. With her eyes closed, she appeared utterly pitiable. This revelation brought immense joy to both Yi Fan and Bei Dou, having shared a close bond with Lu Yi since their school days. They were now overwhelmed with sympathy for her, fervently wishing for her to be spared from any misfortune. As for the once handsome Xiling, he had transformed into a middle-aged man. At least it was better than becoming an old man, was it not? Yi Fan and Bei Dou exchanged hushed whispers. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yi awoke. And upon witnessing the scene before her, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Before long, Zhang Xiling also regained consciousness, and upon realizing his predicament, he could not help but let out a loud exclamation. The transformation from a vigorous young man to a stout middle-aged figure was a reality hard for anyone to accept. "Xiling, do not be agitated. Observe their current condition and you will find solace," someone advised. At this, Zhang Xiling turned to look at Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others, and was momentarily rendered speechless. He realized that there were tragedies more profound than his own. How could this happen? He pondered, lost in thought, though his despair was markedly less than before. Among the gathered dozen, Yi Fan and Bei Dou appeared rejuvenated. Lu Yi remained unchanged. While Zhang Xiling had lost 2 decades of youth, and the others had all succumbed to the ravages of time, transformed into frail elders. Yi Fan and Bei Dou exchanged a glance, and in that instant, both recalled the crystalline red fruit, which, when consumed, had filled their mouths with a delightful fragrance and swiftly restored their vitality. Upon reflection, that fruit appeared to be extraordinary, almost divine in its essence. For reasons unknown, everyone else had aged, while those who had partaken of the fruit withstood the ravages of time. What force could have stripped them of their youth and vitality? Bei Dou was filled with doubt, unable to comprehend the mystery. Yi Fan ventured a conjecture, suggesting it was likely linked to the ancient Forbidden Land. The very name Ancient Forbidden Land implies its significance, suggesting a place tied to ancient times, one that even birds and beasts would shun, a realm devoid of life, steeped in desolation, and undoubtedly a site of great peril. Yet, they had emerged unscathed, without encountering any danger, which seemed rather illogical. rendering the term ancient forbidden land somewhat misleading. Indeed, it must be the influence of that ancient forbidden land. Bei Dou also grasped the crux of the matter. According to their shared hypothesis, a dreadful power within the ancient forbidden land had siphoned away the youth and vitality of the masses. However, why did this effect manifest only after their departure? This puzzled them. Perhaps it was akin to a curse, maybe upon entering the ancient forbidden land. Irrespective of whether one exited or remained, the curse would inevitably take hold when the designated time arrived. Yi Fan and Bei Dou found themselves fortunate. Had they not consumed several extraordinary fruits, they would likely be withered and aged beyond their years. To age prematurely, to witness the bloom of youth fade into the frailty of old age, is perhaps one of life's most lamentable tragedies. In their 20s, a time brimming with vitality, they now faced the harsh reality of gray hair and deepening wrinkles, which plunged them into despair, rendering existence unbearable. How have I come to be this way? Zhou Yi trembled as he extended a shaky hand to caress the folds of his wrinkled skin, plucking a strand of brittle white hair, and cried out in a voice heavy with age, "Why?" Nearby, Wang Ziwen shivered as he assessed his own deteriorating condition. His eyes were clouded, with bags beneath them as large as pigeon eggs, and he quavered, "I cannot believe this." Lin Jia was on the verge of a breakdown, her piercing screams startling the birds in the forest into flight. A woman's beauty is her foremost essence, and for a strikingly attractive woman like her, the sudden revelation that her once radiant, porcelain skin had dulled and become coarse, aging her prematurely, was an anguish more profound than death itself. On the other side, Li Xiaoman shared a similar plight, her despair so intense that she wished for oblivion. If she had once been a pristine lotus, ethereal and pure, she now felt reduced to nothing more than dried lotus leaves, her lustrous hair turned white, lacking luster, and withering like weeds. Her skin was a tapestry of wrinkles, sagging and loose, her eyes dimmed, and her face etched with deep lines. Upon seeing Yi Fan approach, Li Xiaoman immediately screamed, "Do not come near." She covered her face with her hands, weeping uncontrollably, and then buried her head in her knees. Yi Fan refrained from approaching her to avoid provoking her emotions, instead raising his voice to console the crowd, proclaiming, "Do not despair. In a world where even deities exist, what is beyond the realm of possibility? There must be a solution." The atmosphere atop the mountain was heavy with sorrow. Many were consumed by despair, especially upon witnessing the two boys, Yi Fan and Bei Dou, both merely 11 or 12 years of age, which served as a stark reminder of their own aging. While the majority of the crowd appeared worn and weary, these two seemed to possess an uncanny vitality, a juxtaposition that caused many hearts to ache. "Oh God, what on earth?" Bei Dou exclaimed in a fit of rage, blending his anguish with a mix of Chinese and foreign expressions. "Calm down, friend." Bei Dou approached, unceremoniously patting him on the shoulder, and remarked, "Growing old together with a beloved one is the most romantic thing in the world." Bei Dou, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep like a child, lamenting, "My girlfriend is not here. It is anything but romantic." Bei Dou paused, casting a glance at Li Xiaoman, but chose silence as he moved toward others. "Yi Fan, how is it that you two have not aged?" Zhou Yi was the first to regain his composure, fixing his gaze intensely upon Yi Fan and Bei Dou, his murky eyes gleaming with curiosity. The others, momentarily setting aside their sorrow, turned their attention to them. Bei Dou, feeling discomfort at Zhou Yi's words, spoke rather bluntly. "I say, Elder Zhou, are you insinuating that we are up to some mischief? If we possessed such powers, we would simply seal our fates and not linger as mere mortals." Lin Jia halted her tears, looking earnestly at Yi Fan, almost pleading, "Yi Fan, please tell me the truth. How can one restore youth? How did you accomplish it?" In response, Yi Fan could only offer her comfort and a glimmer of hope, knowing full well that the peculiar crimson fruit had long been consumed, leaving no other options available. "Let us leave this place and journey to that celestial palace." Zhou Yi, trembling, rose unsteadily, pointing toward the distant mountain where palatial structures sprawled like heavenly abodes descending to the earthly realm. Despite his aging body, his mind remained sharp, articulating the sole hope that lay before them. If there resided immortal beings there, all could be resolved. The group supported one another as they made their descent down the mountain. Many, frail and slow, required the assistance of Yi Fan, Bei Dou, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling, who diligently flanked them, ensuring their safety. "Elder Zhou, Elder Wang, I'll help you both," Bei Dou offered, positioning himself between them, one hand supporting Zhou Yi and the other Wang Ziwen. Wang Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, while Zhou Yi maintained a stoic expression. For reasons unknown, Li Xiaoman chose to be supported by Yi Fan, yet along the way, she uttered not a word, her tears flowing continuously until she nearly fainted from sorrow. Yi Fan and the others sensed something amiss. Despite being merely separated from the celestial palace by a single mountain, after laboriously traversing a peak, they still found themselves obstructed by yet another mountain, as if no change had ever transpired. They gazed once more, advanced again, and scaled yet another summit. But the situation remained unchanged. At that moment, it dawned upon everyone that reaching the destination was utterly impossible. It was time to make a choice. Perhaps they should not continue their pursuit, for it appeared to be a maze that would forever elude their grasp. Suddenly, a pungent odor assailed their senses, and the trees rustled ominously. A fearsome creature, towering at 5 meters, arose before them, lunging towards the group with glistening claws. Its body was cloaked in dense black fur, measuring half a foot in length, exuding a terrifying presence. The creature bore a resemblance to an ape, yet its head was grotesquely adorned with a beak over a foot long, akin to a malevolent bird spirit, a beast unlike any they had encountered before. The overwhelming majority of those present were instantly paralyzed with fear, with 2 individuals collapsing to the ground as this monstrous entity charged. The certainty of being torn apart by its grasp loomed large. Yi Fan, be cautious. Pang Bo shouted in alarm, for Yi Fan stood at the forefront. In his desperation, Pang Bo brandished the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple and surged forward. Yi Fan forcefully pushed aside the 2 individuals beside him. Wielding the Vajra pestle, an artifact acquired from Lu Yunji, with his right hand, and swung it forward with great ferocity. The impact resonated as the Vajra pestle collided with a glimmering, sharp claw, bending the massive black beast's paw at an unnatural angle, evidently fractured. Everyone stood in stunned silence, attributing the power of the strike to the Vajra pestle. Only Yi Fan understood that the last vestige of divine energy within the pestle had been depleted by Lu Yunji, and this formidable blow was solely a result of his own immense physical strength. He felt a surge of astonishment, for had it been the former version of himself, such strength would have been unattainable. However, ever since his recent rejuvenation, he sensed an overwhelming vitality coursing through him. Akin to the might of a tiger or the force of a thrown elephant, the colossal beast emitted a piercing, anguished roar. Its beak wide open as it lunged viciously at Yi Fan, while its other glimmering claw descended with tremendous force. Yi Fan's movements were astoundingly swift, evading the colossal beast with an incredible agility. He swiftly maneuvered to the creature's rear and struck fiercely with the Vajra pestle, delivering a resounding blow to its spine. The sound of shattering bones echoing through the air. It is difficult to fathom the sheer magnitude of his strength. The 5-meter-tall black beast was sent flying like a puppet, hurtling several meters away before crashing to the ground. After a brief struggle, it lay motionless. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, hardly able to comprehend the scene before them. The once formidable barbarian had shrunk in stature, resembling a delicate youth of 11 or 12, appearing more refined and gentle. Yet his power and speed had reached astonishing levels, leaving everyone in shock. Relieved yet perplexed, they exhaled deeply, engaging in animated discussions, filled with envy and admiration for Yi Fan's extraordinary abilities. As twilight deepened and the last rays of the setting sun vanished, the group, undeterred, ascended another mountain peak, only to discover that a barrier of mountains still separated them from the celestial realm, the distance unchanged. At this moment, despair settled among them, and they resolved to cease their advance. Suddenly, a radiant beam of light streaked across the sky, resembling a celestial rainbow, starkly visible against the dimming backdrop. To their astonishment, within this luminous arc was a figure, soaring effortlessly through the heavens, undeniably not of this mortal realm. In an instant, the brilliant light shifted direction, hurtling towards them with breathtaking speed, akin to a rainbow traversing the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. In the 34th chapter, Legends of the Wilderness, a radiant arc measuring 1 meter wide and 2 meters long stood erect in the heavens, shimmering brilliantly like a flawless crystal. Within this resplendent light was a young woman, appearing no older than 15, her visage as exquisite as jade, her figure elongated with a graceful waist and straight legs. Clad in a flowing light blue gown, she exuded an ethereal presence. The crowd was momentarily entranced. This youthful beauty, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy, seemed untouched by the mundanity of the world, embodying a celestial grace akin to a pristine lotus adorned with dew, or a fresh snow lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, evoking a sense of transcendence. While the world is not devoid of breathtaking beauty, finding one with such an ethereal quality is rare. As if she had transcended the ordinary and merged with the refreshing essence of nature. The enchanting maiden remained serene, gazing down at the assemblage. Her voice, melodious and enchanting, posed a question regarding their identities. The tone was reminiscent of ancient Chinese, imbued with a gentle softness that required contemplation to fully grasp. We are a group of unfortunate souls. Are you a celestial being? Can you assist us? A female classmate's voice quivered with desperation. Her form was withered, skin wrinkled, and aged. Upon encountering this seemingly divine maiden, she broke into tears, pleading for salvation. Lin Jia and Li Xiaomin stepped forward, their faces adorned with a glimmer of hope. They were, after all, extraordinarily beautiful and proud women, yet the current predicament weighed upon them more heavily than death itself. The sight of such a stunningly radiant young girl only intensified their yearning to restore their own appearances. In truth, the crystalline rainbow glow had not solidified. It merely exuded an alluring texture. The girl within was not bound in any way. Her long, black hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently swaying, while her eyes, resembling shimmering waters, were veiled in a delicate mist. Her skin was as white and translucent as snow, sparkling with flecks of light, exuding an ethereal beauty. Have you ventured into the ancient forbidden grounds? Came a soft and melodious inquiry. The crowd pondered momentarily before grasping the meaning of this archaic Chinese phrase. Indeed, it was from there that they had escaped. A classmate, her visage aged and weary, wept helplessly, gazing into the heavens with a pleading expression. For a woman, such a tragic occurrence represented the gravest of blows, leaving her utterly disoriented and speaking without thought. Upon hearing this, the girl enveloped in the rainbow light displayed a ripple of calm across her exquisite features, her expression shifting to one of profound astonishment. To have emerged alive from such an ordeal is indeed remarkable, she remarked softly. Her gaze flitted between Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Pang Bo, and Yi Fan. As if a realization dawned upon her, and she inquired urgently, "Is this your true age?" Yet, she did not direct her gaze towards him. Seemingly already aware of their lost youth and vitality, her questions aimed at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Is it true?" The girl in the air manifested a look of shock, her eyes fixated on Yi Fan and Pang Bo, as she pressed eagerly, "Have you consumed a certain red fruit? Resplendent in its crimson hue, glistening and translucent?" Yi Fan was certain that the exotic fruit they consumed was precisely as described by the maiden. At this moment, he could not deny it, especially since Zhou Yi and the others had witnessed it as well, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The maiden hovering in midair regarded Yi Fan and Pang Bo with an unusual expression, as if she were appraising precious treasures. Being observed by such a refreshing and ethereal beauty left both men feeling somewhat uneasy and disconcerted. Is there hope for the aged? In such circumstances, Wang Ziwen struggled to maintain her composure, yearning to know if she could regain her youth. Do not despair. Although your appearances may be challenging to restore, you have also gained much in return. In the outside world, many will vie for your presence. As the crowd displayed expressions of bewilderment, the maiden continued, "Do not worry. Their competition for you is not a misfortune, but rather an opportunity. I simply wish to restore my appearance," lamented a female classmate, tears streaming down her face. She felt utterly devoid of the will to live in such a withered state. "Very well, I shall first lead you away from this ancient forest." The mysterious maiden gently raised her hand, and a cascade of radiant light enveloped the group, lifting them slowly into the air to stand beside her. Indeed, this was a mysterious world. The onlookers speculated that it must be a form of celestial magic. This place is extremely remote from any inhabited land. If you were to attempt to walk out on foot, it would be nearly impossible. There are many fearsome beasts lurking within this primitive forest, and even I would have no choice but to take a detour upon encountering them. Pang Bo, displaying a look of astonishment, inquired, "Are you not from the celestial palace beyond?" "The celestial palace?" The maiden in midair expressed confusion. "Where is there a celestial palace?" Pang Bo pointed toward the towering mountain ahead. "Isn't there a multitude of magnificent halls there, sprawling across the landscape, with countless palatial structures and celestial cranes soaring above?" The legend is indeed true. The maiden's expression shifted to one of intrigue. "What legend? Did you not see it?" "Indeed, I saw nothing." The maiden, enveloped in colorful radiance, appeared contemplative. The ancient forbidden land, a realm of the ancients, a zone devoid of life. Throughout history, those who have inadvertently entered and managed to survive have all recounted visions of a celestial palace, ever so close yet eternally unattainable. This revelation left the group in a state of realization, their experiences validating the maiden's assertions. Someone inquired, could it merely be an illusory trace? Joey, deeply concerned about his own fate, asked, for those who wandered into the ancient Forbidden Land, what became of those who emerged alive? Can they regain their youth? It is difficult, but not entirely impossible. With the deepening of one's cultivation, life force will naturally strengthen. Upon reaching a certain level, perhaps one's appearance can be transformed. The maiden's words instantly ignited a flicker of hope within many hearts. What lies within the ancient Forbidden Land, and what force has caused us to lose our youth? Wang Ziwen could not help but inquire, a question that perplexed many present, filled with both hatred and helplessness. This inquiry is indeed an age-old one. Throughout history, countless individuals have pondered it, yet none have been able to articulate a clear answer. The young girl led the group in swift flight, surrounded by shimmering lights. Resembling a rainbow streaking across the sky, the gentle radiance shielded them from the fierce winds, allowing for unimpeded conversation. She continued, according to legend, beneath the abyss of the life-forbidden zone, there exists desolation, perhaps an ancient being or a terrifying force. Has no one dared to explore it? Yifan could not restrain his curiosity. So terrifying, Bei Dou exclaimed in astonishment. It is a land soaked in endless blood, lamentably. That once mighty celestial sanctuary has seen the annihilation of tens of thousands of formidable cultivators, and even several peerless masters of profound mastery have become desolation's slaves beneath the ancient abyss. Eternally enslaved. Upon hearing this, the crowd involuntarily recalled the dreadful figure, wreathed in fierce flames, wielding enormous iron chains hundreds of feet long. Most likely one of those so-called desolation slaves. The vibrant rainbow soared swiftly, racing through the air as the boundless ancient forest receded rapidly beneath them. Yet, even so, it took a full hour to reach the outskirts of the desolate woods. At this moment, the sky had darkened, revealing a distant town aglow with lights. As they approached, 7 or 8 beams of rainbow light shot into the sky, each a different hue, with a figure standing within each beam. Have any discoveries been made around the ancient Forbidden Land? Experts from nearby blessed realms had been dispatched, seemingly in search of something, and had they not encountered them? Since our esteemed ancestors have sensed the ancient Forbidden Land, those powerful figures from the blessed realms must have noticed as well. Among those beams were several elders. Seemingly the elders of the girl known as Wei Wei. Could it be they mistakenly entered the ancient Forbidden Land and returned alive? Laughter erupted, indeed. The sea of suffering within them has been awakened. They are prime candidates for cultivation. The group swiftly descended into the town, entering a brightly lit hall. Why are they so young? Upon seeing Yifan and Bei Dou, the elders displayed expressions of astonishment, rendered incredulous. Could they have consumed that legendary fruit? This is impossible, one elder, feeling utterly incredulous, exclaimed, 9 holy mountains encircle the ancient abyss. And it is said that each mountain possesses a divine spring and a unique sacred fruit. 9 divine springs and 9 sacred fruits. To obtain even one would allow for a complete transformation. But how could mere mortals like us ever approach there? Chapter 35. Such a world within the brightly lit hall. The elders' eyes were sharp as lightning, constantly scanning the room in astonishment as they appraised Yifan and his companions. Why do you all dress so oddly? Why do you maintain such short hair? As mere mortals, how did you inadvertently wander into this ancient Forbidden Land? Why does your language sound so peculiar, and from whence does it originate? With your capabilities, how could you approach the depths of the ancient abyss and gather the fabled sacred fruit? A few elderly individuals inquired with meticulous attention, striving to uncover the origins of these strangers. The notion of traversing the vastness of space, spanning dozens or even hundreds of light years, only to arrive at this point, seemed unfathomable. Yifan and his companions remained silent in response. Why do you not speak? One elder's gaze sharpened with intensity. Since the elders had ceased their probing, Yifan and his companions refrained from mentioning the Nine Dragons Coffin or their journey across the desolate cosmos to reach the other side of the starry expanse. At that moment, the copper lamp, bowl, ancient bell, and other items in the possession of Yifan captured the elder's attention. This is when elder's expression shifted as he carefully took the copper lamp from Yifan, scrutinizing it with great diligence. After a prolonged examination, he sighed deeply and remarked, "A remarkably sophisticated technique. I suspect the wick has birthed a spirit, but alas, it has now been rendered useless, devoid of any discernible patterns within." He then meticulously observed the bowl, ancient bell, and copper plaque, his face a canvas of astonishment and regret as he lamented, these were once fine treasures. How could they all be in such disrepair? The valuable Dao patterns within have been completely obliterated. It is impossible to glean any insights from such craftsmanship. How did you come by these items? The elders appeared genuinely concerned, their expressions filled with melancholy as they continued to sigh. Clearly, not only did Yi Fan wish to keep the matters of the other side of the stars to himself, but the others also recognized the gravity of the situation and chose their words with caution. Oh, I find myself increasingly intrigued by the ancient mountain you speak of and am eager to explore it further, one elder remarked with a smile, narrowing his eyes. Uncertain whether it was skepticism or genuine curiosity. Where was your original dwelling, and can you provide a general area? Another elder inquired. Now, nearly everyone was following Yi Fan's lead in this shared fabrication, with a female classmate stating that they hailed from the western regions. The western regions? So you come from the vast, boundless western desert, one elder furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. To traverse from the western desert to the eastern wasteland is an immeasurable distance. Even if I were to ride a rainbow, it would take me over 30 years. What kind of extraordinary individual possesses such talent to establish such formidable influence in that ancient mountain? It is beyond imagination. Thus, we have arrived in the eastern wasteland. Joey seized the opportunity to inquire, how vast is the eastern wasteland? The eastern wasteland is so immense that even a mortal could live numerous lifetimes and still not traverse its entirety. Such enormity. Yi Fan and his companions displayed expressions of disbelief. In the mortal realm, the nation that governs the ancient Forbidden Land is known as Yen, spanning 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. This vast territory is but a mere drop in the ocean within the eastern wilderness, where countless such nations exist. Upon hearing this, Bei Dou nearly leapt from his seat, overwhelmed by the enormity of the expanse. Although the land of Yen is extensive, it is scarcely significant in the vastness of the eastern wilderness, where nations of similar size are innumerable. The eastern wilderness is truly boundless, its magnitude almost unimaginable. How could such vastness exist? Bei Dou's pupils contracted in disbelief, feeling that these facts starkly contradicted reason and were utterly incredible. Yet, considering the existence of deities in this world, he could only shake his head in resignation. The elder men, noticing Bei Dou's astonishment, all wore smiles, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. This boy, appearing no older than 11 or 12, was to be their key focus for cultivation. One of them continued, stating that while the kingdom of Yen is merely a corner of the eastern wilderness, a mere drop in the ocean, it is by no means insignificant. Its ancient forbidden land is one of the 7 great life-restricted zones within the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. For a moment, the group fell silent, each processing the wealth of information they had received, their hearts profoundly shaken, stirred by turbulent waves of realization. At that moment, Wang Ziwen, being meticulous, could not restrain himself from asking, earlier, you mentioned the western desert. How does it compare to the eastern wilderness? In terms of sheer size, the western desert and eastern wilderness are comparable, both equally boundless. However, the true astonishment lay in what followed, as an elder continued, the eastern wilderness, western desert, southern ridge, northern plains, and central continent, among which the central continent stands as the most expansive, shrouded in mystery, a realm where even cultivators find it challenging to traverse. The group was utterly petrified, their mouths dry, unable to utter another word. The elders were highly satisfied, encouraging them. The lives of mortals are ultimately too insignificant, akin to ants, barely comprehending the nature of the world they inhabit. Now, you all have the opportunity to gaze upon this vast earth. If you are willing to diligently cultivate and practice, one day you shall stir the winds and clouds, standing atop the peaks of the heavens. It took a long while for them to regain their composure, some hesitating, murmuring, we cultivate. Indeed, as you enter the ancient forbidden land, though you may lose your youth, this world is balanced. What is lost is compensated in equal measure. But the path of cultivation is fraught with thorns and peril. You have already begun to carve out a small path. Yes, your sea of suffering has been awakened, one day. Even if you cross the sea of suffering, tread upon the divine bridge, and seek your own deity, it is not impossible. The elders spoke in unison to inspire them, guiding them toward the path of cultivation. We still do not know who you are. Zhou Yi seized the moment to inquire. There are 6 blessed lands within the kingdom of Yen, and our place of cultivation is one of them, though it is not here, not in the mortal realm. An elder replied with a smile. In the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, the state of Yen is but a mere drop in the ocean. This isolated realm is home to 6 celestial paradises, leaving one to ponder the multitude of cultivation sects that exist within this world. Pang Bo murmured softly. It was evident that the elders regarded him and Yi Fan with a discerning eye, yet they did not exhibit any displeasure. Instead, they smiled amiably and advised, "Do not be overly ambitious. A solid foundation is paramount. Our celestial paradise has inherited teachings from a certain sacred ground, and our foundational techniques are undoubtedly among the finest in the world. Furthermore, should you ascend to greatness in the future, we will provide you with broader avenues for development." Indeed, another elder declared proudly, "Though we are merely a celestial paradise, we are affiliated with a renowned sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. If you prove to be extraordinarily gifted, it is entirely possible for you to be selected to join that sacred ground." At this juncture, the elders cast affectionate glances at the young maiden Wei Wei, stating, "Wei Wei is our celestial paradise's prodigious talent, a rare gem to emerge once in a millennium. Soon, she will be chosen for the sacred ground, and we will surely miss her, yet we do not wish to impede her cultivation." Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted from outside the hall, proclaiming, "Your paradise is lacking. We could certainly welcome gifted individuals into our celestial realm. I have heard that you have discovered several promising talents." As if answering the call, a dozen radiant figures descended from the sky, entering the hall uninvited. Chapter 36. The Ancient Sacred Body. As the group entered, their radiant auras diminished. Among them were both men and women, all over the age of 40, each embodying a unique aura, some serene as the orchids, others sharp as swordlight, and some steadfast as rock. One middle-aged man, exuding a commanding presence, spoke with resounding clarity and boisterous laughter within the borders of Yin. Though it is claimed there are 6 celestial realms, Lingshu Celestial Paradise is somewhat misnamed. It would be more aptly referred to as a paradise. "What do you mean by that, Lu Wanshan?" The elders from Lingshu Celestial Paradise revealed their displeasure, stepping forward to shield Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, while simultaneously protecting Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The man named Lu Wanshan stood imposingly, as if he were a mountain, radiating an air of intimidation. He spoke candidly, laughing heartily. "Since you have discovered numerous promising talents, it is only natural that we wish to take a few and guide them on their path of cultivation." Beside him, an elderly matron with graying hair nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 6 celestial paradises in Yin have always been interconnected. Having suddenly found so many extraordinary talents, we naturally wish to take a few with us. An elder from Lingshu Celestial Paradise frowned and retorted, "Sister Liang, such statements cannot stand. 3 years ago, your Jinxia Celestial Paradise found several disciples of remarkable potential, yet you did not share any with us. They were of mediocre talent. How could they possibly be considered celestial seedlings?" "They did not warrant your attention," the elderly matron replied with a smile. At that moment, an elderly man with flowing white hair approached, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial being. He spoke in a measured tone, stating, "It seems that these 10 or so individuals cannot be considered true celestial seedlings. Therefore, let us, a few from the Cave of Heavenly Bliss, select only a few, leaving more for your Lingshu Cave." The elders from Lingshu Cave immediately appeared unsettled, seemingly wary of this ethereal figure, and replied, "Master Ma Yun, does your Jade Ding Cave truly lack promising disciples? I have heard that you have discovered 2 genuine celestial seedlings." The elder known as Ma Yun smiled silently, closely observing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, nodding from time to time. This made the elders from Lingshu Cave increasingly anxious. While they could afford to part with others, these 2 were indispensable to them. "Very well. I shall represent Jade Ding Cave and select just one," the white-haired Ma Yun declared, gesturing towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "It is not unreasonable to request either of them." "Absolutely not." The elders from Lingshu Cave simultaneously protested. At the same time, the other caves began to choose their candidates, each unwilling to yield, leading to a heated dispute. Yi Fan listened intently, gathering valuable information. He learned that caves surpassed blessed lands for cultivation, and having a cave could potentially give rise to a blessed land. At that moment, it was impossible for Lingshu Cave to retain everyone, as representatives from 5 other caves had arrived, forcing them to reluctantly part with some. However, deciding who to relinquish posed a significant dilemma. In the end, tensions escalated, creating an atmosphere fraught with conflict, as each of the 6 caves remained resolute. A formidable middle-aged man, Lu Wanshan, stepped forward, declaring, "It seems we must settle this through combat." "Indeed," affirmed the elder Liang from Jinxia Cave. "To avoid straining our relations, let us keep it to a minimum." The venerable Ma Yun of Jade Ding Cave concurred. The expressions of the elders from Lingshu Cave turned grim. Yi Fan and his companions were their prized finds. Yet now others sought to stake their claim, making it uncertain how many they could retain. A dozen radiant rainbows surged into the sky, illuminating the night as the contest between the caves commenced. Yi Fan and the others gathered outside the hall, gazing skyward. Regrettably, those engaged in battle soared beyond the town, growing increasingly distant, rendering it impossible to witness the clash clearly. In the far sky, brilliant rays pierced the heavens, divine rainbows crisscrossed, and bursts of thunder echoed amid fierce winds and swirling sands. Zhou, Linjia, and the others were left in awe. The tranquility they had witnessed from the elders now transformed into this overwhelming display of power, invoking an intense desire within them. Before long, the celestial rainbows in the distant sky vanished, leaving the outcome of the fierce battle unknown. It was not until half an hour later that a divine rainbow appeared on the horizon, slicing through the sky and arriving in an instant. The first to descend was a maiden named Wei Wei, ethereal and enchanting, with gracefully arched brows, eyes like shimmering water, luscious crimson lips, and pearly teeth. Under the gentle embrace of the moonlight, she appeared hazy and graceful, reminiscent of a celestial being from the vast heavens, embodying exquisite beauty. Following her were several elderly figures from Lingshu Cave, who, despite their disheveled appearance and the stains of blood upon them, were smiles of triumph. Those behind them bore various wounds, yet their expressions were less favorable in comparison. The formidable middle-aged man, Lu Wanshan, had fresh blood upon his shoulder, while the venerable elder, Ma Yun, known for his ethereal demeanor, had his flowing white beard severed. The silver-haired matron, Li Ying, held a cane that had been shattered into 2 pieces. Yi Fan and the others were astounded. This young girl, Wei Wei, appeared graceful and enchanting, exuding an aura of delicate tranquility. Yet she possessed such formidable strength that she had defeated these elderly opponents, leaving everyone in utter astonishment. Having lost, there was nothing more to say. The Lingshu Cave Heaven could select 2 individuals first. Lu Wanshan's expression was far from pleasant, not only feeling humiliated by being bested by a junior, but also because he could not make the first selection. The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven showed no hesitation, promptly choosing Yi Fan and Peng Bo, their faces nearly blooming with joy. Next, the elder Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven selected Lu Yi, followed by the ancient matriarch Li Ying from Jinxia Cave Heaven, who claimed Zhang Xiling. However, at that moment, the elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven, after meticulously examining Yi Fan's physique, suddenly changed their expressions, their smiles vanishing instantaneously. How could this be? Others quickly noticed the shift in atmosphere and turned their gazes towards the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven, who wore expressions of discontent, leaving everyone puzzled about what had transpired. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with having the first choice of 2 individuals? It is not so, come and see. The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven looked at Yi Fan with expressions of regret. Suddenly, it dawned on everyone that there must be an issue with Yi Fan's body, and they swiftly gathered around him. The elder Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven was the first to approach, stating, just by observing, one can sense that this youth's vitality is exceptionally robust, comparable to a dragon, suggesting he is a rare celestial seed. Could there be a problem? At this juncture, others also stepped forward, beginning to examine Yi Fan. Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Yi Fan found it difficult to protest in such a situation. The matriarch Li Ying from Jinxia Cave Heaven, filled with uncertainty, remarked, how could such a constitution exist? After a prolonged examination, Lu Wanshan revealed an incredulous expression and stated, the life wheel is silent, the sea of suffering is solid as divine iron, steadfast as a rock, utterly unshakable, and cannot be opened. Just then, Ma Yun from Yuding Cave Heaven seemed to recall something, muttering to himself, could it be the legendary constitution? He began to re-examine Yi Fan, his fingers glistening like jade, a faint divine radiance emanating as he meticulously measured and assessed. After an extensive period, Ma Yun finally ceased, staring blankly as he proclaimed, this world truly possesses the legendary constitution. What constitution? Everyone present displayed expressions of bewilderment. Unparalleled throughout the ages, the supreme sacred body. Ma Yun uttered those 8 words. What? The crowd was engulfed in shock, scarcely believing their ears. The elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven reacted swiftly, pulling Yi Fan behind them, encircling him protectively, fearful that others might attempt to seize or harm him. Lu Wanshan found it hard to believe and remarked, the land of Yin stretches 2,000 miles from north to south and 3,000 miles from east to west. Such a territory is but a mere grain of sand in the boundless expanse of the eastern wilderness. In this domain, It is unlikely that a person with a transcendent physique will emerge even over the course of millennia. Historically, the vast eastern wilderness has birthed very few such prodigious figures. However, the old woman Li Ying from the Golden Cloud Cave shook her head and said, "It is not impossible for such an individual to arise. I have heard that in the present eastern wilderness, it is highly probable that such a person has already appeared. Moreover, there are rumors that it is not just one individual, but they remain in the process of growth, not yet ready to grace the world with their presence. I believe they are currently concealed within a sacred ground or hidden among ancient families passed down from the bygone era." At this moment, the elders' gazes towards Yi Fan transformed, burning with fervor, as if they wished to seize him and claim him as their disciple. Even Zhou and Linjia, who stood nearby, regarded Yi Fan with a peculiar expression. Just then, Ma Yun from the Jade Cauldron Cave cleared his throat and stated, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Perhaps I did not articulate clearly." The crowd looked at him with uncertainty. He indeed possessed a transcendent physique. There was no error in that. However, it must be noted that it pertains to the time before the ancient era. What does that mean? Ma Yun elaborated. You all must have heard some legends from the ancient times, correct? Back then, there existed a kind of unparalleled physique, unmatched throughout history. During that period, 9 generations of such individuals emerged, each invincible under heaven and earth, leaving an indelible mark on the ages. If such a physique were to embark on the path of cultivation, it could not be fathomed what ultimate achievements might be reached, earning the title of the greatest sacred body in history. Indeed, we have heard of such tales. You cannot possibly mean. As he spoke, everyone turned their attention to Yi Fan, but the awe and enthusiasm that had previously filled their eyes were replaced with disappointment. If I am not mistaken, he embodies that kind of physique. Alas, since the ancient era, over countless ages, although such physiques occasionally manifest in the world, they no longer possess the same might and cannot look down upon the heavens as they did before. The truth is, for reasons unknown, this type of physique has gradually faded into obscurity in the post-ancient era, becoming unsuitable for cultivation, with no one able to attain success in their training. Currently, many celestial sects are circulating rumors that a prodigy with a transcendent divine body has emerged in the eastern wilderness. Just a moment ago, I thought we would witness a remarkable figure emerging from the Yin region, yet it turned out to be this. The comparison between the transcendent sacred body of the ancient era and today's invincible divine body. Alas, the elders from the spirit ruins cave all sighed deeply. Filled with profound disappointment, their attention no longer fixed on Yi Fan. The expressions of those from other celestial realms were equally complex, uncertain whether to feel fortunate or disheartened. At this moment, no one cast their gaze upon Yi Fan. The stark contrast from fervent excitement to cold indifference was strikingly apparent. Chapter 37. The Spirit Ruins Cave. As of now, only 13 individuals remained in Yi Fan's group. All others had perished. Apart from the uniquely gifted Yi Fan, the remaining 12 individuals were evenly distributed, allowing each paradise to accommodate precisely 2 people. This was a passive selection. However, Zhou Yi and Lin Jia, among others, did not reject it. As the elders of Lingshu Paradise remarked, this represented an opportunity for them. Ultimately, Yi Fan found himself in an awkward position. Initially favored by the crowd, yet now overlooked and ignored. If Yi Fan is not included, I shall not accompany you, Pang Bo declared, appearing merely 11 or 12 years of age, yet speaking with remarkable conviction. At worst, I will venture into the mortal realm with Yi Fan. An elder from Lingshu Paradise elucidated, there are no mortals within the paradisiacal realms. Should he choose to join, it may not bode well for him. Yi Fan comprehended the situation clearly, and after meticulous contemplation, he envisioned various possible outcomes. Within the realm of blessed lands, only cultivators resided. Who would pay heed to a mere mortal like him? Even with Pang Bo's protection, it was not a sustainable solution, and inevitably, numerous unforeseen troubles would arise in the future. Pang Bo, you should accompany them. I shall not join any blessed land. Perhaps it is better to lead a simple and unremarkable life as an ordinary person. No, I must take you with me, Pang Bo vehemently opposed. Very well, we shall take Yi Fan along. He will accompany us. The elders of Lingshu Cave did not wish for Pang Bo to harbor any resentment and decided to include Yi Fan as well. Wait, Yi Fan displayed no signs of joy. Instead, his expression remained serene as he stated, I have made it clear that I will not join any blessed land. I appreciate your kindness. This is an opportunity for Yi Fan, Pang Bo hastily urged. Yi Fan shook his head and said, there is no need for your persuasion. He had contemplated the matter thoroughly and understood completely that once he joined a particular paradise, he might encounter various troubles. As the elder from Lingshu Cave had subtly hinted, "If you choose not to go, I will certainly not accompany them alone." Pang Bo, fiercely loyal, was resolute in his decision not to abandon Yi Fan and embark on the journey by himself. Yi Fan smiled and said, "From now on, I will rely entirely on you. You must diligently pursue your cultivation. In the future, I shall depend on your generosity, perhaps sending me a few heroines, celestial maidens, divine ladies, or saintly figures. I shall not be picky." Pang Bo rolled his eyes in exasperation. The nearby cultivators from various paradises exchanged bewildered glances, and several female practitioners shot him piercing glares. "Yi Fan, you should accompany me," Pang Bo urged once more. "All right, as long as you are willing to go." Pang Bo immediately brightened. As long as Yi Fan was willing to accompany him, he felt certain he could devise a way to keep him there. He promptly turned his gaze to the elders of Lingshu Cave. Very well, the elders finally nodded in agreement. As Yi Fan and his companions prepare to part ways, the path ahead remains uncertain, evoking a blend of confusion and anticipation among the group. In their final gathering, they exchange heartfelt farewells, promising to reunite in the years to come. At this moment, Yi Fan undeniably stands out, for his future appears devoid of hope, setting him apart from the others as if they inhabit entirely different realms. Even if the notion of a reunion arises in the future, it is easy to envision that he may no longer be present before them. Each gaze directed at him reveals a unique expression, a tapestry of emotions. Ultimately, they bid each other farewell. "Yi Fan, this is for you." Before departing, Lu Yi bestowed upon him a string of prayer beads, swiftly retreating before he could refuse. Indeed, being an ordinary person can also be a blessing. "May you find happiness throughout your life," Li Xiaoman remarked, casting a lingering glance in his direction before turning away. "Yi Fan, I wish you all the best in the future. I believe that with your abilities, you will surely lead a vibrant life in this world," Lin Jia said, and with that, she too took her leave. Soon after, Zhou Yi and Wang Xuan approached to say their goodbyes. In truth, embracing the simplicity of an ordinary life can be a form of fortune. Zhou Yi offered with a gentle smile, lightly patting Yi Fan on the shoulder. There is no reason to feel disheartened. Yi Fan remained unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Who can delineate the events that lie ahead?" Moments later, a dozen radiant rainbows ascended into the sky, piercing the tranquil night, akin to resplendent shooting stars, gradually fading into the horizon, marking the farewell of the gathering. Once the individuals from the other celestial realms departed, a few elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven addressed Pang Bo and Yi Fan, stating, "In truth, the various blessed lands are not far from one another. A meeting between you would be quite effortless." The inhabitants of Lingshu Cave Heaven set forth the following day, traversing the skies on divine rainbows with remarkable swiftness. As the mountains and rivers of the earth receded behind them, eventually the group halted before a realm of ethereal mountains, a scene of tranquility, where lush trees flourished. Pavilions and towers adorned the landscape, and cascading springs and flying cranes animated the surroundings, creating a picturesque haven. "Is this indeed Lingshu Cave Heaven?" Pang Bo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity, though his subsequent murmurs cast a pall over the moment. "Those cranes appear rather plump. Could one or two be caught for roasting?" An elder nearby shot him a disapproving glare, admonishing, "Those are enlightened cranes. Do not entertain such foolish thoughts. With your current skills, you could not hope to approach them." This location was not the heart of Lingshu Cave Heaven, merely the mountain gate. Within lay a swirling mist, obscuring the view, as peculiar flora flourished abundantly. Upon reaching a place shrouded in clouds, they encountered a large green stone, standing prominently, inscribed with two ancient characters, Lingshu. Pang Bo, unfamiliar with the characters, was enlightened by an elder, realizing they had finally arrived at Lingshu Cave Heaven. Legend has it that this place was once a desolate ruin eons ago, slightly restored by later generations, transforming it into a realm of blessing. Lingshu Cave Heaven boasts a profound history, its roots extending back to the primordial era. Previous generations endeavored to excavate this site extensively, hoping to unearth artifacts of divine significance, yet ultimately yielded no results. The powerful cultivators of successive eras believed this place held deeper mysteries, yet no significant discoveries ever materialized. As they passed the large and ventured into the mist ahead, the scenery transformed dramatically, unveiling an extraordinarily resplendent world, as if they had stepped into an entirely different realm. "Is this truly Lingshu Cave Heaven?" It appeared to exist in its own unique sphere. The elders were well pleased with the reactions of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The vegetation here seemed to bask in the essence of the sun and moon. Even the ordinary grasses appeared vibrantly green, as if sculpted from jade. Towering ancient trees, fragrant herbs, soaring spiritual birds, and rare beasts populated the area, with divine springs bubbling forth. In the distance, majestic peaks loomed, saturated with spiritual energy. A breathtaking waterfall, stretching 1,000 meters, cascaded from a lofty mountain, its white veil resembling a celestial river, the thunderous roar akin to galloping horses, magnificent and splendid. Truly, it was deserving of its title as a blessed land, a realm of extraordinary beauty, reminiscent of a pristine paradise beyond the mundane world. A winding path, paved with cobblestones, meanders through a waterfall and delves into the enchanting depths of a picturesque celestial mountain. Along this route, ancient trees tower majestically, their gnarled branches resembling the coils of a dragon, while numerous temples, nestled amidst the verdant foliage, harmoniously blend with nature. Flanking the old pathway are cultivated medicinal fields, where ginseng grows as robust as a child's arm and the exquisite rasher mushrooms dangle with 9 leaves. Countless unidentified herbs shimmer like jewels, emanating a fragrant essence that soothes the spirit. Most travelers encountered along the way respectfully greet several elderly individuals, displaying great warmth towards Wei Wei, whose extraordinary talents undoubtedly confer her a revered status within the realm of Lingshu Cave Heaven. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were brought before a modest hill, where a handful of thatched cottages stood, accompanied by clusters of bamboo groves and a patch of medicinal herbs before the houses, intertwined with several ancient trees. Though devoid of opulent palaces and resplendent halls, the surroundings exuded a serene simplicity, surpassing in tranquility and natural beauty, resembling a pure land untouched by the mundane world, cleansing the spirit and providing a refuge from life's turmoil. You shall dwell here for the time being, instructed the elders, who then imparted a few words of guidance before departing. Another student was also escorted into this celestial realm, but was not housed with Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Instead, he was taken to a different location. As noon approached, a lad of about 12 or 13 years arrived with a food box, inviting them to partake in a meal. The fare was simple and light, consisting mainly of lotus root slices, rhizomes of huangjing, poria, and gastrodia, primarily medicinal ingredients. Is this food even edible? There isn't a trace of meat, Yi Fan lamented, having subsisted on wild fruits and spring water for the past 2 days. They were now faced with yet another round of such fare, their palates nearly yearning for the freshness of mountain spring water. Despite the absence of any richness in the meal, Yi Fan and Pang Bo devoured everything, leaving not even a leaf behind. Could you possibly bring a roasted chicken? Yi Fan inquired. The young lad appeared taken aback by their request. There isn't any. The cave does not provide such provisions. If you are still hungry, I can fetch more food. How can there be no meat? I've seen many celestial cranes and white deer here, not to mention numerous exotic birds and beasts. Surely, roasting a couple would not be difficult. Those celestial cranes seem plump enough, Pang Bo remarked. The lad, as though confronted by a specter, fled in haste, eager to distance himself from the two. It seemed that entering the celestial realm for cultivation was not as fortunate as it appeared. The life here was exceedingly austere, lacking even the simplest meat. How are we to endure this? Pang Bo grumbled incessantly. Yi Fan was engulfed by an intense sense of hunger, yearning to seize a roasted chicken, tear into a succulent pork knuckle, and indulge in a fine wine, relishing the feast. In the following days, the elderly figures remained absent, while the young lad who delivered their meals gradually became acquainted with the two. Through their continuous conversations, Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to acclimate to the archaic Chinese dialect. The young boy expressed his envy towards them, as it was said that newly admitted disciples typically lacked independent abodes and could only establish their own cave dwellings upon achieving a certain level of cultivation. A humble cabin of 3 to 5 rooms, could this be deemed as having their own cave dwelling? Yi Fan and Pang Bo donned the garments bestowed upon them by the youth. Aside from their still short hair, they bore no distinction from the inhabitants of Lingshu Dongtian. It cannot be said otherwise. Everything surrounding this low hill rightfully belongs to the two of you. Should you acquire the capability, you may naturally establish your own abode. Since this hill is ours, if we were to hunt a deer or roast a couple of cranes, who would object? Upon hearing their audacious words, the youth felt hesitant to respond, sensing that their boldness diverged significantly from conventional thought. This matter weighed heavily on both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, as they remained entirely in the dark. They had only heard whispers of the bitter sea, the divine bridge, and the other shore, yet lacked any true comprehension. The youth shook his head, unable to articulate a response. He too had only recently entered Lingshu Dantian and had yet to tread the path of immortality. It seemed you were already somewhat impatient. At that moment, an elderly man with hair as white as snow and a youthful visage appeared before the low hill. His flowing sleeves billowed as he glided towards the thatched cottage, akin to riding the wind. He nodded to the youth beside him and said, "You may go now. Who are you?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo were unfamiliar with this rosy-cheeked elder, who resembled a celestial sage. "I am Wu Qingfeng, an elder of Lingshu Dantian, responsible for instructing disciples within their first 3 years of entry." "Greetings, elder. There is no need for such formality. Elder, could you perhaps enhance our provisions? At this rate, before we even embark on our cultivation, we might very well ascend to immortality prematurely. The food is far too bland. We find ourselves salivating at the mere sight of a grasshopper," Pang Bo lamented. Elder Wu Qingfeng wore a solemn expression and replied, "The mortal realm is rife with greed. Upon entering this blessed domain, the foremost task is to sever attachments to fame and fortune, purifying oneself and calming the mind. If one cannot even quell their base cravings, how shall they navigate the myriad temptations along the path of cultivation?" Upon hearing these words, Pang Bo found himself at a loss for a retort, while Yi Fan, not yet having joined the blessed realm, felt even less inclined to voice any demands. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were burdened with numerous inquiries. Yet Yi Fan hesitated to voice his thoughts. Pang Bo, being a disciple of the Lingshu cave, felt no such reservations. The elder, Wu Qingfeng, settled himself on a wooden stump before the thatched cottage, initiating a discourse on various matters. They were utterly ignorant of the so-called cultivation. "Do you perceive the sky as pristine?" he inquired. "Nay, it is riddled with boundless dust." Wu Qingfeng opened his palm, remarking, "Even within this minuscule space, there exists an infinite amount of dust." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo asked, perplexed. Wu Qingfeng, embodying the serenity of an otherworldly sage, continued, "What do you believe this endless dust signifies? It is simply dust, is it not? Yet, it is both dust and not dust. I comprehend the dust. But what then is the latter?" Pang Bo pressed on. "It is the world, a vast expanse of existence," Wu Qingfeng articulated with tranquil assurance. "A vast expanse of existence. Surely, you jest?" Pang Bo responded, astonished. "In time, you shall understand. Every speck of dust, every blade of grass, every tree constitutes a universe. Could you be more explicit? I feel as though I am deciphering an ancient text. The literal meaning is clear, yet the deeper significance eludes me entirely." Wu Qingfeng, with a gentle smile, replied, "Let us not dwell on such topics today. What I wish to convey is this. In the realm of existence, there is immeasurable dust, and each particle embodies a universe. Likewise, our bodies, though seemingly inconspicuous, harbor an infinite number of doors, akin to the dust scattered throughout the cosmos. This seemingly insignificant form contains countless doors, and the act of unlocking these portals to discover the true self is the essence of cultivation." Observing the astonishment etched on the faces of the two young men, Wu Qingfeng remained as unperturbed as a still pond and inquired, "Now, do you grasp the essence of cultivation? It seems somewhat clearer now. Very well, take your time to comprehend it. Now, allow me to elucidate the concept of the sea of suffering. There are myriad paths in this world, yet all lead to the initiation of the immortal journey. Elder, I implore you to elaborate further. Though we have yet to embark on the path of cultivation, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo understood the paramount importance of foundational concepts. All things in existence endure the passage of time. Some may persist eternally, while others exist fleetingly, vanishing in the blink of an eye, their lives passing in a rush. Elder, your words are exceedingly profound. What is it that you truly wish to impart?" The elder did not mind the interruption, gesturing toward a venerable tree in the distance. He queried, "Can you ascertain its age?" "Certainly. One can discern its years by counting the rings upon its trunk. Indeed, time is relentless, leaving its mark upon all living things. Trees possess growth rings, and we too have cycles of existence. Do humans possess such phenomena?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo found this notion rather absurd. "What I speak of in terms of cultivation begins with the wheel of life within the human body." Chapter 39. The Wheel of Life. Every being has a place of origin, and within our corporeal form, there exists a sacred location that serves as the foundation of life as vitality, harboring the essence of our being. This is referred to as the source wheel of life, or simply the wheel of life. Elder Wu Qingfeng spoke in a calm manner, gradually unfolding his thoughts. Where is this wheel of life? Peng Bo inquired. It resides beneath the navel, Elder Wu Qingfeng replied, gesturing towards Peng Bo's lower abdomen. Its position marks the most exquisite division between the upper and lower halves of the body. Yi Fan was somewhat taken aback, as he suddenly recalled the concept of the golden ratio in the human body, which precisely coincided with the location mentioned by the elder. The ratio from the soles of the feet to the crown of the head is 0.618, known as the golden ratio of the human form, with the navel situated at that very point. This anatomical proportion epitomizes aesthetic perfection. In fact, numerous golden ratio points exist throughout the human body, each significant in its own right. However, the most prominent golden ratio point, located beneath the navel, may superficially appear less significant. At that moment, hearing Elder Wu Qifeng describe it as the wheel of life, the fundamental essence of human vitality, illuminated Yi Fan's mind with a sudden clarity. Perhaps the most crucial golden ratio point in the human body truly marks the origin of all existence. The wheel of life is not merely a singular point, but rather an expansive area. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, it centers around the point beneath the navel, forming a circle approximately the size of a palm, serving as the reservoir of vitality. The elder emphasized with solemnity and sincerity, stating, "The wheel of life, for the common folk, signifies procreation, for the practitioners. It signifies the essence of existence, the foundation of cultivation." He asserted that the wheel of life is the source of divine power. And for cultivators to embark on the path to immortality, everything must commence from this point. Throughout a mortal's life, the wheel of life gradually depletes, with each year leaving its mark, akin to the growth rings of a tree. When the body reaches its final days, the wheel of life is etched with the scars of time, and it is then that the wheel will shatter completely. Can you discern how many scars our wheel of life has accumulated at this very moment? Yi Fan and Peng Bo, once vibrant youths in their 20s, now bore the appearance of mere 11 or 12-year-olds, having undergone the astonishing transformation of rejuvenation. 11 marks were etched upon the wheel of their lives. Upon hearing this revelation, Peng Bo broke into a wide grin, for the occurrences within him stood in stark contrast to the faded vitality of his peers. He then gestured towards Yi Fan and inquired, "What about him? Surely he is like me." Wu Qifeng, already aware of Yi Fan's unique constitution, conducted a thorough examination nonetheless. His conclusions aligned closely with those of others. Yi Fan's life will remain eerily tranquil, the depths of his suffering as steadfast as divine iron, as stable as a rock, utterly unyielding and impervious to change. His physique was extraordinarily peculiar, shrouded in mystery, rendering it impossible to ascertain the precise number of marks, though it was presumed to be similar to yours. At this juncture, the elder Wu Qifeng exhibited a peculiar expression, stating, "His vitality is robust, comparable to that of a dragon. If only he could cultivate. What a pity." Yi Fan and Peng Bo have finally come to understand the essence of the wheel of life, yet their hearts remain laden with countless questions. The wheel of life serves as the cornerstone for cultivators, should one attain the legendary realm, maintaining the wheel in its crystalline purity, devoid of scars or marks. Eternally in a state of nascence, a glimmer of hope for ascension may arise. Is the path to transcending mortality truly arduous? The celestial beings spoken of in the mortal realm are merely cultivators capable of traversing the skies and vanishing into the earth. The existence of the true immortal, as recounted in legends, remains shrouded in uncertainty. As far as I know, within the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness, not a single individual has achieved immortality in millennia. Perhaps only those sacred lands, along with ancient families that have persisted since antiquity, or certain primordial beings, hold fragments of this elusive truth. Elder, you are undermining our faith. Just as we aspire to cultivate, you inform us that immortals may not even exist. This is indeed a profound disillusionment. The blossoms of spring fade into autumn. The cicadas of summer yield to winter, and the lifespan of mortals scarcely exceeds a century. If one were to endure for millennia, it could be argued that they have defied the natural order, and in some sense, they might be considered a form of immortal. Yi Fan and Peng Bo comprehended the message the old man sought to convey. Once a cultivator embarks on the path to immortality, their journey of self-cultivation from that day forth marks their transcendence beyond the realm of mortals. The powerful may even live for thousands of years, breaking the constraints of heaven and earth. Even if they ultimately fail to attain immortality, their struggles in this life are not in vain, for they have shattered the shackles of fate and altered their destiny. In truth, I have not entirely dismissed the existence of immortals. Perhaps it is merely that we are unable to touch that world. Subsequently, Yi Fan and Pang Bo continued to pose questions, and the old man patiently elucidated their inquiries. People often speak of the Sea of Suffering. What exactly is it? It is the boundless ocean of tribulations that obscures the wheel of life. What does this mean? Both Yi Fan and Pang Bo were perplexed. Once a cultivator reaches a certain realm, the seemingly palm-sized wheel of life contains a vast universe within, coexisting with the Sea of Suffering. Could you elaborate further? It appears that the wheel of life and the Sea of Suffering occupy the same space. What is their connection? The Sea of Suffering overlaps with the wheel of life, or more precisely, it submerges the wheel of life. Not only does time hone the wheel, but the Sea of Suffering also gradually erodes it. Thus, the notion of crossing the Sea of Suffering arises. Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded and replied, indeed. The essence of a cultivator lies within the wheel of life. One of the purposes of cultivation is to navigate through the Sea of Suffering. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were taken aback, exclaiming, according to your words, the Sea of Suffering is boundless, engulfing the cycle of life. How can one transcend it? Indeed, the journey seems endless. Thus, even the most extraordinarily gifted and powerful cultivators, after thousands or even tens of thousands of years, ultimately succumb to becoming mere dust. The elder Wu Qingfeng wore a bitter expression, yet soon revealed a glimmer of yearning in his eyes as he spoke. Legends say that a true immortal must completely transcend the Sea of Suffering, transforming it into a life-giving spring. A single drop is sufficient to revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. Alas, that remains but a legend. The existence of immortals is still a matter of debate. Pang Bo sighed and said, perhaps you could share with us tales of things that truly exist. The Sea of Suffering may seem interminable. Yet for a cultivator to attain longevity, one must not be ensnared within its depths. The elder Wu Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he declared, from within the Sea of Suffering, one must create life. In the midst of desolation, one must nurture vibrant vitality, cultivating the divine veins, constructing bridges to the heavens, and reaching the other shore, arriving at the end of the Sea of Suffering. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat perplexed, and inquired, the Sea of Suffering engulfs the wheel of life. The two are indeed intertwined. By cultivating the divine bridge to reach the other shore and escape the Sea of Suffering, does this not equate to transcending the wheel of life? Is this not the very essence of a cultivator? Can one truly distance oneself from it? Upon hearing this, the venerable elder Wu Qingfeng nodded in approval and replied, I have stated that the wheel of life is fundamental to cultivators, the bedrock of all existence. Yet I did not claim that it is the sole aspect of our journey. Pang Bo's eyes widened in astonishment as he asked, what else exists? The elder continued, to aspire to immortality, merely mastering the wheel of life is insufficient. The divine bridge serves as a passage across the Sea of Suffering, a key to other hidden realms within the body. Could it be that there are not just one, but several entities akin to the wheel of life within us? Yi Fan was taken aback. To attain the pinnacle of strength in this world, perfecting the wheel of life alone would suffice. However, if one desires to transcend to immortality, mere cultivation of the wheel of life is far from adequate. At this juncture, the elder shook his head, for even he was uncertain of the existence of immortals. He continued, even an extraordinary talent, by dedicating a lifetime to perfecting a single wheel of life, would reap immeasurable benefits. Yet, to forge a divine vein, to summon the celestial bridge, to reach the other shore and gain an extended life is no simple feat. Remember, do not be overly ambitious. Laying a solid foundation is of utmost importance. Chapter 40. The Tao Sutra. Time flew by, and 3 months had swiftly passed. Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually acclimated to their new lives, a transformation that first occurred in their perceptions as they began to accept their circumstances. This shift was crucial for both Yi Fan and Pang Bo, and it was only after another month that they felt entirely integrated and comprehended, believing they were ready to commence their cultivation. The wheel of life and the Sea of Suffering are interwoven. To cultivate the wheel of life necessitates grappling with the Sea of Suffering. Thus, in a certain sense, all cultivation begins with the Sea of Suffering. The path of cultivation is a rigorous endeavor, especially for those newly embarking on the journey to immortality who require guidance. Otherwise, they would have no starting point, unaware of how to breach the threshold. In the forthcoming 2 months, I shall assist you in embarking upon the path to immortality, enabling you to become formal cultivators. After that, I shall no longer impart teachings directly. You will join others before the spirit ruins cliff to listen to the profound laws. For those newly stepping onto the path of immortality, Solidifying a robust foundation is paramount. Only then can one aspire to ascend to greater heights. Elder Wu Qingfeng produced a tome known as the most potent foundational scripture in existence, the Tao Sutra. The title itself speaks volumes, as it records the profound principles of the Tao, representing an unparalleled path. It is said to be a classic of immortals, and in the vast and boundless eastern wilderness. Only a few ancient texts can be compared to it, with none surpassing it. Though this foundational manual is precious, it is no longer an exclusive secret. Hence, Elder Wu Qingfeng did not withhold it from Yi Fan, directly imparting it to both individuals. Yi Fan and Pang Bo diligently practiced each day, adhering to the teachings of the Tao Sutra, which emphasized the necessity of first sensing the wheel of life within oneself, followed by the guidance of vital energy to break through the sea of suffering. Throughout this endeavor, there existed profound methods of perception and unique paths of guidance. However, this was still insufficient. Self-cultivation alone rendered the breakthrough elusive, necessitating the presence of someone to facilitate the connection with celestial energy. Elder Wu Qingfeng personally engaged in this task daily, employing the foundational principles recorded in the Tao Sutra while placing his hands beneath the navel of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. After several days, Pang Bo finally experienced a sensation, becoming aware of the existence of his wheel of life. In the ensuing days, he began to attempt the guidance of the vital energy concealed within the wheel of life to penetrate the sea of suffering. Yet, Yi Fan remained devoid of any progress. His wheel of life lay in utter silence, as impenetrable as divine iron. Even the formidable Elder Wu Qingfeng found it impossible to breach the barrier, let alone guide the energy. It was truly perplexing to fathom the nature of such a constitution. Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow and ultimately had to concede defeat. He had exerted nearly all of his vital energy in an effort to penetrate Yi Fan's wheel of life, yet it remained steadfast and immovable. Dear Elder, you must assist Yi Fan once more. Perhaps success is merely a moment away, Pang Bo implored as he sensed the elder's hesitation to give up. Alas, it is not that I refuse to help. It is simply beyond my capabilities. Such a constitution cannot be guided by anyone but himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng replied with a shake of his head. How could this be? Perhaps you might try once more? Pang Bo suggested with a hopeful smile. This constitution, known as the first sacred body in the era of antiquity, is beyond our comprehension and surely harbors many unknown secrets. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seems unable to reclaim its former glory. Whether it requires a special method of cultivation or other factors is difficult to ascertain. At that moment, Yi Fan remained in a state of tranquility, yet to awaken. Pang Bo continued, I believe it is imperative for you, Elder, to investigate further. Should you uncover the underlying cause, we might witness the resurgence of the supreme might of the first sacred body of ancient times. And the Lingshu cave heaven could soar to new heights. Having lived through many years and possessing profound understanding of worldly affairs, Elder Wu Qingfeng was not easily swayed by Pang Bo's words. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. In the post-ancient era, this constitution has manifested several times, and even the mighty sacred places of the eastern wilderness were rendered powerless against it. Considering the depth of our Lingshu cave heaven, do you truly believe we stand a chance? Just then, Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to sense something anew. He extended his hand once more beneath Yi Fan's navel and gathered all his vital energy to explore further. How is it, Elder? Is there hope? Pang Bo inquired eagerly. After what felt like an eternity, Elder Wu Qingfeng finally lowered his hand in exhaustion, shaking his head. The wheel of life and the sea of suffering remain as unyielding as divine iron, silent and devoid of any fluctuations. However, I possess a peculiar intuition that his vitality appears to be even more vigorous, albeit restrained and difficult to perceive. Nonetheless, the fleeting fluctuation just now was palpable to me. Vigorous vitality? Pang Bo questioned, puzzled. Indeed, both of you unexpectedly consumed a sacred fruit in the ancient forbidden land and drank the water from the divine spring, resulting in a transformative enhancement of your physical constitution, and your vitality has flourished remarkably. At this juncture, Elder Wu Qingfeng displayed a look of bewilderment, remarking, in recent days, he has made no progress in cultivating the Tao Sutra and has been unable to sense the wheel of life. Yet, at this moment, his vitality seems even more formidable than yours. This, Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the situation. Just then, Yi Fan opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and full of vitality. Observing his invigorated demeanor, Elder Wu Qingfeng found himself even more perplexed and inquired, "Have you sensed the wheel of life?" Yi Fan shook his head and candidly replied, "No." The elder continued to inquire, "Do you have any particular feelings?" Yi Fan harbored no desire to conceal anything from the elder, for the old man had treated him with the utmost kindness and dedication, showing no signs of discrimination or prejudice due to his unique constitution. Instead, he expended considerable energy daily to assist him. Although Yi Fan could not sense the wheel of life, he felt a profound sense of ease coursing through his body, brimming with vitality. "Do you perceive any changes?" Elder Wu Qifeng inquired once more. "It feels as though I possess boundless strength." As he spoke, Yi Fan effortlessly lifted a massive boulder in front of the thatched cottage with one hand, exuding a calm demeanor that suggested he exerted minimal effort. Elder Wu Qingfeng gasped in astonishment, remarking, "Given your ease, it seems you possess several thousand pounds of strength in a single arm, combined. Your might likely approaches that of an elephant." Beside them, Pang Bo was equally taken aback. He had undergone a remarkable transformation alongside Yi Fan, and while their strengths had been comparable, he now felt overshadowed by Yi Fan's divine power. Confounded, Elder Wu Qingfeng departed, unable to comprehend the situation. Despite the inability to sense the wheel of life, Yi Fan's current state surely could not be deemed that of an ordinary mortal. Once the elder had left, Yi Fan suddenly surged into motion, akin to a tempest racing across the low hills. Pang Bo's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Not only has your strength greatly increased, but your speed has also ascended. The master opens the door, but cultivation relies on the individual. Once you embark on the path to immortality, you must rely entirely on yourself. Lingshu Cave will provide profound methods and elixirs, but teachings and clarifications will be conducted collectively. As the elders too must cultivate and cannot devote excessive time or energy to individual instruction. Shortly you shall journey to Lingshu Cliff. There, exercise discretion, if you can endure. Do so, and refrain from impulsive actions." Chapter 41. Opening the sea of suffering in the past 2 months, Elder Wu Qingfeng dedicated himself wholeheartedly, diligently guiding Pang Bo and Yi Fan on their path to immortality. Pang Bo's cultivation progressed smoothly. He sensed his own wheel of life and could now guide the flow of vital energy. His next endeavor was to open the sea of suffering, preparing to unleash the source of divine power in the future. Yi Fan still found himself unable to sense the wheel of life, which remained perpetually tranquil and silent. Yet, after each day's cultivation, he felt invigorated, his entire being rejuvenated and brimming with energy. Over the past few days, his strength had grown significantly, and his speed had seen a remarkable enhancement, as if his body were a boundless reservoir of vitality. Time passed swiftly. 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Elder Wu Qingfeng was soon to depart, no longer imparting his teachings to them individually. The path to immortality was fraught with peril. Only those with unwavering resolve and perseverance could achieve success. After sharing these words of wisdom, the elder gracefully departed. Before the low hill stood a handful of thatched cottages, nestled among clusters of bamboo groves, exuding tranquility and natural beauty, living a life of simplicity. With humble meals of coarse tea and plain rice, Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually acclimated to this existence. Tomorrow, they were to embark on their journey to Lingshu Cliff for further cultivation. Initially, Yi Fan felt a twinge of hesitation, having not joined the Lingshu Cave Heaven. He found it awkward to accompany Pang Bo in learning the arts. However, Elder Wu Qingfeng bestowed upon him a jade token, a symbol that would grant him the privilege to practice there, even without being a disciple of Lingshu. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its luminous rays cascading down like a gentle waterfall, casting a soft glow over the woodland near the low hills, which appeared shrouded in a delicate veil of mist. Yi Fan and Pang Bo gazed up at the starry sky, enveloped in silence as they sought the star that resided in their hearts. Yet, beneath the vast expanse of twinkling stars, everything felt foreign. The familiar constellations were no longer within reach. Having arrived on the other shore of the celestial realm, the past seemed unbearably distant, forever untraceable. Unbeknownst to them, what year it might be in the heavenly palaces, humanity experiences joy and sorrow, separation and reunion. Much like the moon's phases of brightness and obscurity, may we wish for enduring companionship, sharing the beauty of the moonlight across 1,000 miles. The two lay upon the grass, eyes fixed on the heavens, cups of tea in hand, yet the liquid remained untouched, spilling instead upon their faces. Subsequently, an extended silence enveloped them as they lay there, gazing at the stars, no longer exchanging words. Only after a considerable time did this tranquility finally break. We must strive to live well. Yufan and Bei Dou are both optimistic individuals. Their brief moments of despondency serve as a farewell to the past, allowing them to face the future with poise. They swiftly cast aside their previous concerns and shifted the conversation to the matter of cultivation. Although they had only practiced for 2 months, it represented a rebirth for both, an unparalleled experience. The path of immortality is elusive, and the journey ahead remains unpredictable. Having embarked on this journey, they must resolutely continue onward. Lingshu Cave Heaven is one of the 6 blessed cave heavens in Yin Province. While it may not rival the illustrious great sects, it is home to nearly 1,000 cultivators, with the number of young disciples reaching several hundred. As the morning sun rises, golden light spills over the cliffs, shimmering brilliantly. Lingshu Cliff consists of a series of sheer rock faces, formed by a dozen low stone cliffs that are not interconnected, each separated by a certain distance. The height of each cliff is modest, measuring only 70 to 80 meters. In the early morning, many young disciples gather here, with varying levels of cultivation leading them to choose different cliffs, where they listen to the esoteric teachings suited to their current abilities. Yifan and Bei Dou arrived early, having just entered the venue. With only one choice before them, they proceeded directly to the stone cliff at the far end. A considerable gathering of individuals had already assembled there, comprising both men and women, approximately 40 to 50 in total. The youngest among them appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, their faces youthful and imbued with innocence, while the eldest were in their 30s, their visages marked by the passage of time. In a flash of brilliance, a divine rainbow descended from the heavens, landing upon the stone cliff. As the radiance dimmed, an elderly man with flowing white hair sat cross-legged atop the precipice. He cast a few casual glances downward, momentarily pausing on Bei Dou and Yifan before commencing the transmission of his teachings. As they faced the dawn, absorbing the principles of cultivation, many in the crowd experienced a novel sensation. A significant number were newly initiated disciples of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. The elder on the cliff exuded a calm demeanor, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Yet he articulated his teachings with meticulous care, addressing numerous concerns pertinent to those embarking on the path of immortality. After half an hour, the transmission concluded. The elder, maintaining a stoic expression, gazed downwards and declared, "If there are any inquiries, feel free to present them. If not, this gathering is hereby concluded." Several youths eagerly stepped forward, posing their questions, to which the elder responded in turn. Once all inquiries had been addressed, he harnessed the divine rainbow and soared into the sky. For Yifan and Bei Dou, this initial experience of listening to the profound teachings was rather mundane. Lacking any sense of novelty, they found it somewhat tedious. Over the past 2 months, under the guidance of Elder Wu Qingfeng, their foundational understanding had become remarkably solid, and the various matters requiring attention had long been clarified. Do not aim too high, the elder had advised. The importance of a firm foundation had been emphasized. And since they were invited to cultivate here, there must surely be a reason. In the following fortnight, despite their initial tedium, they diligently returned each day, ultimately beginning to discern the benefits of their persistence. The elder on the cliff occasionally shared insights and experiences from his own cultivation journey, which proved invaluable. Such narratives served as guiding lights for novices, offering comparison to their own circumstances and facilitating a swifter progression in their practice. On one particular morning, the elder suddenly extended his palm, and instantly, dozens of beams of light cascaded down, landing in the hands of Yifan, Bei Dou, and the others. Each individual received a small, lustrous jade vial, which, upon opening, released an enchanting fragrance. "This is the elixir that will aid you in traversing the sea of suffering," the elder stated succinctly, sparing no superfluous words. The sea of suffering intertwines with the cycle of life. To unleash the vast essence contained within the cycle of life, one must continually forge ahead in the sea of suffering. The elixir within the jade vial was remarkably precious, dispensed only once every 3 months, with each individual permitted to receive 4 vials per year. Bei Dou's sea of suffering had been gradually transforming over the past 3 months. It had expanded from the size of a juju pit to that of a fingernail, surrounded by tendrils of life essence, rendering him noticeably more vibrant. Despite consuming a small vial of the elixir, Yifan remained unchanged, the sea of suffering eerily silent and impenetrable, unable to awaken even the tiniest spark of vitality. However, In recent days, his strength and speed had been steadily increasing, with a vigorous energy surging within him, akin to a raging torrent, his vitality exuberant and tumultuous. Comparable to a dragon. I shall continue my cultivation in this manner. Although I cannot presently traverse the sea of suffering or communicate with the wheel of life, my physique is undoubtedly becoming more robust, which cannot be deemed a negative outcome. I believe you possess far greater prowess than I, Bei Dou lamented. I have devoted my days to cultivating the sea of suffering, yet have witnessed no enhancement in strength or speed, nor can I invoke the arcane arts. I truly question the utility of such practice. Unable to contain his frustration the following day, he approached the Elder of Transmission at the cliff's edge, inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed Elder, must we persist in this manner indefinitely? When shall we be able to ride the divine rainbow?" The Elder, casting a languid glance in his direction, replied, "One must consume a meal bite by bite, and traverse a path step by step. Desiring to run without knowing how to walk will only lead to falls." Though the Elder reproached him, he ultimately provided guidance, primarily to instill hope in those below, sharing insights regarding forthcoming stages of cultivation. Chapter 42. The upside-down onion time slipped away swiftly, and 4 months had elapsed since Yi Fan and Bei Dou arrived at Lingshu Cliff to learn the teachings. On this particular day, the Elder of Transmission once more bestowed the elixir. The small, lustrous vial stood but 2 inches tall, its round base measuring merely an inch in diameter, containing a limited amount of elixir. This elixir shimmered in a verdant hue, emanating a unique herbal fragrance, possessing extraordinary efficacy in opening the sea of suffering, thereby saving cultivators considerable time and energy. It was said that this elixir was distilled from the essence of 100 herbs, akin to the vital energy harbored within the human wheel of life, referred to as the 100 herbs liquid. With a flourish, the Elder transformed into a divine rainbow, soaring skyward, vanishing in the depths of the Lingshu cave in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan and Bei Dou were about to depart after stowing away the jade vials when suddenly, a lad of around 15 or 16 approached, boldly obstructing their path. "Lend me 2 bottles of the 100 herbs elixir," he declared, extending his hand to seize them without affording the duo an opportunity to decline. "Who are you to make such a demand?" Bei Dou retorted, brushing aside the boy's hand and casting him a sidelong glance. Yi Fan observed that the surrounding individuals exhibited a trace of fear, retreating hastily. Upon noticing the youth in possession of 5 or 6 bottles of herbal essence, he immediately comprehended the blatant act of extortion at play. The 15 or 16-year-old boy, upon having his hand brushed aside by Bei Dou, promptly darkened his expression and exclaimed, "Do you dare to glare at me?" Both Bei Dou and Yi Fan wished to avoid trouble. After all, the people here were cultivators, and they had only recently arrived at the Lingshu cave heaven, preferring to steer clear of any conflict. They took a few steps back, intending to depart quietly. "Do you think you can leave without a word?" "I never consented," the boy sneered, seizing Bei Dou's wrist with one hand while reaching for the bottles of herbal essence with the other. Although Bei Dou lacked the strength of Yi Fan, he was still formidable compared to cultivators who had not mastered mystical techniques. With a swift motion, he flung the boy away, causing him to stagger precariously, nearly falling to the ground. Enraged and humiliated, the boy shouted, "Dare to lay a hand on me? I shall ensure you remain bedridden for 3 months." At that moment, several other youths, also around 15 or 16 years of age, squeezed into the crowd. The onlookers immediately displayed signs of trepidation, hastily retreating as if they recognized these newcomers. Each of them wielded 6 or 7 bottles of herbal essence, evidently pilfered from others. They quickly encircled Yi Fan and Bei Dou, and the previously insulted boy coldly remarked, "Teach them a lesson, so they cannot rise from their beds for 3 months. Indeed, wherever there are people, there are grievances. Even cultivators are not exempt from such customs." After uttering this thought, Yi Fan ceased to speak further and advanced forward. As one of the youths leapt towards him, he swiftly kicked him aside. Bei Dou, too, scoffed. "To rob even those of the same sect, how audacious! If we do not teach you a lesson, who knows what malevolence you may commit in the future?" With greater force, he struck, sending the surrounding youths flying, transforming the scene into utter chaos. "Do you dare to strike me?" The original instigator, whose cheek was swollen, glared fiercely at Yi Fan and Bei Dou. He quickly scrambled to his feet and fled into the distance, threatening, "You shall pay for this." The cultivators, unable to tap into the divine source of power within the wheel of life, were merely stronger than ordinary people in comparison to Yi Fan and Bei Dou. They resembled commoners, At that moment, a 14 or 15-year-old boy remarked to a young man in his 20s nearby, "Your brother is truly a waste. Let him go and gauge the situation, yet he ends up humiliating himself like this." The 20-something youth felt a twinge of embarrassment but regarded the younger boy with a hint of caution, responding with a touch of deference. "Do you really think these two merit such a test? It is my uncle's desire to probe. I've heard these two seem to have consumed some divine elixir." The younger boy displayed a disdainful smirk and retorted, "Otherwise, I would have no interest in them at all." The young man in his 20s shivered upon hearing this, seemingly filled with trepidation towards the boy's great-uncle. He remarked, "Even if it were indeed a miraculous elixir, those two have long since consumed it. What are your esteemed elder's intentions?" The boy replied, "My great-uncle believes that remnants of the potion's potency still linger within their bodies. Regrettably, he only recently became aware of their circumstances, and he is deeply vexed." At this, the young man felt a chill course through him and hesitantly inquired, "Even if their bodies still harbor traces of the potion's efficacy, is it truly impossible to extract it?" The boy, laughing coldly, an expression rather incongruous with his tender age, responded, "If direct extraction is unfeasible, might they not simply draw blood from them?" The boy continued, his demeanor reminiscent of a commander issuing orders, at worst. "They could refine their very bodies. I believe that is precisely what my great-uncle intends." The young man felt a wave of dread wash over him. The alchemist was notoriously ruthless. As an elder of the Lingshu cave heaven, few dared to provoke him. Those two boys, marked as mere ingredients for his concoctions, were surely facing dire fates. The boy then commanded, "Your ineffectual brother has arrived. Go and assess the constitution of those two, determining whether they are worthy for my great-uncle's alchemical purposes." "Very well, I shall proceed at once." Yi Fan and Pang Bo had endeavored to maintain a low profile, yet they found themselves under scrutiny, unaware of the attention they had attracted. As the two attempted to extricate themselves from the throng, they were once again obstructed. A young man in his 20s stood before them, an aura of shimmering energy emanating from his being, indicative of his mastery over certain mystical arts and the ability to wield some divine powers. "Brother, you must teach them a proper lesson." The youth who had instigated the trouble glared menacingly at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, while several others, emboldened by the arrival of their ally, joined in the cacophony of threats. "Break their limbs and cast them into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Make them kneel and bow 1,000 times." The group of young men continued their raucous taunts, emboldened by their supporter, relentlessly humiliating and cursing Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yefan furrowed his brow, not out of anger towards the few youths, but rather because he sensed something distinctly unusual, as though someone were deliberately targeting them. "Why did you two brutally assault my brother?" The young man's face was as solemn as the depths of a lake, fixing his gaze upon Yefan and Pang Bo. "Which of your eyes witnessed me assaulting him?" Pang Bo raised an eyebrow, feeling that the situation had escalated beyond tolerance. Even if they were to back down, their adversaries would still deliver a harsh reckoning, and he could easily discern that they were merely seeking an excuse. "What exactly do you want?" Yefan inquired directly. "You have assaulted my brother, and naturally, I must avenge him," the youth sneered, advancing step by step. At that moment, a crowd had gathered, watching from a distance, none daring to intervene, as the disciples near the cliff had only recently embarked on their journey, harboring trepidation towards the resplendent young man before them. "Break their legs and make them kneel there. Throw them into the lake to feed the fish." The youths clamored once again, with a flash of brilliance. The young man lunged forward like a specter, moving with astonishing speed, his fingers gleaming like jade, slicing toward Yefan's neck like a blade. He did not exert his full strength, believing this strike would suffice to topple Yefan, rendering him helpless on the ground. However, to his surprise, Yefan reacted swiftly, sidestepping effortlessly, and astonishingly seized his hand with a resounding grip. "Release me." The young man, though taken aback, did not regard Yefan as a threat, attempting to wrench himself free. Yet, unexpectedly, his fingers felt as if they were trapped in a vice, excruciating pain coursing through him, rendering escape impossible. At that moment, Pang Bo struck, delivering a powerful blow to the young man's back, the force so staggering that it left onlookers aghast. The young man trembled violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yefan swung the young man as if he were a mere scarecrow, then slammed him down with tremendous force. Dust billowed, and the ground quaked violently. The radiance enveloping the young man dissipated entirely as he let out a harrowing scream, blood gushing from his mouth in a series of violent heaves. The surrounding crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Yefan's decisive victory over the young man. Executed with such finesse. It was not that the young man lacked strength. He had indeed cultivated some mystical arts, yet he never had the opportunity to unleash them. Now, Yefan could effortlessly lift boulders weighing thousands of pounds, possessing a strength akin to that of a dragon. A force so formidable that even the most profound techniques might falter against it. It is clear that you sought trouble and provocation. We were merely defending ourselves. And yet you have the audacity to claim we assaulted you. Very well, let us make this a reality. Bei Dou seethed, charging forward swiftly. The youths attempted to flee, but were hindered by the crowd, finding no means of escape. Bang, bang, bang. What were you all just saying? Interrupting us. Tossing us into the lotus pond ahead to feed the fish. You even demanded that we kneel and bow 1,000 times. Have you all grown weary of living? Bei Dou unleashed a flurry of fierce slaps, leaving those on the ground bruised and battered, resembling pig heads, their cries echoing in despair. You haven't even mastered the slightest bit of power, yet you wish to act as tyrants, bullying others. Truly, you are oblivious to the vastness of the world. If I do not teach you a lesson today, you might genuinely believe yourselves to be deities. Standing tall, Bei Dou kicked fiercely, causing the fallen to wail in agony. Yet he felt invigorated, finding pleasure in the escalating conflict. Speak, why target us too? Meanwhile, Yufan was not idle either. Delivering powerful kicks that sent a youth rolling on the ground, his body convulsing, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. If you remain silent, I shall toss you into the pond head first. With another forceful kick, Yufan propelled the youth into the air, sending him soaring several meters away. Upon hearing this, Bei Dou's face lit up with delight. What a splendid idea. He crouched down, effortlessly lifting 5 or 6 youths simultaneously, striding towards the lotus pond. No, please don't. Put us down. Help. We are being killed. Please, just let us go. Bei Dou paid no heed, tossing them one by one into the pond. They landed headfirst into the muck, submerged in the mire beneath the weight of his might. Don't let this turn fatal. Yufan cautioned. Fear not. These worthless beings have at least stepped onto the path of immortality. Though they have yet to master any profound techniques, their physiques are considerably superior to ordinary folk, capable of holding their breath for at least half an hour. Will you speak or not? Do you wish to meet the same fate? Yufan launched the youth on the ground once more. Bei Dou approached with purpose. Just toss him headfirst. No need for further conversation. Let us see if he speaks in the end. Yufan observed that his opponent remained unyielding and chose not to utter another word. Instead, he exerted great force and hurled him forward. The onlookers were left utterly astonished. What incredible strength was this? The distance to the lotus pond was still a good 40 to 50 meters away, yet Yufan threw a living person as if he were a javelin. With a thud, the young man plunged straight into the mud, most of his body submerged, leaving only his calves flailing and kicking above the surface. What a monstrosity! From where did this creature emerge? He appeared delicate and refined, seemingly no older than 11 or 12, yet possessed such immense power. The crowd was left speechless, then began to murmur among themselves, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Those arrogant individuals had indeed received their due punishment. Suddenly, the crowd parted swiftly, making way for several unfamiliar figures. A boy of around 14 or 15 approached, his countenance as dark as stormy seas. Accompanying him were a few young men, seemingly in their early 20s, their bodies radiating an ethereal glow. This was Han Chonglau's grandson, known as Han Feiyu. His great-uncle was also an elder, reputed to be a master alchemist. Silence. Do not speak of him. Be wary of provoking trouble. The young Han Feiyu approached with a grim demeanor and addressed Yufan and Bei Dou, saying, Do you take Lingshu Cave Heaven for a mere playground? Committing acts of violence without restraint? Do you truly believe yourselves to be law enforcement elders? Yufan and Bei Dou disregarded him, almost ignoring his presence. As they turned their attention to the lotus pond, Han Feiyu's expression darkened further, and he said to the 4 individuals beside him, Do not allow them to trouble my sight any longer. Upon hearing those words, Yufan turned around and said, Your audacity is rather remarkable. It seems you have been orchestrating things from the shadows all along. There is little left to discuss. Today, you shall meet your downfall. Han Feiyu, upon hearing this, shot forth 2 glacial beams from his eyes and murmured in an almost inaudible tone, It appears I shall have to deliver 2 corpses to my uncle. Chapter 43. The divine patterns. Han Feiyu's countenance darkened, his eyes radiating an icy glare, a faint, sinister smile gracing his lips as he regarded Yifan and Pang Bo with the detached gaze reserved for the deceased, choosing to remain silent. The four young men beside him, upon hearing his near command, advanced together, their faces adorned with mocking smirks as they slowly encircled Yifan and Pang Bo. One of them, lowering his voice as if to shield their words from the surrounding crowd, sneered, "You ignorant fools. There are some individuals in the Lingshu Cave Heaven whom you cannot afford to offend. How dare you utter such insolent words, given your insignificant status?" Nearby, another young man pressed forward a few steps, a cold sneer on his face as he taunted, "Truly remarkable. You've barely stepped into this realm. Yet you exude such arrogance. I wonder if you even know the meaning of death. However, I suspect you too shall not perish just yet. For a fate worse than death is to endure relentless torment, to suffer so greatly that even the thought of death becomes elusive." At this juncture, another individual interjected casually, as if the two before him were mere insects to be crushed at will, and mockingly suggested, "You might consider breaking your own legs, kneeling in supplication, and crawling into the lotus pond, where you can bury yourselves in the mud, truly turning yourselves upside down. If I were in your position, I would simply end it all, to spare myself the agony of living." The four spoke with an air of nonchalance, dismissing Yifan and Pang Bo with scornful ridicule, encircling them from all directions, leaving no room for escape. Yifan and Pang Bo have never been the type to endure in silence. The words of these four individuals were exceedingly outrageous. However, they remained unperturbed, responding with an air of nonchalance and composure. What were these four foolish individuals up to? I surmised that upon stepping out, they inadvertently had their heads caught in the door, for how else could they all appear so daft, incessantly babbling away? The two of them, like outsiders, spoke with a casual demeanor, as if they were merely spectators reveling in the spectacle, occasionally offering a comment or two. This immediately incensed the four youths beside them, who perceived the two boys, whom they regarded as insignificant, to be utterly unafraid. Their demeanor, dismissive and contemptuous, ignited a surge of anger within the four, causing their faces to darken as they could no longer maintain their mocking smiles. "Fools!" one of them barked. Yet he refrained from advancing, having already recognized the formidable strength of the two. They were wary of a potential misstep. A glimmer emerged beneath his navel, and a divine pattern, resembling a wave, surged forth like an iron chain, rapidly coiling towards Yifan and Pang Bo. The divine pattern that erupted from the sea of suffering. The elder had mentioned that only those who have achieved a certain level of mastery could wield such profound techniques. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, the majority of whom were novices, unaccustomed to witnessing such arcane manifestations of power. They displayed palpable tension, their expressions reflecting their apprehension as they observed. This was their first encounter with a practitioner capable of employing profound techniques, and they were uncertain of the might of the divine pattern that had emerged from the abyss, hesitating to engage. The two once again sought to evade it, yet the divine pattern pursued them relentlessly, inescapable, radiating brilliance with a metallic sheen, glimmering as it swiftly ensnared them. Bang! Yifan suddenly lifted a massive boulder beside him, confronting the descending divine pattern. Upon collision, a thunderous sound erupted, and a profound scar, reminiscent of a blade or axe's mark, appeared on the immense azure stone, weighing no less than 1,000 pounds. This spectacle caused both Yifan and Pang Bo to change their expressions. Realizing the formidable prowess of cultivators capable of wielding arcane arts, mere mortals would stand no chance against such might. Indeed, these two grasshoppers possess extraordinary strength. We must exercise caution. Should they inflict any harm, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, one of the four youths remarked in a hushed tone. With a series of soft sounds, for distinct hues of brilliance erupted from the four youths' sea of suffering, unleashing four iron-like divine patterns that surged towards Yifan and Pang Bo from all directions. In response, Yifan and Pang Bo launched a fierce counterattack. For the vicinity of the cliff was abundant with rocks. They hurled colossal stones, each weighing 1,000 pounds, as the four divine patterns trembled incessantly. Bang, bang, bang. Yifan and Pang Bo exhibited extraordinary strength, as massive boulders soared into the air, relentlessly hurtling towards the divine patterns above, while numerous large blue stones descended upon the four young cultivators. The novice practitioners, having just begun to grasp the intricacies of mystic arts, found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Although they had managed to cultivate a modicum of divine power, enabling them to weave the patterns into chains akin to iron, their ability to control the flight of these patterns was insufficiently swift, rendering them unable to evade the oncoming boulders or inflict significant harm upon their adversaries. Despite their enhanced physiques from the trials of the Bitter Sea, their raw strength paled in comparison to that of Yi Fan and Pang Bo. As the colossal stones, weighing in at thousands of pounds, continued to rain down, they could do little more than retreat in fear of being crushed. In that moment, Yi Fan suddenly surged forward with remarkable speed, leaving behind a faint afterimage. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the young cultivators, delivering a simple yet direct punch that struck the opponent squarely in the face, sending him flying across the battlefield. This punch was a harmonious blend of beauty and raw power. Yi Fan, with an effortless grace, extended his body, and as his right arm swung, there was an ethereal quality to his movement, yet when his fist connected, it unleashed a ferocious force that propelled the young man over 10 meters away. A vivid spray of blood burst forth from the cultivator's mouth and nose, tracing an arc through the air, while several teeth followed suit, plummeting to the ground. On the other side, Pang Bo could no longer contain himself and launched an aggressive assault, striking another cultivator with a massive boulder. The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air as the unfortunate soul was sent careening to the ground. The resounding thuds of blows continued as the remaining two were swiftly dispatched by Yi Fan and Pang Bo, showcasing a brutal aesthetic of violence, their fists striking like hammers, causing the two to cough up blood. At this moment, the divine patterns of the four young cultivators dimmed and rapidly sank into the depths of their bitter sea. Yi Fan and Pang Bo positioned the incapacitated cultivators side by side, standing over them in a commanding posture. What was it you said earlier? That we were ignorant of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth, oblivious to life and death. Now I pose a question to you. Do you truly understand? With that, Pang Bo delivered a swift kick, sending the four rolling like marbles across the ground. Do you perceive us as mere grasshoppers, to be crushed at will? Did you truly suggest we break our own legs, kneel in supplication, and bury ourselves in the muddy lotus pond, wishing for a fate worse than death, to languish in torment? Such audacity! The sounds of impact continued to echo. Yi Fan and Pang Bo harbored an intense disdain for the four individuals, devoid of any semblance of compassion. They delivered merciless kicks and blows, treating them as if they were mere pests, rendering the four into a quagmire of helplessness. Enough. At that moment, Han Feiyu, who had been observing coldly from a distance, approached with an icy glare, his expression so grim it seemed it could drip water. Pang Bo cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Who are you to declare what is enough? Release them." Han Feiyu's voice was chilling, enveloping those nearby in an atmosphere as frigid as a winter's night. Though he appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years of age, his demeanor and aura belied his youth, exuding an oppressive darkness. "Why should we heed your command?" Pang Bo dismissed him outright. Meanwhile, Yi Fan paid him no mind, casually squatting down to lift two of the individuals from the ground. He then stretched his body, gracefully and fluidly waving his arms. The two figures soared through the air like elongated spears, swiftly hurtling toward the muddy depths of the lotus pond, plunging in as if they were lances, leaving only their feet protruding from the mire. "You seek death." Han Feiyu finally revealed a visage of profound rage, his entire being emanating a chilling aura as he advanced forward with a menacing intent. Yi Fan disregarded him, lifting the other two individuals and casting them once more. With two soft thuds, two more figures fell headfirst, embedding themselves straight into the distant mire. The onlookers were left astounded, the outcome both shocking and speechless. Suddenly, Han Feiyu's sea of bitterness radiated brilliantly, captivating and blinding. A small, square wooden seal, barely an inch in length, surged forth, emanating streams of emerald light, rapidly enlarging as it advanced towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The crowd erupted in gasps. This was a genuine greenwood seal, not merely a manifestation of the divine energy within the sea of bitterness, far surpassing the four divine patterns. As the greenwood seal emerged from the sea of bitterness, it exuded wisps of verdant aura, carrying with it a palpable weight of pressure. Chapter 44. Celestial seedlings. Yi Fan and Pang Bo found themselves unable to evade the impending danger. The verdant wooden seal moved with an astonishing swiftness, far surpassing that of any divine patterns, and swiftly enveloped them. Initially, the square green wooden seal measured less than an inch, yet in the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a dwelling, surrounded by a swirling mist of green energy. Under the immense pressure, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as though a colossal mountain had descended upon them, compelling them to muster all their strength in resistance. With a resounding thud, the two exerted their hands upward in a desperate attempt to lift the descending wooden seal, only to be taken aback as the ground beneath them fractured. Their feet sinking deep into the earth, a testament to the overwhelming force they were enduring. Another impact reverberated as the wooden seal trembled. An endless expanse of green mist billowing forth, its size increasing once more, towering as high as a palace and continuing its descent. Even the mightiest boulders would have been effortlessly cast aside. What manner of entity was this that bore such weight? Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms growing increasingly heavy, followed by a sudden sinking sensation beneath their feet, as their lower legs became fully engulfed by the ground, which cracked open, revealing deep fissures. You enjoy being upended, do you? Now, I shall transform you into human trees, Han Feiyu taunted, his chilling laughter sending shivers down their spines. With a thunderous noise, the Qingmu seal vibrated again, and a misty azure energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings like ethereal smoke. Instantly, Yi Fan and Pang Bo experienced a surge of pressure, their bodies sinking further down, until this time their legs were completely submerged, leaving only their upper halves above ground. If this continued, they would undoubtedly be crushed into a pulp. Yi Fan sensed the impending doom and whispered to Pang Bo, "This is dire. Do not worry. I shall not let you perish easily," Han Feiyu replied with a sinister chuckle, clearly intent on torturing them. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms growing numb. If this persisted, they would be unable to resist and would be forcibly pressed into the earth. Yi Fan gestured to Pang Bo, urging him to let go and make a break for it. Pang Bo shook his head, fearing that if he released his grip, Yi Fan would collapse alone and be turned into mere mush. Time was running out, and there were no other options left. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and uttered these words, for the pressure above was overwhelming. Despite his strength akin to that of a dragon, he could not sustain it for long. Pang Bo understood their predicament. One of them had to escape to confront Han Feiyu, or else there would be no hope for survival. Yet, the one left behind would be on the brink of despair. Supporting the Qingmu seal had already proven to be a formidable task for both of them, and it would be even more perilous if only one remained. With no alternatives, one of them had to remain to uphold the Qingmu seal. Pang Bo was not one to dither. Decisive action was required. Without further hesitation, he released his grip and forcefully pressed against the ground, extracting his lower half from the earth. The Qingmu seal trembled, emanating a faint green light. While the immense pressure caused Yi Fan's arms to tremble, he sank further down, until only his chest and above remained above ground. With the Qingmu seal now less than a meter high, Pang Bo, in a state of panic, was drenched in cold sweat, like an arrow. He shot forward at breakneck speed. With a flash of green light, the Qingmu seal quivered. At the moment Pang Bo burst forth, the massive seal crashed down upon Yi Fan, burying him deep into the ground. Pang Bo's heart raced with fear as he charged towards Han Feiyu, his body propelled by sheer adrenaline. In an instant, he tackled Han Feiyu, his hands gripping like iron pincers, tearing at him with ferocity. Han Feiyu was utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. He had assumed the two incapacitated individuals could not possibly escape, yet one had managed to break free. Pouncing on him like a ravenous wolf, Pang Bo rained down blows upon Han Feiyu, each strike resonating like a drumbeat. The onlookers were astounded, completely taken aback by Pang Bo's unexpected emergence. Although Han Feiyu lacked Pang Bo's raw strength, he had cultivated a trickle of divine power, summoning his vital essence, which enveloped his body in a radiant aura. Although Pang Bo's fist struck down with tremendous force, it did not inflict excessive harm upon him, merely causing a trickle of blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Han Feiyu's eyes reddened. He had never endured such a significant loss. In a fit of rage, he exerted himself, and a dazzling brilliance erupted from the sea of suffering, propelling Pang Bo into the air. Subsequently, several iron-like divine patterns shot forth from the sea of suffering, radiating brilliance and shimmering light, as they sought to ensnare Pang Bo. He hurriedly dodged, lifting a massive stone nearby to shield himself before hurling it back with great force. "I shall tear you apart." Han Feiyu's expression turned ominously fearsome, as multiple divine patterns swirled around him, shooting towards Pang Bo like bolts of lightning. At that moment, the colossal greenwood seal, which had been pressed to the ground, suddenly rose from its place. Yi Fan emerged from below, gripping it with both hands, and forcefully brought it down upon Han Feiyu, shining with green light. Shrouded in azure mist, resembling a small mountain crashing down. With Han Feiyu's cultivation, he could not multitask. He was unable to simultaneously control the greenwood seal and the divine patterns. Thus, during his struggle with Pang Bo, Yi Fan seized the opportunity to free himself. Like a bolt of lightning, Yi Fan left behind a long afterimage as he raced forward alongside the greenwood seal. However, Yi Fan's speed was astonishing. They reached their destination almost simultaneously. Just as Han Feiyu managed to stabilize the greenwood seal, Yi Fan closed in, sweeping his right leg in a powerful kick that landed heavily on Han Feiyu's face. Blood sprayed forth as Han Feiyu's mouth and nose gushed red, sending him flying over 20 meters away. The greenwood seal fell uncontrollably to the ground with a heavy thud. Yi Fan did not pause. His body seemed to transform into a beam of light as he pursued relentlessly. Before Han Feiyu had even touched the ground, Yi Fan had already appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow with his foot. The force of this strike sent shivers through the onlookers, causing the ground to tremble violently, nearly snapping Han Feiyu's body in two. Almost simultaneously, Bei Dou rushed forth, raising his foot to deliver a fierce kick to Han Feiyu's abdomen. Attack his head. Do not allow him to concentrate, Yi Fan commanded sharply. Bei Dou instantly comprehended the urgency. They could not allow Han Feiyu to focus on controlling the wooden seal, for that would place them both in peril. The sounds of impact echoed, thud, 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 as these two formidable individuals unleashed their strength. Each kick possessed the power to send massive boulders flying, their relentless assault upon Han Feiyu causing the ground to shudder with every blow. Were it not for the radiant aura emanating from Han Feiyu's sea of suffering, shielding him from harm, he would have surely been reduced to mere pulp beneath their feet. Onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. The two individuals, once cornered, had miraculously turned the tide, relentlessly pummeling Han Feiyu. This turn of events seemed almost unbelievable. However, despite their aggression, they had no desire to take a life. Such an outcome would lead to dire consequences. Yet, they were unwilling to let Han Feiyu escape easily. Pressing down with increasing force, dimming the brilliance of his protective aura, Han Feiyu struggled to maintain control over the Qingmu seal, yet each attempt ended in failure. The seal would rise only to fall heavily back to the ground. Disoriented by the relentless stomping, he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. Ultimately, Han Feiyu was left powerless, unable to summon the divine radiance from his sea of suffering, rolling helplessly under the relentless assault of the two empowered beings, cries of anguish escaping his lips. Having opened the sea of suffering and cultivated a thread of divine power, he mistakenly believed himself to be a master, daring to threaten them. We bear no grudges against you. Why do you target us? They thought. At such a tender age, your heart is excessively malevolent to inflict such torment upon us. Yi Fan and Bei Dou struck mercilessly, fearing that Han Feiyu might be feigning, relentlessly delivering heavy blows that quickly left his cheeks swollen, tears streaming down his face. Blood gushing from his mouth and nose, his head swollen like that of a pig. Although Han Feiyu could scarcely endure such excruciating pain, his eyes remained fiercely fixed upon the two, brimming with resentment. This young man evidently possesses a sinister character. I deem it imperative to eliminate him. With such animosity directed towards us, his vengeful spirit poses a genuine threat if left unresolved. Upon overhearing their hushed discussion, Han Feiyu was finally gripped by fear and shouted, "Do not kill me." His voice was loud enough for all in the vicinity to hear. Subsequently, he lowered his voice, saying, "Do not take my life. My great-uncle is an elder of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. If you slay me, you shall not live either." Yi Fan and Bei Dou furrowed their brows, sensing that the situation had become rather troublesome. The enmity had already been established and could not be undone. Upon hearing their words, Han Feiyu was immediately struck with fear and pleaded, "Please do not kill me. This grudge is insignificant. I assure you, I will never trouble you again in the future." Yi Fan and Bei Dou exchanged glances, realizing that it would be unwise to publicly execute him. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of an elder, leading to their demise. Ultimately, Yi Fan dragged him to the lotus pond, lifting him by his legs, intending to toss him into the water. "You!" Han Feiyu's eyes blazed with fury. If they truly turned him upside down, he would lose all face and be unable to hold his head high within the Lingshu cave. Suddenly, radiant lights flashed as two figures descended from the cliff nearby, landing gracefully by the lotus pond. The onlookers instinctively retreated, sensing the immense prowess of these individuals, capable of traversing the skies with divine rainbows. The sea of suffering was undoubtedly a source of divine essence, having surely connected with the wheel of life, releasing a wellspring of divine power. Senior brother Li Fei, senior sister Wang Jing. Upon witnessing their arrival, Han Feiyu exclaimed, "Are you both here to enforce the law today? Quickly apprehend these two. They seek to take my life." The man and woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age. The man exuded an ethereal charm, while the woman possessed an otherworldly grace. Though not exceptionally handsome or beautiful, they emanated an aura of celestial elegance. Li Fei cast a casual glance at him and remarked, "We witnessed the preceding events. You instigated the conflict, and the fault lies not with him. You." Han Feiyu was taken aback and enraged, yet dared not confront these two. Wang Jing stepped forward, addressing Yi Fan. Although he was at fault initially, he has already suffered greatly. It would be best to release him now. Yi Fan noticed that the two had no intention of defending Han Feiyu. Consequently, he unceremoniously tossed Han Feiyu onto the bank of the lotus pond. Han Feiyu rose, his eyes ablaze with fury, glaring menacingly at Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Simultaneously, he shot a dissatisfied glance at Li Fei and Wang Jing, letting out a heavy snort. Ready to turn and leave, Li Fei called out to him from behind, saying, "Han Junior brother, I advise you to refrain from acting recklessly in the future. Pang Bo has been officially recognized as a celestial seed by Elder Wu Qifeng. If you choose to cause a ruckus, be wary that even your great uncle may not be able to shield you." "What?" Han Feiyu immediately turned around, his face a mask of astonishment. He is a celestial seed. Indeed, he is a celestial seed. While ordinary disciples might not grasp the significance of a celestial seed, Han Feiyu, being the grandson of an elder, certainly understood. Every blessed land would cherish a celestial seed, for it represented the very foundation of future strength. Typically, it would take a decade or more of exhaustive searching to locate a single celestial seed, illustrating the rarity of such a physique suitable for cultivation. Once discovered, they would be groomed as the inheritors of the sect. Currently, the number of celestial seeds in Lingshu Cave Heaven would hardly exceed 5. How could this be? Han Feiyu exclaimed, disbelief etched across his features. If he is a celestial seed, why would he come to Lingshu Cliff to learn the arts? Upon hearing that Elder Wu Qingfeng had personally transmitted the Tao scripture, Han Feiyu's complexion turned ashen. He realized that the other party was undoubtedly a celestial seed. Li Fei continued, "Elder Wu Qingfeng has been closely monitoring them, and the recent incident was witnessed firsthand. Thus, he deemed it necessary to reveal that Pang Bo is a celestial seed, hoping you will act with more caution in the future." Han Feiyu's face darkened to an extreme, and with a flick of his sleeve, he turned to leave. Pang Bo stood in a daze until Han Feiyu's departure jolted him back to reality. With an odd expression, he inquired of Li Fei and Wang Jing, "So, does this mean I no longer need to worry about him?" Wang Jing, thinking he was anxious and afraid, reassured him, "There's no need to worry. Even if he is the grandson of an elder, he wouldn't dare to act against you, not even if he were the sect leader's descendant. That puts my mind at ease." At this point, he strode forward, not out of fear or concern, but with the intent to continue administering a sound thrashing to his adversary. This left Li Fei and Wang Jing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Han Feiyu's complexion shifted drastically, feeling as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, struggling to contain his rage. He quickly squeezed through the crowd and vanished from sight. Chapter 45. The herbal essence Yufan and Pang Bo overwhelmed Han Feiyu, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. To the spectators, these two boys, merely 11 or 12 years of age, displayed an astonishing ferocity. Despite lacking the cultivation of a divine power source, they had managed to leave a descendant of an elder in a state of bewilderment, nearly incapacitating him. The crowd was left speechless by their prowess. How could such formidable strength emanate from youths so tender in years? Engaging in barehanded combat, they not only subdued Han Feiyu, but also sent flying the Qingmu treasure seal bestowed by Elder Han, creating a sense of disbelief among the onlookers. Whispers and discussions erupted around them. At that moment, even the more seasoned disciples, who had entered the sect earlier and possessed deeper cultivation, turned their attention to the spectacle. Upon learning that Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu, had been thoroughly beaten, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The two youths appeared quite refined, yet their ferocity was utterly unexpected, proving that one should never judge a book by its cover. Yifan and Pang Bo had always maintained a low profile, yet they have now become the focal point of attention. The disciples from the cliffs below, upon hearing the news, flocked to catch a glimpse of these two formidable figures. "What? That Pang Bo is a celestial seed?" When the crowd learned this revelation, astonishment washed over their faces. The earlier disciples understood the significance of a celestial seed. It heralds the future inheritor and hope of the Lingshu Cave, a potential harbinger of glory for the sect. So, he is indeed a celestial seed. No wonder he displays such extraordinary prowess, possessing an exceptional talent. Han Feiyu has truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. Any thoughts of retaliation will be futile, and he must swallow his pride in silence. At this moment, as the onlookers regarded Pang Bo, Their expressions were a tapestry of emotions, leaving them at a loss for words. Many swiftly resolved to cultivate a friendship with Bei Dou in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Bei Dou remained undistracted, indifferent to the gazes of those around them, as they diligently collected the small jade bottles scattered on the ground, over 30 bottles of herbal essence in total. The initial provocateurs, who had sought to instigate trouble, found themselves submerged in the muck, while the herbal essence they had seized was entirely retained by Yi Fan and Bei Dou. Newly initiated disciples could only claim a single bottle of herbal essence every 3 months, underscoring its immense value. Yet, at this moment, the two had acquired over 30 bottles, igniting a wave of envy among the bystanders. Those individuals who had cultivated divine patterns should possess even more valuable items. Yi Fan and Bei Dou were not content. They directed their gaze towards several ewes inserted in the mire. Each of these individuals had cultivated a thread of divine power, nurturing a divine pattern amidst the sea of suffering, their cultivation surpassing that of ordinary disciples, undoubtedly more prosperous than those few young boys. Exchanging glances, the two began to unearth them, sequentially pulling the 5 youths from the bog, meticulously searching each one. To their dismay, they found that each possessed merely a few bottles of herbal liquid. Yi Fan and Bei Dou meticulously searched each of the individuals, discovering that each possessed merely 5 vials of the herbal essence, which was even fewer than what they had previously obtained. The discontented expressions on their faces left those around them utterly speechless. Today, all the cliffs had dispensed the herbal essence, and the quantity received varied according to one's cultivation level. Thus, the fact that these young men each had secured 5 vials was already commendable. Li Fei and Wang Jing had not yet departed, observing the scene with wide eyes, utterly at a loss for words, having never encountered such unconventional disciples before. At this moment, the youths lay sprawled on the ground like limp clay, still lacking the strength to rise. After thoroughly pillaging their belongings, Yi Fan and Bei Dou exchanged glances before callously tossing them back into the lotus pond, though this time they refrained from inverting them, fearing that prolonged exposure might lead to fatalities. Subsequently, they extracted the few young men once more, carelessly discarding them into the muddy waters. Finally, Yi Fan and Bei Dou approached the verdant wooden seal, attempting to push it with all their might. However, it proved too heavy. Even if they could lift it, it would be of no use in combat. After delivering a couple of kicks, they strode away. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, as these two seemed akin to locusts, plundering unabashedly in broad daylight, their hearts unperturbed, even contemplating the removal of the wooden seal. "Thank you, Senior Brother Li Fei. Senior Sister Wang Jing." Yi Fan and Bei Dou called out loudly from a distance after extricating themselves from the crowd, before hastily making their exit. Han Feiyu's face turned ashen, his heart seething with anger. He had not even collected the wooden seal, opting instead to head directly into a valley deep within the Lingshu cave. The valley was expansive, brimming with medicinal fields adorned with peculiar flowers and herbs, the fragrance of medicinal plants wafting through the air, and spiritual energy swirling around. The valley was filled with rare medicinal materials, devoid of other vegetation, with the aroma of various spiritual herbs mingling with the essence of the flora, rendering it a veritable spiritual valley. Along the path, some herbal apprentices bowed to Han Feiyu, but he paid them no heed, his countenance dark as he proceeded to a cave at the valley's depths, where the scent of medicine was even more potent. Before the cave, 18 towering medicinal cauldrons stood side by side, their composition unknown but appearing ancient and weighty. How did you end up in this state?" An aged voice resonated from within the cave, the speaker remaining unseen, yet seemingly fully aware of everything transpiring outside. "One of those two is an immortal seed." Han Feiyu gritted his teeth while standing before the cave, detailing the events to his great-uncle. "Had I known earlier that those two had consumed divine medicine, merely drawing a little blood from them would have sufficed. Regrettably, I received the news too late, and now the situation is quite troublesome." After uttering these words, Elder Han fell silent for an extended period before finally speaking again. "As for that immortal seed, do not provoke him. As for the other, let us observe for now. The implication from my great-uncle is..." Han Feiyu's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce intensity. "What I mean to say is that you should not do anything for now, and instead focus on your cultivation." After uttering these words, the cave fell into silence, enveloped in tranquility. Indeed, Han Feiyu felt a deep sense of unwillingness, yet dared not defy Elder Han. He bowed respectfully to the cave before turning to depart. The surname Han truly belongs to a commendable person, Both individuals echoed this sentiment in praise. Yi Fan and Peng Bo, having finished their manipulation of the small jade vials, gradually regained their composure. Although they had suffered defeat at the hands of Han Feiyu and his companions that day, a profound sense of crisis had taken root within them. Mere dominance, possessing the strength akin to that of a dragon, might allow one to reign supreme among mortals. However, when confronted by those who had cultivated even a hint of divine power and could wield arcane techniques, they ultimately found themselves lacking in adaptability and unable to compete. At this juncture, it became imperative for them to engage in rigorous cultivation, to traverse the sea of suffering, and to connect with the wheel of life, allowing the divine spring to flow abundantly. Only through harnessing the source of divine power could they truly grow stronger, as this was the very foundation of a cultivator's path. With such a sense of urgency, both individuals fervently desired to enhance their strength, leading them to intensify their training. In the subsequent 2 days, Peng Bo consumed 6 vials of the myriad herb essence, complementing his practice with the esoteric methods detailed in the Tao Sutra, and his sea of suffering expanded significantly. However, upon ingesting the 7th vial, an ominous sensation engulfed him. The vital energies within the sea surged chaotically, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being pierced by needles. Alas, he realized that haste could lead to failure. The elder responsible for imparting teachings had cautioned that neophyte disciples could not withstand the overwhelming impact of too much herb essence. It was indeed wise to limit consumption to 1 vial every 3 months. Beads of sweat formed on Peng Bo's forehead as he struggled to endure. "I shall seek assistance," Yi Fan declared, ready to push open the door. "No need. I can grit my teeth and persevere," Peng Bo insisted, refusing to allow anyone to be summoned. He endured the torment for a considerable time, and gradually, the pain began to dissipate. With a wry smile, he remarked, "It seems one can only eat a meal bite by bite, and walk the path step by step. Typically, a disciple consumes 1 vial every 3 months, yet I, as a celestial seedling, have ingested 6 or 7 vials in just 2 days. Such defiance of nature cannot be understated." As he spoke, Peng Bo's expression shifted to one of curiosity. "You too have consumed 6 or 7 vials. How is it that you feel no pain whatsoever? Instead, your vitality appears more and more robust. Is there not a single ripple in your sea of suffering?" Yi Fan shook his head. His wheel of life and the sea of suffering remained in profound silence, devoid of any fluctuation. The sole benefit of cultivating the Tao scripture was the gradual enhancement of his spirit. Consuming 6 or 7 bottles elicited no unusual reaction, indicating that he was still well within his limits. Continue to increase the dosage, perhaps something extraordinary will occur, he contemplated. But that cannot be, he thought, given my constitution. Consuming more of the herbal essence would be a futile endeavor. It would be wiser to reserve it for your breakthroughs, so that the divine spring may flow abundantly and elevate to a higher realm sooner. Rest assured, since they have identified me as a celestial seedling, I am certain that I will not be deprived of this herbal essence in the future. The elder Wu Qingfeng had often remarked on the significance of a cultivator's state of mind. He was well aware of my potential, but seemed intent on preventing any sense of superiority. Sending me to Lingshu Cliff for instruction was a clear indication of his intentions. The current circumstances were undoubtedly aimed at tempering my character, and I believe that everything will change. The herbal essence will certainly not be in short supply. Peng Bo's reasoning was sound. Yi Fan ceased to decline, recognizing that there was no need for formalities between them. They began to consume the herbal essence in copious amounts. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Yi Fan silently channeled the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture. At this moment, he felt no abnormalities within himself. However, a peculiar transformation was gradually unfolding within his body. Chapter 46. The Golden Sea of Bitterness. On this day, Yi Fan consumed a total of 13 bottles of the herbal elixir, including the 7 bottles he had ingested over the preceding 2 days. He had now reached a remarkable total of 20 bottles. Aside from the surging vitality coursing through his bloodline, he remained devoid of any discomfort. Witnessing his relentless consumption, Peng Bo felt a sense of trepidation and remarked, "Perhaps we should pause for a moment. I am filled with anxiety, my eyelids are twitching incessantly, fearing that you might suddenly explode and vanish from sight." Such ominous words, Yi Fan retorted. He then focused intently on sensing the state of the sea of bitterness, stating, "I seem to be experiencing a peculiar sensation. What? Could it be effective?" Peng Bo's face lit up with joy. "I shall seek out Master Wu Qingfeng to assist you in guidance." Yi Fan intercepted him, saying, "Do not go. I shall attune myself gradually." The elder Wu Qingfeng had once remarked that Yi Fan's unique constitution could only be guided by his own efforts, as external assistance would be futile. He had stated that if the wheel of life for an ordinary person resembles a patch of soil, then Yi Fan's wheel of life is akin to a divine metal. When seeds are sown in the soil, with careful nurturing and cultivation, they are bound to take root and flourish, exhibiting vibrant vitality. However, with divine metal, no matter how much one invests, even the planting of celestial roots would struggle to thrive. In such circumstances, only through a transformation within the divine metal itself lies a glimmer of hope for the emergence of vitality. Otherwise, no matter how superior the external conditions may be, little can be altered. Yi Fan experienced an unusual sensation, a surge of excitement coursing through him. His physique, once revered in ancient times as the sacred body, was now regarded as worthless, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of discontent. Yet, in that moment, he felt a remarkable shift, which invigorated his spirit. Meanwhile, Pang Bo's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief as he witnessed Yi Fan consume bottle after bottle with the ease of drinking water, his heart racing with trepidation. "I must insist you take it easy," Pang Bo cautioned, his voice tinged with alarm. "At this rate, I cannot help but feel anxious. Shall we leave the remaining for tomorrow? I genuinely fear for your well-being." By the time Pang Bo expressed his concern, a multitude of empty jade bottles lay scattered on the ground, having witnessed Yi Fan downing 40 bottles of the herbal essence. "Fear not," Yi Fan reassured him. "I feel remarkably well. The surging vitality within my bloodline has settled, while the location of the wheel of life has exhibited intense fluctuations." After Yi Fan finished speaking, he continued consuming the countless bottles of herbal elixir until the space before him was entirely devoid of any remnants, aside from the 7 bottles that Pang Bo had consumed. All 59 remaining bottles were ingested by Yi Fan. "How do you feel?" Pang Bo inquired with palpable anxiety. "I have finally sensed the presence of the wheel of life. The divine power source there is surging." At this juncture, Yi Fan ceased his words, silently commencing the esoteric practices recorded in the Tao Sutra, striving against the sea of suffering. Meanwhile, Pang Bo stood beside him, somewhat dumbfounded, murmuring, "The divine power source within the wheel of life is surging. How have I never experienced such a sensation?" Gradually, silence enveloped the thatched cottage, with Yi Fan sitting there like a statue, while Pang Bo anxiously and restlessly kept vigil by his side. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, suddenly, a radiant brilliance erupted within the humble dwelling, accompanied by a cacophony reminiscent of a tumultuous tsunami. From Yi Fan's sea of suffering emerged an endless cascade of divine radiance, dazzling gold and accompanied by the crackle of thunder. Pang Bo, rendered speechless by astonishment, could only stare vacantly at the unfolding spectacle. Before him, the sea of suffering radiated with myriad beams of divine light, resplendent as a rainbow, with golden waves surging violently, accompanied by the rhythmic claps of thunder. The extraordinary phenomena occurring within the sea of suffering were unprecedented, leaving Pang Bo in a state of profound shock. He found the scene before him utterly inconceivable. "What on earth is happening?" he murmured. The cottage resonated with the deafening roar of the tsunami, as if 1,000 galloping horses were thundering forth. Pang Bo slapped himself to affirm that he was not dreaming. The tumultuous waves roared like thunder, overwhelming him with thirst. Everything felt surreal, as if he had transcended the confines of the cottage and found himself standing upon the shore, facing an expansive, undulating ocean. Yi Fan remained motionless, seated in stillness, as the divine radiance of his blossomed, resplendent and dazzling. In that moment, the sound of waves roared incessantly, golden light shimmered, and lightning danced in a tumultuous display, while monstrous waves surged mightily. Could it be that this golden expanse was indeed his? Why did it emanate so vividly, visible even to outsiders? Pang Bo, filled with uncertainty, gazed intently at Yi Fan, who shone brilliantly, waves rolling and churning endlessly. He had come to realize that the sound of the tsunami indeed originated from Yi Fan's. An astonishing revelation, as this, usually concealed within, now roared like a vast ocean in reality. Pang Bo stood there, nearly petrified, as the resounding roar ahead suggested that the golden waves could surge forth at any moment, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Why was it golden? After being shaken by the sound of the tsunami, Pang Bo took a long while to gradually regain his composure. If that golden expanse was truly Yi Fan's, it was remarkably extraordinary, leaving Pang Bo in disbelief. He could now introspectively observe his own, which appeared as dark as ink, seemingly devoid of life. The elder Wu Qingfeng had once remarked that without a connection to the wheel of life, the essence of life would merely swirl above while the itself remained desolate, lacking any signs of vitality, appearing either deep green or pitch black. However, Yi Fan's was strikingly different, wholly unlike the elder Wu Qingfeng's description. Thunder rumbled incessantly above the roiling golden, where bursts of lightning intertwined with the towering tsunami, igniting a fervent atmosphere. The heavens and the sea conjoined, everywhere suffused with brilliant golden light, exceptionally captivating. Pang Bo watched anxiously, fearful of any unforeseen occurrences. Throughout this process, Yi Fan seemed utterly unaffected, remaining silent as he diligently practiced the profound techniques recorded in the hours passed before the golden light gradually receded, the sound of the tsunami diminishing. And after another half hour, the thatched cottage finally fell silent. Yi Fan's returned to tranquility, the brilliance contained, and the roaring ceased. Soon after, Yi Fan awakened, his eyes sparkling with divine light. Upon rising, he appeared markedly more agile, radiating an aura of celestial elegance. What transpired just now? How do you feel? Pang Bo inquired eagerly. I sensed the wheel of life and glimpsed the bubbling source of divine power, which surged into revealing a golden ocean. I am uncertain if it was merely an illusion. Upon hearing Yi Fan's description, Pang Bo's mouth fell agape in astonishment, followed by a rapid nod. It was no illusion. 4. I witnessed it too. You saw it as well? Yi Fan expressed his surprise. Indeed, you cannot fathom the magnitude of the spectacle. The tsunami was overwhelming. Divine light radiated in myriad paths, creating a dazzling display, and the entire thatched cottage trembled. Thankfully, our residence is quite secluded. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly caused an uproar. After attentively listening to Pang Bo's account, Yi Fan finally became convinced that the golden ocean he had witnessed, along with the tsunami, was not merely a figment of his imagination. Pang Bo, with a look of concern, inquired, How do you feel? I saw that the golden sea of suffering vanished at the last moment. Does that mean it was unsuccessful? Whether it can be considered a success is uncertain. As he spoke, Yi Fan activated the profound techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra, and at the location of the sea of suffering, an exceedingly tiny golden light appeared. No larger than a sesame seed, yet it shone resplendently. Although the sea of suffering was somewhat diminutive, this was not a concern. With continued cultivation, it would surely expand over time. Pang Bo's expression was one of intense excitement as he declared, I am certain that your sea of suffering is extraordinary. Being golden in hue and entirely distinct from that of ordinary individuals, the brilliance it exudes can actually pierce through, despite having manifested only a minuscule sea. Yi Fan felt a profound joy. He had finally broken the stalemate and established his own golden sea of suffering. I sense that this sesame-sized sea possesses a subtle divine power in its fluctuations. Could it be that the essence is condensed within it? Pang Bo expressed his doubts. Chapter 47. Hardships. The sea of suffering for cultivators, as its name suggests, is typically barren and lifeless, devoid of any pulse of life. However, at the very center of Yi Fan's sea of suffering, that golden point of light shone brilliantly, akin to the dawn, brimming with vibrant vitality. Just as Pang Bo had noted, this golden sea exhibited faint traces of divine power fluctuations. Although exceedingly weak, it was evidently extraordinary. A spectacle that could be described as divine and radiant, wholly unlike any other. Could it be that you have connected with the cycle of life? Pang Bo speculated that Yi Fan might have opened a pathway leading to the cycle of life beneath the sea of suffering, causing the divine spring to surge forth, thus creating such a remarkable phenomenon. However, Yi Fan shook his head, dismissing his conjecture. He was certain that this was indeed the sea of suffering, not a divine spring emerging from the cycle of life. Pang Bo sighed repeatedly, exclaiming, This is truly astonishing. The ancient sacred body is indeed exceptional, completely unlike that of ordinary people. Is the golden sea of suffering exclusive to those with such a physique? Yet, having merely begun to cultivate the sea of suffering, Yi Fan remained uncertain whether he could continue on this path. He did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Subsequently, he began to introspect, meticulously examining the condition of the sea of suffering. The sesame-sized golden sea was surrounded by a silence akin to a desolate wasteland, enveloped by endless darkness and emptiness. However, its radiance could not be entirely subdued, shining forth like a brilliant full moon suspended in the sky. This sparked an infinite sense of hope within Yi Fan. Perhaps one day he could unearth a vast and boundless golden sea of suffering, completely dispelling the darkness and lifelessness, allowing the barren land to flourish with vibrant life. Yi Fan and Pang Bo engaged in a lengthy discussion, reaching a consensus that Yi Fan's physique was extraordinarily unique, akin to an insatiable abyss that required an immense quantity of herbal essence to traverse the sea of suffering. Unlike ordinary individuals, he was unperturbed by the potency of the medicinal elixirs, capable of penetrating the depths of his torment. His sea of suffering resembled an unfathomable chasm, forever unfillable. Upon arriving at this conclusion, both were left in a quandary. Other novice disciples consumed a bottle of herbal essence every 3 months, totaling merely 4 bottles in a year. In stark contrast, Yi Fan had expended a staggering 59 bottles merely to establish a minuscule point of suffering the size of a sesame seed, an amount equivalent to what others would require over a decade, which was indeed quite alarming. According to the elder Wu Qifeng, the path of cultivation became increasingly arduous as one ascended. Each step forward in the later stages demanded tenfold the sacrifice of the earlier ones. Yi Fan found himself momentarily lost in thought upon contemplating this matter. The principle undoubtedly applies similarly to the consumption of the Bei Dou liquid. It is astonishing to think that at this very outset, one must take dozens of bottles simultaneously. One can hardly fathom the staggering number that will be required once he achieves mastery in his cultivation. Yet, there is no need for concern. Solutions will inevitably present themselves. At this juncture, Bei Dou seemed to recall something significant, his eyes suddenly brightening as he remarked, "You could convey the news of your potential for cultivation to Elder Wu Qifeng. If the sacred body from the ancient times can be perfected, it would undoubtedly send ripples through Yin territory in the eastern wilderness. The implications are beyond imagination. I am certain that the elders from Lingshu Dongdian would be profoundly astonished and would spare no effort to provide you with the necessary resources." Yi Fan pondered earnestly for a moment before finally shaking his head and stating, "I cannot disclose this to them." "Why not?" Bei Dou inquired, puzzled. "Firstly, the Lingshu cave heaven cannot intimidate the eastern wilderness. Should the news leak, my demise would be inevitable. Secondly, I harbor doubts regarding the golden sea of bitterness. Although it possesses extraordinary qualities, it is highly probable that I may not be able to sustain my cultivation, and I would likely remain a wasted body." Bei Dou reflected deeply and wholeheartedly concurred with the first reason, acknowledging that the information must not be leaked, lest it lead to dire consequences. As for the second reason, he suggested, "I believe you are being overly apprehensive." Yi Fan shook his head and remarked, "I now understand why such a physique occasionally appeared during the post-ancient era yet remained so arduous to cultivate. The sheer consumption involved is beyond the capacity of ordinary sections. In the initial stages, it may be manageable, but the path to immortality is long and arduous. With each step forward, the consumption escalates tenfold. Continuing on this path, with an exponential increase in demand, makes it unimaginable to reach the later stages of cultivation. Even to struggle through to the mid-stage would amount to an astronomical figure. A burden even the sacred lands and ancient families that have inherited from the ancient era would find overwhelming. One might even say it is a case of diminishing returns. Such consumption could easily foster numerous other exceptional disciples. Could this be the reason why the ancient sacred body cannot be cultivated, ultimately becoming a wasted potential?" Bei Dou displayed a look of astonishment. Yi Fan pondered for a moment and said, "This reason was merely discovered during the initial stages of cultivation. I suspect there are certainly deeper layers. Otherwise, those sacred lands and ancient families would not so easily relinquish their pursuits. It is quite possible that there exist more stringent and arduous conditions or reasons. How could it be like this?" Bei Dou was momentarily dazed. Sensing that Yi Fan's path ahead appeared dim and the road to cultivation seemed exceedingly arduous. However, Yi Fan did not exhibit a trace of despondency, stating, "If the ancient sacred body could be cultivated effortlessly, it would lose its significance. The more challenging the journey, the more extraordinary it signifies. We must swim against the current, scale the cliffs, and traverse the abyss. We shall advance as far as our strength permits, perhaps even gazing upon the summit." In the days that followed, Yi Fan and Bei Dou dedicated themselves to rigorous training, striving to enhance their cultivation. During this time, Elder Wu Qifeng summoned Bei Dou to the back mountain of the Lingshu cave heaven, formally recognizing him as a celestial seedling, encouraging him to cultivate diligently so that the divine spring might surge forth from the sea of suffering, at which point he would take him as a closed-door disciple. Once officially designated as a celestial seedling, Bei Dou was entitled to receive 8 bottles of the 100 herbs liquid each month, a significant increase compared to the 4 bottles he could collect annually before. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to rise, the supply would gradually expand to meet all his needs, alleviating any concerns regarding the scarcity of the 100 herbs liquid. At the back mountain of the Lingshu Cave Heaven, Peng Bo earnestly inquired of Elder Wu Qifeng on numerous matters, primarily seeking to unravel the mysteries of the golden sea of suffering that perplexed Yifan. Elder Wu Qifeng shared various esoteric accounts regarding the sea of suffering, asserting that in this world, some exceptionally gifted individuals, when opening the sea of suffering, could indeed manifest various extraordinary phenomena. What kind of phenomena, one might ask? Elder Wu Qifeng recounted over a dozen instances, but did not mention the golden sea of suffering. Eventually, Peng Bo could no longer contain his curiosity and directly asked, is it possible that when opening the sea of suffering, there could be tsunamis raging? Divine rainbows illuminating the sky, with the sea of suffering transformed into a vast expanse of gold? Impossible. Elder Wu Qifeng shook his head, yet hesitated before adding, perhaps. The legendary divine body emerging in the eastern wilderness might possess such unparalleled phenomena, though it should not create such a grand spectacle. Recently, there had been rumors of a rare divine body reappearing in the eastern wilderness, and it was said that this was not merely a singular occurrence. Multiple instances were reportedly in a state of growth, concealed within sacred lands or ancient families. Even Elder Wu Qifeng had heard such rumors multiple times. Those extraordinary geniuses were almost entirely claimed by those sacred lands and ancient families. Elder Wu Qifeng appeared somewhat helpless. After listening attentively, Yifan pondered for a considerable time before turning to Peng Bo and declaring, I believe it is time for me to depart from the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Why? Peng Bo inquired, taken aback by this abrupt decision. I came to Lingshu Cave Heaven to learn the art of cultivation. But it has become clear that this place is no longer suitable for my continued presence. I must seek opportunities elsewhere. No, if you leave, I shall also depart. Peng Bo firmly opposed. You have been recognized as a celestial seedling, and Lingshu Cave Heaven will devote itself to nurturing you. There is no need for you to go. Unlike you, my constitution precludes any significant advancement here, Yifan countered. In times of fortune and adversity alike, if you choose to leave, I shall certainly accompany you. Peng Bo asserted with unwavering determination, resolved to leave alongside Yifan. Yifan could not acquiesce. Peng Bo's future shone brightly since he had been designated a celestial seedling. To abandon this opportunity would render all their efforts null and void, casting their paths into uncertainty, fraught with peril. There is another reason for my departure. We have humiliated Han Feiyu. Before Yifan could finish, Peng Bo interjected, do not fret over him. As a celestial seedling, he would not dare act recklessly against us for the time being. Once our strength increases, what is there to fear? Peng Bo nodded. Pondering the peculiar nature of their relationship with Han Feiyu, who bore them no ill will, and yet they had no prior interactions, could it be that you suspect his uncle seeks to target us? Peng Bo's agile mind quickly connected the dots. They had once consumed a divine herb, unexpectedly rejuvenating themselves. If Elder Han were to learn of this, it was indeed plausible that he might take an interest in them. I surmise that his lifespan is waning, and he is desperately seeking to concoct a revitalization pill, likely setting his sights on us, Yifan concluded, while you, as a celestial seedling, are beyond his reach. My continued presence here could lead to unforeseen complications. That old reprobate. Peng Bo furrowed his brow upon hearing these words. He ceased to oppose Yifan's departure but remained insistent on accompanying him. If you are to accompany me, then I shall not leave, Yifan declared resolutely. Unwilling to hinder Peng Bo's cultivation, for Lingshu Cave Heaven was undoubtedly the ideal place for him. Understanding Yifan's intentions, Peng Bo refrained from further insistence and sat in contemplative silence. Go fetch some paper and a pen. I shall leave you an ancient scripture. Yifan had only confided in Peng Bo about acquiring the ancient scriptures from the bronze coffin. In the past, he had recited a few verses, which Peng Bo regarded as an arcane text, for their profound complexity rendered them utterly incomprehensible. Even now, Yifan himself remained oblivious to their meaning, having pondered over them for an extended period without grasping any semblance of clarity. Those scriptures were akin to celestial writings to him, leaving him with no utility. Within the Lingshu Cave Heaven, he would certainly not lack mystical methods and saw no need to laboriously inscribe them. Yifan paid no heed, seizing pen and paper to commence his writing. At the moment his pen touched the page, a celestial sound akin to a grand bell resonated within him, and hundreds of ancient characters flowed like a gentle stream through his heart, bestowing upon him an invigorating sensation. With graceful strokes, Yifan's pen danced across the paper, swiftly inscribing a series of characters. Yet, at that instant, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The pen halted, and the characters began to fade. As he ceased writing, the ancient words gradually vanished, and the paper disintegrated into nothingness, as if a mysterious force was concealed within the tip of the pen, annihilating all traces of his work. Simultaneously, the hundreds of ancient characters within Yu Fan's heart grew increasingly indistinct, their resonant sounds diminishing. Beside him, Pang Bo stared in astonishment. The phenomenon was so bizarre that it felt utterly malevolent. After an extended silence, he finally spoke, saying, "I believe it would be best not to write any further. This celestial script is too ominous." The hundreds of ancient characters were unlike anything he had ever encountered, even more archaic than the inscriptions of bronze vessels. Initially, Yi Fan had no knowledge of them. Yet the presence of the celestial sound allowed him to gradually comprehend their significance as they were imprinted upon his heart. Yi Fan bowed his head in contemplation, recalling the words of the venerable Wu Qingfeng. He remembered that in the primordial age, there existed sacred texts, each character imbued with profound Taoist resonance, possessing an unfathomable power. Merely reproducing or imitating them could elicit bizarre and indescribable phenomena. Some speculated that inscribing these ancient characters might forge a connection with the forces of heaven and earth, inciting a chaotic surge of primordial energy, thus resulting in various inexplicable occurrences. Could it be that each stroke of these ancient characters encapsulated a certain momentum, causing the surrounding vital energies of the universe to become disordered during the act of writing, ultimately leading to the destruction of the paper? Yi Fan mused. He then proceeded to carve symbols into the ground, and at the moment his pen came to rest, a delicate arc of electricity coursed across the surface, disintegrating all the inscriptions into ashes. Pang Bo, bewildered by the spectacle, exclaimed, "This celestial script is truly uncanny. Cease your writing." Yet, it was not the celestial script that was malevolent, but rather the extraordinary nature of these ancient characters. Each stroke consolidated a unique momentum, capable of disrupting the fluctuations of the vital energies of heaven and earth. When all these momenta converged, they could summon the surrounding cosmic forces, creating a power potent enough to obliterate the ancient scriptures. Yi Fan arrived at this conclusion. The more he delved into it, the more the ancient scriptures revealed their enigmatic nature. The individual who left behind this text was equally unfathomable. With hundreds of ancient characters arranged in concert, it rendered the scripture incapable of manifesting in the world, as if it were a cipher that ought not to exist in the realm of mortals. Yi Fan no longer persisted. The ancient scriptures were cryptic and profound. Even if left for Pang Bo, he would struggle to grasp their meaning. Ultimately, Yi Fan chose to depart, while Pang Bo remained silent in farewell. As he walked along the cobblestone path, emerging from the depths of the fairy mountain, he arrived at the entrance of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Upon stepping onto the ancient slate stairs, the echoes of the scriptures resonated once more in Yi Fan's heart. He turned to Pang Bo and remarked, "Beneath these 100-odd ancient slate steps of Lingshu Cave Heaven, there must lie extraordinary treasures. You might consider visiting here more often." At that moment, Pang Bo's eyes widened in alarm as he interjected, "Do not leave just yet. Han Feiyu is relentless. He has dispatched individuals to surveil us. If they see you attempting to depart, they will undoubtedly ambush you on the way." Pang Bo's face turned ashen, had he not inadvertently noticed the young man trailing behind. Allowing Yi Fan to leave today would have surely been a lifelong regret. He erupted in a furious tirade. "Han Feiyu, you scoundrel. Do you think that with your uncle's backing, you can act with impunity, killing whomever you please? If you possess the audacity, come and confront me directly." Upon hearing his furious outburst, Han Feiyu's face turned pale. Should other elders or the sect leader misinterpret his intentions towards the seedlings of Lingshu Cave Heaven? Even with his uncle's support, his life would not be spared. Pang Bo, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and declared, "This little brat is indeed treacherous. He has been monitoring us all along, clearly seeking an opportunity to strike at you. For now, it would be prudent not to leave." Yi Fan nodded. Indeed, in a state of insufficient strength, it was unwise to leave recklessly. Otherwise, one might truly face a perilous fate. In the ensuing month, tranquility reigned, and Han Feiyu dared not send anyone to monitor Pang Bo and Yi Fan, significantly restraining himself for fear that Pang Bo might report to the other elders. "What is it?" Yi Fan inquired. "It may be good news for you, but not for me," Pang Bo sighed. "I also believe that your prolonged stay in the Lingshu Cave Heaven could be perilous. I just requested Elder Wu Qifeng to send you on a journey." "Indeed. It is good news," Yi Fan replied with a smile. "It's not a matter of life and death. There's no need for sighs. We shall meet again someday. By then, I hope you will have become the formidable Pang Master, renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, making those so-called sacred grounds and ancient families wary." Pang Bo was reluctant to part ways with Yifan, but felt powerless to change the situation. We need to wait a few days. In the coming days, Elder Wu Qingfeng will select some promising disciples to take to the primordial ruins outside the Lingshu Cave Heaven for training. Long ago, the site of the Lingshu Cave Heaven was a desolate ruin, which, after being cleared by later generations, transformed into a paradise of caves. The history of the Lingshu Cave Heaven is profound. If traced back, this ancient land reaches back to the primordial era. The primordial ruins are vast and endless, of which the Lingshu Cave Heaven is merely a fragment, with extensive regions yet to be explored. In that expanse of ruins, ancient trees tower majestically, and various rare birds and beasts frequently appear, alongside numerous precious medicinal herbs. Each year, the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven lead disciples there for training, serving not only as a trial but also as an opportunity to broaden the disciples' horizons. However, the ruins of the ancient wolf forest are not a sanctuary. Many ferocious beasts and predatory birds dwell within. Although elders accompany the disciples, bloodshed still occurs annually. It is said that many valuable medicinal herbs grow there, some being extraordinarily rare spiritual medicines. If one is fortunate enough to gather them, they can be exchanged for elixirs with the accompanying elders. At this point, Pang Bo turned to Yifan and said, "You urgently need the 100-herb liquid. If you make any gains there, it could temporarily alleviate your current needs." Chapter 49. A mixed bag. This was indeed promising news for Yifan. If he could collect spiritual herbs or hunt rare beasts, it would effectively address his pressing needs. His golden sea of bitterness resembled a lake on the brink of desiccation, desperately requiring abundant vital energy for replenishment to continuously expand and restore the golden ocean. This time, Elder Wu Qifeng would personally lead the expedition, alleviating concerns about that troublesome Elder Han causing trouble. Thus, it was decided that both Yifan and Pang Bo would partake in this training. 2 days later, Elder Wu Qifeng, accompanied by another elder, led over 100 disciples away from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, heading toward the neighboring ancient ruins. In that ancient forest, towering trees reached toward the heavens, creating a scene reminiscent of primordial times. Even from a distance, one could hear the deafening roars of savage beasts, echoing with an ominous aura of violence. Strange and formidable birds of prey, each measuring several meters in length, circled ominously in the sky. Once again, I must implore you to exercise utmost caution. Do not underestimate this trial, for it pertains to your very survival. Elder Wu Qifeng articulated numerous points of caution, ultimately illustrating his warnings with an example. In the past, certain disciples, in pursuit of rare spiritual herbs, recklessly ventured deep into the ruins, inevitably falling prey to the ferocious beasts they encountered. For as one delves deeper, the beasts become increasingly terrifying. Many are ancient aberrations, remnants of a bygone era, beyond even the elders of the spiritual ruins to contend with. Therefore, you must not take the perilous path inward. The 2 elders, accompanied by over 100 disciples, swiftly arrived at the ruins, where the air was thick with spiritual energy, nearly rivaling that of the spiritual ruins themselves. No sooner had they arrived than a disciple discovered a medicinal herb. Do not harvest those with too young a maturity, elderly cautioned. The ancient trees loomed high, their girth such that several individuals linked arm in arm could scarcely encircle them. The vines were as thick as a human thigh. Though labeled ruins, it resembled a primeval forest more than anything else. An enormous python. A startled cry erupted as a disciple spotted a vividly patterned serpent, as thick as a bucket. The creature, adorned with colorful spots, opened its jaws and exhaled a cloud of mist, enveloping the screaming disciple within. A chilling scream resonated through the air. The remaining disciples recoiled in horror, retreating swiftly. As the mist dissipated, a stark white skeleton was left behind, accompanied by pools of yellowish liquid, causing the surrounding flora to wither. Elder Wu Qifeng approached swiftly, his brow furrowed in concern. How is it that we encounter a venomous dragon at the very edge of the ruins? This is rather troubling. Just then, Elderly joined him, stating, "This great python is known as a venomous dragon, possessing lethal poison. Be vigilant. Do not allow the toxic mist it expels to touch you, lest you succumb to its venom instantly." Afterward, Elderly added, "Its gallbladder is an excellent material for alchemy. Disciples of sufficient strength may venture to collect it." Having scarcely arrived at the ruin's periphery, the sight of such a venomous serpent left everyone pondering what other dreadful beasts lay within. The immediate death of a disciple sent chills through the hearts of the assembly, prompting an air of heightened caution. "I shall procure the snake's gall." A girl of 16 or 17 emerged from the crowd, boldly advancing. A green light flickered in her eyes, swiftly extending to her arm and surging forth from her fingertips. The emerald beam, sharp as a sword, sliced through the venomous dragon, cleaving it in two. The young woman carefully retrieved a gallbladder the size of a fist, exchanging it with elderly for a vial of medicinal liquid. The other disciples were immediately invigorated, for nearly all of them possessed the strength to slay the venomous python. As long as they remained fearless and unleashed their potential, they could indeed reap rewards amidst the ruins. Fear not, and do not be complacent. In the times ahead, there may be bloodshed and death, but these are trials you must endure. The flowers and grasses of the greenhouse must eventually confront the brutal realities of life, lest they remain forever stunted in their growth. Though the two elders conveyed these sentiments, their brows furrowed in concern. The recent demise of a disciple at the very edge was hardly an auspicious sign. At that moment, the other disciple sprang into action. And soon one unearthed a 10-year-old dragon tongue herb, while another discovered a blue dragon vine. Suddenly, a piercing avian cry echoed from the depths of the ruins, akin to the sound of metal clashing, reverberating through the sky and causing discomfort to the eardrums. In that instant, everyone halted in astonishment. Turning toward the source of the sound, they beheld a streak of golden lightning streaking across the sky, rapidly descending toward a mountain peak. What could that be? All were taken aback. The golden lightning moved with such swiftness that it was impossible to discern, leaving only a blazing golden glow in its wake. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression turned grave as he remarked, "That is the lightning bird, as swift and fearsome as a bolt of lightning, inherently endowed with the power of thunder. Even I would choose to circumvent it." Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the air. Atop the mountain where the lightning bird had swooped down, a colossal ape, its body adorned with scales, leaped into the sky, soaring hundreds of meters high in pursuit of the bird. "It is the scaled ape," exclaimed Elderly, his complexion changing. "It must be the king among the scaled apes, otherwise, it could not possess such strength to dare assault the lightning bird." Elder Wu Qifeng furrowed his brow, saying, "It seems the ruins are far from tranquil. This expedition will likely encounter some complications. We should not venture too deeply." The shrill cries of the bird and the roars of the beast echoed from within the ruins, slicing through the heavens and resounding from afar. The disciples present turned pale. Having witnessed one easily slay the venomous dragon, many were emboldened, but now they comprehended that the ruins were far more terrifying than they had imagined. There existed many formidable entities in the depths, far beyond their capacity to confront. "Let us change our entry point into the ruins." Elder Wu Qingfeng sensed that this area was particularly unsettled today. The primordial ruins were vast enough, so he led the group toward another section. After traversing a distance of over 10 miles, they arrived at a chaotic stone forest. After navigating through it, they re-entered the ruins. "I must remind you once more, even if you wish to delve deeper, do not exceed 10 miles. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly face peril to your lives. Proceed with caution and within your limits." Upon reaching this point, the group began to disperse, forming clusters of 3 or 5, each eager to seek their fortunes. The elixir of 100 herbs was a tremendous temptation for those disciples striving to forge their paths through adversity. Han Feiyu also participated in this trial, casting a cold glance at Yifan and Pang Bo. When they turned to look at him, he promptly averted his gaze and focused on another direction. Accompanying Han Feiyu were several young men and women, seemingly in their late teens, all brimming with vitality, their movements exuding an ethereal grace. Han Feiyu, clearly just one member of the group, stood on the periphery rather than at the center of attention. 1. Although a celestial seedling, had only just begun their journey and had learned little, the other was utterly inept, unable to cultivate. To be defeated by such a fool truly brought disgrace to Elder Han. The speakers, a young man and woman, appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Though slightly younger than those nearby, they were surrounded like stars encircling the moon. Pang Bo felt his temper flare as he listened. These two were exceedingly audacious, openly mocking Yifan as a waste. He retorted angrily, "How can you speak so? Do you not know how to communicate properly?" The 17 or 18-year-old girl scoffed repeatedly, a beauty mark gracing her lips. While strikingly beautiful, she exuded a chilling aura, her voice icy as she said, "Your temper is quite fierce. Do not presume that being a celestial seedling elevates you above all others. Remember, the future is unpredictable, and even celestial seedlings may wither prematurely. Who is truly arrogant here? Have we provoked you? You come at us with disdainful insults. Yet if we are to be deemed arrogant, then you must be utterly blind." Pang Bo retorted without reservation. If it were not for the Elder S orders forbidding disciples from fighting here, I would certainly teach you the proper conduct of a disciple." The girl with the beauty mark shot a frosty glare at Yi Fan, then fixed her gaze on Pang Bo. "Though you are a celestial seedling, you cannot bring just anyone here. This wasteland is a sacred ground of the Lingshu cave heaven. It cannot be sullied by the presence of undesirables." The young man standing beside her added mockingly, "Not everyone is fit for cultivation. One must possess self-awareness." He then directed a cold stare at Yi Fan, stating, "I kindly ask you to leave. This is a place for the disciples of our Lingshu cave heaven to train, and outsiders are not permitted to trespass. Shut your mouths." Pang Bo seethed with rage, feeling that the humiliation of Yi Fan was equivalent to his own disgrace, and he longed to charge at them. Yi Fan seized him. Casting a fleeting glance at the others without uttering a word, he merely produced a jade pendant, waving it before them, and then strode forward with determination. It was Elder Wu's jade pendant. The expressions of the few individuals instantly darkened, as they had intended to expel Yi Fan, only to find themselves at a loss for words. Han Feiyu stepped forward, saying, "Sister Li Lin, Brother Li Yun, let us refrain from provoking them for now. My uncle has expressly forbade me from engaging with them, and should he discover my disobedience, I would undoubtedly face his wrath." After walking several hundred meters, Pang Bo remarked, "I recall encountering them on the back mountain of the Lingshu cave. I was quite distant at the time and did not pay much attention." Elder Wu Qingfeng casually mentioned them, and the woman seems to be named Li Lin, also a celestial seed. The man is presumably called Li Yun. Although not a celestial seed, his talents are remarkably unique and not significantly inferior. Pang Bo appeared unfazed, declaring, "It is only through pressure that one finds motivation. My current ambition is to trample those rascals beneath my feet within 3 years. Now I understand why Elder Wu Qifeng once sighed about the mixed quality of talents in recent years. The Lingshu cave does not seem as tranquil as it appears. There may very well exist rivalries among the elders, so you must exercise caution henceforth." Yu Fan cautioned. "I am aware," replied Pang Bo. "Elder Wu Qifeng has indicated a desire to accept me as his disciple. I intend to retreat to the back mountain to cultivate after your departure, and I shall not stir trouble until I have achieved some proficiency." Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It is a pity that our current strength is insufficient. Otherwise, we could devise a plan to help you resolve these troubles. It's all right. Do not worry about me. They cannot harm me." At this point, Pang Bo remained quite indignant and remarked, "Do not pay attention to their words." Yi Fan smiled and said, "Rest assured, I can hardly be bothered to converse with them. Thus, their opinions hold no significance for me. That's good. For now, you need not concern yourself with anything else, but rather focus on your cultivation. Once your golden sea of suffering is unleashed, they will come to realize who the true waste is." Before long, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu caught up with them, but this time, their presence was merely coincidental as they were passing by. "Let us venture deeper into the ruins and leave the outside world to those inept individuals," Li Lin remarked with a faint, cold smile, her beauty mark at the corner of her mouth appearing somewhat glaring, evoking a sense of chill. Yu Fan stood aside, silently watching them depart, still refraining from uttering a word. This wretched individual! Pang Bo seethed with indignation, yet he could only endure, as he currently lacked the strength to oppose them. In the ensuing 2 days, Yi Fan and Pang Bo discovered dozens of medicinal herbs. However, upon presenting them to the 2 elders for exchange, they received merely 2 vials of herbal essence. In truth, many others experienced similar outcomes, with numerous individuals unable to procure even a single vial. Furthermore, during these 2 days, 3 disciples had perished. The external regions, although possessing some herbal resources, were deficient in age, having been nearly depleted by previous harvesters. As for the exotic beasts, upon witnessing such a multitude entering, they likely retreated far away, making them impossible to hunt. For Yi Fan, the 2 vials of herbal essence were virtually worthless, serving no real purpose. After much deliberation, both agreed that to unearth genuine spiritual herbs and hunt spiritual beasts, they would have to delve into the ruins like Li Lin and her companions. However, the interior was fraught with peril. Those ferocious creatures were beyond their capabilities. Moreover, should they encounter Li Lin and Li Yun, it was likely they would not dare to confront them openly, yet they might resort to underhanded tactics. After an extensive discussion, their gazes turned towards the horizon. They yearned to distance themselves from this area and venture into another territory. Just 2 days prior, the lightning bird, streaking across the sky, radiated a brilliant golden light, leaving a profound impression on them. The scaled ape king, leaping over 100 meters from the mountain, also left them in awe. At this moment, The images of the lightning bird and the scaled ape king frequently flickered before their eyes. Over the past 2 days, the depths of that region had been filled with piercing bird calls and beast roars, creating a cacophony that only began to subside today. What could possibly provoke such fearsome creatures to clash? Both felt certain there was an extraordinary reason behind it. Now, as the depths of the ruins gradually fell silent, they thought that if they could stealthily approach that region, they might uncover astonishing rewards. Yi Fan and Peng Bo, both resolute individuals, set forth without hesitation towards the designated area upon making their decision. As they approached the vicinity, they were taken aback by the sight of hundreds of venomous serpents, each as thick as a water barrel, hissing softly and enveloping the area in a toxic mist that rendered the vast woodland nearly unrecognizable. Moreover, deep within the thicket, ominous roars reverberated, signaling the presence of countless large beasts prowling the underbrush. For reasons unknown, these formidable creatures refrained from engaging one another, yet exhibited signs of extreme agitation, congregating in this locale in ever-increasing numbers, resembling a surging tide spilling forth from the depths, most of these ferocious beasts nameless to the eye. Above them, a multitude of bizarre avian species circled ominously in the low sky, their bodies towering several meters high, forming a darkened canopy that obscured the sun. What transpired here? Yi Fan and Peng Bo were both utterly astonished. What lay before their eyes was truly astounding. A vast multitude of savage beasts and endless ferocious birds congregated in this area, all restless and agitated, surging like a tumultuous tide. Could it be that the clash between the lightning bird and the scale ape king had startled these other fierce creatures into a frenzy? It was difficult to ascertain. Even if the beast king was engaged in battle, it seemed implausible that so many extraordinary beasts and spiritual birds could be roused. How were we to proceed? The sheer density of these ferocious creatures resembled a flood, completely obstructing our path. We must find a way to navigate around them. This undoubtedly presented a rare opportunity. I surmised that there was likely a vacuum zone within, perhaps at its core, a super beast king was locked in combat, or some other unforeseen incident had driven the majority of the savage beasts to the periphery. The two of them circled for over 10 miles, eventually discovering a sheer cliff. They climbed up the twisting vines, then scaled several precipices before descending along an ancient vine, ultimately arriving deep within the dense forest, successfully evading the tide-like onslaught of beasts and birds. It was eerily quiet here. The ancient trees towered overhead, entwined with old vines, lush and verdant, yet silence reigned, as if all living beings had fled, leaving an oppressive stillness devoid of sound. What transpired in the depths of the ruins? Even a beast king's battle should not result in such silence. I suspected there were other reasons. Otherwise, how could all the fierce creatures have vacated? Yi Fan and Peng Bo exchanged uncertain glances but pressed forward, quickly delving deeper into the woods. The ancient trees grew more robust, embodying a primeval landscape. A subtle sound emerged amidst a chaotic stone forest, akin to serpents flicking their tongues. A colorful mist enveloped the area, wafting in a foul odor. A colossal serpent. Peng Bo gasped softly. In that chaotic stone forest, a serpent, as thick as a water vat, coiled among the boulders, continuously exhaling a 5-colored toxic mist, its demeanor exceedingly agitated. This was no ordinary serpent. It bore a jade horn upon its head. The serpent, as thick as a vat, possessed scales the size of a palm, resplendent and vividly colored, shimmering under the sun's rays. Most remarkable was the jade horn atop its head, from which streams of radiant light cascaded like colorful threads, brilliant and gleaming, flowing into its cranium. This serpent, having attained a degree of sentience, was capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Should claws sprout beneath its belly, it would embody the legendary Jiaolong. A chill ran down the spines of the two. Not all fierce beasts had retreated. Some formidable entities remained, but this colossal serpent seemed restless, contemplating departure, yet hesitating. Suddenly, a faint, muffled sound emanated from the depths of the ruins, akin to the reverberation of a massive drum, resonating from a great distance. Upon hearing the ominous sound, both Yi Fan and Peng Bo felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At that moment, the colossal serpent adorned with jade-like horns quivered uncontrollably before it surged forward with great speed, darting deep into the stone forest. The serpent's den lay within the chaotic labyrinth of rocks, and its agitation propelled it into a vast, dark cave from which it refused to emerge. As the vibrant, toxic mists dissipated, the foul odor faded, revealing the surroundings of the chaotic stone forest in vivid clarity. This was undoubtedly the jade-horned serpent that the elder had described. Initially, the two men had not made the connection, but as the poisonous fog cleared and they beheld the ominous serpent's den nestled in the depths of the stone forest, memories began to resurface. They recalled the elder's mention of these jade-horned serpents, evolved after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for over a century, residing in habitats where a rare herb known as jade serpent orchid flourished. Although they both had a vague recollection, the details eluded them. In addition to imparting profound teachings on mystical arts, the elder had shared a wealth of knowledge over the past few months, covering topics such as cultivation scriptures, weaponry, and herbal remedies. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had primarily focused on their training, neglecting other areas of study. Prior to this expedition, they had hastily reviewed relevant texts. Otherwise, while they could recognize many medicinal herbs, they might not be able to identify them swiftly. Indeed, it was Jade Serpent Orchid. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were both filled with excitement as they stood at the entrance of the Dark Serpent's lair, where they beheld 3 peculiar plants, each standing at the height of a palm. The plants were as white as jade, their forms translucent and shimmering, resembling 3 small white serpents standing upright. They bore several jade-like leaves, and atop each plant blossomed a resplendent magnolia flower, radiant in its beauty. These extraordinary plants were indeed remarkable, exuding a subtle luminescence, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air. Without a doubt, they were the fabled Jade Serpent Orchid. It was said that when the ancient serpent inhaled the essence of the sun and moon, the surrounding aura became thick with spiritual energy. Yet ordinary plants could not endure such conditions. Even the most resilient spiritual herbs would disintegrate into dust over time. Only this unique orchid could survive, absorbing the vital essence alongside the serpent, and after a century of exposure to the spiritual energy, it would coalesce into a form resembling the ancient serpent, hence its name. Jade Serpent Orchid. This orchid possessed extraordinary detoxifying properties, capable of counteracting many lethal toxins in the world. Its growth near the serpent's lair was in perfect harmony with the presence of venomous creatures, as it served as an antidote. Moreover, having absorbed a vast amount of life essence alongside the ancient serpent, it was a favorite among cultivators. The two restrained their impulses, refraining from rushing forward to pluck the orchids. It was said that these plants were prepared for the ancient serpent, and once the Jade Serpent Orchid fully transformed into the likeness of the serpent, it would consume them. Anyone attempting to covet the orchids would surely invoke the serpent's wrath. Although the ancient serpent had already transformed into the jade-horned serpent, these 3 Jade Serpent Orchids had not yet completely metamorphosed into the serpent's form, indicating they were not fully matured. How could they harvest them? Yi Fan speculated that the ancient serpent had just been startled and had retreated deep into the lair, temporarily too frightened to emerge. If they proceeded cautiously, they might successfully gather the precious orchids. Yet, it felt somewhat precarious. They decided to wait a moment. Should that deep, resonant sound echo from within the ruins again, they would swiftly dash forward, seize the orchids, and make their escape. Let us remain patient for a while, they agreed, finding concealment amidst the chaotic stone forest. Though they were unaware of what transpired deep within the ruins, they believed the situation was likely ongoing, and that ominous sound would soon resonate again. Indeed, less than a quarter of an hour passed before the deep sound reverberated 3 times. A sense of unease gripped Yi Fan and Pang Bo, evoking an odd sensation that caused their souls to shiver involuntarily. They ran several miles before pausing, only to hear a thunderous rumble from behind, as if an earthquake had struck the stone forest, signaling the ancient serpent's emergence. Another deep sound echoed from the depths of the ruins, causing their hearts to race violently, a sharp pain gripping their chests. Yet, this very noise seemed to have quieted the area where the ancient serpent resided. Thank goodness we succeeded. I feared the serpent would pursue us. It has already attained a level of sentience that most powerful beings cannot contend with, let alone us, they remarked, sitting upon a large blue stone, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Yi Fan and Pang Bo meticulously observed the Jade Serpent Orchid in their hands, which indeed resembled an ancient serpent adorned with leaves, crowned with delicate blossoms. The stem bore patterns reminiscent of scales, and its entire form shimmered with a translucent brilliance, akin to being sculpted from mutton-fat jade. A captivating fragrance wafted forth, penetrating deeply into one's very essence. Alas, it was not yet fully mature, but one must remain content. Such treasures are rare and elusive. It is said to encapsulate a wealth of life essence, though its true effects remain uncertain. They resolved to find a safe haven to consume it and test its efficacy. The two were adamant that they would not exchange the Jade Serpent Orchid for the 100-herb liquid with the elders of the Lingshu Cave. Surely, this remarkable specimen would yield a far superior essence compared to that derived from 100 types of medicinal herbs. Yifan and Pang Bo grasped the vines as they ascended a steep cliff, surrounded by lush vegetation that flourished in abundance. Yet, there was an eerie absence of animal tracks or the presence of birds, rendering the atmosphere profoundly tranquil. After consuming the Jade Serpent Orchid, they would no longer need to fear serpents, scorpions, or venomous insects. The two conferred briefly, and Yifan resolved to ingest a single specimen first to ascertain its effects. Confident in his unique constitution that rendered him impervious to the overwhelming potency of the elixir that might otherwise plunge him into a sea of suffering. Yifan took a hearty bite of half a jade snake orchid, and an aromatic fragrance instantly permeated the air, enveloping the entire cliff in a refreshing scent. His mouth was filled with a rich bouquet, and he felt every pore in his body expand. Around him, spiritual energy swirled, and the severed jade snake orchid exuded a vital essence, with delicate rays of light shimmering and flowing. Yifan hurriedly consumed the remaining half of the plant. Subsequently, he swiftly settled into a meditative posture, beginning to circulate the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture. He remained utterly still, resembling a statue. Before long, his breathing became rapid, his complexion turned crimson, veins dilated, and his skin glowed with a faint luminescence. Pang Bo felt a surge of anxiety as he observed, sensing a powerful spiritual energy crashing against Yufan's flesh and organs. He could even hear Yufan's blood resonating, akin to a roaring river in full flow, as a formidable life essence coursed through his being, continuously cleansing his corporeal form, radiating light. After half an hour, the sound within Yufan's bloodlines gradually ceased. His breathing elongated, and his pulse stabilized, rendering him much more agile. Suddenly, an intense golden light erupted from Yifan's sea of suffering, casting divine rainbows and dazzling brilliance across the expanse. "It's here," Pang Bo exclaimed with excitement. The scene he witnessed previously reappeared. Yifan's sea of suffering transformed into a vast ocean of gold, resounding with the roar of tidal waves, reminiscent of thousands of galloping steeds, deafening in its intensity. Furious waves surged skyward. The golden light blazed brilliantly, an endless ocean heaved with grandeur, sweeping upward to the heavens, as radiant divine light cascaded across the sky. Thunder rumbled, and golden lightning cleaved the air, while countless claps of thunder echoed in the firmament. Within the destructive force lay boundless vitality, a vigorous life force dancing amidst the flickering lightning. The golden ocean, with its towering waves, intertwined with the blazing lightning, forming an extraordinary realm of infinite divine radiance. The thunderous sound of the tsunami resonated, and though Pang Bo had witnessed it before, he found himself momentarily entranced, as the golden sea of suffering seemed to possess an enigmatic power, vibrating continuously. The sea of suffering surrounding Yifan sparkled with resplendent brilliance, casting a divine light upon the landscape. It took a full 2 hours for the tumult to gradually subside. The golden radiance retracted, the tumultuous sounds vanished, and the sea of suffering returned to tranquility. In that moment, Yifan's essence became ethereal, exuding an aura reminiscent of an immortal, transcending the mundane realm. Half an hour later, Yifan opened his eyes, which flashed like twin bolts of lightning. His gaze shimmered with divine light, brimming with vitality and vigor. How does it feel? It feels exceptionally good. The sea of suffering has expanded. Yifan commenced the operation of the esoteric methods recorded in the Tao canon. Instantly, a glimmer of golden light illuminated the sea of suffering, transforming the once sesame-sized expanse into one akin to a soybean, resembling a divine lamp fixed in place. The speed of this expansion was truly astonishing. Pang Bo felt a mix of joy and surprise for Yifan. This time, his development of the sea of suffering had multiplied its size remarkably. The golden sea of suffering flowed with traces of divine energy, granting Yifan unparalleled comfort in his every movement, while the delicate divine splendor radiating from the sea nourished his flesh and blood. As he operated the Tao Canon's esoteric methods, a stream of golden divine light surged forth from the sea of suffering, shooting from his fingertips with a soft hiss, piercing through a nearby ancient tree. Pang Bo stood in sheer astonishment, exclaiming, "You can actually unleash an attack akin to divine runes." The Jade Serpent Orchid was indeed extraordinary. The life essence it contained was manifold stronger than the dozens of bottles of herbal elixirs from before. Yifan marveled at the ease with which he had expanded the golden sea of suffering. Bei Dou, too, exhibited an expression of excitement, stating, "This expedition was not in vain. Acquiring these 3 spiritual herbs surely surpasses the total gains of others. I can hardly fathom what transpired in the depths of the ruins. Shall we venture deeper? Indeed, we must press on. There may be further rewards awaiting us. The ferocious beasts have fled, and such opportunities are rare. Moreover, something astonishing might be unfolding in the depths of the ruins, possibly presenting us with a tremendous fortune." Chapter 51. A day lasts 3 autumns. Did that ominous sound from the depths of the ruins echo again just now? Yufan inquired. The unsettling noise had instilled fear in all creatures, leaving one to wonder if that jade-horned serpent had also retreated. This ancient serpent, having attained sentience, must have been enraged. Hopefully, it has departed. Otherwise, as we delve deeper into the ruins, we may encounter it. What is that smell? Yufan expressed his confusion, saying, "There seems to be a faint, fishy odor." Bei Dou inhaled deeply, then his expression shifted dramatically. It resembles the sin of an old serpent. Just then, Yufan's countenance changed abruptly as he pulled Bei Dou close and whispered, "We must flee." A few hundred meters ahead, a fearsome, colossal serpent's head emerged from the cliff, adorned with palm-sized, iridescent scales that shimmered ominously. Its eyes glowed like red lanterns, radiating a malevolent crimson light. The serpent's forked tongue, extending 2 to 3 meters, hissed ominously, and upon brushing against the vegetation on the cliff, it reduced them to a yellowish liquid instantly. The ancient serpent was in pursuit. Bei Dou's complexion turned pale in that instant, for he had not anticipated that this malevolent creature would follow them. The only solace was that it had yet to detect their presence. Above the cliff, towering ancient trees loomed, and the 2 swiftly retreated to the cliff's backside, grasping at the vines as they leaped downwards. A delay could prove fatal, for the old serpent was surely enraged, and if it discovered their trail, a grim fate awaited them. If this ancient serpent took a grudge against them, they would be in dire peril. As they fled, they glanced back to behold the vibrant giant serpent rearing atop the rocky precipice, its eyes emitting twin beams of blood-red light. The jade-like horn atop its head sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, radiating divine auras. A resounding rumble echoed from the cliffside as massive boulders cascaded downward. Many trees crushed beneath the serpent's weight as it descended the cliff, pursuing them with relentless speed. This was disastrous. It had spotted them. There was no escape, for the serpent was far too swift, and with those ferocious beasts outside as obstacles, they would undoubtedly be caught midway. With no alternatives left, they dashed towards the ruins, hoping the muffled sounds would intimidate the serpent, deterring it from venturing too deep. After a brief discussion, they transformed into 2 streaks of light, racing towards the heart of the ruins. Yet, this jade-horned serpent had attained a level of intelligence beyond the ordinary, moving with the swiftness of a tempest, commanding fierce winds that flattened the flora in its path, clearing a route for its advance. The thunderous rumbling continued as the serpent moved with a ferocity surpassing that of a bulldozer, shaking the earth and snapping trees in its wake. Nothing could impede its progress, and the sinister hiss of its tongue drew ever closer, accompanied by a nauseating stench that assaulted their senses. Yufan felt no discomfort, yet Bei Dou was overwhelmed by dizziness. He remarked, "The venom of this old serpent is exceedingly potent. Even from hundreds of meters away, the toxic mist is wafted over, and I feel my body weakening. Quickly, consume a petal of the jade snake orchid." Yufan, filled with urgency, recognized the astonishing speed of the old serpent, which was drawing ever nearer. If anything were to befall Bei Dou, it would be too late for regret. Bei Dou hesitated to consume the entire jade snake orchid, opting instead to tear off a petal that resembled jade, yet he still feared the potency might be too overwhelming, potentially overwhelming his senses. Ultimately, he decided to pluck a few stamens and place them in his mouth to dissolve. "How do you feel?" Yufan inquired, anxious about Bei Dou's condition. "Truly miraculous." Bei Dou exhaled deeply. Shortly after ingesting the petals, the nausea vanished, the dizziness dissipated, and he felt invigorated, swiftly countering the serpent's venom. Indeed, it was worthy of its reputation as a divine remedy, capable of neutralizing the world's rarest poisons. Yufan felt a wave of relief wash over him. With a cacophonous crash, the old serpent drew closer, mercilessly crushing the ancient trees that obstructed its path, its presence terrifying. The low shrubs parted as though in submission, revealing a serpentine pathway. The serpent's blood-red eyes glinted as it unleashed a torrent of venomous mist. Despite the distance still measuring over 100 meters, the mist surged forward with alarming speed, hissing as it enveloped the surrounding foliage, which rapidly disintegrated into yellow liquid, a horrifying sight. Had they not consumed the jade snake orchid, the outcome would have been unimaginable, likely leaving a scene of carnage in their wake. The serpent's venom was overwhelmingly dominant. If this continued, escape would be impossible, and the old serpent was on the brink of catching up. Any ordinary person would have already fallen prey to the serpent. Given its astonishing speed, the jade-horned serpent moved like the wind, a true embodiment of swiftness. Yifan and Bei Dou, having consumed sacred fruits in the ancient forbidden grounds, not only possessed the strength of a dragon but also experienced a significant boost in speed. Otherwise, they would have been overtaken long ago. Hold on, Yifan urged, sensing that the ominous sound would soon return. At that moment, the old serpent would surely feel trepidation, presenting them with an opportunity for escape. The ground trembled, and boulders rolled as the serpent nearly closed the distance, now merely 70 to 80 meters away. Yifan and Bei Dou's expressions changed dramatically, and they swiftly pivoted, evading to the side. With a swift motion, the old serpent charged past, but it was not as clumsy as anticipated. Its massive tail swept across like a formidable iron whip, instantly severing a swath of trees, leaves scattering in disarray, and a foul stench pervading the air. Although Yifan and Bei Dou were not struck by the colossal serpent's tail, they were nonetheless battered by the splintered trees, which crashed into their bodies with the force of stone, propelling them through the air. Had it not been for their extraordinary physiques and remarkable divine strength, they would have surely suffered grievous injuries. Even so, they felt their vitality surge chaotically, staggering backward for several paces before regaining their balance. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of impending danger washed over them. At that moment, a piercing sound of air being sliced apart echoed, as the jade horn atop the serpent's head emitted a dazzling radiance, slicing toward them like a sword extending over several meters. Run! Yifan and Bei Dou transformed in an instant, exerting all their strength to surge forth, leaving behind 2 fleeting afterimages. The radiant beam, stretching over 20 meters, effortlessly cleaved through numerous ancient trees, carving a terrifying fissure into the ground. Even the massive boulders that obstructed their path were bisected with astonishing precision, their severed edges as smooth as if they had been sliced through tofu. The power of the transformed serpent demon was truly formidable. A chill surged within Yifan and Bei Dou, a stark reminder that there are indeed no free lunches in this world. To attain anything of value, one must inevitably pay a price. Had it not been for the tumultuous upheaval deep within the ruins, they would have had no chance of obtaining the coveted jade snake orchid. Yet, even so, they found themselves pursued, with nowhere to escape. We can hold out for at most another 15 minutes. Just as these words escaped their lips, a thunderous sound erupted from the depths of the ruins. Yifan and Bei Dou felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies jolting violently, hearts aching. The colossal serpent was even more affected, thrashing violently on the ground, its massive form crushing trees in its wake. Run! Stealing their nerves, Yifan and Bei Dou fled like the wind, not daring to pause for a moment. Damn it! That old serpent is still on our tail. In the distance, the trees were in disarray, though the jade-horned serpent had slowed somewhat. It was still relentlessly pursuing them along the path they had taken. This was an untenable situation. It could very well drive them deeper into the heart of the ruins. Yifan and Bei Dou felt a sense of foreboding. Such a transformed creature was indeed a formidable adversary. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Yifan's eye. Look! He exclaimed, astonished. Ahead, several figures were swiftly navigating the mountainous terrain. Bei Dou squinted. It's Lin, Liyun, and Han Feiyu. It appeared that these individuals shared the same intent as they did, seizing this rare opportunity to delve into the depths of the ruins for extensive exploration. In that moment, Yifan and Bei Dou exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. They quickly descended the boulders and surged forward at breakneck speed. Lin, Liyun, and Han Feiyu were aiming for the ancient structures deep within the ruins, possessing a far greater understanding of this primal wasteland than Yifan and Bei Dou. They knew that today's peculiarities were surely not merely due to the Battle of Beast Kings. It was likely that some upheaval had occurred within the ancient architectural complex deep in the ruins. Should they manage to penetrate that area, they might encounter unimaginable opportunities. For this wasteland was a remnant from the primordial era. Someone approaches, evidently with the same intention as us, Liyun remarked, a glint of menace in his eyes. We should intercept them. They may have already discovered some spiritual relics. It's that waste-named Yifan, and that fellow Bei Dou. Lin's eyes glinted ominously as she regarded the swiftly approaching duo. How dare they draw near us, courting death? Han Feiyu's face was filled with malice, his eyes radiating a fierce and ruthless light. Yifan and Bei Dou moved swiftly, reaching their destination in mere moments. Li Lin, brother Li Yun, what an unexpected encounter. Such fate. Yi Fan and Pang Bo expressed their surprise, their faces alight with emotion, as if reunited with long-lost kin. They rushed forward, brimming with joy and warmth. A day apart felt like 3 autumns, and 2 days felt like 6 years. At last, they were together again. The two approached with great strides, eager to embrace their companions to convey their delight. This made Li Lin and Li Yun feel quite uncomfortable, causing them to break into involuntary shivers. Li Lin immediately displayed a look of disdain, casting a scornful glance at Pang Bo and then at Yi Fan, saying, "Do not attempt to get close. Whatever you do is futile, it will not change a thing." Standing atop a massive boulder, she gazed down at Pang Bo and Yi Fan with a fierce expression, coldly declaring, "You are incredibly bold. Do you not fear meeting your demise in this forest? The depths of the ruins are not a playground for the foolish." Li Yun's face was equally frigid as he stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, a mocking smile on his lips. He contemplated whether to act immediately, his only concern being the potential mark left by Elder Wu Qingfeng on Pang Bo, which could lead to inquiries about the unfolding events. Despite the humiliation and the palpable threat they faced, Yi Fan and Pang Bo remained unfazed, seamlessly integrating into the group. More audaciously, they clasped Han Feiyu's hands together, exclaiming, "Han Feiyu, you are truly a good person. Have you perhaps harvested some spiritual herbs? You seem to be exuding a fragrant aroma." Li Lin's murderous intent became evident, the beauty mark at the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Yet, in an instant, her expression shifted as she remarked, "Something feels off. Why is there an odor of blood and decay?" Rumbling echoed ominously. It was a snake spirit. An ancient serpent had transformed into a spirit, the jade-horned snake. The expressions of those present changed dramatically as they beheld an old serpent with a single horn soaring through the air, uprooting vegetation in its wake. Its overpowering stench inducing nausea. "Damn it, it is you too." In that moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu realized everything. They longed to reduce Yi Fan and Pang Bo to mere ashes, but knew this was not the time for anger. They turned and fled in utter disarray. "You are truly good people." Yi Fan and Pang Bo called out to Han Feiyu and the others as they dashed away in haste. Chapter 52. Unfathomable depths. At this moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu wished they could skin Yi Fan and Pang Bo alive. Their smiles appeared lewd and irritating, as if begging for a slap. However, this was merely their perception. In reality, Yi Fan and Pang Bo believed their smiles to be radiant, and they felt a sense of ease as their sweat pores opened wide, embracing the moment. "Pang Bo, you are courting death. I shall not spare you," Li Lin cursed, her beautiful visage icy cold, radiating a terrifying aura. Li Yun was equally incensed. This was an entirely unwarranted calamity, being inexplicably pursued by a serpent spirit. He bellowed, "Pang Bo, you are forcing our hand. Even if you are a celestial seed, this enmity shall not end until one of us is dead. And as for that worthless wretch, just wait, I shall personally dispatch you." Suddenly, a burst of 5-colored poisonous mist surged forth, enveloping them like a vibrant shroud. Li Lin and Li Yun dared not utter another word, hastily charging ahead, fearful of being engulfed by the serpent's venom. At that moment, a scream pierced the air. One among them could not evade the onslaught and was reduced to a puddle of viscera, bones charred and nearly disintegrated. Terror gripped their hearts. This monstrous serpent was truly fearsome, capable of turning a cultivator into mere dust with a single breath of poison. What infuriated Li Lin and Li Yun further was Pang Bo's astonishing swiftness, darting ahead like a rabbit, leaving them far behind as though they were mere human shields. Meanwhile, the so-called waste, Yi Fan, outpaced them all, leading the charge and driving the likes of Han Feiyu to the brink of madness. How could a mere waste surpass them? The elite disciples, igniting their anger and self-loathing? Hiss! The ancient serpent drew near, its jade horn radiating a fierce divine light, cleaving the air like a bolt of lightning. With a sickening crack, it split one of their own in two, crimson blood splattering onto those nearby, sending shivers down their spines. A female cultivator cried out in terror. The gruesome reality laid bare their insignificance. Before the might of the serpent demon, they, mere novices on the path of cultivation, were utterly defenseless. The ground trembled as the serpent's jade horn glowed ominously, crushing through the forest, rapidly closing in on them. In the throes of fear, someone could not restrain their curses, lamenting, "Damn it, how can that waste run so fast? It's as if he has vanished. Cursed waste." How can he outrun us? All were filled with bitter resentment, their teeth clenched in frustration. The so-called trash seemed to glide effortlessly, dancing atop the grass with an almost ethereal grace. These two scoundrels, once I find the chance, I shall make them suffer 1,000 cuts. Li Lin's exquisite face was clouded with frost, her expression a tumult of rage and fear, yet powerless to act. Though they possessed considerable skill, they were far from matching the serpent demon. As for Li Lin and Li Yun, despite their exceptional talents, they had only recently joined the Lingshu Cave Heaven 3 years prior. Although their progress was rapid, they had yet to cultivate the divine rainbow and could only flee upon the ground. Although their cultivation was significantly superior to that of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, it still paled in comparison to the two who had ingested the sacred fruit. Yi Fan and Pang Bo underwent a transformative metamorphosis, their physiques far exceeding those of ordinary cultivators, thus leaving their pursuers far behind. The group was nearly out of breath, and even Li Lin, disregarding her image as a beauty, set aside her dignity to unleash a torrent of invective, exclaiming, "You, Pang, and that useless one, I, Li Lin, will remember you both." Being relentlessly pursued by the jade-horned serpent, their fates hanging by a thread, and now subjected to Li Lin's scathing insults. Even the most stoic among them could feel the flames of indignation rising. Yi Fan, unable to contain his frustration, retorted fiercely, "Damn it. Li Lin, I remember you too. But not out of any interest, more like a rolling pin. You drive me mad." Li Lin trembled with rage, yet had no choice but to continue her frantic flight, unwilling to let her focus waver. Behind them, Li Yun shouted furiously, "You two scoundrels, how heartless can you be? I curse you to an ill fate. Damn it, who was heartless? You've always wanted to eliminate us. Now that we've crossed paths, it's your misfortune." Yi Fan shot back. Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu were left nearly speechless, feeling as if they had drawn the short straw in fate's lottery, their lives hanging by a thread. Aside from Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu, the others were clearly struggling, some even sobbing as they called out, "I say, esteemed junior brothers." "Who are your junior brothers?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo retorted, displeased with such a designation. "My apologies, I meant esteemed elder brothers." They whimpered, particularly addressing Pang Bo. "You, the so-called elder brother, you run so swiftly. There's truly no need to follow us. Please, just run far away. I implore you." Yi Fan had been pursued for an extended period, his life hanging by a thread. In this moment, the usual tranquility that characterized him vanished, and he retorted fiercely, "Who is the worthless one here?" Thud. Among the group, the last cultivator's complexion turned ashen, having inhaled some snake venom. He was physically depleted and collapsed to the ground. The colossal jade-horned serpent surged past, its immense body crushing him into a pulpy mess, splattering blood in a gruesome display. Hiss! The sound of the serpent flicking its tongue filled the air, and then a disciple was violently yanked back by an unseen force, hurtling into the gaping maw of the jade-horned serpent. A terrified, frantic scream escaped his lips, only to be abruptly silenced. With a sickening sound, blood erupted from the serpent's fearsome white fangs, and the unfortunate soul was swallowed whole. In fact, during the act of swallowing, his body had already disintegrated. This horrifying scene instilled a profound terror in everyone, chilling them to the bone. As the distance closed, the jade-horned serpent ceased spewing venom and refrained from emitting divine light from its horn. Instead, it opened its gaping maw, flicking its tongue, drawing individuals toward it with an utterly terrifying suction, consuming them whole. Splatter. Blood sprayed once more as another victim was devoured, crimson streams flowing from its razor-sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 lives had been lost. Aside from Yi Fan and Pang Bo, only Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu remained. "Pang Bo, and that worthless one. Just wait. My great-uncle will make you wish for death, turning you to dust," Han Feiyu cried out, a mixture of fear and fury in his voice. At that moment, he found himself at the rear, acutely aware that he was about to become the serpent's next target. The ancient serpent flicked its 2 to 3 meter long tongue, dripping a large quantity of venom that corroded the ground, emitting wisps of white smoke. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Han Feiyu. "No!" Han Feiyu screamed in terror, feeling his body grow weightless as an invisible force yanked him off the ground, propelling him toward the serpent's massive jaws. In this perilous moment, Han Feiyu summoned the Qingmu seal, a treasured artifact weighing thousands of pounds, which radiated green light, with tendrils of emerald mist swirling around it, and crashed down fiercely. Bang! The Qingmu seal struck the serpent's head with a solid impact, causing it to sway slightly. Yet it sustained no damage whatsoever. The serpent's horn emitted a divine radiance, effortlessly deflecting the Qingmu seal, which fell heavily in the distance, shattering a pile of rocks into dust. The Qingmu seal remained intact, for it was an artifact personally refined by Han Feiyu's great-uncle, inscribed with numerous intricate patterns that established formidable powers, making it challenging to destroy. However, Han Feiyu's cultivation was insufficient to unleash its true potential, rendering him incapable of harming the jade-horned serpent. Great-uncle, save me. As Han Feiyu was lifted into the air by the serpent demon, he let out a terrified scream. At that moment, a jade pendant on his chest began to radiate light, forming a protective barrier that suspended him in midair, making it difficult for the ancient serpent to swallow him whole. Suddenly, Han Feiyu recalled that this was the jade pendant his great-uncle had insisted he carry at all times. It seemed to have been left for his protection in dire moments. From a distant cliff, a flash of green light surged forth, and a figure riding a divine rainbow approached in the blink of an eye. The old serpent, seemingly wary, quickly retreated, abandoning Han Feiyu suspended in the air. Li Lin and Li Yun instantly displayed expressions of delight, while Han Feiyu called out desperately, "Great-uncle, save me." As the divine rainbow surged forward, a figure emerged, an elderly man, hunched and disheveled, appeared before them. He grasped Han Feiyu and gently lowered him to the ground, prompting Li Lin and Li Yun to hurriedly pay their respects. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Pang Bo halted in their tracks, exchanging uneasy glances. They felt an urge to flee but realized the elder's gaze had swept over them, prompting them to remain still, aware that any attempt to escape would be futile should a powerful being fixate on them. The elder, frail and stooped, stood no taller than 5 feet. His long, white hair obscured his face, rendering his features indistinct, though his hands appeared withered and bony, resembling dark bird talons. "Thank goodness Elder Han arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have perished here," Li Lin and Li Yun remarked after bowing, casting fierce glares at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, declaring, "This time, you are doomed." Han Feiyu, gritting his teeth, whispered fervently to the elder, his expression revealing a desire for retribution against Yi Fan and Pang Bo, his gaze icy and filled with malice as it shifted toward them. The emaciated Elder Han paid no heed to the trio before him. Instead, he focused on the jade-horned serpent ahead, nodding solemnly. His voice, low and hoarse, seemed on the brink of faltering as he remarked, "Indeed, very good. The jade horn of the serpent is an excellent material for alchemy." The jade-horned serpent, having sensed danger, retreated rapidly, its tongue flickering as it sought to escape. In that instant, the disheveled elder glided forward like a wraith, determined not to let it flee. The old serpent exhaled a cloud of poisonous mist, engulfing him. Yet the green light shimmered as a mysterious aura enveloped Elder Han, completely shielding him from the serpent's venom. With a piercing radiance, the jade horn atop the serpent erupted in a blaze of divine light, sending forth blinding beams aimed at Elder Han. The sounds of clashing weapons echoed as Elder Han wielded a green wooden ruler, shattering all divine rays that threatened him, scattering them across the forest floor. Sensing impending doom, the jade-horned serpent swiftly turned to flee, eager to distance itself from the scene. However, Elder Han no longer granted it any opportunity. Suddenly, 12 beams of emerald light erupted from his desiccated form, with 12 green wooden swords rapidly enlarging and piercing into the ground, forming a cage that ensnared the jade-horned serpent within. The jade horn fell off automatically. "If it sought destruction, I would tear you apart." Elder Han's voice was chilling, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on the serpent. The serpent demon appeared exceedingly enraged, its eyes blazing with ferocity, and the jade horn radiated with brilliant light, as if it were gathering all its divine power for a final strike. Clearly, Elder Han would not permit it to unleash such an attack. The 12 green wooden swords emitted a ghostly azure glow, their engravings writhing like serpents, before they surged with vibrant green light, exuding a murderous aura as they simultaneously struck towards the center. Puff, puff, puff. In the distance, Yi Fan and Pang Bo gasped in astonishment. Han Feiyu's uncle was terrifying indeed, effortlessly slaying a serpent spirit with a mere flick of his hand, his profound cultivation evoking dread. It was well known that the old serpent possessed a formidable physique, capable of easily crushing ancient trees and shattering massive boulders, its body as resilient as adamantine. Yet it could not withstand the assault of the 12 green wooden swords, which swiftly dispatched it. Blood flowed like a river, saturating the ground, and the disheveled, stooped Elder Han instilled a sense of horror. Chapter 53. Elder Han he advanced, holding a green wooden ruler, stepping into the blood-soaked ground. With a gentle tap, he detached the jade horn, then rummaged through the serpent's remains, extracting a massive serpent gallbladder, slick with blood. With fingers like bird talons, he punctured the gallbladder, squeezing the bile into his mouth, and eventually consumed the gallbladder itself, chewing and swallowing it. Alas, though it was bitter for my almost lifeless body, it was indeed a significant tonic. Serpent spirits' gallbladders were rare treasures. His words were haunting, imbued with a ghostly chill, causing even Li Lin and Li Yun to feel a shiver. You few are exceedingly bold, daring to venture here. Elder Han, with his disheveled hair and obscured face, exuded an aura of foreboding as he coldly declared, "Do not think that even those with a continuous flow of divine power would venture recklessly deep into the ruins." Uncle, I realize my mistakes. Han Feiyu lowered his head, not daring to offer any defense, seemingly filled with fear of Elder Han. Li Lin and Li Yun also bowed their heads, unwilling to meet the gaze of the elder before them. Indeed, although the three agreed, they did not immediately withdraw. Casting furtive glances towards Yifan and Pang Bo, their murderous intent unmistakable and unmasked. "Are you not leaving?" Despite his disheveled appearance obscuring his features, two piercing rays shot from Elder Han's hair, instantly enveloping the three in an icy chill, compelling them to hasten away into the forest. Elder Han approached Yifan and Pang Bo, his body as parched as driftwood, clad in black garments that seemed to cling to a slender bamboo pole, his flowing white hair rendering him a figure of eerie terror. He glided forward like a ghost, utterly silent, seemingly floating without touching the ground, emanating an aura of death. Yifan and Pang Bo felt an immediate surge of tension. The gaunt, skeletal figure of the elderly man emanated an unsettling aura. Their scalps tingled with apprehension. For outside the confines of the Lingshu cave, should he choose to seize them for his alchemical pursuits, they would find themselves utterly powerless, with no recourse to escape. Elder Han approached with an ethereal grace, his chilling laughter reminiscent of a mournful owl's cry, instilling a profound sense of dread that raised the hairs on their bodies. The sound he produced was far from that of a living being. To have survived the jaws of the jade-horned serpent and to have obtained the jade serpent orchid, impressive indeed. He nodded repeatedly, his gaze piercing through the white strands of his hair, scrutinizing Yifan and Pang Bo with a malevolent glint in his eyes. The praise they received felt more like a disconcerting examination of their very beings rather than commendation of their accomplishments. A shiver coursed through them as they regarded the spectre-like Elder Han, who, nearing the end of his days, sought to concoct the elusive revitalization pill. His relentless scrutiny was nothing short of chilling. They had indeed encountered Elder Han. Yifan and Pang Bo stepped forward to pay their respects. At this moment, escape was utterly futile, for their adversary possessed the ability to traverse the divine rainbow, allowing for instantaneous pursuit. "You seem somewhat apprehensive of me." "There is no need for such trepidation. In truth, I hold a fondness for the youth, particularly those brimming with vitality and vigor." Elder Han's voice was deep and hoarse as he advanced a few paces, casting a glance at Pang Bo before letting his gaze linger on Yifan. A fervent intensity in his eyes, as though appraising an object of his desire. Yifan was on the verge of launching a fist, and Pang Bo could no longer contain himself, preparing to strike. However, at that moment, Elder Han gently placed a hand on Yifan's shoulder before drifting away like a specter, leaving the two behind. "I have faith in you. Henceforth, focus on your cultivation." His words were weak and lifeless as he vanished before their eyes, soaring into the depths of the ruins. What does this old man mean? Pang Bo displayed a look of confusion. He had initially thought Elder Han intended to intervene but was taken aback by his sudden departure. Yifan's expression darkened, and he muttered a curse under his breath. That unabashed gaze offered no pretense, as if he regarded me as his personal possession. "Damned old fool. I wish for him to be trapped deep within the ruins." Pang Bo suggested, "Let us depart swiftly while that old man has yet to unleash his malice. The farther we go, the better." Whether they fled or not, it mattered little. His failure to act directly was undoubtedly due to his apprehension of Elder Wu Qifeng. Yet, his demeanor suggested he held all the cards, leaving them uncertain of his true intentions. In the distance, amidst the forest, Han Feiyu was puzzled. He had thought his uncle would seize Yifan for alchemical purposes, only for him to pause briefly before floating away. Li Lin and Li Yun, gritting their teeth, conspired to eliminate Yifan and Pang Bo now that Elder Han had retreated. Pang Bo, a celestial seedling, likely bore the marks of Elder Wu Qifeng. Should they kill them, it would not take long for the truth to surface. Ultimately, the three departed in fury, suppressing their murderous intent. At that moment, a radiant beam shot across the sky, heading toward the depths of the ruins. It was Elder Wu Qifeng. Yifan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, revealing their delight. The depths of the ruins were undoubtedly perilous, yet they chose to advance rather than retreat. If we do not venture to the very depths, we might still uncover spiritual herbs akin to the jade snake orchid in the next layer down. They believed the greatest danger lay within the deepest recesses, where astonishing events had transpired, while other regions were relatively safe. The forest was eerily quiet. After walking several more miles, Yifan and Pang Bo encountered numerous foundation stones and rubble, with vegetation struggling to conceal the remnants of the ruins. During this journey, they became convinced that not all fierce beasts had fled. They spotted formidable creatures, no less powerful than the jade-horned snake, lurking anxiously in various hideouts. Suddenly, a muffled sound reverberated from the depths of the ruins. Yifan and Pang Bo felt a jolt in their hearts, as though something had seized their very cores, inflicting a sharp pain. Though their physiques vastly exceeded that of ordinary men, they still experienced discomfort, staggering backward a few steps before regaining their balance, their faces paling in fear. What on earth is this? Have you noticed that the dull sound is growing increasingly brief? Furthermore, the two of them sensed an overwhelming vitality emanating from the depths of the ruins. What thoughts crossed your mind? Pang Bo inquired. Yifan shook his head and remarked, I have a rather absurd association. It feels as though some formidable creature, after slumbering for countless ages, is gradually awakening. Pang Bo, displaying a look of astonishment, replied, Surely you do not mean to suggest that the oppressive sound is the beating of its heart? At that moment, the air was pierced by a series of sharp sounds, as a dozen divine rainbows streaked across the sky, racing towards the depths of the ruins. Chapter 54. The ancient palace. It appears that the elders of the Lingshu cave heaven have been alerted and are hastily making their way here. The sky has now darkened, with countless stars twinkling above. The two continued onward for several miles, unwittingly arriving at a desolate expanse, a barren wasteland devoid of life, reduced to scorched earth. Only the cracked foundation stones and shattered debris remained. Nothing else was present. In the cloak of night, a mysterious aura emanated from this place, with faint wisps of black mist swirling about. After thousands, even tens of thousands of years, it is truly odd that no flora has taken root in this relic, rendering it a veritable wasteland, a place where even birds do not deign to relieve themselves. Pang Bo grumbled in dissatisfaction, feeling somewhat parched and wishing to pluck some wild fruit to quench his hunger, yet finding it impossible. Just ahead, a cold corpse lay quietly, its skin wrapped tightly around bones, resembling dried firewood. It was, in fact, a desiccated body. Yifan, filled with uncertainty, could not comprehend how the corpse had materialized before him. They scanned the desolate expanse of charred ruins, which lay barren, devoid of anything but the rubble underfoot. Yet, the emptiness only served to amplify their discomfort, for this ancient ground, abandoned for countless years, perhaps harbored unspeakable entities. As the sky darkened and the stars faded, an oppressive gloom enveloped the ruins, shrouded in a faint mist. An eerie chill pervaded the atmosphere. Pang Bo, feeling uneasy, shivered and remarked, From where did this corpse descend? We must leave this place at once. Yifan sensed a foreboding presence. It was unwise to linger here. What sort of accursed place is this? Pang Bo whispered, his spine tingling with dread. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Pang Bo was knocked to the ground once more, only to rise again, discovering another corpse beside him. Who lacks the decency to discard a body carelessly? He exclaimed, the humor of the situation utterly lost on them as both men shivered, their skin crawling with goosebumps. As they furtively surveyed their surroundings, two desiccated corpses lay sprawled before them, their tattered garments disintegrating into dust at the slightest touch, testimony to their age. What are you? Yifan demanded into the darkness. With a crash, yet another corpse appeared, sending Pang Bo sprawling again. Damn it, do you think me easy to bully? He retorted, a mixture of fright and indignation coursing through him, while Yifan remained untouched by the chaos. Reveal yourself. Yifan bellowed, his voice a mixture of authority and trepidation. Suddenly, the ancient ruins trembled violently, propelling Yifan through the air, while Pang Bo was thrown far from his original position. Thud, thud, thud this time. Both men were besieged by the relentless assault of falling ancient corpses. Had they been mere mortals, their bones would surely have been shattered. It was only due to their extraordinary resilience that they remained unscathed. The ground became littered with dozens of corpses, the atmosphere thick with malevolence. As a bone-chilling cold enveloped them, akin to descending into an ice cellar, they were engulfed in a sense of dread, bewildered by the unfolding horror. Out of the shadows, two eerie green lights brushed past him, halting several meters away, resembling ghostly flames, flickering with an unsettling energy. Simultaneously, the ruins were engulfed in darkness so profound that it obscured even the faintest glimmer of stars. It's haunted. Pang Bo instinctively groped around, regretting that he had not brought the copper plaque from the Great Thunder Monastery. In that moment, apart from the two ghostly lights, they were blind to their surroundings. As a thick black mist enveloped the entire area, the two orbs of green light, each roughly the size of a basin, flickered ominously, reminiscent of spectral flames or a pair of enormous, haunting eyes, exuding an aura of dread within the suffocating darkness. Indeed, there exists a repugnant entity. Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately felt a surge of anxiety. In an instant, two spheres of green light darted forward with remarkable speed, closing in on Yi Fan. Pang Bo attempted to assist, yet was hurled away by the impact of several cadaverous bodies. The green lights accelerated, completely fixating on Yi Fan, weaving around him with uncanny agility. Ultimately, in a flash of brilliance, the two green spheres vanished, merging seamlessly into his very being. Yi Fan, Pang Bo exclaimed in alarm, yet was powerless to avert the unfolding calamity. Simultaneously, Yi Fan sensed a frigid abyss enveloping him, as if encased in ice. He swiftly activated the esoteric techniques inscribed in his sacred texts, and in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of golden light erupted forth. A resounding roar akin to a tsunami echoed, as Yi Fan's inner turmoil transformed into a vast golden expanse, surging forth and lifting the two green spheres skyward. With a thunderous crash, the green spheres, as if startled, erupted from Yi Fan's inner ocean, retreating to a safe distance. Concurrently, calm returned to Yi Fan's turbulent depths, where a minuscule speck of golden light remained, akin to a divine lamp. In a flash, the green light surged forth, darting from Yi Fan's inner ocean directly towards Pang Bo, who barely had time to utter a curse before collapsing to the ground. Yi Fan was taken aback and rushed to his side. Pang Bo, what has befallen you? However, before he could reach, Pang Bo flipped over and sat upright, his eyes glowing an eerie green. Instantly, he rose, emitting a low growl reminiscent of a wild beast, casting a cold gaze upon Yi Fan, which lingered for several minutes before shifting away. What are you? Depart from his body, Yi Fan commanded, his voice laced with urgency. Just then, a tempest arose, the desolate ruins swirling with dust and debris as dark mist billowed forth. Pang Bo stood amidst the chaos, his disheveled hair whipping about, and then suddenly strode forth. Dozens of ancient corpses rising alongside him, all drawn into the depths of the ruins. In an instant, clarity returned, and the night sky was adorned with countless stars once more. In the distance, Pang Bo soared away, enveloped by swirling black mist and rolling dust, accompanied by the ancient corpses gradually fading from sight. Pang Bo, Yi Fan shouted, hastening after him. Yet, Pang Bo's speed was extraordinary, rivaling the swiftness of the elders who rode divine rainbows, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Yi Fan's view. With Pang Bo's body now possessed, his fate hung in the balance, leaving Yi Fan in a state of frantic despair, unable to catch up. Ahead lay an expanse of uncertainty, with no other recourse. Yi Fan pressed deeper into the ruins, disregarding the imminent dangers that lay ahead. The trees grew sparse, and the remnants of ancient edifices multiplied, while the spiritual energy intensified, exuding a vibrant vitality that seemed even more bountiful than the spirit abyss. With a resounding thud, Yi Fan ascended a towering peak, gazing forward into the unknown. The so-called depths of the ruins lie just ahead, a dense cluster of ancient architecture, though now partially collapsed and reduced to rubble. It is still possible to envision its former grandeur. What is most astonishing is that this seemingly endless expanse of ancient edifices encircles a volcano, where flames leap skyward, and within the caldera, molten lava churns violently, frighteningly illuminating half the sky in a crimson hue. The magnificent ancient structures surrounding the volcano create an unsettling atmosphere. In this moment, Yi Fan is profoundly astonished, for he beholds an incredible scene amidst the bubbling lava. A resplendent ancient palace of crystalline brilliance rises and falls, occasionally emerging from the magma. A deep, resonant sound emanates from within the volcano, or more precisely, from the ancient palace submerged in the lava, which glimmers with an ethereal light and exudes the essence of time, accompanied by swirling divine radiance. Among the ancient structures beneath the volcano, a 5-meter-long divine bird, radiant with golden light and surrounded by arcs of electricity, appears. This is the lightning bird, Unscathed after its battle with the Escalate King just 2 days prior, its presence here signals the fate of the latter. The lightning bird is a true apex predator. As Elder Wu Qingfeng noted, even he would choose to evade it if encountered. It reigns supreme in that architectural realm, with no creature daring to approach. However, it is not alone. Scattered throughout the other ruins are nearly 20 ferocious avians and beasts, all of exotic species, most of which are unheard of and unseen, each possessing remarkable attributes. For instance, a silver-winged centipede, as thick as an arm and 2 meters long, glimmers as if forged from pure silver, lying quietly amidst the rubble, while other creatures dare not venture near. Another creature resembles a wild bull but possesses the head of a lion, its body covered in azure scales, towering over 10 meters. Akin to a small mountain, claiming its territory amidst the ruins. The presence of nearly 20 such terrifying beings underscores the perils lurking within the depths of the ruins. As they tightly encircle the volcano, intently watching the ancient palace that continuously rises and falls within the magma. At that moment, Yifan finally spots Bei Dou, standing amidst the desolation at the base of the volcano, exhaling a sigh of relief. At this juncture, Elder Wu Qifeng and several other elders have encircled him. While they have yet to strike, they have effectively trapped him. Approximately 20 elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven have arrived, matching the number of the ferocious avians and beasts, indicating an equilibrium of power. Suddenly, Yifan realizes he has underestimated the numbers. There are indeed other beings atop the volcano. A 2-meter-tall giant, whose arms are covered in scales, glistens brilliantly under the light of the molten lava, stands alongside a young woman who possesses no arms, but instead a pair of golden wings. Her long hair sparkles like golden threads. Also present, on par with them, is a colossal serpent, adorned with horns and claws beneath its belly, transcending the realm of mere snakes, resembling a legendary dragon. Yifan's heart tightened as he instantly recalled the legendary Great Demon, capable of transforming into human form. Moreover, he was startled to discover 3 other beings, seemingly great demons, on the opposite side of the volcano. Among them stood a colossal figure, towering at 3 meters, possessing a complete human body yet adorned with 2 formidable horns. Simultaneously, Yifan noticed 4 or 5 genuine humans nearby, one of whom appeared to be the master of Lingshu Cave Heaven, whom he had seen from afar in the past. Accompanying him were 4 elderly men, their hair and beards as white as snow, all positioned not far from the volcano's mouth. The arrangement of these individuals seemed meticulously organized by their levels of power. Beneath the volcano roamed a dozen fierce birds and beasts, alongside a group of elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven, while above, a higher echelon of beings gathered, all with a singular purpose. The ancient palace submerged within the molten lava. The powerful beings were all intently focused on the volcano's mouth, where the magma bubbled and the ancient palace shimmered with divine light, as if imbued with the essence of time itself, exuding an aura of primordial antiquity. Chapter 55. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. The elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven launched an assault on Bei Dou. One elder's body erupted with a crimson light, transforming into a vast red net, its threads gleaming like rubies, radiating a vibrant scarlet glow, crafted as if from red agate, ensnaring Bei Dou. At that moment, Bei Dou appeared lifeless, his face devoid of expression, with only his eyes gleaming with a verdant light. He extended his arms, attempting to tear apart the red net with a gesture as if to support the heavens. Another elder emanated streams of violet light, conjuring a purple-gold bagua mirror that he directed towards Bei Dou. Radiant purple rays shot forth, enveloping him in a blazing aura, as the ethereal violet mist swirled around him. The crimson net descended successfully, ensnaring Bei Dou with unyielding strength. At that moment, Elder Wu Qingfeng stepped forward, pointing his finger like a sword, casting forth brilliant light to seal Bei Dou's powers, rendering him nearly immobile. Yifan's greatest concern was Bei Dou. Upon witnessing several elders subdue him, with one elder remaining remarkably composed and even revealing a faint smile, he felt an immediate sense of relief, presuming that no significant issues would arise. A deep, resonant sound once again echoed from within the volcanic crater. This time, Yifan was well prepared. He channeled the profound techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra, and the golden specks of light within the sea of suffering instantly overflowed with divine radiance, flowing toward his heart. In that fleeting moment, he felt considerably better. Unlike the unbearable pain he had experienced on previous occasions, Yifan keenly observed and noticed that the formidable beast quivered involuntarily, while the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven stiffened, all affected by the moment. This revelation astonished him, having consumed the sacred fruit and drunk from the divine springs. He had indeed undergone a transformation. In terms of physical prowess alone, he seemed to stand on par with these elders, regardless of their cultivation levels and the cycles of life and suffering. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled sounds resonated in quick succession. The magma surged within the volcano, and brilliant beams of light shot skyward, transforming the night into a radiant day. At that moment, the molten rock flowed forth from the volcano's mouth, and a magnificent ancient palace emerged, exuding a powerful aura of life. Upon the volcano, the leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and 4 esteemed elders radiated brilliance as they advanced deliberately. Meanwhile, several shape-shifted great demons also stepped forward, undeterred by the erupting magma, their gaze fixating unblinkingly on the ancient palace. Upon reaching the volcano's edge, they shifted their attention to the human cultivators. Among them, a burly man whose arms were covered in scales bellowed at the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. "Humans, you have gone too far. The primordial ruins have been divided. You already possessed the Lingshu Cave Heaven, and now you dare encroach upon our territory to seize the celestial treasures. Do you wish to provoke conflict?" Not far away, a towering giant adorned with horns resonated a deep voice. "If you seek war, then go ahead and try to claim this ancient palace." The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven and the 4 esteemed elders remained undaunted. One stepped forward and declared, "This ruin is a remnant of our human race. Now that treasures have manifested, it is entirely reasonable for us to seek our fortunes here. What grounds do you have to oppose us? This primordial ruin is our dwelling. You cannot simply come here to seize our treasures." A young girl with a pair of wings and flowing golden hair retorted coldly, "If you insist on meddling, do not blame us for being ungracious. This is a ruin left by our human race. You merely dwell here. How dare you claim it as your own?" The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven remained unperturbed, his words calm yet imbued with an imposing presence. "Our ancestors of the Dragon Clan foretold that this land is not your human territory, but rather the imperial capital from the heyday of the demon race. Everything here bears no connection to you." A venerable dragon, though not in human form, spoke with clarity, his strength comparable to the others, merely lacking the ability to transform his beastly body. "Impossible. All structures here reflect human design. How could they be related to the demon race?" questioned an esteemed elder from Lingshu Cave Heaven. The 2 parties remained locked in contention, each unwilling to yield, driven solely by their desire for the ancient palace amidst the bubbling magma. Boom. The ancient palace resonated with ominous sounds, and even the great demons and the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven found it difficult to bear at such proximity, their expressions turning grim. The seething magma, an exceptionally vivid crimson, relentlessly surged forth, resembling fresh blood. The resplendent ancient palace gradually ascended, nearing liberation from the volcanic crater. A formidable demon was about to advance, but an elder dragon obstructed him, stating, "We have waited for several days. Do you truly care for this fleeting moment? Let it break the ancient restraints on its own, lest we provoke unforeseen consequences." Demon script, the written language of our kind. At that moment, a towering figure, adorned with twin horns and standing 3 meters tall, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, it is the imperial script of our demon clan, undoubtedly left by a bygone demon emperor." The entire ancient palace was constructed from 5-colored divine jade, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, exuding an extraordinary aura. Numerous ancient inscriptions adorned its foundation, some resembling dragons and phoenixes, others akin to the mystical tortoise and Chilan, representing the imperial script of the ancient demon clan. "Humans, what more do you have to say? Depart swiftly. This is the resting place of a great emperor from our ancient clan, of no concern to you." At this moment, the ancient palace radiated divine light, emanating a formidable and awe-inspiring presence, enveloped in 5-colored brilliance, truly remarkable. The master of Lingshu Cave, upon hearing these words, initially changed color, then scrutinized the ancient palace closely, ultimately recalling something, his expression transforming with immense excitement. "I understand now. This is the burial site of the last great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan." The several great demons, upon hearing this, were all taken aback, fixated on the 5-colored ancient palace, observing with intense scrutiny, their expressions filled with uncertainty. The elder dragon stood upright, extending part of its body forward, its demeanor grave, finally uttering tremulously, "Indeed, this is the tomb of our demon emperor, exactly as described by our ancestors." No one could have anticipated that the ancient palace, constructed from 5-colored divine jade, served as the tomb of the last emperor of the demon clan, concealed beneath the volcano until today when the seal weakened, allowing the surging magma to unveil it once more. The last unifier of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, it must be him. The master of Lingshu Cave muttered repeatedly, his expression somewhat dazed. The great demons present immediately felt emboldened, and the elder dragon declared, "It is well you know. This is the tomb of our last divine emperor. Of no relation to your human race. Depart at once." The other great demons unleashed an unparalleled might, a torrent of demonic energy soaring into the heavens, instantly shrouding the entire starry sky, filling the air with an atmosphere of impending doom. Nonsense. How could the tomb of our divine emperor harbor your human treasures? You clearly seek to plunder the resting place of our great emperor. The great demons all displayed their wrath, advancing to block the master of Lingshu Cave, poised to act at any moment. The master of Lingshu Cave regained his composure and replied, "What I speak is the truth. In the past, the last great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, whose accomplishments reshaped destiny, unified the demon clan fragmented for millennia, posing a significant threat to the human race of the Eastern Wilderness. One of our most treasured artifacts was lost during that time, rumored to have been seized by the demon emperor. Moreover, the renowned celestial scripture, the Tao Jing, which resonated throughout the Eastern Wilderness, was also fragmented during that period, losing a crucial volume. Subsequent evidence suggested that this misfortune was orchestrated by a certain demonic emperor. It is likely that within this very place lie the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness, including the most significant volume of the Tao Jing, which is destined to re-emerge today." Upon hearing these words, the great demons were momentarily taken aback, only to have their eyes ablaze with fervent anticipation. Although the demon race could not cultivate the most profound human celestial scripture, the Tao Jing, they were resolute in their decision to claim it. As for the potential existence of that human treasure, it would certainly not be overlooked. The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven displayed no trepidation. In fact, when confronting the great demons, he boldly stepped forward. The ancient palace, constructed from 5-colored divine jade, resounded with a deep, resonant sound as the sealing power rapidly diminished. It was nearing the threshold of eruption, with radiant hues swirling and 5-colored divine light flickering. The tomb of the last great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was on the verge of manifesting once more. Within the palace cluster beneath the volcano, formidable beasts such as the lightning bird, along with several elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, could no longer restrain themselves and began to advance slowly towards the mountain. From a distance, Yi Fan witnessed the unfolding spectacle, his heart tumultuous. Yet, lacking the strength to contest, he could only watch in silence. In the ancient architectural complex beneath the volcano, a divine rainbow ascended towards the heavens, its brilliance illuminating the night sky, heading towards the peak where Yi Fan stood. This unexpected sight startled him, leading him to believe that a formidable expert had detected his presence. He held his breath and concealed himself behind a massive stone, remaining utterly still. Suddenly, the divine rainbow surged forth, and Elder Wu Qingfeng descended upon the mountain, placing Pang Bo in a discreet location before soaring into the sky to join others as they advanced towards the volcano. Yi Fan emerged from behind the colossal stone and swiftly approached. At this moment, Pang Bo had been sealed by several elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. His eyes tightly shut, his body rigid and immobile. A strange green aura enveloped him, and his complexion appeared markedly unusual, with faint streaks of dim green light subtly flowing beneath his skin. What could have invaded his body? Yi Fan dared not recklessly touch Pang Bo, for he was bound by the seals of the elders, with divine energy surging around him. The atmosphere at the volcanic crater was palpably tense. As human cultivators stood in confrontation against the demon race, both sides poised for conflict, unwilling to yield. A striking demoness, adorned with a pair of golden wings, exuded a captivating charm, her melodious voice imbued with magnetism yet laced with a fierce intent as she proclaimed, "This is the tomb of our demon emperor. Yet you dare to plunder the treasures and scriptures of the human race, clearly intent on robbing the emperor's resting place under such pretenses. If you are prepared for battle, do not hesitate to advance." The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven remained undaunted and resolute, asserting, "The truth will reveal itself upon our entry into the ancient palace. Should we find no treasures or scriptures of the Eastern Wilderness, we shall immediately offer our apologies and accept any consequences. However, if such artifacts exist, we shall take them without resistance, thus averting a conflict that would benefit neither side." A towering figure, a giant adorned with twin horns and standing 3 meters tall, boomed in a voice that resonated like a thunderous bell, "If what you claim is absent, you will surely resort to obfuscation, declaring other relics left by the Demon Emperor as those treasures. I know you all too well. Your talent for twisting truths and blurring lines is unparalleled. The tomb of the Demon Emperor is not to be desecrated by your hands. Tensions escalated, with neither side willing to concede an inch, and the imminent clash seemed unavoidable. You have forced our hand, cried the golden-haired beauty, her wings unfurling to unleash a multitude of golden divine feathers that soared like arrows toward the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. In response, the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven waved his large sleeves, and a misty purple aura enveloped the area, surging like a tempestuous sea, blocking the endless divine feathers. Kill! The demoness exclaimed, her voice sharp as ice, her body radiating divine light. The golden feathers cascaded down like a radiant net, illuminating the sky and dispersing the purple mist, casting a shadow over the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. From within the leader's body erupted a purple copper furnace, sending purple mist spiraling skyward, with radiant light radiating outward. The purple divine brilliance vibrated around, severing every golden feather, which ultimately burst into a dazzling display of golden light, creating a fierce torrent of golden energy that was blindingly brilliant. The golden-haired maiden's expression turned icy as she unfurled her wings, launching a pair of golden divine swords that shimmered with brilliance, surrounded by swirling golden flames, as they hurtled toward the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven with lethal intent. The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven extended his hand and gently touched, causing the nearby purple bronze furnace to soar into the sky. An endless torrent of purple flames erupting forth, enveloping the two golden divine swords in a fierce blaze, intent on refining them on the spot. Boom! The two divine swords, akin to bolts of lightning, clashed amidst the myriad purple radiance, causing the trembling sky to quiver delicately. Kill! Block their path. At that moment, several formidable demons sprang into action, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that soared skyward, their murderous intent piercing the heavens, the demonic power surging like a vast ocean. Tumultuous waves crashing in great numbers, sweeping through the upper atmosphere. Simultaneously, the four esteemed elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven advanced, their divine power surging from the depths of the sea of suffering, illuminating the entire sky with resplendent divine light, dispersing the encroaching demonic energy. The four mighty beings struck in unison. The air was thick with demonic energy, divine brilliance reaching the heavens. As the great demons clashed with human warriors in a fierce battle, radiant hue scattering, a multitude of weapons soaring through the air, illuminating the night as bright as day. Divine drums, celestial lamps, bronze furnaces, golden swords, bagua mirrors, blood knives, and dragon scales clashed together, as if imbued with life, exhaling divine light, colliding incessantly. The resonant sounds echoing continuously, each encounter a contest of divine power that made the heavens tremble. At this moment, the golden lightning bird, shimmering with golden light, and the silver centipede, seemingly forged from silver, along with other ferocious beasts, had also arrived at the volcano's mouth. Concurrently, Wu Qingfeng and the other elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven rushed from another direction, confronting these formidable creatures. Their titanic struggle was on the verge of commencing. In the distance, Yi Fan felt a tumult of emotions, observing from afar, captivated by the fierce battle above the volcano's mouth. It was impossible for him to remain indifferent to the Demon Emperor's burial mound. He simply felt powerless. He yearned to possess the Tao Sutra, a renowned celestial text of paramount importance, treasured by the Demon Emperor, undeniably significant and essential for his urgent need for further cultivation methods. As for the so-called treasures of the Eastern Wasteland's human race, Yi Fan was unfamiliar with them and felt no particular inclination, his heart only longing for the Tao Sutra. Although he had obtained an ancient scripture from the bronze coffin, the hundreds of ancient characters imprinted in his heart did not seem to convey specific cultivation techniques. Rather, they appeared to be a general outline, far beyond his current comprehension. The Tao Sutra, renowned throughout the world, is a legendary celestial text. For millennia, in the vast expanse of the Eastern Wasteland, only a few ancient scriptures could be compared to it, yet none had ever surpassed it entirely. It recorded the profound and intricate methods of cultivation, detailing everything from the initiation of the life wheel and the sea of suffering to the bridging of heaven and earth, guiding one to the next realm of cultivation within the body. It was the supreme celestial text that Yi Fan desperately needed. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a deep, resonant sound echoed repeatedly, reminiscent of a heart beating with fervor. The volcano erupted with a myriad of colorful lights, shattering the ominous aura and the vast fluctuations of divine power in the sky. Blood-red magma bubbled violently, surging outward from the crater, casting a fiery glow across half the sky. The magnificent ancient palace, rising and falling amidst the magma, vibrated with an ethereal brilliance, exuding the breath of ages. With a final, thunderous tremor, the ancient palace slowly ascended from the magma, intricate and arcane demonic patterns flickering into view, yet they could no longer restrain the palace, allowing it to float freely. The volcano rumbled as the grand edifice burst forth from the crater, its dazzling light illuminating the entire ancient land as if it were day. The stars above dimmed in its brilliance, encircled by a myriad of divine hues. Several formidable demons and the powerful beings of the Lingshu cave heaven instantly halted their battle, all rushing towards the majestic palace, eager to be the first to unlock its doors and gain the legacy and divine treasures of the demon emperor. Among these powerful figures, the one with unparalleled speed was undoubtedly the golden-haired demoness. Her wings fluttered, cutting through the air like two bolts of golden lightning, and she was the first to reach the palace, extending her wings to push against the tightly sealed jade doors. However, unexpectedly, a burst of multicolored divine light erupted, sending her flying. Even a demon of her strength tumbled head over heels multiple times. The others gasped in astonishment, realizing the gravity of the situation. They swiftly summoned their weapons and charged forward, determined to unlock the tomb of the demon emperor. The entire ancient palace was crafted from multicolored divine jade, seemingly torn from the fabric of time itself, evoking a sense of temporal sedimentation and the weight of history. The resplendent palace bore ancient inscriptions at its foundation, dragon characters robust, phoenix characters soaring, tortoise characters profound, and Chilan characters majestic, each one a testament to the imperial script of the demon race from primordial times. These inscriptions possessed mysterious power. Despite repeated attempts, the challengers were repelled by the swirling multicolored divine light, unable to approach or open the grand doors. With a resounding crash, several powerful demons and the beings from Lingshu Cave Heaven combined their might. A purple copper furnace, a golden sword, a bagua mirror, and a dragon scale blade struck the palace doors simultaneously, finally shaking them and creating a narrow opening amidst the rumble. Instantly, an ancient aura surged forth, a powerful wave of life crashing like a tempest, sending all those outside tumbling away. The deep, resonant sound intensified, striking fear into the hearts of all present, as they felt a pang of pain in their chests. Yet, no one hesitated. Regaining their footing, they surged toward the magnificent ancient palace with fervent determination. The air crackled with brilliance as various weapons emitted divine light, clashing incessantly and resonating with a series of sonorous sounds. Strong beings from the demon tribe and human cultivators crowded before the resplendent ancient palace, where battle erupted once more. Neither party wished to grant the other an advantage, each eager to be the first to breach the entrance. Before the majestic palace, light blazed fiercely and demonic energy surged skyward. Both sides unleashed their true power, engaging in a life and death struggle, with no one holding back. The tomb of the demon emperor was of paramount importance to them. Fiery brilliance flickered, causing the heavens to tremble, as weapons glimmered and surged, exuding an aura of slaughter that pierced the heavens, while divine power surged, making the area before the palace nearly boil with intensity. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven maintained a cold demeanor, his hands forming intricate gestures as he traced peculiar trajectories in the sky. This summoned the violet bronze cauldron into a tremor, unleashing an endless purple mist that, in an instant, engulfed two mighty demons, drawing them into the cauldron. With a resounding boom, violet divine flames erupted, accompanied by the heart-wrenching screams emanating from within the cauldron as the two demons were mercilessly refined, ultimately leaving behind nothing but wisps of smoke. In the distance, Yi Fan felt a chill run through him. The brutality of such a massacre was truly terrifying. As a modern individual, he found it difficult to accept, contemplating the significance of being a cultivator and whether it was worth it. At that moment, a fierce battle erupted between a dozen ferocious beasts atop the volcano and the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven, equally brutal in its ferocity. One particularly fearsome humanoid beast, with fangs and fur exceeding half a foot in length, tore an elder asunder, blood splattering and dismembered remains falling in a gruesome display. Nearby, an elder summoned a demon-slaying blade, cleaving a fierce bird in half, with cold light scattering in all directions, the blade glistening with blood, suspended ominously in the air. Among the ferocious beasts, the lightning bird was the most terrifying, soaring at incredible speed and extending its golden claws to shred a divine drum summoned by another elder. As it dove, it summoned forth hundreds of bolts of lightning, dense and overwhelming, with thunderous roars and flickering electricity, resembling long, shining blades plummeting from the sky. With a crack, the elder of Lingshu Cave Heaven attempted to ride a divine rainbow to escape. It was unable to evade the onslaught of lightning. Charred and trembling, he plummeted into the volcano's maw, swallowed by the surging magma. This battle was steeped in bloodshed and carnage, with both humans and demons suffering losses, each fighting desperately to be the first to enter the tomb of the demon emperor. Is this the life of a cultivator? Yifan mused, unrest stirring within him. It was starkly different from the leisurely existence he had imagined, soaring through the skies. Perhaps, different cultivators have different paths. With this thought, his gaze cleared, revealing a resolute determination as he declared, "Having chosen this path, I must tread it step by step. My destiny shall not be governed by the hands of others. I must grow stronger." Suddenly, a faint sound interrupted Yifan's contemplation. On the ground, Bei Dou was enveloped in a mist of azure, and a greenish light began to emanate from his corporeal form. Streams of luminescence surged forth from within Bei Dou, remnants of the seals imposed by Elder Wu Qingfeng's intricate inscriptions. At this moment, they burst forth, the seal rendered ineffective. Concurrently, the eerie green light blossomed within Bei Dou's sea of suffering. His body trembled, and with a sudden motion, his eyes snapped open, emitting two beams of green radiance, strikingly otherworldly. Simultaneously, peculiar runes began to manifest upon his forehead and visage, some resembling meaningless patterns, while others bore resemblance to characters. These enigmatic symbols, some akin to dragons and phoenixes, others reminiscent of mystical tortoises, and some resembling serpents in sinuous form. Yifan was taken aback. Although he could not decipher the meaning of those runes, he recalled the teachings of the Law Elder, who had mentioned that they bore a striking resemblance to the script of the demon clan. Bei Dou's eyes gleamed with a sinister green as he sat upright. Silently rising to his feet, he cast a cold glare at Yifan, seemingly poised to strike, yet his raised hand trembled, betraying a lack of control. Bei Dou Yifan called out emphatically, aware that Bei Dou's will had not been entirely subdued and was likely struggling to reclaim dominion over his body. Upon hearing the call, the body began to quiver, and the demonic patterns on his forehead and face faded noticeably. However, a deep growl erupted as Bei Dou's body convulsed violently, followed by an eruption of verdant light that enveloped his visage in demonic markings once more, before he gradually calmed. At that moment, he ceased to focus on Yifan and instead turned his gaze toward the volcano, rasping in a hoarse voice. "It was merely a ploy to have you seal me." A sudden shock coursed through Yifan's heart. The unknown entity that had taken possession of Bei Dou's body appeared to be quite formidable. Meanwhile, the battle before the ancient temple intensified, the doors having been flung open, as both sides engaged in fierce combat at the entrance. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven and two formidable beasts had already stepped inside. The struggle at the temple's front was exceedingly fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand, resulting in mutual casualties. The unexpected appearance of Bei Dou elicited expressions of astonishment from the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven, while several great demons hesitated upon seeing the demonic patterns etched upon his forehead and face. However, no one had the luxury to attend to him. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven and the two great demons simultaneously entered the ancient temple, and Bei Dou left behind a fleeting afterimage in the sky as he followed the three powerful figures inside. A dazzling display unfolded in the heavens, as the remaining two supreme elders and several great demons subsequently charged into the temple. Below, fierce avian beasts and the ordinary elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven also ascended into the air, racing toward the ancient hall. Boom! At that moment, a deep, resounding noise emanated from within the temple, far more intense and powerful than before. With a sickening splatter, two elders from Lingshu Cave Heaven coughed up blood and staggered back out. A silver centipede, as thick as a human arm, was found to be cracking, its body, seemingly forged from silver, fracturing inch by inch as it plummeted from the ancient hall. Additionally, a monstrous beast resembling a bull, adorned with a lion's head and covered in green scales, surged upward, towering over 10 meters, akin to a small mountain. Yet, as it neared the ancient temple, it was struck by the oppressive sound, causing it to spew blood from its mouth, a shattered heart expelled in the process. Boom, boom. Boom! The deep sounds continued to resonate, causing the initially charging fierce avian beasts and the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven to stagger back, blood streaming from their orifices. Severely wounded. Those with slightly weaker strength, along with several fierce beasts, perished within, their chests ruptured, blood splattering, failing to escape the ancient hall. In the distance, Yifan stood in shock, pondering the terrifying power contained within this demon emperor's tomb. Although he was at a considerable distance, he could still sense the burgeoning force. The thunderous sounds becoming increasingly overwhelming for him. The magnificent ancient temple trembled, its occupants embroiled in combat, with several great demons bellowing, and the leader and supreme elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven howling in unison. Bang! A flash of greenish light illuminated the scene as Bei Dou's figure materialized before the ancient temple, seemingly ejected with great force. His complexion was ashen, and he violently hurled several corpses that lay on the ground, propelled by an unknown, tremendous power, all hurtling toward the mountain where Yifan stood. Crashing heavily upon the earth, Yifan felt a stirring in his heart, for he noticed the pale-faced Bei Dou casting a fleeting glance in his direction before he roared and charged back into the ancient temple once more. Yifan turned over several corpses, scrutinizing them meticulously. Upon examining the body of a fierce beast, he discovered an anomaly, a faint glimmer of golden light emanating from its wound, almost imperceptible to the untrained eye. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance surged forth, nearly blinding Yifan. It was a sheet of golden paper, shimmering with boundless divine radiance, resplendent in its beauty. This golden leaf was denser than metal, densely inscribed with countless ancient characters. So minuscule they were nearly illegible. Each character sparkled like a star, radiating an exquisite luminosity. Yifan's heart began to race with an accelerated cadence, and he felt a parched dryness in his mouth, squinting his eyes against the divine radiance emanating from the golden paper. Chapter 58. The Golden Book and the Sea of Suffering. Yifan's heart raced with excitement, as he was suddenly reminded of the Dao scripture, where the master of the Lingshu Cave and several formidable demons fought fiercely, primarily for the Dao scripture and a significant treasure from the eastern wasteland. The golden-hued sheet of paper was shrouded in mystery, seemingly composed of the essence of rainbow light, radiating brilliantly and dazzling to the point where one could hardly keep their eyes open. It felt remarkably heavy in his hand, weighing many times more than metal. Even though it was merely a single sheet of paper, it likely contained over 10,000 characters. Yifan squinted, meticulously examining the resplendent golden sheet. But despite straining his vision, he could only discern vague outlines, as the engraved characters were far too minuscule. Both sides of the paper were densely inscribed with text, each character resembling a star, exuding divine brilliance and strikingly bright. Yifan found it difficult to achieve tranquility within himself. If he was not mistaken, this was undoubtedly the Dao scripture, the very thing he had longed for the most. He had never anticipated acquiring it in such a manner, leaving him with a surreal sensation. Gripping the radiant golden page tightly in his hands, he took a considerable amount of time to regain his composure. In that moment, he recalled the figure of Bei Dou, whose face was awash with a strange aura, casting a glance back towards him as he sent the corpses flying. That gaze seemed to carry a deeper significance. Could it be that he had intentionally propelled them toward him? Instantly, Yifan entertained this possibility. However, the unknown entity occupying Bei Dou's body would hardly be so benevolent, as it was unlikely to facilitate his desires without reason. It was Bei Dou. Yifan quickly contemplated another possibility. Bei Dou had been vying for control over his own body. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, he had temporarily seized command. Yet, upon further reflection, Yifan shook his head. The likelihood of this was exceedingly slim. At most, Bei Dou could only disrupt the unknown presence, but it was improbable that he could gain the upper hand. In the throes of life and death struggle, any interference could pose a grave threat to one's life. After pondering for a moment, Yifan concluded that the unknown entity and Bei Dou might have mutually compromised, temporarily reaching some form of accord, allowing the golden Dao scripture to be transmitted unbeknownst to anyone. The more Yifan pondered, the more he felt it was highly plausible that Bei Dou had facilitated his endeavors by presenting the Dao Sutra. He muttered to himself, Bei Dou must not encounter any misfortune. Reflecting on the mysterious markings that had appeared on Bei Dou's face, a heavy sensation enveloped Yifan's heart. It was highly likely that this enigmatic entity belonged to the demon clan, yet it was distinctly different from the formidable demons. It seemed indifferent to the Dao Sutra revered by humanity, likely seeking to claim the relics of the demon emperor. Yifan calmed his mind and meticulously searched through the other corpses, finding no further discoveries. The golden paper was but a single page, radiant and weighty, akin to cradling a treasury, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure. In truth, this page of golden scripture was far more precious than any treasure. Yi Fan yearned to uncover the truth, focusing his mind to commune with the golden sea of suffering. He exerted every effort to sharpen his vision, eager to discern the secrets inscribed upon this golden page. Threads of golden light ascended from the depths of the sea, coalescing around Yi Fan's eyes, causing his pupils to shimmer with a faint golden glow. At the beginning of this golden manuscript, 3 prominent ancient characters were discernible, resembling 3 luminous moons fixed in place, radiating a resplendent light that flowed with grace. As he gazed further, the script diminished in size, barely legible, yet it provoked a stinging sensation in his eyes. The ancient characters emitted a divine brilliance, piercing forth like golden needles. The more he attempted to focus, the less discernible they became. His eyes felt swollen and excruciatingly painful. In an instant, Yi Fan's eyes turned a vivid red, overwhelmed by an intense acidity, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. He hastily averted his gaze, watching as the flickering golden light in his pupils faded away. It took several moments for his vision to return to normal. He found this occurrence astonishing, under ordinary circumstances. Though the ancient characters were indistinct, they did not inflict such pain. Yet, by concentrating divine energy in his eyes to scrutinize this page of scripture, he nearly harmed his pupils, leaving him bewildered. This page of scripture was indeed extraordinary. Yi Fan, undeterred, took a brief respite before once again focusing his mind, attempting to communicate with the vast ocean of suffering, exerting every ounce of his strength to enhance his vision. However, this time, he did not gaze upon the beginning. Instead, he directed his sight towards the final few characters on the opposite side. The words stood out prominently, much like the initial 3 characters, significantly larger and easily discernible, akin to the luminous moon rising over the sea, with its radiant glow cascading down. Yet, apart from these 4 ancient characters, the remaining inscriptions on the reverse were indecipherable, for each minuscule character resembled a miniature sun, dazzling and resplendent, radiating beams of divine light that pierced the eyes like golden needles, causing an intense, fiery discomfort. Yi Fan swiftly averted his gaze, his heart racing with fervor. He could now almost ascertain that this scroll of golden text was the most crucial initiatory volume of the Tao Sutra. The so-called Wheel of Life undoubtedly referred to the cycle of existence and the ocean of suffering, the very source from which divine power flows abundantly, forming the foundation of one's cultivation. No wonder the master of Lingshu Cave Heaven proclaimed this to be the most significant volume of the Tao Sutra. It is, after all, the cornerstone upon which the towering edifice of this celestial scripture is built. The venerable Wu Qing Feng of Lingshu Cave Heaven once remarked that if a cultivator were to refine the wheel of life and the ocean of suffering to their utmost limits, they could reap lifelong benefits and ascend to the pinnacle of strength. Thus, the importance of the Wheel of Life scroll is self-evident. Lingshu Cave Heaven possessed merely a fragment of this sacred text, a remnant of a remnant, accounting for less than 10%, serving only to connect novice cultivators to the ocean of suffering without offering further methods. This has long been a source of regret for Yi Fan. At this moment, acquiring the complete Wheel of Life scroll from the Tao Sutra filled him with unbounded joy, promising lifelong benefits. This volume represents a comprehensive system of cultivation that he can pursue indefinitely. Yi Fan cautiously tucked away the page of the golden scripture, acutely aware that any hint of its existence could lead to his utter demise. Even the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven would be compelled to seek refuge from the powerful sanctum behind him, lest he provoke the annihilation of his sect. Such a volume of the Tao Sutra could be deemed a priceless treasure, yet it also resembled an active volcano, harboring both immense benefits and the threat of destruction. Securing a single page of this golden scripture was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yi Fan had no desire to linger any longer. Lacking the strength to contend for anything further, his only prudent course was to retreat swiftly. He dashed down the mountainside, invoking the esoteric techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra. Instantly, golden threads surged forth from the sea of suffering, coursing through his limbs and bones, revitalizing his flesh and significantly enhancing his speed. Yet, at that moment, he sensed a peculiar shift. The golden paper in his embrace seemed to tremble. Initially, he dismissed it, but soon he felt a chilling sensation enveloping his body, as the golden paper appeared to make contact with the skin. How could this be? Yi Fan struggled to fathom the reality before him. Even the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven could not act so silently. So how could the paper have vanished without a trace? Simultaneously, He sensed the vital essence within him boiling as the esoteric techniques of the Tao Sutra began to operate autonomously beyond his control, causing his sea of suffering to glow with golden light. Yi Fan was taken aback. At that moment, he sensed an unusual presence within the sea of bitterness, as if something had been added. He hastily turned his attention inward. The sight that met his eyes left him utterly astonished. Amidst the golden sea of bitterness, the size of a mung bean, there appeared a page of golden scripture. The arcane techniques recorded in the Taoist scriptures ceased their operation, and tranquility enveloped everything. Yet, within Yi Fan's golden sea of bitterness, a shrunken page of golden text had manifested, impervious to his every effort. It could not be disturbed in the slightest, nor could it be extricated. Yi Fan stood in a daze, bewildered and unable to comprehend the situation. After much contemplation, he still could not grasp the reasons behind such occurrences. However, the absence of discomfort in his body amidst the golden sea of suffering provided him with a modicum of reassurance. After Yi Fan regained his composure, he resolved to depart and took another step forward. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from behind him, and he beheld the ancient palace in the sky tremble, radiating countless rays of dazzling light that swept away the surrounding fearsome beasts and the elders of the spirit ruins cave. No, I cannot leave. Yi Fan was deeply concerned about Pang Bo, although he understood that remaining here would be futile and he could offer no assistance. He could not quell the turmoil within his heart. He felt uneasy, unable to depart without witnessing Pang Bo's safe escape. However, he was not reckless. Instead, he chose a more distant peak to observe from afar. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds echoed from the distant horizon. As numerous divine rainbows surged toward this place, at least dozens of them. Following this, the ground trembled as if 1,000 armies were charging forth. Behind the multitude of divine rainbows, the roars of savage beasts reverberated, shrouded in swirling mist and clouds. Dozens of fierce creatures soared through the skies, each carrying a cultivator upon their backs. Despite their lofty flight, the thunderous sound of their advance resembled that of a vast army converging. These beasts were ancient aberrations, remnants of a long-gone era, their scales formidable and their visages terrifying. Atop the largest beast sat a cultivator, clutching a grand banner that flapped fiercely in the wind, exuding an overwhelming aura, inscribed with the 4 characters, Sacred Land of Shaking Light. Chapter 59. The Heart of the Demon Emperor. The spectacle was immense, with 36 divine rainbows in the lead and 27 savage beasts carrying 27 formidable cultivators in their wake. Though the number was merely a handful, they resembled an unstoppable tide, causing the very heavens to tremble as if an endless host of celestial soldiers were descending. The air was filled with shouts of men and roars of beasts, clouds swirling violently, a palpable aura of slaughter enveloping the scene. Yi Fan was taken aback. Such a multitude of powerful beings surpassed even those from the Spirit Ruins Cave. Is the Sacred Land of Shaking Light affiliated with the Spirit Ruins Cave? Yi Fan mused. The term Shaking Light held significant meaning, both in ancient China and on this side of the starry abyss. What an imposing presence the Sacred Land of Shaking Light commands. At that moment, a cold voice resonated from another direction, and the sky rumbled as 18 ancient war chariots thundered forth, exuding a murderous intent that made the heavens tremble. From the ancient lineage of the Ji family, inherited since the primordial era. Upon sighting the 18 archaic chariots, the eyes of the Shaking Light cultivators narrowed, and they all became vigilant, a palpable tension mounting in the air. Both sides came to a halt, occupying their respective portions of the sky, glaring at one another from a distance. Each would rely on their strength to vie for supremacy. For a moment, the two factions stood in a grand standoff. Yet no battle commenced. Instead, they simultaneously charged toward the majestic ancient palace above the volcano. A shiver coursed through Yi Fan as the legendary Holy Land and the ancient family of the Ji clan arrived in succession. It seemed that the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb was indeed astonishing, prompting these two colossal entities to hastily descend upon Yin territory and partake in the unfolding events. The Ji family, with its lineage tracing back to the ancient era, emerged as one of the oldest surnames in China, steeped in profound legacy and endless legends. And it was surprising to discover a parallel existence across the vast cosmos, rivaling that of the Holy Land. The air trembled ominously, akin to a deluge sweeping through the skies, as the transcendent powers of the Holy Land of Yaoguang and the Ji clan surged forth, arriving at the majestic ancient palace in an instant. Surrounding them, fierce beasts and predatory birds scattered in a frenzy, although they had yet to assume human forms. Their awakened intellect sensed the looming danger, compelling them to retreat decisively. On the other side, the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven were visibly perturbed. Even though they were allied with the holy land of Yaoguang, the sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb, without prior notice, left them feeling uneasy as their counterparts made their entrance. Moreover, the Ji clan, the closest ancient family to Yin territory, had also received word and arrived here, presenting a daunting challenge. The presence of these two formidable forces cast a shadow of bitterness over the Lingshu Cave Heaven, who realized their prospects for gain were dim. At that moment, the grand ancient palace quivered violently. Several great demons, along with the leader and esteemed elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven, engaged in a fierce clash. The muffled sounds of their confrontation growing increasingly intense, sending waves of anguish through those who stood at a distance. The people of Yaoguang Holy Land swiftly encircled the palace, while dozens of savage beasts thrashed their heads and tails, exhaling clouds of mist, creating a tumultuous uproar. The members of the Ji clan stood resolute, forming a battle formation with 18 ancient war chariots that blocked the skies, confronting the forces of the Holy Land of Yaoguang, while simultaneously guarding against the potential ascendants of the Demon Emperor's tomb. At that juncture, a number of elders emerged from both the ranks of the Holy Land and the Ji clan, stepping into the void. A flash of brilliance illuminating their forms as they vanished at the entrance of the ancient palace and surged inside. With a resounding boom, the tremors of the Demon Emperor's tomb intensified, the battle within reaching a fever pitch, weapons flashing with divine light throughout the chamber. The inclusion of the ancient family and the Holy Land swiftly shattered the stalemate, seemingly dismantling many of the restrictions within. Shortly thereafter, radiant beams of light erupted forth from within. The gathered crowd outside sprang into action, harnessing divine rainbows in a bid to seize the luminous treasures emerging from the palace, which revealed themselves to be an array of weapons shimmering with ethereal brilliance, clearly no ordinary artifacts. Suddenly, a thunderous shockwave reverberated through the air, causing the faces of those surrounding the ancient palace to turn pale as they staggered backward. An unfathomable force surged forth from the palace, akin to a tsunami, sending the Ji clan's 18 ancient war chariots flying, while the savage beasts and cultivators of the Yaoguang Holy Land were thrown into disarray, hastily retreating. A radiant light burst forth from the tomb of the Demon Emperor, blinding all who beheld it, while an unfathomable force surged like a tidal wave. A diminutive crystal coffin, scarcely a foot long, emerged, emanating both overwhelming power and dazzling brilliance. Thud, thud, thud. Stop it. Urgent shouts echoed from within the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. And soon a dozen figures charged forth, with the foremost being the formidable Bei Dou. At that moment, he was enveloped in a swirling azure aura, the dragon and phoenix symbols on his face intensifying, while intricate patterns resembling the Xian Gui and Qilin began to creep up his arms. His eyes emitted a piercing green light that extended several meters, embodying a potent demonic energy that surpassed even the great demons behind him. In that instant, his focus was singular, unwaveringly fixated on the petite crystal coffin, relentlessly pursuing it. The experts from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground and the Ji family, emerging from the ancient hall, wore grim expressions as they commanded those around them to intercept the crystal coffin. Meanwhile, the leader and esteemed elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven also emerged with troubled countenances, unwilling to concede defeat. Despite the throng of warriors, they yearned to contend, lest their efforts dissolve into nothingness. The great demons, seething with anger and disdain, found themselves at a disadvantage against the multitude of human cultivators. They broke free from the encirclement, preparing to seize an opportunity. The Ji family's 18 ancient war chariots formed a formidable line in the sky, blocking the path of the crystal coffin. The cultivators from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground sprang into action, riding fierce beasts or soaring on divine rainbows, charging ahead. The diminutive crystal coffin soon found itself ensnared as the powerful figures from the Demon Emperor's tomb converged, all reaching out simultaneously to grasp it. A cacophony of hands, dozens of ethereal, radiant appendages extended forth to seize the crystal coffin. In their struggle, they engaged in fierce conflict, vying not only for possession of the coffin but also against one another. The Ji family's war chariots encircled the scene, while the warriors from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground maneuvered with agility. In that moment, the leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and the two surviving elders were expressions of despair. Their absolute strength was formidable, yet they appeared isolated and vulnerable amidst the throng. Bei Dou stood alone, yet he did not relent. His demonic energy surged, the green light from his eyes now stretching over a dozen meters, even more potent than before. Crack, crack. Just then, the crystal coffin could no longer withstand the onslaught of such many powerful beings. It began to fracture and, with a resounding bang, shattered completely. Boom. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of demonic power erupted, sending everyone hurtling away. None could endure the ferocity of this force. The 4 ancient war chariots at the forefront of the Ji family were obliterated, and the 12 cultivators atop them were reduced to mere dust in an instant. The sacred land of Yaoguang has suffered immensely, with over a dozen individuals being mercilessly torn apart by the overwhelming demonic force. Their bodies and fierce beasts alike disintegrated into a mist of blood, meeting a tragic fate. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven and 2 esteemed elders turned ashen, hurtling backwards for hundreds of meters before stabilizing themselves. Even beings of their caliber had narrowly escaped injury. In the distance, Yifan's heart tightened with anxiety, fearing for the safety of Pang Bo. Although his body was under the influence of an unknown entity, it was ultimately still Pang Bo's flesh. The demonic energy surged. Yet Pang Bo remained unharmed, retreating farther than anyone else, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. At this moment, the life force emanating from the shattered crystal coffin was overwhelming, surpassing the combined vitality of all present. At the core of this boundless source of demonic energy lay a heart, crimson and no larger than a fist, glistening like red agate. A fierce blood-red aura enveloped it, with endless demonic power and potent life force radiating from its essence. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of its heartbeat resonated, pulsating with vitality. It was a heart teeming with unparalleled vigor. In that moment, none could approach. With each beat of this resplendent crimson heart, those nearby felt their blood surge, their veins threatening to burst, each heart aching intensely, many unable to withstand the pressure. Swiftly retreating, a terrifying heart, merely beating normally, was beyond human endurance. The heart of the great emperor, the sacred heart of our demon clan's great emperor. In the sky, several formidable demons were utterly astonished, unable to suppress their gasps of disbelief. The luminous heart of the demon emperor pulsed powerfully, then suddenly shot skyward, transforming into a beam of blood-red divine light, soaring into the vastness above. Intercept it. We cannot allow it to escape. An elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang shouted, his face etched with urgency. Stop it at any cost, cried the warriors of the Ji family. That is the heart of the demon emperor, the very source of his power. If it falls into the hands of another great demon, it could lead to the emergence of another demon emperor. As they issued their commands, several great demons charged forth. However, one figure outpaced them all, Pang Bo, melding with the heavens and earth, transforming into a streak of green light, vanishing in an instant, almost simultaneously with the heart of the demon emperor. The Ji family dispatched 8 ancient war chariots in pursuit, while the sacred land of Yaoguang sent half of their forces swiftly after them, leaving the other half to encircle the tomb of the demon emperor. Had they known it was the tomb of the demon emperor, they would have reported it at once. Arriving in haste, their forces were insufficient. An elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang lamented. They had thought it merely an ordinary cave, never imagining it to be the tomb of the great demon emperor. A revelation that was utterly unforeseen and significant enough to shake the eastern wilderness. The warriors of the Ji family were equally regretful, having failed to report it and rushing in directly. In the distance, Yifan was profoundly astonished. Among those present, at least 10 individuals were not inferior to the leaders of the Lingshu Cave. Yet their words revealed that they were not the true powerhouses of the Yaoguang Holy Land or the Ji family, which was indeed alarming. The several holy lands and ancient clans were undeniably colossal entities beyond imagination. Masterly, have you acquired the legendary Tome of the Tao? An elder from the Yaoguang Holy Land inquired of the leader of the Lingshu Cave. Upon learning that this was the burial site of the demon sovereign, he instantly comprehended the significance of the sacred relics entombed here. Apart from the treasures used by the demon sovereign during his lifetime, there must also exist 3 divine repositories: the Tome of the Tao, the ultimate treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, and the remains of the demon sovereign. Among these, the heart, the source of the demon sovereign's power, had already vanished into the void, making its retrieval uncertain. Setting aside the demon sovereign's treasures, the other 2 sacred artifacts of the eastern wilderness human race were coveted by both the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family. The leader of the Lingshu Cave felt a bitter pang in his heart. He had failed to inform the Yaoguang Holy Land in advance, and ended up with nothing. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have rather extended a significant favor. He hastily explained, the first divine repository, the Tome of the Tao, has mysteriously vanished, leaving only an empty box. No one has laid eyes upon the actual scripture. The third divine repository was unexpectedly opened first, and the heart of the demon sovereign has also disappeared into the void. Now, only the second divine repository remains, which has just been partially unsealed. I suspect that the ultimate treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race still resides within. Furthermore, some treasures used by the demon sovereign during his lifetime are likely present as well. The Tome of the Tao has inexplicably vanished. How could this be? The powerful figures of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the ancient Ji family fixed their unwavering gazes upon the leader of the Lingshu Cave, seemingly in disbelief. The leader of the Lingshu Cave felt a pang of bitterness. There were several ancient texts in the Eastern Wilderness that could be compared to the Tome of the Tao, reportedly held by those holy lands and ancient clans. They had already possessed scriptures that were not inferior to the Tome of the Tao, yet still sought to seize this ancient text. The leader of the Lingshu Cave could only sigh inwardly, shaking his head in resignation, stating, "We indeed have not seen it." At that moment, a melodious celestial music drifted from the distant horizon. A dozen maidens gracefully descended, soaring directly above Yufan's head, startling him. These maidens, all clad in pure white garments, though not strikingly beautiful, each exuded a pristine elegance, untouched by the world's filth. They floated effortlessly, akin to ethereal fairies gliding on waves or dancing sprites, entirely removed from mortal concerns. Some played bamboo flutes, their melodies enchanting, while others smiled gently, evoking a sense of springtime warmth. Each maiden, with features reminiscent of painted landscapes, radiated an aura of otherworldliness. Yifan was taken aback, perceiving this as the embodiment of a true cultivator. They appeared ethereal and graceful, traversing the skies with the ease of a rainbow, transcending the mundane, and relishing the freedom of the cosmos. To his astonishment, even the long-reclusive Yaoqi sacred land had been stirred, and he surmised that it would not be long before other sects from the Eastern Wilderness flocked to this place. The Yaoqi sacred land, known for its reclusive nature, was now seeking to contend for the treasures left behind by the Demon Emperor. Simultaneously, the representatives from the Yaoguang sacred land and the ancient Ji family addressed a group of several enchanting maidens, both as a greeting and a subtle probe. "We are merely passing through, having discovered the overwhelming demonic energy in this locale, and thus came to investigate, only to encounter you all." A woman clad in white smiled gently, then adopted a serious demeanor, saying, "It appears that the tomb of the Demon Emperor has emerged, and I anticipate that in the coming days, the entire Eastern Wilderness will reverberate with this news, prompting countless sects to send representatives." In the distance, Yufan was profoundly astonished. Terms like Yaoguang, Ji, and Yaoqi were far from ordinary, particularly Yaoqi, which held a significant place in ancient Chinese mythology. And he had not expected such prominence to resonate across the stars. Chapter 60. The stirring of all sides. The Yin region was merely a corner of the vast Eastern Wilderness, a drop in the ocean. Should this news spread, the ruins would undoubtedly be inundated by countless cultivators. At this moment, the most disheartened individual was the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. With both the sacred land and the ancient Ji family present, he realized that this time, he would likely leave empty-handed, unable to contend with such formidable entities. The revelation of the Demon Emperor's tomb could not be suppressed and would surely shake the entire expanse of the Eastern Wilderness. Soon, an increasing number of sects would arrive, including the prominent ancient families and sacred lands, compelling the Ji family and Yaoguang sacred land to seek assistance. "Let our families join forces to breach the Demon Emperor's tomb and retrieve the treasures within. What say you?" An elder from Yaoguang's sacred land cast a glance at the Ji family strongman, then towards the group of maidens from Yaoqi's sacred land, ultimately sweeping his gaze over the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven. "Agreed, that is indeed the course of action." The Ji family's representative nodded in affirmation upon hearing this. The ethereal maidens from Yaoqi's sacred land, each radiating an unearthly beauty, seemed disinclined to partake in this contest. They began to withdraw, with the leading lady softly articulating, "We are merely passing through and have no intention of contending for the treasures of the Demon Emperor. Since that is the case, we shall not press the issue. Our two families will collaborate to breach the tomb of the Demon Emperor." The Yaoguang sacred land and Ji family were eager for the Yaoqi members to withdraw. While the tomb housed numerous treasures, no one would complain about having an abundance of spiritual artifacts. The fewer participants, the better. Leaderly, You should also bring your people here, an elder from Yawang's sacred land remarked casually, casting a glance into the distance. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven felt a pang of bitterness as he replied, I will exert every effort. The elder from Yawang's sacred land nodded. Your Lingshu Cave Heaven has already contributed significantly. You will surely be satisfied when the tomb of the Demon Emperor is opened. At present, over 20 formidable beings re-enter the grave of the Demon Emperor, intent on fully unearthing this ancient sepulchre. The ancient hall, forged from the five-colored divine jade, trembles incessantly, emanating radiant beams of light that cause the very heavens and earth to quiver in resonance. Something seems amiss. The women from the Yaoqi sacred land, observing from afar, exhibit expressions of astonishment. The demonic inscriptions adorning the ancient hall appear to glow with increasing brilliance. These ancient characters seem imbued with life, quivering as if they yearn to break free from their confines. The demonic symbols on the hall shimmer with vibrant hues. Dragon-shaped characters twist like serpents. Phoenix-shaped symbols seem poised to take flight, and the tortoise-shaped inscriptions roll restlessly. A mysterious aura envelopes the Demon Emperor's tomb as formidable demonic power gradually coalesces, shrouding the ancient grave in a veil of obscuring mist. This is troubling. The imperial mausoleum of the demon race harbors strange phenomena. The women from Yaoqi's sacred land display looks of alarm, acutely sensing the surging demonic energy, which swells like a vast ocean. Not all from the Yawang sacred land and the Ji family have ventured into the Demon Emperor's tomb. Those stationed outside perceive this unsettling change, their expressions shifting dramatically as they call out, "This is dire. The tomb is shifting. Retreat quickly." With urgency, everyone swiftly retreats, transforming into streaks of divine light as they rush toward the exit. Suddenly, an overwhelming radiance ignites within the Demon Emperor's tomb, and the last few individuals combust on the spot, writhing in agony, but their struggles are futile as they are reduced to ashes in an instant. Hurry! The leader of the Lingshu Cave Heaven and 2 esteemed elders narrowly escape, while 4 or 5 from Yawang's sacred land and the Ji family also manage to break free. The remainder, however, are sealed within. At that moment, the grand door of the ancient hall begins to close slowly. Through the gap that remains, glimpses of the interior reveal a dazzling brilliance. Those trapped inside are rendered immobile, their bodies becoming translucent, blood igniting in flames, vital organs swiftly charring, followed by flesh and bones, all turning to ash in a heartbeat. The terrifying expressions etched upon their faces as they met their demise instill a profound dread in all witnesses, particularly those who have just escaped, their hearts pounding in fear, realizing that had they lingered a moment longer, they too might have faced such a fate. How could this happen? What has transpired? Why has this mausoleum suddenly become so formidable? The elder from Yawang's sacred land wears a grim visage, deeply troubled, having yet to acquire the coveted treasure. They have already suffered significant losses, a harbinger of ill fortune. This is a contingency set by the demon race's emperor, without the presence of greater demons. This ancient hall poses a lethal trap for human cultivators. The strong of the Ji family arrive at this conclusion. After contemplation, the group agrees this holds merit. The earlier presence of several great demons did not elicit any anomalies until their departure, after which the hall transformed into something so enigmatic and terrifying. It is highly likely that the great emperor of the demon race would not wish for the strength of humanity to ultimately inherit his legacy. What then shall be done? Should we capture a few formidable demons? Alas, it may already be too late, as many sects are likely already en route. After a brief discussion, the sacred land of radiant light and the ancient family of Ji resolved to launch a concerted assault from outside, striving to open the ancient palace first. Otherwise, the question of who would ultimately claim the treasured relics would be left in uncertainty. They must act swiftly to gain access. The alliance between the sacred land of radiant light and the Ji family is sufficient to deter ordinary sects. Yet should a powerful faction or another sacred land along with the ancient families arrive, it would spell significant trouble, for those individuals would harbor no reservations in their pursuit. The eastern wilderness is vast beyond measure. It is not merely the formidable cultivators that are numerous, but even the nations are challenging to accurately account. No single sacred land can impose its will over the entirety of the eastern wilderness. With a cacophony of weapons igniting in brilliance, they launched an assault on the tomb of the Demon Emperor, unleashing waves of intense energy. Yet, astonishingly, the tomb remained unscathed, and the inscriptions upon it grew ever more resplendent. The inscriptions seemed to writhe and pulse with life. In that moment, all cultivators were taken aback as small dragons coiled upwards from the base of the Demon Emperor's tomb, while phoenixes soared majestically and mystical tortoises crawled slowly. The inscriptions of the demon race were animated, spreading upward from the foundation of the ancient palace, ultimately enveloping the entire structure in a dense tapestry of arcane symbols. Exuding an aura of unfathomable mystery, with streams of demonic energy circulating throughout, despite several fierce assaults by the sacred land of Radiant Light and the G family. Each attempt ended in failure, resulting in the loss of 2 ancient war chariots and several fierce beasts. The inscriptions upon the tomb of the demon emperor possessed an enigmatic power, occasionally bursting forth with divine light that pierced through the onlookers. The strong members of the G family, standing atop the ancient war chariots, wore grave expressions. The tomb was exceedingly sinister, leaving them with no choice but to await the arrival of reinforcements. The sounds of tearing air resounded continuously as numerous divine rainbows appeared across the horizon, marking the arrival of the first wave of cultivators upon the leakage of information. However, upon realizing that these were individuals from the 5 other celestial realms of the Yin Kingdom, those present breathed a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that it was not a super faction. Thunderous roars echoed from afar as clouds billowed and light radiated, heralding the approach of a colossal divine vessel forged from sacred jade, swiftly closing in. The expressions of those from the sacred land of Radiant Light and the G family shifted dramatically, just as they feared. A super faction had finally arrived. Yet, what further alarmed them was the terrifying wave of energy that surged from the distance. In another direction, dozens of divine rainbows carved a path, led by 9 ancient beasts resembling cheilants, drawing a resplendent jade palanquin shrouded in divine mist, thundering forward amidst an array of resounding roars. The countenance of the strong members from the sacred land of Radiant Light and the G family changed profoundly. This was undoubtedly a figure of immense power, for such a grand spectacle could not be attributed to anything less. Chapter 61. The Perfect Lady. The Cheilin is a legendary being, standing alongside dragons, and has been spoken of throughout history, yet scarcely has anyone ever laid eyes upon it. Much like the mythical dragon, only those of impure lineage exist in the world, often mistaken for true dragons, such as the Jiao. The Cheilin, too, has never manifested in its true form. Only the bloodlines from ancient times have persisted, resembling the Cheilin but not embodying its true essence, referred to instead as the Cheilin beast. This ancient beast, with its diluted divine blood, remains extraordinarily powerful, rivaling the might of great demons. The arrival of a figure accompanied by 9 Cheilin beasts was indeed a grand spectacle, leaving onlookers in awe. With a flurry of divine rainbows leading the way, the 9 ancient beasts resembling Cheilin soon galloped forward, halting before the tomb of the demon emperor. The jade palanquin glimmered brilliantly, adorned with countless auspicious colors and enveloped in divine mist, exuding an air of the extraordinary. An elder from the Radiant Light sacred land whispered. When a prominent figure from the ancient G family travels, they utilize 9 Jiao to draw their carriage. Thus, one who commands 9 Cheilin beasts must possess a remarkable and transcendent identity. A powerful individual from the G family's ancient war chariot chuckled softly. The one who employs the 9 Jiao is a cousin of our family head. The grandeur displayed by this individual suggests that, even if they are not the head of a certain ancient clan, their status is nearly equivalent. The cultivators from the Radiant Light sacred land and the G family felt a chill of reverence, hesitant to approach and pay their respects, all subdued by the presence of this enigmatic figure whose origins remained a mystery. Meanwhile, several women from the Yaoqi sacred land whispered among themselves, but could not ascertain which great personage had arrived. Once the 9 Cheilin beasts came to a halt, the jade palanquin remained still, its illustrious occupant seemingly waiting in tranquil anticipation. On another front, a colossal divine ship, forged from sacred jade, loomed in the air, maintaining its distance, perhaps wary of the jade palanquin. Evidently, this was merely the overture. More sects were steadily arriving, and it was certain that, before dawn, a gathering of over 1,000 would take place. Once news spread completely, this location would undoubtedly become a hub of fervor, drawing the attention of all cultivators in the eastern wilderness toward the tomb of the demon emperor. The emergence of the tomb of a legendary demon emperor holds immense significance. Should the distant sacred lands receive word, they would certainly deploy Dao patterns, consolidate heavenly forces, and activate ancient paths, swiftly traversing space to descend upon Yin territory. The radiance of the demon emperor's tomb soared to the heavens, and the crowd around it grew ever larger, with murmurs of speculation rippling through the masses. Even knowing the treasures within may be unattainable, many had converged to witness a momentous event that would resonate throughout the eastern wilderness. Pengbo, may you remain safe. Yifan traversed the mountains and valleys with remarkable speed, soon distancing himself from the ancient land. He sprinted onward, yet despite the brightness of the dawn, he made no significant discoveries. Above the primordial terrain, divine rainbows occasionally streaked across the sky, with cultivators all heading in a singular direction, evidently towards the tomb of the demon emperor. Where had they gone? Had he misjudged the direction? Yifan pursued relentlessly, but found no trace. Nevertheless, he persevered, continuing forward until noon, when he sensed a peculiar wave of energy. Ahead of him, 5 towering mountains stood in parallel, steep and imposing, resembling the 5 fingers of a hand. Initially indifferent to his surroundings, he now observed closely and was taken aback. The 5 mountains indeed resembled a colossal hand of a deity. Was it possible that the mountains and the veins of the earth here had been inscribed with patterns of the Tao, forming some mysterious momentum that disrupted human perception? Yifan pondered this hypothesis aloud. He closed his eyes and proceeded solely by instinct, attuning his heart to the powerful and vigorous pulse of the demon emperor's heart. Time passed unmeasured until he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. Yifan opened his eyes to find himself in a world filled with the fragrance of blossoms and the melodies of birds, akin to a legendary sacred land. The scenery was as poetic as it was picturesque, extraordinarily beautiful. At that moment, he could distinctly feel the throbbing of the heart of the demon emperor, causing his heart to ache intensely deep within this pristine realm, specifically behind several elegant peaks. Ethereal mists drifted, and amidst the celestial mountains, pavilions and palaces appeared like fleeting phantoms. Yifan hastened forward. Suddenly, he beheld a stunning figure standing upon a cliff ahead, surrounded by swirling mists. The woman, clad in white, was as pure as snow, dancing with the wind, resembling a celestial being poised to ascend. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, like a rare orchid in a secluded valley, exuding an otherworldly grace, her serene beauty harmonizing perfectly with the exquisite natural surroundings, as if she were an intrinsic part of this enchanting world. Yifan had never believed in the existence of perfection in this world. However, the woman standing atop the precipice before him exuded an aura of immaculate grace. Her beauty was not merely captivating but transcendent, possessing an ethereal quality that rendered her seemingly untouched by the mundane world, evoking a profound sense of inadequacy within him. It was as if all the exquisite wonders of existence paled in her presence. This strikingly elegant woman appeared to be no more than a teenager, her dark hair dancing lightly in the breeze, long lashes fluttering, and her eyes shrouded in a misty allure. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth glimmered with a radiant sheen, while her slender neck and delicate frame, coupled with her exquisite features and breathtaking visage, painted a picture of perfection that seemed utterly flawless and pure. Yifan is a person of remarkable resilience and confidence, undeterred by the circumstances around him. After a fleeting moment of distraction, he swiftly regained his composure and strode forward with determination. At that moment, a woman on the cliff cast her gaze upon him, her gentle smile blossoming like an ethereal flower, radiantly bright, rendering the sun above pale in comparison. As Yifan marveled at the exquisite beauty before him, an unusual sensation surged within him. This woman was astonishingly unreal, ethereal, and flawless, her perfection bordering on the sinister. He hesitated, for he sensed that moving forward might cost him his life. A voice, as melodious as celestial music, resonated in the air, delightful yet chilling, imparting to Yifan a sense of foreboding. He believed this flawless woman was not jesting. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, and moments later, several formidable demons, who had vanished earlier, emerged from the depths of the celestial mountain, surrounding this enchanting woman. Among them was a golden-haired maiden with wings, an elderly dragon, a robust man covered in scales, and a giant with horns protruding from his head. All bore pallid visages, as though drained of vitality. Approaching the perfect woman with a deference that belied their fearsome nature, their gazes fixed on Yifan, glinting with malice. Let him leave. Just then, a booming voice resonated from the misty peaks behind the cliff, filled with anguish as it spat out those 4 words. Kill him, and be done with it. In that moment, the elderly dragon advanced menacingly. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy crashed forth like an ocean, and within an instant, a shadow materialized in the sky. Bei Dou, with his hair wildly swirling, appeared as an abyss, exuding an oppressive force akin to that of 100,000 mountains, rendering the air thick and hard to breathe. At this moment, his cheeks and forehead were adorned with demonic inscriptions, while his bare chest and arms were covered in intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. Ancient symbols covered his entire being, swirling with an azure mist, and his eyes emitted a green light that stretched for dozens of meters. I said let him leave. His expression was chillingly indifferent as he stared at the elderly dragon. The dragon and the other formidable demons turned their gaze towards the nearly perfect maiden on the cliff, seemingly awaiting her command. The exquisite woman smiled gently and said, "Do not harm him. See him safely away from here." Pang Bo Yi Fan shouted, looking up at the imposing figure radiating demonic energy, calling his name repeatedly. Yet, at that moment, Pang Bo appeared both familiar and foreign, his demeanor cold as he gazed in Yi Fan's direction without uttering a word. Then, with a swift motion, he vanished into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye as the oceanic swell of demonic power receded like a tide. Immediately afterwards, Yi Fan felt his body lighten as the beautiful golden-haired maiden with wings gracefully approached, ensnaring him in a beam of light and propelling them both skyward in an instant. Yi Fan continuously shouted, "Pang Bo." Soon, a gust of wind rushed into his mouth, stifling his cries. The golden-haired maiden swiftly carried him through the skies, leaving behind only the muffled sounds of his unwillingness as they vanished into the distance. In no time, the golden-haired maiden descended with Yi Fan, setting him down gently. She gazed deeply into his eyes and said, "Take care of yourself. Depart at the earliest opportunity." With that, she transformed into a streak of golden light and soared into the heavens. Chapter 62. The rupture of the Demon Emperor's tomb. The sound of divine rainbows piercing the sky resonated endlessly as cultivators flocked toward the Demon Emperor's burial site. Yi Fan observed the scene without much excitement, striding purposefully away from the ruins and making his way back to the region of Wuzishan. As he traversed through the 5 stone mountains, he neither lost his way nor encountered the fabled land of purity. Instead, he found himself amidst a landscape of scattered stones and yellow sands, an expanse of desolation and silence that felt utterly foreign and barren. He was certain he had not strayed from his path. This was indeed the area he sought, yet the scene before him had transformed drastically, and that once pristine sanctuary had completely vanished. Yi Fan believed he had entered a realm of illusion. He closed his eyes, attempting to sense the pulsation of the Demon Emperor's heart with his own. However, he perceived nothing. The stillness was profound, rendering this place a veritable desolation. He meticulously searched this expanse, only to reluctantly confront a stark reality. All of this was indeed real. There existed no sanctified ground, merely a barren stretch of sand and stone spanning several dozen miles, devoid of life, suffused with an oppressive stillness. How could this be? Yi Fan furrowed his brow and returned to the 5 stone mountains, suddenly discovering a corner of a sleeve at the foot of the central stone peak. It belonged to Pang Bo. Yi Fan relentlessly searched this desolate land, only to find disappointment. It revealed nothing, and the presence of Pang Bo and several formidable demons had vanished entirely. Ultimately, Yi Fan had no choice but to depart, uncertain if he would ever encounter Pang Bo again after this farewell. Arriving at the edge of the starry sky, the two had always shared life and death, supporting one another, yet now parting in such a manner left Yi Fan deeply disheartened as he walked away, step by step. After trekking hundreds of miles, Yi Fan passed the ruins of an ancient site, merely a few miles from the tomb of the Demon Emperor, where many cultivators had already gathered. The ancient tomb hovered in the sky, radiating a brilliant glow. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed, causing the heavens to tremble. An ancient war chariot, exuding an aura of formidable might, was forged from gold and intricately etched with myriad runes. It was drawn by 9 powerful azure dragons, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars as it crushed through the firmament, bringing forth a tsunami of battle intent. In the distance, numerous cultivators inhaled sharply, realizing that another significant figure had arrived. Many faces turned pale, yet members of the ancient Ji family displayed expressions of joy. The 9 azure dragons propelled the golden war chariot through the clouds, swiftly approaching and eventually halting before the Ji family, falling into an eerie silence. Before anyone could regain their composure, a symphony of celestial music drifted closer as petals rained down from the sky, sparkling and fragrant. Ethereal figures, akin to celestial maidens, floated gracefully through the air, their flowing sleeves creating an enchanting spectacle. They were adorned in vibrant floral garments, surrounding a fragrant chariot woven from divine blossoms, gliding effortlessly as a cascade of floral rain enveloped the ruins in resplendent beauty. Before the tomb of the Demon Emperor, all cultivators were taken aback. Yet another extraordinary individual had arrived, confirming that this ancient edifice had indeed attracted many powerful cultivators, all hastening to witness the event. Yi Fan had already regained his composure. Although he had not found Pang Bo, He firmly believed that Bei Dou was not dead, and that there would eventually come a day when the brothers would reunite. To grow stronger, I must continuously strive for greater strength, refusing to allow others to dictate our fate. Yi Fan cast aside his despondency, his eyes gleaming with determination and confidence. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, his foremost task was to strengthen himself. Only then could he aspire to rescue Bei Dou. He chose not to depart, but to withdraw several miles, gazing from a lofty mountain near the Demon Emperor's tomb. With his current cultivation level, he lacked the power to contest anything. Even the weakest among them could effortlessly reduce him to ashes. His choice to observe from a distance was solely for the purpose of broadening his horizons. At that moment, he was unaware of the multitude of cultivators that had arrived, many of whom had already engaged in battle, yet none had succeeded in unlocking the Demon Emperor's tomb, resulting in numerous casualties among the ranks of cultivators. The magnificent ancient palace, forged from 5-colored divine jade, was inscribed with a myriad of demon scripts, the 5-colored divine light radiating forth, with dragon-shaped, phoenix-shaped, and tortoise-shaped characters seemingly imbued with life. The demonic aura surged like a billowing smoke, ascending towards the heavens, while the overwhelming demonic energy rose and fell like an ocean, rendering all cultivators unable to approach. Those daring to cross a single step beyond the threshold were instantly reduced to powder. The slaying force laid down by a generation's Demon Emperor had long since reached its nadir under the erosion of time, yet its pulsating patterns had been deciphered. The moment to act was nigh. Before the Demon Emperor's tomb, a chilling voice emanated from a jade carriage drawn by 9-headed cheilants. Though not thunderous, its clarity resonated in every corner, sending shivers through many cultivators. The superlative figure was finally poised to make a move. Indeed, the tomb of the Demon Emperor could be opened. A gentle voice followed, though the presence of the woman was unperceived. None doubted that she was of equal stature to the eminent figure within the jade carriage. We possess the innate geographical advantage. Now that the tomb is to be opened, our gains will be substantial. At that moment, a commanding voice thundered from another part of the sky, its words striking like lightning, leaving all ears ringing. Beneath a sky adorned with a cascade of floral rain, a voice emerged from a chariot woven from divine flowers, crisp and melodious, declaring, "If that is the case, let us commence. We shall forcibly open the Demon Emperor's tomb to avoid collateral damage. All shall retreat." An aged voice resonated from the Ji family's imposing golden war chariot, shaking the heavens with the intensity of a tsunami, exuding unparalleled pressure. The 5 great figures spoke in succession, their voices merging almost seamlessly, striking fear into the hearts of all present, akin to thunder rumbling in the distance. In that instant, every individual felt a profound tremor, their bodies instinctively retreating. The 5 enigmatic figures, unwilling to delay further as the formidable forces of other superpowers hastened their arrival, resolved to join forces and forcibly shatter the Demon Emperor's tomb to seize the treasures within. Even from several miles away, Yi Fan sensed a terrifying surge of energy. A chill ran down his spine, and without hesitation, he swiftly distanced himself from the area, retreating several more miles. A tremendous roar reverberated from the direction of the Demon Emperor's tomb, sending tremors through the very fabric of existence and causing souls to shudder. A radiant divine light pierced the heavens, bridging the realms of sky and earth. It erupted forth like a volcanic explosion, an inexhaustible tide of demonic energy surging violently, its resplendent brilliance crashing outward like a tsunami in all directions. Numerous cultivators, akin to drifting reeds, were swept away by the colossal wave of energy. Even those who had retreated to a safe distance found themselves affected. In the distance, Yi Fan was taken aback, feeling the impact even from his position. Countless trees were snapped, and numerous boulders were sent tumbling. Taking refuge behind a rocky outcrop, he felt an unsettling thrill of fear. The Demon Emperor's tomb was indeed fearsome. Despite the passage of countless ages, the Slayer's might laid down by the demon sovereign had waned to a mere shadow of its former self. Yet it still unleashed such terrifying demonic power when provoked. One could only imagine the formidable strength of the Emperor who once unified the Eastern wilderness. The Demon Emperor, a figure of ancient renown, had cast seals of such daunting potency that even in decay, they emanated an aura of dread. A glimpse into the extraordinary prowess he once wielded. Before the grand ancient palace, only 5 figures remained, their forms obscured. Yet 5 dazzling orbs of light hovered in the air, each of them expressing awe. The legendary Demon Emperor was indeed a transcendent master of his age. Now, the residual demonic energy within this tomb likely paled in comparison to his prime, Yet its menacing force was still staggering, a thought that left one in shock. Despite their musings, the 5 eminent figures did not relent. Instead, they summoned their full divine might, launching even more ferocious and assertive assaults. The heavens roared like a turbulent sea, resembling the Milky Way cascading downwards, enveloping the realm in a blinding brilliance. Infinite divine radiance surged forth, while vast waves of demonic energy boiled within the confines of the Demon Emperor's tomb. All cultivators hastily distanced themselves, none daring to linger. The 5 illustrious beings continued their relentless onslaught, wielding their formidable weapons against the ancient tomb of the Demon Emperor, casting the sun, moon, and stars into shadow, causing the entire expanse of heaven and earth to tremble. Endless divine light and terrifying demonic energy surged in all directions. Time became an enigma, and even the 5 great figures lost count of their strikes as they managed to create a fissure in the corner of the Demon Emperor's crypt. With a resounding crash, they united their strength for a decisive blow. 5 mighty weapons, exuding divine light, coalesced with the essence and power of the 5 figures, ultimately tearing a corner of the Demon Emperor's tomb asunder. In that moment, streams of radiant light burst forth from the newly created rift in the tomb, darting in all directions, and even sentient weapons fled from their confines. The 5 great figures extended their hands towards the sky, attempting to seize the escaping lights. Yet many remained elusive, soaring towards the heavens or vanishing into the dense woodlands. At this instant, the observing cultivators sprang into action, swiftly darting in various directions. Some pursuing the lights ascending into the sky, while others plunged into the depths of the forest, chasing after the dazzling glimmers. A streak of azure light pierced through the rocky mountain where Yi Fan resided, effortlessly breaching the stone wall and penetrating within. This unexpected occurrence left Yi Fan astonished, as he had never anticipated gaining anything from such a distant location. At that moment, 5 prominent figures once again joined forces, unleashing 5 formidable weapons towards the Demon Emperor's tomb. Chapter 63. The Unprincipled Taoist. Yi Fan's fingertips exuded a strand of golden thread, cleaving through the rock face, from which a glimmering azure light began to emanate, revealing half of a hilt. He grasped it firmly and exerted force to pull it free, instantly filling the surroundings with azure mist that made him squint. With a resonant clang, a verdant dagger emerged, releasing a crisp metallic resonance as it was fully extracted. Enveloped in swirling azure mist and displaying an unparalleled sharpness. Measuring merely half a foot in length, it resembled a pool of jade water, translucent and radiant, emanating waves of chilling aura. Yi Fan understood that this was no ordinary object. The weapon, coveted by the Demon Clan Emperor, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Just then, a plump Taoist priest, his face aglow with joy, arrived, soaring through the air on a divine rainbow. Though his figure appeared corpulent, his movements were surprisingly nimble, descending silently like a falling leaf. With a chuckle, he exclaimed, "What a stroke of luck! I never anticipated that I would truly come across a sentient weapon." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the dagger in Yi Fan's grasp, revealing a benevolent smile. "Child, this is a formidable weapon. You cannot tame it. Come, allow me to subdue it for you." Yi Fan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to the chubby face of the portly Taoist, who had so shamelessly toyed with him as if he were but a child. He instinctively recoiled. The rotund Taoist, surprisingly agile, deftly twirled his large hand and snatched the dagger with a swift motion, laughing heartily. "Child, I shall remember this favor. The mountain may not move, but the road will turn. When we meet again, I shall express my gratitude in full measure." With that, the plump Taoist patted his behind and took off, soaring into the heavens like a comet. "You insufferable glutton, I shall not forget you," Yi Fan muttered under his breath, shaking his fist at the sky in frustration. The mystical weapon he had nearly claimed had been so easily snatched away, leaving him with a deep sense of discontent. Seeing his keen spiritual perception, Yi Fan dared not utter a word. He cast a sidelong glance and watched the rotund Taoist swagger away. The tomb of the Demon Emperor had indeed released numerous spiritual weapons, their radiant light shooting forth in all directions. A multitude of cultivators rode the divine rainbows, relentlessly pursuing, as the skies above this primal wasteland were filled with flickering lights and shadows. Just a mere quarter of an hour had passed when another divine rainbow shot towards Yi Fan, startling him greatly, prompting a hasty retreat. A crimson glow, resembling a fiery cloud, swiftly approached and embedded itself into the stone wall ahead. Yi Fan was somewhat astonished, feeling a stroke of luck that filled his heart with joy. Just moments ago, he had been swindled out of a dagger by a rotund Taoist priest, and now, unexpectedly, Another weapon materialized before his eyes. Vigilantly, he surveyed his surroundings. And upon noticing that no one was passing by, his fingertips shimmered with golden threads as he swiftly cut into the stone wall, extracting a blood-red orb. Instantly, rays of crimson light burst forth in all directions. A hearty laugh resonated from afar as a plump Taoist priest appeared, his mouth stretched almost to his ears, riding a divine rainbow towards him. Cursed fate! Yi Fan cursed inwardly, grasping the orb surrounded by crimson light, and turned to flee. Indeed, this Taoist is destined to cross paths with you, young friend. I did not expect our meeting to come so swiftly. The chubby priest, grinning widely, landed right before Yi Fan, obstructing his escape. Extending his plump hand, he jovially remarked, "This treasure is fated to be with me. I kindly request you lend it to me for a time. You are truly taking advantage of me." Yi Fan retorted indignantly, clutching the orb that radiated with brilliance. As he stepped back, "You have already taken one of my spiritual weapons. I cannot part with this one as well. This orb is a manifestation of demon and beast. You cannot contain its power, young friend. I am here to subdue it for your own good." The rotund Taoist, his face aglow with delight, reached out his chubby hand and effortlessly seized the red orb. Yi Fan's teeth ground in irritation as he exclaimed, "Taoist, did you not promise that our next encounter would bring me fortune and that you would express your gratitude? How then do you dare to seize my belongings? You have already acquired a dagger. Kindly return this pearl to me." "Ah, my dear friend, you seem to misunderstand," the plump Taoist replied with a broad grin, unabashed and exuding an air of charlatanry. "It is precisely because our first meeting forged a bond of good fortune that our paths have crossed again. I have come to subdue this enchanted pearl, transformed from a demon, to help you evade a calamity. This is the benevolent outcome of the auspicious connection we established." Yi Fan felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, envisioning a mark of his shoe upon that rotund face. Yet, considering the Taoist's profound and inscrutable powers, he restrained himself from such a violent impulse. "Boundless celestial sovereign, may our fates intertwine once more." The humble Taoist takes his leave. With a swift turn, the plump Taoist ascended on a divine rainbow, vanishing into the heavens with a whoosh. "Cursed glutton, may we never meet again in this lifetime." Yi Fan scowled, feeling an intense frustration towards this unscrupulous Taoist who had acted most ungratefully. In the distance, 5 formidable figures unleashed another fierce assault, wielding their powerful weapons to shatter another corner of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Instantly, rays of celestial light erupted, and more spiritual weapons surged forth. Despite the overwhelming might of the 5 great warriors, they could not contain all the ascending divine radiance, and many weapons fled into the ether. Surrounding cultivators displayed their delight, harnessing divine rainbows to intercept the scattered beams of light. Yi Fan sat dejectedly upon the stone mountain, gazing at the radiant hues of the distant sky. With a sense of helplessness, he murmured to himself, "That wretched fat man, that unscrupulous rogue Taoist, curses him to be robbed, leaving him without even his robe." Suddenly, a streak of purple light surged forth from the horizon, akin to a flowing stream, swiftly vanishing into the rock wall before him. Yi Fan widened his eyes, unable to believe that a third spiritual weapon had been directed towards this location. It was indeed peculiar. He sensed that the stone wall held some mystery, an unusual occurrence that could not be mere coincidence. For how could it be that multiple spiritual weapons converged upon the same cliff? This time, Yi Fan refrained from impulsive actions, waiting a considerable time until he confirmed that no one else passed by before cautiously approaching, muttering, "Surely that fat man won't appear this time." With great care, he began to excavate the stone wall, and immediately, streams of enchanting violet light radiated forth, illuminating his palm with a crystalline glow. The purple mist enveloped him, instilling a profound sense of comfort. It was a violet ring, adorned with exquisite purple light and vibrant colors that were instantly appealing. "That unscrupulous fat man has pilfered 2 of my treasures. Otherwise, I would have already collected 3. Yi Fan grumbled indignantly. "At last, he hasn't discovered this one. Here I come." Just as Yi Fan finished his thoughts, a plump figure reappeared, beaming with joy. His forehead creased with deep lines, and his mouth stretched from ear to ear, revealing his back teeth as he laughed heartily. "Indeed, my young friend and I share a fateful connection." Cursed Yi Fan's face turned pale. He never anticipated that this portly Taoist would cling to him like a stubborn adhesive. Enraged, he retorted, "What connection could there possibly be between us? Indeed, we are quite fated." The Taoist continued without a hint of embarrassment, counting on his fingers. "Look, in such a short span, We have encountered each other thrice. How can one claim there is no fate? It must be Heaven's will. Heaven's will, my foot. Yi Fan lifted his foot, ready to deliver a kick to the Taoist's rotund posterior. However, considering the disparity in their strengths, he ultimately restrained his anger. Stepping aside and shouting towards the distant sky, spiritual weapon with all his might, he hurled the ring away, hoping that someone else would seize it. For he wished to deprive the unscrupulous Taoist of any further gains, lest he be driven to the brink of fury. The purple light streaked across the sky. The Taoist's reflexes were astonishingly swift for his size. With a whoosh, he darted forward and caught the purple ring in his hands before it had even traveled 100 meters, landing with a beaming smile, proclaiming, "It is indeed Heaven's will." Yi Fan truly felt a surge of blood rising in his throat. This rotund individual was exceedingly despicable and shameless, deliberately provoking him. "Master Dao, do you not find this excessive?" Yi Fan's forehead throbbed with tension as he remarked, "A monk should possess a modicum of integrity. One must not be so avaricious. I, a humble priest, have always adhered to self-discipline. External influences cannot sway my steadfast heart. I diligently cleanse my thoughts." My mind illuminated like the moon in a clear sky. Observing his ostentatious demeanor, Yi Fan's frustration escalated, and he retorted, "Since you are so disciplined, return my belongings." A monk embodies compassion. It is solely due to the benevolent ties between us that I have undertaken the arduous task of alleviating your 3 tribulations, even at the cost of confronting 3 formidable demons with my own frail form. The chubby Taoist wore an expression of benevolence, exuding a seemingly simple-hearted demeanor as he chanted, "Infinite celestial respect, adopting the airs of a sage. You charlatan. I protest." Yi Fan gritted his teeth and demanded, "What is your esteemed surname, Taoist?" Chapter 64. Conspiracy for the Treasures of the Demon Clan. I am a monk and shall not take a wife or bear children. Destiny weaves and unravels. It appears that our fates have concluded for today, yet the future remains uncertain. Perhaps we shall meet again. The plump Taoist chuckled, showing no intention of departing, and declared, "At present, I feel a connection with this stone wall and have resolved to linger and observe." Yi Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this unscrupulous, rotund man possessed such keen perception, able to discern the extraordinary nature of the stone wall. He promptly halted his steps. "Since you have chosen to remain, I assure you that you shall reap rewards. However, it would be prudent to refrain from meddling with overly ostentatious spiritual treasures. I genuinely wish to protect your well-being. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would be incapable of safeguarding a spiritual weapon. Should it fall prey to someone else's covetous gaze, it could lead to considerable trouble. Not everyone is as benevolent as I am. Many who covet spiritual weapons would not hesitate to resort to lethal measures, and you might find your very life at stake." At that moment, a cataclysmic clash erupted in the distance as 5 formidable beings unleashed a devastating strike. An unfathomable divine power cascaded from the heavens like a torrential waterfall, sweeping through the vast expanse of the sky. In an instant, all cultivators trembled, many unable to maintain their balance amidst the divine radiance and plummeting from the heights. An indescribable sense of dread enveloped them, leaving them breathless, as the overwhelming pressure was utterly insurmountable, causing many souls to tremble involuntarily. This was the terrifying might of the 5 great figures. Their divine presence resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, instilling fear and trepidation in every living being. With a resounding thunder, the final strike from these 5 pinnacle powerhouses shattered the tomb of the Demon Emperor, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that ravaged the surroundings. The grand ancient palace reverberated with a thunderous sound, completely collapsing. Simultaneously, an endless radiance burst forth in all directions, as all the spiritual weapons entombed within the ancient grave erupted forth. Among them, several beams of light were particularly dazzling, radiating brilliance that illuminated the sky, resembling miniature suns. One could easily surmise that these were the most powerful spiritual treasures. Each of the 5 supreme experts manifested their extraordinary powers, extending their hands. And nearly every one of them seized a treasure, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. Yet, a few radiant spiritual weapons, akin to small suns, evaded their grasp and soared into the sky, escaping their clutches. However, the pinnacle powerhouses did not pursue them. Instead, they remained in place, scanning the surroundings with their formidable divine consciousness, seemingly searching for something, while countless spiritual weapons transformed into streaks of light and vanished. The unfathomable waves of energy surged into the distance, driving all cultivators into a frenzy as they recklessly chased after the spiritual weapons amidst the radiant chaos. The tomb of the Demon Emperor was utterly obliterated, with debris scattering in all directions, leaving behind only a dazzling torrent of energy. Where had the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race disappeared to? The weapons of the demonic emperor, rumored to be on par with the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness, had not manifested either. The five supreme experts displayed expressions of perplexity, their powerful divine consciousness sweeping the area continuously. At that moment, from within the lingering brilliance that had yet to dissipate, a radiant beam surged forth, eclipsing the sun, moon, and stars with its brilliance. It was so dazzling. It resembled the explosion of the sun itself. Even five transcendent figures struggled to open their eyes, their vision stinging painfully. However, their reactions were swift. As they extended their hands in an instant, a brilliant beam of divine light pierced through the air, radiating with unparalleled energy, akin to a tumultuous expanse of the cosmos. The terrifying fluctuations were vast and inscrutable, forcing all five masters to retreat, rendering their weapons instantly dull and lifeless. The resplendent divine light streaked across the sky, creating an exceedingly fearsome wave of energy that caused many cultivators in the vicinity to plummet from great heights. It emitted an unmatched demonic power, resembling a world ablaze, unstoppable in its advance. This was the weapon wielded by the Demon Emperor in his lifetime, comparable to the treasured artifacts of the Eastern Wilderness human race. Realizing the gravity of the situation, three of the five powerful beings pursued the source of the light, while the other two remained, intent on searching for the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness. In the distance, Yi Fan was left speechless as he noticed the radiant beam hurtling toward the stone mountain. Beside him, the rotund Taoist rubbed his hands together, grinning widely, exclaiming, "What fortune has befallen me? This weapon of the Demon Emperor is no less than the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness. If I were to obtain it, can you handle it?" Yi Fan anxiously inquired, watching as the demon treasure approached. Should the plump Taoist fail to catch it, they would surely be crushed to dust, a most tragic fate. Indeed, it seems the Taoist lacks such fortune. Even if he could catch it, the three formidable figures behind would surely obliterate him. At this, he seized Yi Fan's arm and, quicker than a rabbit, darted to another mountain with a swift whoosh. The weapon of the Demon Emperor unleashed a myriad of divine rays, dazzling in brilliance, obscuring its true form. The intense light was blinding, as if countless stars burned simultaneously, causing the very heavens to tremble violently. With a thunderous crash, it collided with the stone mountain. Alas, the plump Taoist lamented, rubbing his hands. This is dire. There must be a treasure beneath the stone mountain. Yet it cannot withstand the impact of the demon treasure. Most likely, it has turned to ashes. What a pity. The area was completely engulfed in light, transforming into a vast ocean of energy, a tumultuous tide that sent all nearby cultivators flying. Those too close were obliterated, reduced to mere clouds of blood mist. Yet, at that moment, a surprising event unfolded. The stone mountain fractured, releasing an incredibly gentle green mist that ascended toward the heavens. The soft, sacred glow calmed the hearts of all who beheld it, suffusing the air with vibrant greenery, reminiscent of an oasis materializing in the sky. Just then, a colossal green treasure basin surged from the ground, drawing the Demon Emperor's treasure within its depths. Unbelievable, that celestial lord. At this moment, the plump Taoist struggled to articulate his thoughts, finally exhaling forcefully to regain composure, shouting, "It is the treasure basin of the demon race. Someone has concealed themselves there. Prepared to scheme for the demon treasure." The corpulent Taoist instantly comprehended why the stone wall in that place could attract spiritual weapons. Within it resided the legendary treasure of a wealth-accumulating basin. Although that individual had been suppressing the basin with divine power, it still managed to draw some spiritual weapons towards it. The wealth-accumulating basin appeared to be carved from jadeite, a vivid green that penetrated to one's very bones. The luminous, sacred green radiated throughout the sky, exuding an unparalleled softness that enveloped one in a profound sense of ease. At this moment, within the basin, a dazzling orb of brilliance was shimmering. It was the coveted treasure of the demon clan. The radiance was overwhelming, so piercing that its true form was obscured. As it continuously rotated within the basin, reminiscent of the celestial expanse of the universe, not only did unfathomable demonic energy surge forth, but also fierce divine light incessantly emanated from it. A tremor coursed through Yi Fan's heart as he beheld the figure standing before the treasure basin, an individual of unparalleled grace and beauty, the very embodiment of perfection he had encountered not long ago. At that moment, She appeared ethereal and sacred, her flawless form exuding an otherworldly charm. Swiftly, she stowed the treasure basin, transforming into a fleeting beam of light that vanished into the distance. Leaving behind a melodious laughter that resonated like celestial music, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elders for your assistance. Without it, even the progeny of the Demon Emperor would find it arduous to claim the treasures of the Great Emperor. The three prominent figures, having pursued closely, wore expressions of indifference. They had inscribed numerous runes outside the Demon Emperor's tomb, consolidating an immensely powerful celestial force. Though they could not halt the treasures of the Demon Emperor, their efforts significantly mitigated the relentless impact. Consequently, this allowed a hidden party to reap the benefits. Otherwise, possessing the legendary treasure basin would not have sufficed in securing the possessions of the demon race's great emperor. In unison, the three figures unleashed their might towards the vanishing streak of light in the sky. Such an overwhelming assault was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Even they struggled to withstand its force. A tsunami-like surge of terrifying energy swept across the heavens, igniting the sky in blinding radiance, causing surrounding cultivators to flee in sheer terror. However, this formidable strike seemed to collide with the void, failing to make contact with anything tangible. A resplendent glow erupted, and the woman vanished, slipping into the gentle luminescence, disappearing in an instant. This cunning little demoness had long been prepared, inscribing runes and harnessing celestial energies to traverse the void, and at this moment, she had likely already distanced herself by thousands of miles. The three eminent figures spoke with icy resolve, grappling with the reality that someone had audaciously maneuvered beneath their watchful eyes, seizing the treasures of the demon race's great emperor. A notion they found difficult to endure. Accessing the demon emperor's tomb was a straightforward task, yet preventing the treasures from being taken proved exceedingly challenging. They had unwittingly facilitated her success. In a flash of brilliance, the three figures vanished, hastening towards the shattered epicenter of the demon emperor's tomb. For the legendary treasures of the eastern wilderness human race remained undiscovered, an acquisition they ardently desired. Why have the treasures of the eastern wilderness yet to manifest? Murmured the portly Taoist priest softly. Yi Fan was also quite intrigued, having heard countless tales of the legendary treasures of the eastern wilderness human race, yet still remained oblivious to their true nature. It appeared that even the most transcendent figures were fervently eager to possess them. Chapter 65. The mysterious green copper. The sound of piercing winds reverberated incessantly as streaks of divine radiance surged towards the shattered stone mountain, reminiscent of a meteor shower in flight. Moments ago, the treasure plate had revealed itself in a fleeting glimpse, and although it had vanished, its resplendent display had captivated all nearby spiritual weapons, drawing them in like moths to a flame. Ah, the marvels of creation! The stout Taoist chuckled with glee, abandoning Yi Fan to soar upward, charging headlong into the cascade of luminous rain. Concurrently, cultivators from all directions rushed forth, converging upon the radiant downpour formed by the gathering spiritual weapons. Alas, this was not a grand banquet. The swiftly flying spiritual weapons were ferociously lethal, piercing through a dozen individuals in a single sweep, leaving behind a trail of blood and lifeless bodies. Despite his grimacing, he bore no wounds, and upon drawing the golden short sword from his backside, no blood flowed, as if he were wholly unscathed. When it comes to spiritual weapons, if one does not halt, it is indeed difficult to intercept them, he remarked. Relatively speaking, he considered himself fortunate. Most who had surged forward moments earlier had been directly impaled, many meeting with untimely ends. With a swift motion, the stout Taoist pursued once more, while other cultivators navigated the divine rain in hot pursuit, yearning to seize the spiritual treasures. At that moment, an array of luminous streaks once again shot forth, some landing upon the nearby peaks. And Yi Fan too was showered with radiant light. However, upon discerning the true nature of these objects, his enthusiasm waned. They were primarily debris expelled from the collapsed tomb of the Demon Emperor. Numerous cultivators rushed over, scouring the peaks, occasionally casting glances at Yi Fan. Just then, another object plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground. As Yi Fan bent to collect it, he found himself encircled by several cultivators. This left him feeling quite disheartened. It seemed unlikely he would make any significant gains today. Even if he were to fortuitously acquire 100 spiritual weapons, it would be challenging to safeguard them. Take it if you desire, he declared, tossing the item he had picked up onto the ground. What is this green iron? I had anticipated it to be a treasure, yet it is merely scrap metal. Though the several cultivators expressed such sentiments, they still picked it up to inspect it closely. confirming it to be mere refuse. They tossed it back to Yi Fan. "You may as well keep it," they remarked. "Whose child is this, wandering about so recklessly at such a young age? Truly, one must have a penchant for danger," the cultivators lamented before departing in disappointment, heading towards other peaks. Yi Fan picked up the palm-sized copper coin from the ground, weighing it in his hand, feeling its considerable heft, as if it were a fragment of some shattered vessel. Swiftly, a dozen cultivators descended, meticulously searching the mountain peak before seizing the scrap copper from Yi Fan's grasp. They probed it with their spiritual senses and ultimately returned it to him, vanishing into the void. Thus, numerous groups of cultivators appeared on the mountain, each scrutinizing the piece of scrap in Yi Fan's possession before tossing it back to him. Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. These individuals seemed intent on scouring the very earth, inspecting even the verdant copper in his hand with great care. It felt as though obtaining a spiritual weapon today was a task akin to scaling the heavens. "Ah, young lad, what are you concealing? Do not flee. Allow this Taoist to see if some malevolent spirit has ensnared you. I shall assist you in subduing it. This treasure shall not be relinquished to you," one rotund Taoist proclaimed. Yi Fan feigned tucking the scrap into his robes. Upon hearing this, the portly Taoist's face broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, it appears I share a fateful connection with you. Dear friend, I can assist you in vanquishing demons for the 4th time. Enough of that. If you desire this treasure, you must offer something in return," Yi Fan asserted, extending his hand. Although he deemed the stout Taoist quite unscrupulous and detestable, he did not consider him wholly malevolent, and thus felt no significant fear. "Our encounters are becoming increasingly serendipitous. Very well, I shall present you with a legendary treasure," the Taoist said, reaching into his robe. "Who claims to be fated with you? It would be best if our paths never crossed again in this lifetime." Upon seeing the jade pendant offered by the Taoist, Yi Fan's indignation grew. The pendant was dull and lifeless, hardly deserving the title of jade. It resembled a mere fragment of stone, and to make matters worse, it was missing a corner. Yi Fan was ready to discard it, but was halted by the stout Taoist, who forcibly pressed it into his embrace, stating, "Keep it. This is indeed a valuable item. It may very well save your life one day." With that, the rotund Taoist skillfully took possession of the scrap of copper. "What the hell? Is this the treasure you speak of? It is nothing more than a worthless piece of metal," Yi Fan thought to himself. The stout Taoist cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, yet showed no sign of carelessness. He examined the object meticulously, turning it over and over, scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness for a full quarter of an hour. Eventually, he extended his spiritual awareness to observe it repeatedly. Clang. Ultimately, the stout Taoist tossed the copper scrap onto the ground, his face a mask of disappointment as he remarked, "It seems I was mistaken. You may as well keep this trinket for yourself." Yi Fan held a profound disdain for the unscrupulous Taoist, having never encountered such avarice. He took an inordinate amount of time merely to examine a rusted copper coin. As the pearl lay shrouded in dust, unrecognized by others, he thought to himself, "If this is the case, I shall keep it for myself." With a casual motion, Yi Fan seized the copper coin. Despite the numerous cultivators who had scrutinized this scrap metal, he did not regard it as a treasure. It was merely a means to vex the unscrupulous Taoist. At that moment, he found little desire to linger amidst the ruins and sought to depart. The unscrupulous Taoist made no effort to impede him. Muttering incessantly about the whereabouts of the eastern wilderness human treasures as he paced back and forth upon the mountain. Before long, Yi Fan had distanced himself from that area, no longer in sight of any cultivators. He began to channel the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture, swiftly propelling himself toward the outskirts of the ruins. From his golden sea of suffering, strands of golden light surged forth, circulating throughout his body, nourishing his flesh, organs, and bones, instilling him with a sense of immense strength and remarkable speed. Suddenly, Yi Fan was taken aback. Upon glancing down, he discovered that the scrap metal was undergoing a peculiar transformation, shedding layers of rust to reveal an ancient and majestic appearance. At first glance, it appeared quite ordinary, akin to fragments fallen from some vessel. However, upon closer inspection, he perceived an indescribable and enigmatic charm emanating from it, imparting an overwhelming sense of antiquity and profound history. Yi Fan channeled the profound techniques of the Tao Sutra, his fingertips unleashing strands of golden threads that surged towards the copper plate. Yet, despite his relentless invocation of the golden-hued divine power of the Sea of Suffering, the green copper remained utterly unchanged, exuding an unparalleled antiquity and profound silence. This object appeared to be quite extraordinary. Yi Fan tucked the green copper into his embrace, no longer probing into its mysteries, and continued his swift run. At that moment, his golden sea of suffering incessantly overflowed with golden threads, providing him with an unending source of vitality, propelling his speed ever faster. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him beneath his navel, startling Yi Fan, as he sensed something new within the sea of suffering. He hastily came to a halt, and the green copper vanished from his grasp. In an instant, a realization struck him, prompting him to delve inward. To his astonishment, the green copper had appeared within his sea of suffering, resting motionless like an ancient rock, steadfast and grand. The golden sea, akin to a radiant moon suspended in darkness, contained not only a minuscule page of golden script, but now also housed a piece of archaic green copper, which occupied the center, displacing the golden page to the side. Though the golden paper shimmered with celestial brilliance and radiated a starlit glow, it could not perturb the green copper in the slightest. Finding itself relegated to the periphery of the golden sea, what could this green copper possibly be? Yi Fan was deeply astonished, scrutinizing the golden sea of suffering and discovering that the ancient green copper bore intricate and mysterious Dao patterns. Chapter 66, The Young Tomb and the Engrave. Yi Fan possessed only a superficial understanding of the Dao patterns, having merely heard Elder Wu Qingfeng speak of them in a cursory manner. It is said that the most formidable weapons are inscribed with these patterns, which can be regarded as the very soul and essence of the weapon. However, Dao patterns are not confined solely to weaponry. Their applications are vast and varied across multiple domains. For instance, they can be engraved upon mountains and riverbeds, forming diverse forces that coalesce into extraordinary powers, rendering that area a realm of enigmatic mystery. Some arcane Dao patterns can only be inscribed on rare materials. When meticulously arranged and empowered with potent divine energy, they can traverse the heavens and cross the void, instantaneously transporting one from one location to another. Furthermore, the intricate Dao patterns can harness celestial forces, possessing unimaginable transformations and strengths. Naturally, many powerful Dao patterns are not publicly disseminated, safeguarded within sacred lands and ancient families, shrouded in secrecy, leaving outsiders entirely unaware of their formidable might, save for fragmented legends. In truth, Dao patterns are profound and encompass a vast array of concepts. It is said that they originated from the ancient masters who, through their comprehension of nature and the cosmos, inscribed their insights, which eventually evolved into the Dao patterns of today. Ordinary cultivators are unable to access this realm. Only those who reach a certain level of prowess may study Dao patterns. For, in a sense, these patterns are the imprints of ancient sages' realizations. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they are inclined to delve into the Dao patterns that have been passed down through the ages. The mysterious surface of the green bronze bore no Dao patterns, save for the fracture, where intricate and unfathomable patterns were densely etched, defying understanding. Despite their esoteric nature, they exuded a natural charm of the Dao, evoking a profound emotional resonance upon first glance, reminiscent of something born of nature itself. Yi Fan mused. Elder Wu Qifeng had once mentioned that some treasures possess innate Dao patterns, not forged by human hands, unique and irreplicable, serving as the foundation of their immense power. Could it truly be an innate Dao pattern? Yi Fan was uncertain. His knowledge of Dao patterns was limited, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed a peculiar disturbance, realizing that his path ahead had been obstructed. The surroundings were shrouded in an eerie mist, obscuring any visible endpoint. At that moment, he heard the thunderous roar of the azure flood dragon, as a prominent figure from the ancient Ji family surged forth in a golden war chariot, a chilling aura sweeping across the towering mountains. The ruins were sealed, forbidding anyone from departing. With 9 dragons pulling the chariot, they obstructed the path, while the Ji family member inscribed endless Dao patterns upon the landscape, severing the way forward. In another direction, a 9-headed Qilin beast drew a jade carriage, soaring through the clouds with an awe-inspiring presence, blocking the eastern passage. Simultaneously, similar shouts echoed from various other directions, as several formidable figures sealed the ruins, prohibiting anyone from leaving. Yi Fan was taken aback, sensing an impending crisis. He hastily ceased the operation of the arcane methods recorded in the Dao Sutra, causing the golden sea of bitterness to settle and subsequently vanish. An uproar erupted among the ruins, as numerous cultivators were bewildered, believing that several prominent figures were about to unleash a massacre. What has transpired? Why are we not permitted to leave? Many loose cultivators felt a sense of unease, while only the disciples of the major sects maintained their composure, betraying no signs of panic. The treasure of the eastern wilderness had yet to reveal itself, and the esteemed figures were clearly agitated. Indeed, the obstruction of the path stemmed from a fear that someone might abscond with the treasure. If these 5 illustrious individuals were unable to locate the treasure of the eastern wilderness, what chance did others have? A multitude of cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, and upon learning that the confinement was due to the treasure of the eastern wilderness, most felt reassured, having never harbored much hope for such a relic. How could the treasure of the eastern wilderness remain silent? After the collapse of the tomb of the demon emperor, it should have unleashed a cataclysmic aura. The 5 distinguished figures murmured amongst themselves, their words devoid of secrecy, as there was no need for concealment. Where, indeed, lies the abandoned tower? Why does it not emerge into the world? It has been lost for over 10 millennia. The abandoned tower ought to reappear, yet it remains elusive. In the distance, numerous cultivators stood resolute, and it was evident that the esteemed figures were determined to succeed. Should they fail to uncover this treasure, one could only wonder how long the blockade would persist. Yi Fan was astonished, for it was only now that he learned the name of the treasured artifact of the eastern wilderness human race, the Tower of Desolation. Just the name alone exudes an extraordinary aura. Numerous cultivators from prominent sects engaged in discussions, reminiscing about the history of this remarkable treasure. It is said that the Tower of Desolation has existed for countless eons, its origin shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing from which era it has descended. Legend has it that alongside the eastern wilderness, the tower has been present since the dawn of life on this vast and boundless land. What then? Does this tower truly resemble? Many cultivators remain largely unaware. As the name suggests, it is indeed a tower, a 9-level tower of desolation, possessing unfathomable power. Everlasting through the ages, capable of subduing all formidable beings in the world. Is it truly that fearsome? Even if one possesses unparalleled might and gazes down upon the eastern wilderness, they cannot withstand the suppression of the tower. Otherwise, how could it be hailed as the treasured artifact of the eastern wilderness human race? Since ancient times, countless extraordinary beings have met their demise beneath the tower, with none able to resist its overwhelming force. Cast into the water pool? What? The unscrupulous Taoist was taken aback, his face filled with alarm, and then, in a frenzy, he seized Yi Fan by the shoulders, shaking him vigorously, exclaiming, "Which water pool? Quickly, lead me there." Yi Fan's heart stirred with intrigue. Could it be that this green copper held significant origins? Initially, he suspected a connection to the treasured artifacts of the eastern wilderness. However, upon learning that the ruins tower boasted 9 levels, he quickly realized that the green copper could not possibly be a treasure of the eastern wilderness people, as it bore no relevance to the tower at all. The expanse of the ruins was vast, filled with dense forests and towering peaks. He had long since lost his way and forgotten the paths he had traversed. No, he must recall. The expression on the unscrupulous Taoist's face was rather alarming. His eyes bloodshot as he clutched Yi Fan tightly. Was it merely a piece of worthless copper? After scrutinizing it for a full quarter of an hour, he had ultimately cast it aside. So why the sudden urge to search for it now? What significance could that scrap of copper possess? Though explaining it to you would be futile, you must find it without delay. The unscrupulous Taoist wore a serious demeanor, devoid of any smile. As he dragged Yi Fan along, Yi Fan understood in his heart that the mysterious green copper was indeed of considerable significance, seemingly of utmost importance. How could the immeasurable heavenly sovereign allow me to be so careless, throwing away that which was within my grasp? The plump Taoist's face turned ashen, filled with profound regret and vexation, a stark contrast to his previous cheerful demeanor. Yi Fan felt a chill in his heart, sensing the malevolent Taoist's murderous intent. He had no desire to provoke danger and chose to proceed cautiously. What exactly is that thing? Do not inquire further. If you do, I shall go mad. The stout Taoist slapped his right hand fiercely, exclaiming, "How could I be so foolish? A lifetime spent in treasure hunting, yet I find myself so blind in the end." It was evident that he was filled with deep remorse, devoid of any pretense, almost wishing to sever his own hand. "We parted ways here, and then I saw you running off into the distance." The stout Taoist led Yi Fan to the very peak where they had separated. Yi Fan walked slowly, contemplating how to rid himself of the rotund Taoist priest. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed 3 mountain ridges, and upon ascending the 4th, Yi Fan's face brightened as he exclaimed, "This is the place." Upon observing the direction indicated by Yi Fan, the Taoist's expression soured instantly. Atop this ridge lay a dark, ominous pool, silent as stone, devoid of any ripple, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "Do not tell me you have cast the worthless copper into this abyss." The Taoist's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, momentarily bewildering Yi Fan, who sensed an ominous premonition as if the Taoist were peering into the depths of his soul. In that instant, anxiety surged within Yi Fan, compelling him to concentrate and conjure an image of himself standing by the dark pool, tossing a piece of scrap copper into its depths. The Taoist's gaze returned to normal. His teeth clenched in fury as he spat. "You reckless spendthrift. I could easily cast you in instead. Isn't it just a piece of worthless metal?" Yi Fan retorted indifferently. With a splash, the Taoist plunged headfirst into the pool. Initially, ethereal lights flickered beneath the surface, but soon they dimmed, and the dark depths of the pool returned to a tranquil stillness. Yi Fan waited for a full quarter of an hour, yet the unscrupulous Taoist did not appear. He muttered to himself, could it be that this vile glutton is suffering the consequences of his actions below? After another quarter of an hour, a gentle splash echoed from the water's surface, and the portly Taoist emerged, encased in a thick layer of black ice, resembling a frozen statue. With a resounding crash, the dark ice began to shimmer with radiant light, and it took several breaths before the unscrupulous Taoist shattered the solid ice with divine light, sending shards scattering across the ground. At this moment, his face was a sickly shade of purple, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. "This is outrageous. The cold has nearly claimed the life of your humble servant," he exclaimed, trembling violently, his body radiating divine light to dispel the frigid air. Tendrils of black mist spiraled from his surface, instantly freezing the surrounding vegetation, which then crumbled into powder in an instant. From a distance, Yi Fan inhaled sharply. He had chosen this dark pool merely for its depth, never anticipating such terror. The ice that had fallen to the ground had frozen everything within a 10-meter radius, causing many stones to crack. Even from afar, Yi Fan could feel a piercing chill. Did the Taoist not retrieve anything? I descended thousands of meters and encountered a broken stele inscribed with the words Ming Tan, its depths unfathomable, leaving me in ignorance of how deep this dark pool truly is. Taoist, you must regret discarding your belongings now. Enough of that. Observing the flustered expression on the portly Taoist's face, Yi Fan nearly burst into laughter. Though he felt a surge of delight within, he maintained a facade of utmost seriousness. Could it truly be a treasure? The Taoist's complexion turned a ghastly shade of green as he paced furiously, exclaiming in anger, "I find no common ground in conversation with you." Yi Fan, with a sense of propriety, stepped aside and plucked 2 wild fruits, savoring them with delight. The rotund Taoist, witnessing Yi Fan's nonchalance and his enjoyment of the fruits, felt an irate frustration bubbling within him. With a stern countenance, he exclaimed, "You, the greatest wastrel beneath the heavens, actually threw it into the abyss. I could almost kill you. But, Master Taoist, it was you who discarded it first. Why do you now lay the blame at my feet? Did you not also deem it worthless at the outset?" I seethed with rage. The unscrupulous Taoist, filled with self-loathing, felt an urge to strike himself. With a heavy splash, he plunged back into the deep pool. This time, it took over an hour before the stout Taoist resurfaced, transformed into a colossal ice block. Glistening ominously, emanating a bone-chilling cold, Yi Fan cautiously distanced himself. As the unscrupulous Taoist took a full quarter of an hour to finally break free from the encasement of ice, his body was enveloped in a dark purple hue, with every pore exuding a swirling black mist. A vast expanse of the mountain range was encased in black ice, the flora withered and lifeless, and many rocks had succumbed to the frost, fracturing under its relentless grip. After a considerable period, the unscrupulous Taoist managed to regain his composure. Dejectedly emerging from the icy realm, collapsing onto the ground, and muttering to himself, "I loathe this." Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart, relishing the sight of the disgruntled figure of the portly man. Suddenly, the unscrupulous Taoist appeared to recall something, springing up in alarm. He gazed towards the distant active volcano, then turned his eyes back to the dark, frigid pool before him, exclaiming, "I understand now. The Demon Emperor has 2 burial sites. One is the Yang Tomb, and the other is the Yin Grave." Yi Fan was startled by his words and asked, "Master, what are you talking about?" The stout Taoist ignored him, meticulously sketching on the ground, marking the active volcano and the dark abyss, then depicting the surrounding terrain with precise proportions. "By the heavens, it is indeed as I suspected. One embodies Yin, the other Yang. Upholding the essence of Tai Chi, the source of power is entombed within the Yang Grave, while the true cold corpse rests in the Yin Tomb." The unscrupulous Taoist's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. Chapter 67. The Desolate Tower and the green copper. With his hands clasped behind his back and a furrowed brow, the unscrupulous Taoist paced back and forth, muttering to himself. The Demon Emperor truly lives up to his reputation, having constructed both a Yang grave and a Yin tomb. Is this place a deliberate flaw left by him? The stout Taoist, filled with uncertainty, gazed at the distant volcano and then at the unfathomable abyss nearby, his brows knitting together, if I am not mistaken. This Yin tomb is no ordinary sight. Countless lives have perished within. Master, are you not living well? Yifan interjected from the side. Are you trying to vex me? The unscrupulous Taoist now regarded Yifan with increasing annoyance, retorting, You wasteful child. Perhaps you should just join the Demon Emperor in his company. Please, Master, do not take your frustrations out on me. This truly has nothing to do with me. Sighing heavily, the unscrupulous Taoist sank onto the ground, utterly dejected. Although I have uncovered a staggering secret, I am unable to unlock the Yin tomb. I suspect it is laden with lethal traps. Had I descended to the depths of the abyss just moments ago, entering the Yin hall, I would likely no longer exist in this world. Then, could it be that the Eastern Wilderness human clan treasure, the Desolate Tower, lies beneath this abyss in the Yin tomb? Yifan sat on a distant rock, keeping his distance to avoid attracting misfortune. No wonder those 5 great figures could not locate the Desolate Tower. It is imprisoned here. The unscrupulous Taoist paid him no mind, lost in contemplation, and began to sketch and carve further, seemingly attempting to deduce the connections between the Yang grave and the Yin tomb. Eventually, he sighed deeply, revealing a look of resignation. To miss the treasure yet stumble upon this astonishing Yin tomb, yet be unable to enter, is a source of regret and torment. Are there not several great figures there? Yifan gestured towards the 5 supreme beings hovering above the volcano. Even if they were to enter, they would likely find it hard to escape unscathed. This is a lethal trap. The Yang grave is a deliberate flaw left by the Demon Emperor, intended to bequeath the demon clan's treasure and his source of power to future generations. This place is his resting ground, undisturbed by outsiders. Revealing the Yang grave serves to obscure the Yin tomb. Perhaps there are other profound purposes, one Yin, one Yang, upholding the essence of Tai Chi, mysterious and unfathomable. At this point, the unscrupulous Taoist exhibited a wistful expression, stating, Unless one possesses the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human clan, even a peerless strongman may decipher the lethal trap, yet cannot stabilize the Yin tomb. It would surge beneath the lands of the Eastern Wilderness, like a dragon returning to the sea, leaving no trace behind. The ruined tower is indeed astonishing, capable of subduing the Demon Emperor's grave, even surpassing the might of renowned figures. Yifan displayed a look of astonishment. Indeed, the unscrupulous Taoist revealed a look of yearning and remarked, according to legend, the ruined tower has existed for countless ages, its origins remain shrouded in mystery, and there is no being or entity it cannot suppress in this world. Is it truly that formidable? The portly Taoist expressed a contemplative longing, stating, Since ancient times, the existence of immortals has remained inconclusive, and no one can elucidate it. However, every legend regarding immortals in the Eastern Wilderness is invariably connected to the ruined tower. What is the connection to the ruined tower? Yifan inquired, displaying surprise. It is said that in the vast expanse of time, there were instances in the Eastern Wilderness where immortals emerged, documented in ancient texts, and in every case, these immortals were subdued by the ruined tower. Could it be? The ruined tower is that terrifying. Yifan was profoundly astonished. The existence of immortals remains an unresolved mystery in the contemporary world. Yet, one can imagine that if immortals were to exist, they would undoubtedly surpass all cultivators of this realm. Such formidable power, unable to withstand the suppression of the ruined tower, is indeed alarming. Naturally, it is terrifying. Otherwise, why would so many prominent figures gather here? I believe it won't be long before a leader of a sacred ground personally arrives. After all, the Eastern Wilderness is vast, and some individuals may receive the news later. Once they are informed, they will undoubtedly inscribe Tao patterns and traverse the void directly. What remarkable origins does the ruined tower possess, to be so extraordinary and powerful? Yufan's heart was unsettled. Legend has it that long before any life was born in the Eastern Wilderness, it already existed in this world, and its origins remain unknown to all. What a pity! A treasure within reach, yet you, Taoist, discarded it, treating a priceless gem as mere scrap metal. Yifan sighed, feigning regret. Upon hearing this, the unscrupulous Taoist's expression darkened, turning a shade greener than copper, filled with indignation, retorting, If it weren't for you, I would have already obtained it. Taoist, one cannot speak thus. You were the one who cast it aside. It is truly a shame for the ruined tower. Who told you it was the ruined tower? I never claimed it to be a treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. Yifan was taken aback and remarked, If it is not the abandoned tower, why are you so agitated? Is it not merely a piece of worthless copper? I too believe it bears no relation to the abandoned tower. What do you know? You little brat? I can't be bothered to engage with you. The unscrupulous Taoist, harboring a belly full of ire, chose not to elaborate further on the matter of the green copper, though Yi Fan appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years of age. His true age had long surpassed 20. Naturally displeased at being referred to as a mere child, he muttered, "I'll report you." "Report me? To whom?" The unscrupulous Taoist inquired, bewildered. "Are you insinuating that I am the one to report you? Such nonsense. I have no time to entertain you." With that, the unscrupulous Taoist turned away, lost in contemplation by the dark pool. How can you have the audacity to say that?" Upon hearing these words, the portly Taoist was incensed, his eyes reddening with fury. It was evident that this matter was far from ordinary. "I surmise it is only slightly inferior to the abandoned tower." Yi Fan indeed harbored ill intentions, deliberately provoking the unscrupulous Taoist, though he dared not go too far. "Such a child, attempting to play tricks on me. I shall suffocate you." "I refuse to divulge anything." The portly Taoist turned away, ignoring him. "Esteemed Taoist, your actions are rather uncouth. You seized 3 spiritual weapons from me, and now when I inquire about something, you present such an attitude." The unscrupulous Taoist, witnessing Yi Fan's constant preening, felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him and retorted, "Even 10, 100, or 1,000 spiritual weapons cannot compensate for the green copper you carelessly discarded. I implore you, esteemed Taoist, do not harbor such resentment. Did I not simply toss it into this dark pool? Who could have known it was a treasure? Curse you." He exhaled forcefully and declared, "Cease your incessant prattling and be honest." Sighing, Yi Fan shook his head, though inwardly he reveled in delight. Having stirred the unscrupulous Taoist's feelings of regret and successfully eliciting his negative emotions, thus alleviating his own grievances. When Yi Fan fell silent, the portly Taoist spoke, seemingly lamenting. "Who claimed this scrap copper is inferior to the abandoned tower. Eons ago, the eastern wilderness nearly fell into chaos because of this green copper. Such a thing occurred?" Yi Fan's expression revealed his curiosity. Indeed, when the abandoned tower was lost, there was no such upheaval, yet this piece of green copper had rendered the entire eastern wilderness restless. The abandoned tower possesses the ability to suppress immortal beings, its might unparalleled, and is already considered a treasure of the eastern wilderness. Could it be that the green copper is even mightier? The portly Taoist, lacking vigor, replied. The green copper originated from the Central Plains. When it was lost, all the pinnacle experts of the Central Plains emerged, nearly toppling the eastern wilderness, southern ridge, western desert, and northern plains. That was a monumental upheaval. Upon hearing these words, Yi Fan inhaled sharply, fully aware that the central continent was far more vast and boundless than the eastern wasteland. Even cultivators riding the divine rainbow would find it arduous to traverse its expanse. To journey from one end to the other, one must inscribe Tao patterns upon the mountains and rivers, condensing the celestial forces to navigate the void. It is said that the central continent is rich in ancient relics and endowed with extraordinary figures. It is a place steeped in mystery and prosperity, where powerful beings emerge in abundance. Who could possess such audacity to provoke all the supreme experts of the central continent? Naturally, it was the last emperor who unified the demon race of the eastern wasteland, bringing immense trouble to the human populace. It seems the demon emperor is indeed formidable, stirring the winds and clouds from all directions, a truly remarkable individual. The unscrupulous Taoist cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "Is there any need for you to state the obvious? If he were not sufficiently powerful, how could he have unified the demon race of the eastern wasteland and achieved an immortal legacy?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment and inquired, "How can you be certain that the green copper belongs to Zhangzhou, and what exactly is it?" Chapter 68, The Black Gold Ape. "Is this the basis of your judgment?" Yi Fan displayed a look of skepticism. The demon emperor's tomb has not revealed the presence of the abandoned tower, thereby dismissing the first legend. Naturally, I associated it with the green copper. At this juncture, the unscrupulous Taoist slapped himself and remarked, "I never imagined that in my lifelong quest for treasures, I would be blinded by green copper and let it slip through my fingers. How did you eventually come to your realization? What led you to sense something was amiss?" Yi Fan intentionally sighed and remarked, "I never anticipated that I could be so transcendent," effortlessly tossing aside an object comparable to the desolate tower as if it were mere refuse. Alas, no one witnessed this. I imagine I must have appeared as a deity descending to the mortal realm, possessing an unparalleled grace, transcending both ancient and modern times. Is this meant to provoke? How infuriating. The unscrupulous Taoist's nose is nearly twisted with rage. Although Yifan found the portly Taoist to be rather unscrupulous, he did not perceive him as a malevolent individual, thus he felt no particular fear. He urged, "Calm yourself, master. The most pressing matter at hand is to devise a means to retrieve that piece of green copper. It is possible that the desolate tower lies beneath the shadowy grave. Perhaps you have not missed out on a great treasure. On the contrary, you might acquire two. The desolate tower cannot be situated in the shadowy hall." Despite his words, the unscrupulous Taoist released Yifan and pondered over the next course of action. "I shall give it another try." The rotund Taoist once more approached the dark pool, unable to relinquish his thoughts of the mysterious green copper. Suddenly, a colossal vortex erupted in the inky depths, and a fearsome beast began to emerge from the murky waters. It was entirely black, as though forged from obsidian, exuding an uncanny aura. Its shape was grotesque, featuring 3 heads, the central one resembling that of an ape, while the flanking heads were those of a bird and a serpent. Its body was akin to a phantom steed, devoid of feathers, encased in black scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen, projecting an image of formidable strength. This behemoth stretched over 10 meters in length, roaring in the water, its deep growls resonating through Yifan's very being, leaving him with a sensation that his soul might soon depart his body. "Focus your mind," the portly Taoist admonished. "Indeed, such a creature exists in this land of utmost darkness. Its roar can shatter the souls of men. It is an exceedingly powerful aberration known as the obsidian ape. This monstrous entity, glistening with a dark luster and possessing 3 heads, only the central ape head bore any intelligence. The bird and serpent heads could wield supernatural powers, yet were devoid of thought, subservient to the central head, hence the designation of obsidian ape. However, legends suggest that the bird and serpent heads, resembling obsidian, could also awaken intelligence. Should the obsidian ape evolve to such a realm, it would become extraordinarily terrifying, unless confronted by an unparalleled expert. It would be nearly impossible to vanquish, at which point its magical prowess would be boundless." Yifan listened intently, etching the moment into his heart. With focused calmness, he found himself enveloped by the radiant aura exuded by the rotund Taoist, his spirit stabilizing, dispelling any lingering sense of disorientation. Just then, the obsidian gold ape abruptly emerged from the dark waters, churning up boundless waves of inky blackness, surging towards the plump Taoist and Yifan. Reacting swiftly, the unscrupulous Taoist gestured with one hand, releasing a cascade of azure light that burst forth like a brilliant firework, wrapping both himself and Yifan in a dazzling yet ethereal brilliance. The frigid black mist and chilling waters were effectively repelled, while he inscribed a grand character for sealing in the air. "Seal," he exclaimed lightly, and the character shone resplendently, resembling a finely carved jade, tangible and substantial, before swiftly darting forward. With a resounding impact, it struck the obsidian gold ape, producing a hissing sound as waves of chilling black mist began to seep into its beastly form. With a fierce shake, the ape lifted its 2 drooping heads. The avian head opened its beak, unleashing a searing bolt of lightning, while the serpentine head flicked its tongue and expelled a jet of black flame, scorching the very air around them. Extremely lightning and nether fire. The plump Taoist gasped in astonishment, pulling Yifan back a few steps. He conjured a blood-red shield, its brilliance twinkling as it unfurled against the wind, towering to a height of several meters, shielding them both. The electric sparks danced, and the black flames roared, all crashing against the blood-red shield, which flickered with crystalline red light. This obsidian gold ape was no ordinary creature. Its bird and serpent heads had seemingly once possessed sentience. Though now pierced and dulled, they had lost their intelligence. The Taoist's expression grew grave. If all 3 heads had retained their sentience, even the most formidable cultivator would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, the 2 heads were not in optimal condition, he murmured to himself, as the ape's formidable assault caused the ruby-like shield to tremble, yet it ultimately held firm. At that moment, a brilliant light surged forth from the Taoist's sea of suffering, resembling a radiant moon, pure and luminous, charging directly at the obsidian gold ape. The ape's central head unleashed twin beams of golden light, striking the luminous jade disc, causing both to shudder in response. The unscrupulous Taoist revealed his astonishment, noting, "It seems all 3 heads have endured severe injuries, marked by terrifying scars. It is evident that at one time, it successfully awakened the sentience of all 3 heads. Had we encountered it then, I would have had no choice but to flee." The obsidian gold ape, with its side heads devoid of intelligence, and the central head also gravely wounded, was gradually being subdued by the unscrupulous Taoist. Bang! But when the unscrupulous Taoist attempted to subdue it, the obsidian monkey thrashed violently, its entire being suddenly erupting with a blinding radiance of obsidian light, instantly breaking free from its restraints and plunging into the dark abyss. This creature is indeed formidable. If all three of its heads were to recover, few would be able to subdue it. The portly Taoist revealed a grave expression. At that moment, the unfathomable cold pool began to convulse violently, as if something far more ferocious than the obsidian monkey were about to emerge. Boundless waves surged from the dark pool, and black mist roiled in all directions. The swirling mist, icy and piercing, caused many areas of the mountainside to crack, with numerous stones turning to dust after being brushed by the black fog. Taoist, did you not say that the engrave lies hidden and would not surface? How can it be so terrifying now? It is possible that I inadvertently provoked trouble just now, he replied. What did you do? Deep within the black pool, thousands of meters down, I saw a broken stele engraved with the words Ming Tan. I pulled it out and hurled it into the depths of the black pool, thinking it might disturb the demon emperor's engrave upon sinking to the bottom. Taoist, you did not just smash that broken stele onto the demon emperor's hall, did you? Who could have known that beneath the deep pool lay the demon emperor's grave with a tremendous splash? Dark waters surged within the abyss, and a battalion of shadowy soldiers clad in black iron armor surged forth, each wielding a pitch-blacking blade, exuding an aura of death. What is this? Yufan gasped in astonishment. The waters of the black pool churned violently, and battered ancient war chariots emerged, laden with spectral soldiers clad in tungsten armor, their bodies fully encased. They bore either blacking blades or black-ming spears. Chapter 69, The Unleashing of the Carnage. The black cold pool roiled with waves. The battered ancient war chariots, as if they had endured the trials of blood and fire, were marred with scars from blades and arrows, crushing through the black waters, riding the winds and waves. How bizarre. After over 10,000 years, the demon emperors engraved still as guardians. It is utterly preposterous, unimaginable. The unscrupulous Taoist furrowed his brow. Swoosh. Just as he was lost in thought, a black arrow swiftly shot forth, its tip ablaze with ghostly flames and its tail swirling with dense black mist. The unscrupulous Taoist raised a shield resembling red agate to deflect the arrow, but it shattered upon impact, sending ghostly fire scattering and black mist surging forth. The ghostly flames scorched the surrounding ground, melting the rocks. And then the black mist rushed in, encasing everything in ice, shattering it to powder. This terrifying energy nearly struck Yifan and the unscrupulous Taoist. The duality of ice and fire in that arrow was extraordinarily potent. A moment's carelessness could spell disaster for an ordinary cultivator. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh. The sound of piercing arrows filled the air, as black arrows penetrated the mist, falling like a torrential storm of darkness. The resounding clang of the crimson shield, akin to a piece of red agate, was relentlessly pierced by hundreds of arrows, while it stood encircled by the eerie flames of the underworld. Amidst an endless surge of black mist, the shield emanated a brilliant scarlet radiance, cascading outward like rippling water, dispersing the dark flames and banishing the encroaching fog, successfully deflecting this wave of assault. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the battered war chariots, bearing the spectral soldiers, surged forth. Having already landed and now trampling closer, I am eager to witness what you truly are. The unscrupulous Taoist gritted his teeth in fury, unleashing a stream of emerald light from his mouth. This manifested as a small dagger, merely an inch in length, glowing with a verdant brilliance. As it unfurled in the wind, it swiftly elongated to over half a foot, resembling a pool of jade-like water, crystal clear, emitting waves of chilling aura. Upon encountering the scene, Yifan gritted his teeth in frustration. The very dagger he had procured was now seized by the unscrupulous Taoist, who wielded it against him. The emerald-hued dagger transformed into a serpentine green ribbon, launching forth and emanating radiant divine light that momentarily obstructed a dilapidated ancient war chariot. Subsequently, the unscrupulous Taoist's aura of suffering surged forth, and a blood-red orb burst forth, radiating crimson light and unleashing powerful waves of divine energy that surged forward, rendering three ancient chariots immobile. Simultaneously, a sparkling purple ring appeared on the Taoist's thumb, illuminating his palm with a crystalline glow, suffused with purple energy. Flash! The unscrupulous Taoist exclaimed, raising his finger as the purple ring released a multitude of sharp violet blades. The blades sliced through two battered war chariots and halted a throng of spectral soldiers in their tracks. Witnessing this, Yifan cursed vehemently. These three spiritual artifacts had been unearthed by him, yet they were now in the hands of the unscrupulous Taoist, who wielded them against him. At that moment, The enchanted green dagger pierced through 5 spectral soldiers, shattering one of the war chariots. Meanwhile, the blood-red orb successfully ensnared the 3 chariots completely. What a fine treasure! The unscrupulous Taoist marveled. Ultimately, the battered chariots were all obliterated, and nearly all the spectral soldiers were pierced through. The unscrupulous Taoist swiftly advanced, tearing off their obsidian armor to discern what lay within. To his astonishment, upon tearing apart the first few specters' armor, he discovered a heap of fine sand, devoid of any life. Eventually, he encountered several specters that were not mere sand. Upon careful examination, he found them to be the frozen corpses of beasts. He hastily blew away the sand scattered on the ground, shattered the few skeletal remains, and collected all the wooden plaques, creating a substantial pile. Just then, a sound echoed from the frigid black pool. A demon general clad in obsidian armor, bearing a wolf's head, slowly emerged, exuding a potent aura of death, far surpassing that of the spectral soldiers. This was a demon general who had perished in battle, now repurposed, seemingly not sustained by any Taoist patterns. The unscrupulous Taoist exhibited a contemplative expression. As the demon general approached, the ground trembled, and the surrounding black mist roiled. This is quite formidable. In that instant, the unscrupulous Taoist's aura of suffering erupted in dazzling azure light, unleashing a torrent of azure flames that enveloped the wolf-headed demon general. However, this demon general was no ordinary foe. Its potent aura of death relentlessly pushed back the azure flames. It had undergone a transformation, acquiring a faint semblance of intelligence. Its demonic form immortal, engendering a powerful resentment of death. The unscrupulous Taoist was taken aback, sensing the gravity of the situation. He instructed Yufan to retreat and summoned several spiritual weapons, accompanied by azure flames. There was something peculiar about this place. At that moment, a cold voice echoed as a young man in his 20s ascended the ridge and declared, "Very well, you may leave now." His gaze fixated on the wooden plaques inscribed with mystical symbols, then shifted to the demon general. The unscrupulous Taoist cast a sidelong glance at him, but his expression quickly shifted to one of surprise upon noticing the emblem of the sacred land of Shaking Light embroidered on the young man's robe. "I am a disciple of Shaking Light, and my master has commanded that you leave at once." The youth exuded an air of arrogance, seemingly endowed with an innate sense of superiority. He glanced at Yufan and, seeing no aura of divine power emanating from him, warned, "If you wish to live, depart this place immediately." At that instant, the demon general broke free from the Taoist's restraints and swiftly leaped into the dark pool, vanishing from sight. The young man, realizing his failure, unleashed a torrent of golden radiance, dense and overwhelming, akin to a shower of golden light, directed at the unscrupulous Taoist. With a flourish of his sleeve, the Taoist summoned azure mist, capturing the golden beams, which transformed into countless golden needles. The unscrupulous Taoist charged forward, seizing the young man by the neck and bringing him close to the frigid pool. "Do not flaunt your insignia to deceive my master. Speak, whose disciple are you? Otherwise, I shall throw you in." The youth displayed a look of fear. Why waste words with him? Just toss him in to feed that demon general. Yufan suggested from a distance, deliberately attempting to intimidate the young man. Indeed, there is no need for further discussion. With a slight flick of his wrist, the unscrupulous Taoist sent the young man plummeting into the icy depths, where he vanished in the blink of an eye. From afar, Yufan was left dumbfounded, never expecting the unscrupulous Taoist to act so ruthlessly. This unscrupulous priest suddenly appeared quite dangerous in his eyes. He was a man unafraid of consequences. With a tumultuous roar, the dark pool surged as a dozen demon generals emerged, clad in ominous black armor, with only their heads exposed. Their forms were grotesque and varied, some resembling dogs, others tigers, clear manifestations of malevolence, all radiating a heavy aura of death. They grasped the earlier young man, tearing him apart with a resounding crack, sending blood splattering everywhere. In that moment, the cold pool seemed to boil, transforming from inky black to a vivid crimson, exuding an unnerving allure. "This is bad. A calamity has befallen us. The demon emperor's grave is stained with blood, heralding a deadly crisis." The expression of the unscrupulous Taoist darkened considerably. At that instant, the heavens trembled as bloodlight erupted from the cold pool, casting a ghastly glow over the ancient ruins and startling all the cultivators present. "Could it be that we are doomed to perish here?" Yufan exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Chapter 70. Departure. The unscrupulous Taoist sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "I can no longer enter this shadowy grave, cursed be it." He was consumed by thoughts of the verdant bronze, and in this moment, the sudden loss of opportunity filled him with profound regret and vexation. The deadly trap within the cold pool had already been set in motion. Yet those outside the chilly waters were free from peril. At that moment, 5 blinding rays of light surged forth rapidly, rousing the attention of 5 prominent figures, who swiftly ascended the mountain ridge, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, hovering in the air like deities. Yi Fan wished to observe them, yet found himself unable to pierce through the resplendent divine light, perceiving only 5 luminous orbs of divine radiance, with nothing else visible. The tomb of the Demon Emperor. One among them inhaled sharply, his gaze piercing, instantly comprehending the nature of the frigid pool below. The active volcano served as the Yang grave, while the chilling, shadowy pool represented the Yin tomb, one embodying light and the other, darkness, harmoniously embracing the principles of Tai Chi, capable of manifesting endless transformations. Another prominent figure sighed deeply, stating, "The Demon Emperor is indeed extraordinary. Had it not been for this fortuitous discovery, it would be nearly inconceivable that he established 2 graves, one Yin and one Yang." This predicament had escalated. The opening of the Yin tomb heralded a perilous trap, making entry exceedingly difficult. The treasured artifacts of the eastern wilderness human race remained elusive, likely concealed within this very Yin tomb. The esteemed figures struggled to maintain their composure, yet found themselves bereft of strategies, hesitant to venture into the Demon Emperor's Yin tomb. However, solutions were not entirely absent. Millennia had passed, and even the most impeccable arrangements would inevitably reveal a flaw. We could cautiously infiltrate and investigate, then deliberate upon our next course of action. Agreed. At that moment, the 5 radiant orbs descended, one of which enveloped the unscrupulous Taoist. Moments ago, I overheard someone mention that even upon encountering disciples of the sacred grounds, one could dare to strike them down with a single blow. I presume you are indeed remarkable. This place has been activated by you, so why not descend with us? The unscrupulous Taoist's visage turned a ghastly shade of green, and he hastily protested, "Esteemed seniors, I spoke in jest. Please do not take my words to heart. The Yin tomb has unleashed a lethal trap. Given my cultivation, if I were to descend, it would spell my doom. Truly remarkable. Even the Yang grave and the Yin tomb are aware of your presence. It seems you are indeed extraordinary. Come, join us in our descent. No, I implore you, esteemed seniors, show mercy." The unscrupulous Taoist shrieked. With a flash, the 5 illustrious figures grasped the terrified Taoist, and in an instant they vanished into the crimson-hued depths of the cold pool. His cries, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, abruptly ceased. As they entered, the cold pool erupted in a frenzy, casting a tempest of blood light into the air, while the demon generals had long since disappeared within its depths. Indeed, evildoers face their own reckoning. Fat fool, may fortune favor you. Yi Fan rose, dusted himself off, and departed from the scene. There was no longer any reason to linger in this accursed place. The resounding echoes of blood-red light illuminated the entire primordial wasteland, shrouding it in an aura of desolation and eerie beauty, exceptionally terrifying. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped everyone, beneath the blood-red cold pool. It seemed that cataclysmic events were unfolding. Yi Fan departed from the mountain ridge, skillfully evading detection. At this moment, the surrounding landscape was inscribed with ancient runes, sealing off this primordial land. Yi Fan found himself unable to break through and could only meander through the hills. He awaited the opportune moment to escape. Currently, he possessed a page of golden scripture and had unexpectedly acquired a piece of enigmatic green copper, a bountiful harvest that would drive any cultivator to madness. Retreating swiftly was indeed the wisest choice. He hoped that the restrictions would be lifted soon. Yi Fan, possessing a low level of cultivation, was utterly incapable of competing with those formidable cultivators for the coveted spirit weapons. Aware of his own limitations, he deliberately chose to traverse desolate areas. Yi Fan opened a jade box, and an enchanting fragrance wafted forth, the exquisite aroma of the jade snake orchid enveloping him. In this moment, he felt an urge to take action, seizing the opportunity to seek out spiritual herbs. Having already acquired a page of golden scripture, the complete wheel of sea scroll would guide his path. If he could procure sufficient spiritual herbs at this juncture, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable progress in a short span of time. Yi Fan swiftly set forth, venturing deep into the mountains. With the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, numerous spiritual beasts had nearly fled, leaving only a handful concealed within their lairs. At this moment, the endeavor of gathering spiritual herbs had become exponentially easier than usual. Previously, when traversing the depths of the ruins, Yi Fan recalled passing a marsh where he had encountered a formidable beast, seemingly guarding something of significance, which he had opted to circumvent at a distance. Now, he resolved to investigate once more. Upon reaching the mountainous terrain, Yifan quickly located the marsh, where he sensed an ominous aura and discovered several enormous scales scattered about, each the size of a palm. It appeared that a colossal creature had once lurked here, but fortunately, it had departed. Yifan searched meticulously for a prolonged period, yet yielded no results. Ultimately, he stumbled upon an anomaly in the area where the scales had shed most abundantly. There lay an unidentifiable plant, seemingly unremarkable. Yet the extraordinary beasts appeared to be cautiously avoiding it, refraining from trampling over it. He felt a twinge of suspicion, crouched down, and began to excavate the soil, digging towards the root for over a meter without encountering anything unusual. Just as Yifan was on the verge of surrendering, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. Beneath the earth, he discovered that the tip of the main root of this plant bore a golden tuber, roughly the size of a longan, radiating a brilliant glow. Yifan was taken aback, suddenly recalling a record he had encountered in the spiritual herb compendium while perusing the treasures of the Lingshu cave. It was said that certain ancient trees, having attained sentience, might not completely perish after failing to survive tribulations. Instead, they often leave behind a fragment of their life essence, which could attach itself to the roots of other plants, holding the potential for rebirth in the future. Could this possibly be a remnant of the essence left by the ancient tree spirit? Yifan gazed at the golden tuber, a look of delight illuminating his face, before carefully placing it into a jade box. He then set off towards his next destination, soon arriving at the foot of a rocky mountain, where a vast black cave beckoned, emanating a faint, enticing fragrance. Yifan displayed a joyful expression and swiftly made his way inside. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar emanated from the depths of the stone cave, accompanied by waves of terrifying malevolence. Yifan's body suddenly stiffened, and he hastily retreated, fleeing as if propelled by the wind. A series of thunderous roars echoed through the air as a monstrous beast emerged from the stone cavern, its massive form partially exposed, continually growling. It bore a resemblance to a wolf. It was devoid of any fur, instead adorned with sharp, venomous spines of a deep, obsidian hue, exuding an unsettling aura. Measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, it radiated a palpable aura of bloodlust. With each growl, a dark luminescence enveloped its entire body, resembling black flames dancing in a sinister display. Yifan concealed himself at a distance, instantly recognizing that this formidable beast was beyond his capabilities, far surpassing the jade-horned serpent in strength, exuding an aura that was profoundly intimidating. While other mythical creatures had fled, this one dared to remain, undoubtedly extraordinary. Ultimately, Yifan left this place without any gains, embarking on a quest in other locales. After 2 hours, he discovered 3 varieties of spiritual herbs, though they were not particularly rare and paled in comparison to the precious golden tuber. Suddenly, a tempest of blood light erupted from the cold pool, and several figures ascended into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle. Remarkably, there was a creature, entirely black, resembling a lion at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, it was something else entirely, akin to a legendary beast that was evenly matched against a great figure in combat. To his astonishment, the steed of the demon emperor from ages past lay encased in ice here, its immortal remains having transformed into a spiritual corpse, now serving as a guardian of the grave. In the sky, several prominent figures surrounded the monster, intent on extinguishing it. The legendary descendants were indeed remarkable. Having followed the demon emperor for a short period, they had somehow evolved into this astonishing realm. The cold pool seemed to boil, as the corpses of demon generals surged forth, controlled by that creature, attacking the heavens. Even if we were to slay this corpse, we could not unravel the intricate patterns laid down by the demon emperor, thus preventing true access to the Yin tomb. In the distance, Yifan was utterly astonished, as it appeared that numerous peculiarities lurked beneath the Yin tomb, with an astonishing number of monsters emerging. Suddenly, the ruins reverberated with a clanging sound, initially akin to the tremors of gold and stone, then swelling into a tsunami-like roar, overwhelming and thunderous, as radiant beams of divine light erupted from all directions, engulfing the 10 directions in a cascade of brilliance. The intricate patterns laid by the 5 great figures were forcibly shattered. This left everyone in astonishment. They realized that a pinnacle powerhouse had arrived, and not just one, as they dismantled the patterns crafted by the 5 great figures, destabilizing the already imperfect celestial arrangement. Subsequently, divine rainbows surged in, with countless cultivators arriving, their numbers multiplying exponentially. Meanwhile, the few great figures operating covertly had yet to reveal themselves, yet it was evident they had also entered the ruins. Within the primordial ruins, centered around the cold pool, blood mist billowed, becoming increasingly eerie as innumerable creatures emerged and more cultivators gathered, with no one departing as more sects rushed to join. The barriers around were breached, and Yi Fan rejoiced he could finally escape. At this moment, his golden tribulations harbored verdant copper, representing both immense fortune and boundless peril. Should anyone discover it, he would plummet from heaven to hell in an instant. He resolved to distance himself from this ruin immediately. Let the battle commence. Let the heavens tremble and the earth shatter, the cries of ghosts and gods be damned. It was no longer his concern. If the unscrupulous Taoist were to learn the truth, upon hearing his current words, they would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, and would undoubtedly seek to flay him alive. Naturally, if other cultivators were to grasp the situation, their response would likely be even more intense.